Chapter 1. The boss is actually myself. Roar. A tremendous roar echoed from the distance. It made the mountains tremble, the earth shake. Birds and beasts fled in terror, and it awoke the young beast deep within the cave, leaving it bewildered. Yes. What on earth is happening? Lin Kai felt as if he had just woken up from a nightmare, his mind still foggy. But what lay before him was not the familiar room, nor the high-tech gaming pod and its equipment. Instead, there was a dark, warm cave. Hard rocks surrounded him, and a few scattered gold coins lay nearby. Where is this? Lin Kai felt as though his head was splitting. Countless memories flooded into his mind, scenes of magic straight out of fantasy novels, along with his own past experiences as a player. He could only recall accepting a task from a wealthy player to collect hill giant fingers. He had traveled to Giant Canyon and fought for over 8 hours straight. Eventually, his body gave out. He left his character idle to rest, planning to return to the game later. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself in this strange place. Something about his body felt off. He struggled to his feet, instinctively walking on all fours toward a nearby puddle. Dragon. What appeared in the reflection was a beast covered in fine red scales, with menacing golden vertical pupils. The 3-meter-long body was still somewhat juvenile, yet many parts showed signs of ferocity. Dense sharp teeth, keen claws, and powerful limbs served as undeniable proof. Yes, it was a young dragon. Moreover, it was a red dragon, the strongest and most ferocious among the 5-colored dragons. Its mouth brimmed with sulfuric breath. Its throat seemed to harbor a volcano ready to erupt at any moment, which made Lin Kai feel extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't help but sneeze. A burst of steaming hot air and smoke spewed from his nostrils. A semi-transparent blue screen suddenly floated before his eyes. Young red dragon name, Cassius Claudius Neurixius template, NPC, 10 years, 1 day, and 18 hours until servers open category. Large dragons, lawful neutral AC 18, natural armor attributes, strength, 21 agility, 10 constitution, 18 intelligence, 12 perception, 11 charisma, 14 skill proficiency, stealth +4, perception +8, hunting +2. Escape +4, knowledge, future, +4 damage immunities, fire senses, blind sight 10, dark vision 60, passive perception 14 languages, draconic common. Abilities, bite clawing, tail attack, flight, breath attack, fire feats, none challenge level, 6, 2100 XP assessment. The powerful claws and teeth of a red dragon are enough to become an adventurer's nightmare. They often use breath attacks or other special physical attacks, as well as ancient magic. Never underestimate a young red dragon, otherwise it will become your lifelong nightmare. So, this was Erezer, and he had become Brother Kai. After looking at the information for a while, Lin Kai, now Cassius, finally sorted through his thoughts and understood his current situation. He then fell into the memories of his past life. Erezer was a holographic game based on the 20th century tabletop game, Dungeons & Dragons. This mysterious game, released by an unknown publisher, featured black technology and claimed to create a real-world experience for players. At its peak, it boasted tens of millions of simultaneous global players. Everyone from ordinary people to social elites, including business and political figures, immersed themselves in it. Many spent entire days inside the gaming pod, leaving only to eat and sleep. Around this epic creation, a vast economy formed. Game updates impacted real-world markets. A single piece of legendary equipment could sell for millions. It was likened to a new age Bitcoin, drawing more and more people into its virtual world, and Lin Kai had been one of them. Brother Kai was now his new self, with the true name Cassius Claudius Neurixius. He was the first world boss introduced in Erezer's version 1.0 and Zeta Tempest, an evil red dragon who had made a pact with abyssal demons. He held countless titles: the Fire of Rekindling Mountain's Wrathful Flame, Harvester of Players' Lives, and Newbie's Nightmare. In the early game, during the Winter Rage quest, thousands of new players were tormented by this red dragon's flames. They suffered under the onslaught, unable to harm the dragon soaring high above. Players died dozens of times each, their charred bodies piling up like mountains, including many future professional esports champions. In the end, it took brute force and suicide tactics to finally bring the red dragon down. This glorious achievement earned Cassius the immortal title, Brother Kai. Even now, in version 4.0 of the game, With level caps raised to 20, players venturing into the Star Realm, taking on cross-planar missions, and navigating the vast multiverse, stories of Brother Kai were still told. The tale of a red dragon, who turned seasoned players into charred heaps, remained legendary. Brother Kai's barbecue, unparalleled in the world. But when exactly was the current timeline? A thunderous roar echoed outside the lair, jolting Cassius from his thoughts. The pressure in the air was overwhelming. It made the hatchling's heart tremble, but he resisted the instinct to retreat. Instead, he scampered to the mouth of the cave to see what was happening. High in the sky, a massive red dragon soared on wide, powerful wings. Winds churned in her wake as she hovered, gazing down from above. This must have been Cassius's current biological mother. Her enormous form, at least 20 meters long, marked her as a fully matured red dragon in her prime. Her voice rang out, laced with arrogant fury. "Half-human, half-elf mongrel, get out of my territory. Do you know who you're facing? Before you stands Tiamat's most favored offspring, the ruler of Cloud Summit Peak, the noble and mighty red dragon Acrinia." That arrogance was unmistakable, a trait carved into her bloodline. On the ground, a warrior stood unfazed, wearing dark golden armor. Her face was veiled in a soft glow, but the pointed ears revealed her as a half-elf, and her figure made it clear she was female. Her voice was calm, yet unyielding. "Evil dragon, your pride blinds you to the end that awaits." The half-elf looked up at the enormous dragon, her tone steady and resolute. "You steal what isn't yours. You bring harm to the innocent. You throw the world into chaos. No matter which deity stands behind you, we, the keepers of vows, will see you pay with your life." This was the paladin's oath of vengeance. With that, the half-elf unsheathed a gleaming silver sword from her back. The red dragon let out a snort and a furious cry before diving down, maw wide open, flames roaring from her throat. The heat was intense, warping the air around it. Cassius watched from the cave entrance. "That's Twilight Blade, Rhea." The name triggered a memory, part of a major quest line tied to him. Main quest: Winter Night's Rage. 10 years ago, the mother of Red Dragon Cassius Claudius Nerexius was slain by the wandering half-elf paladin known as Twilight Blade Rhea. The young red dragon fled in fear, vanishing into the Ansitica Mountains. There, it waited, plotting revenge against humankind. Now, having formed a pact with an ancient demon deep in the mountains, it has become the fire of rekindling. Cities fall in its wake. Justice burns. The north lies in ashes. This must have been that very moment the battle between the red dragon and the paladin, set a decade before the players ever arrived. Cassius squinted at the scene in the distance. That paladin, she was around level 20, nearing legendary status, touched by divine favor. A world-class powerhouse. An adult red dragon, even with a challenge rating of 17 and legendary vitality, couldn't stand up to that kind of strength. Not alone. And in the 4.0 version from his past life, Twilight Blade Rhea had already risen to legendary rank. She was a major NPC in the Elf Kingdom questline. Cassius glanced back at the battle and sighed. Looked like his cheap mother was doomed. There was no time to grieve. He flapped his undeveloped wings and scurried back into the cave to pack up and flee. Of course, before leaving, there was one thing he couldn't forget. Startup Capital. By Tiamat, this is a red dragon's treasure hoard. Let's hope it's not too disappointing. He let out a breath laced with sulfur, stretched his small wings, and got ready to move. Chapter 2. The treasure vault of the red dragon, guided by the lingering scent of bloodline magic left by his adoptive mother, Cassius navigated the winding paths of the cavern. Eventually, he reached a stone door. It loomed before him, thick and foreboding, radiating a dangerous aura. This was it, the secret vault. The forbidden hoard. A place of greed that every creature in Anzita dreamed of finding, but none ever had. The red dragon reached out with a careful claw, pushing the door open. Then, with no warning, she launched into the air. Boom. Magma exploded from within, roaring like an enraged beast. The heat was suffocating. It surged forward, ready to incinerate everything in its path. This was her final trap, punishment for any fool who dared to covet her treasures. A brutal warning. All who trespassed will be consumed by molten fury, reduced to nothing, not even bones left behind. Even though Cassius had reacted in time, the magma pouring into the cave entrance still submerged him completely. Luckily, he shared his mother's bloodline, born of fire, forged at heat. While his scales were still thin and his skin tender, and he couldn't enjoy a lava bath like an adult red dragon, this magma was nothing more than warm water to him. It posed no real danger. Hey-ho! The young dragon flapped his wings, using them like paddles, pushing himself deeper into the treasure vault. He swam forward, into a narrow passage. Then suddenly the space opened up, piles of it, stacked high like hills. When Cassius brushed against them, the coins shifted, sliding down with a soft rustling sound, like a golden stream flowing across stone. Among the shining mounds were magical items glowing with arcane light. Cassius's breath quickened. He exhaled warm air, his slit orange-yellow eyes reflecting the gleam of treasure. The greed buried in his bloodlines stirred. A voice in his mind whispered, "Take it. All of it. This treasure is yours." Boom! A loud crash shook the cave, the red dragon's roar clashing with a paladin's fierce shout. The sound snapped Cassius out of his trance. There wasn't much time. His adoptive mother was locked in battle and losing. If she died, the next target for the paladin, sworn to destroy evil, would be him, the young evil. But taking all this gold with him? Impossible. No wonder the red dragon had become a target. This wasn't just treasure, it was likely the hoard of an entire kingdom, stolen in a single raid. Even an ancient dragon wouldn't have something so absurd. And it explained why a heat-loving red dragon had shown up in the icy Anzita wilderness. She was on the run, fleeing with stolen riches. Magical items, Cassius muttered to himself. I only need what can help me survive. Shaking off his greed, he began digging through the nearest mound, searching for anything with magical glow. Blade Ring reduces slashing damage. Soul Amulet, talk to the dead once a day. Magic Nullification Amulet, negates one spell under Tier 6. That's a rare one. I'll take it. He swallowed the Mithril Amulet, its surface engraved with runes. Red dragons were natural spellcasters, their bodies able to store and use magical items from within. Some ancient dragons even carved runes on every scale, using them like living scrolls. Heart of Magma adds fire damage. Good. Staff of Scorching, 3 fire rays. Taking it, within seconds, Cassius had swallowed more than a dozen magical items. Only these few were truly useful. The rest, flashy court junk, expensive but useless in a real fight. It was clear, this red dragon loved gold more than magic. Outside, the sounds of battle grew louder, but weaker. His mother was about to fall. It's time to go. Cassius turned toward the exit. But he couldn't help looking back. That mountain of gold, it tugged at his very soul. The greed in his bloodline screamed at him to stay, to take everything. But his stomach was already full of enchanted metal. Just one bite, he opened his jaws and scooped up a mouthful of coins. They tumbled down the sides of his snout like a golden waterfall. But the texture surprised him. Instead of cold, hard metal, the coins felt like oily, soft candy. A transparent panel appeared in front of him. Achievement unlocked. Gold Swallower. As an evil dragon, you weren't satisfied with hoarding treasure. You began fusing it into your very being. Your greed astonishes even the gods. One day, your desires might consume the world. Passive trait gained. Metallic Scales LV.4 4250/5000 +2 Armor Class +1 Constitution. As you devour precious metal, its essence bonds with your flesh. Your scales glow with metallic brilliance, greatly increasing your defense and vitality. Note, Enoch Capelius, once the greediest dragon in the multiverse, even stole from the gods. He was turned into a golden statue, forever drifting through the void. Whoosh! Cassius felt the coins melt inside him. The essence spread through his blood, and his red scales began to shine with a golden hue. His heart beat faster, pumping molten strength through his veins. Phew! He exhaled deeply. Gains like this weren't linear, they were exponential. Each level stronger than the last, especially when it came to Constitution. Great haul. Shame I can't take the rest. That single bite of greed had paid off more than he'd expected, but the battle outside was almost over. No time to linger. He couldn't let his instincts get the better of him. Becoming the stereotype of a muscle-brained red dragon wasn't on the agenda. It's time to go. Cassius was proud, sure. But even he wasn't stupid enough to risk everything for one more coin. Fortunately, his adoptive mother had prepared a narrow tunnel, a backdoor escape. Belly full and gleaming, the young dragon darted toward it, flapping and scrambling as he squeezed out of the vault. The passage led to the southern slope of Cloud Summit Peak. And beyond that, Bakara Forest. There the sky would stretch open, and the world would be his. An adult red dragon couldn't easily hide, but a young one, slipping between birch and spruce? Perfect. Plenty to hunt. Plenty to plan. The wind's picking up. Time to run. Cassius near the exit and leapt forward. Chapter 3. The battle of fate up above in the sky. The once mighty red dragon was falling apart. Her body was riddled with wounds. She groaned, scales glowing faintly as divine light corroded her injuries. Her wings were torn like rags, and every flap made a mournful sound. But even in pain, she didn't believe she could be defeated. She was a red dragon. She still held Tiamat's power. She still had fire, fury, and many tricks left to unleash. Boom! The red dragon landed heavily on the peak. The cliffs trembled, rocks cascading down as she crashed onto the summit. For the first time, her voice carried a trace of hesitation. "Half-elf, you are strong," she said. "Unlike the others, your strength far surpasses that of mortals. You are worthy of a true dragon's attention. Become my retainer. Rule the Enzita Great Wilderness at my side." But the half-elf paladin did not speak. She slowly raised the silver sword in her hand. Her eyes were steady, unwavering. Her silver armor, though scorched and blackened, still shimmered faintly in the light. To hunt sworn foes or drive out lesser evils, I vow to challenge greater malevolence, her presence seemed to say. And a sworn enemy deserves no mercy. Rhea leapt, light on her feet, her silver sword flaring with a soft aurora, like the rays of a setting sun. It was not blinding, nor overwhelming, but carried the quiet resolve to shine even in darkness. This was the power of the Twilight Blade. Soul of vengeance. With a sharp cry, countless spectral spirits appeared around the half-elf paladin. Children lost to fire, mothers crushed beneath their homes, men turned to ash by dragon flame, warriors torn apart by claws, paladins still burning with vengeance. Rhea took flight. Illusory black wings spread from her back, giving her the appearance of an angel born of fury. At that moment, she soared high above the mountain. Roar! Ecclesia, the red dragon, let out a furious roar. The pride of her ancient bloodline would not allow her to be looked down upon by any lesser being. She summoned everything, every ounce of power in her bloodline. No magic, no tricks, only primal, brutal force. This was the red dragon's true strength, melee combat. She charged. Boom! The mountain quaked beneath the force of the approaching clash. All of Enzita Great Wilderness shook. Even Kai Su, fleeing far below, couldn't help but glance back at the towering battle behind him. Supreme, holy slash. Rhea poured all her strength into the strike. She gripped her silver sword tight and slashed downward, ignoring the dragon's open, snarling maw. The blade, glowing with twilight light, sliced diagonally. Slice. The sword tore through the dragon's iron-hard scales with ease. It passed through blood vessels, burning hot muscle, flesh. And then the spectral spirits joined the assault. The souls of vengeance screamed as they rushed forward, slamming into the torn wound on Ecclesia's neck. Each hit carved the wound deeper. Ecclesia reared back in agony, letting out a guttural scream, but the movement only widened the cut. Scalding blood gushed like a fountain. She could scream no more. Her throat was completely severed. It had all happened too fast. So fast, the mighty dragon hadn't even lifted a claw, hadn't swatted her tail, hadn't called on the power of Tiamat. The silver sword had already ended it. Her long body, stretching dozens of meters, shuddered in the air. Her wings fell limp. And then she crashed to the mountainside. Boom! The ground trembled. Her massive body rolled down the slope with a heavy rumble. Just like that, the greedy ancient life of the red dragon was over. Her soul might return to Tiamat, or be shattered forever by the spirits of vengeance. But one thing was certain, this red dragon was dead. Meanwhile, at the foot of Cloud Summit's southern slope, a vengeful angel with wings, almost the highest level of Black Rider. That's terrifying. Better run. Cassius couldn't help but mutter to himself. A sub-legendary. Even in version 4.0 of the previous world, that was top tier. Only a few hundred among tens of millions ever reached that level. And the ones who broke into the legendary tier, even rare. Thinking of that, the young red dragon became even more determined. He activated a skill granted by the ring of the nimble mage he'd swallowed. Oil on the soles of the feet. Immediately, his speed surged. Cassius bolted, a streak of red lightning darting toward the thick forest. As for flying, not a chance. If that sub-legendary paladin sensed him mid-air, one stray evil-crushing slash from hundreds of meters away could send his soul straight to Tiamat. She was that powerful. With innate divine sense, it was expected. Cassius fled in a panic, not daring to look back. Unaware that the half-elf paladin stood in a mountain peak above, her armor soaked in warm dragon blood. She stared down the southern slope, in the direction the young red dragon was running. Her amber eyes narrowed with doubt, because under her vision, the one that could detect the presence of evil, the distant figure of the red dragon wasn't bathed in the black aura of corruption. It was colorless, neutral. A neutral red dragon? That's impossible. Still unsure, she raised her silver sword, pointed it toward the fleeing figure. Her voice was calm, her will unshaken. Monster immobilization spell. From the tip of the blade, a magical light burst forth. It shot through the air toward the young dragon. If it struck, Cassius would be frozen in place, unable to move a single muscle. But just as the radiance was about to touch the red dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared from Cassius, completely blocking the monster immobilization spell, then shattering. Spell nullification barrier. Cassius was horrified, realizing that this magic nullifying amulet could only be used once a day, and he had no second chance. Run. Under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis, the young dragon frantically flapped his still immature wings, flying desperately. He fled with all his might, diving into the forest within moments, vanishing into the thick woods, hiding his presence entirely. Rhea looked down at the endless Bakara forest, furrowing her brow, then shaking her head, releasing a sigh. A red dragon of the neutral faction. Maybe she had created a terrible enemy for her future, or perhaps she had brought about a better change for the world, or maybe nothing would happen at all. Yes, she would not kill someone for potential future evil, but if that red dragon committed heinous crimes, Rhea was confident she could, just like today, use her sharp and unmatched silver sword to slay it completely. This was the creed of the avenging paladin's oath. No mercy for the wicked, but maybe mercy for a steadfast enemy. The half-elf slowly took off her helmet, revealing a cold and beautiful face, murmuring to herself. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Escaped Beast. Huff Huff. The young red dragon hid in a hidden cave deep in the forest, the entrance concealed by dense, hanging branches. Cassius wasn't sure if he had eluded the half-elf paladin's pursuit, so he kept fleeing into the depths of Bakara forest. He didn't look back, nor did he stop. He didn't know how long he ran until he was nearly out of strength and found this relatively hidden cave where he could somewhat relax. When out adventuring, caution is key. I think I've shaken them off. Cassius panted, still uncertain. The light screen unfolded slowly again, another three-dimensional trophy icon appearing. Achievement obtained. Fugitive beast. The hunter is coming. Escape. Leave this place and never return. Passive trait acquired. Fugitive. Agility +1. Stealth +2. Athletics +4. Note, surviving a near-death experience has taught you how to escape. This is not a disgrace, but merely a means of survival. Instantly, the red dragon felt a non-physical, breeze-like power crawl over his body, visibly and rapidly transforming him. He gladly accepted this transformation. He stayed in the cave for several hours until the power finally subsided. Is this a spell? No, I don't sense any elemental flow. It's more like a form of spiritual energy. The red dragon observed himself in a puddle. His limbs and torso were still muscular, but were now transforming into a more streamlined and aesthetic form. The exaggerated muscular bulge typical of red dragons was gone. Even his wing membranes had changed slightly, allowing him to better interact with the elements in the air for flight. Compared to before, the red dragon was now more agile. The achievement system, it seemed, was his unique feature, rewarding him for completing certain tasks. Passive abilities like Metallic Scales and Fugitive would still be powerful even in the late game. But what puzzled Cassius was his template. In his past life in Elzagai, player templates and monster templates were completely different entities. Before reaching legendary status, player templates could gain experience through battles and quests to level up, leading to a late-game scenario where thousands of level 12 and above transcendent warriors alter the course of battle. The monster template, however, was native to this world, only able to grow stronger through self-discovery and aging. But as long as the panel was still there, everything else could be managed. The semi-transparent blue screen unfolded slowly. Cassius noticed his prefix had changed. Wealthy young red dragon name, Cassius Claudius Nerixius template, NPC, 10 years, 1 day, and 4 hours until server opens. Category, large dragons, lawful neutral AC 20, natural armor, metallic scales, attributes, strength, 21 agility, 11 constitution, 19 intelligence, 12 perception, 11 charisma, 14 skill proficiencies, stealth +6, athletics +4, perception +8, hunting +2, escape +4, knowledge future +4 damage immunity, flame. Senses, blind sight 10, dark vision 60, passive perception 14 languages, draconic, common abilities, biting, clawing, tail attack, flight, flame breath attack traits, metallic scales, fugitive combat equipment, magic nullification amulet, dexterous mage's action ring, staff of scorching, dead speak amulet, lava splasher, blade evasion ring, silent footsteps amulet, owlbear perception and mask challenge level, 3,600 experience points. Assessment. Never underestimate even a young red dragon. It will become a lifelong nightmare, especially one with more than 10 magical items. One slip and you'll fall into its grasp. The prefix can change. Intriguing. A tawny feather floated down onto the red dragon's nose, prompting him to exhale a sulphurous breath, burning the feather black and blowing it away. The owner of this nest should be back by now. So thought Cassius. Sure enough, a furious roar soon came from the cave entrance. Roar, roar. A fierce beast tore away the branches, a dull ivory-colored beak, powerful limbs also covered in eagle feathers. The massive creature stood a full 8 feet tall, its robust body lined with dense, dark feathers, even larger than Cassius by a few measures. This was an owl bear, a savage predator of the wild. Possibly the creation of some ancient mad mage using bear and owl samples. Owlbears were now spread throughout the continent. Cassius's own panel displayed the owlbear's details. Based on your own power, you can observe the following information: adult male owlbear category, large beast, always neutral AC 15 attributes, strength, 20 agility, 12 constitution, 19 intelligence, 2 perception, 12 charisma, 10 proficiency skills, listening +4, perception +8, hunting +4 senses, keen smell 14, passive perception 16, owl beast instinct 20 language, none actions, grapple, biting, ramming, clawing trait, mastery and grappling. Challenge level 3, 700 experience points. Assessment. Owlbears are extremely savage predators, typically deemed fierce, aggressive, and bad-tempered. They tend to attack any moving creature without warning. Cassius looked at the beast before him, simply spreading his wings and using a magical item to preemptively cast animal language skill, testing it. Submit to me, owlbear. But the feral beast responded with an angry roar, pounding the ground with its powerful claws. It squeezed through the cave entrance, charging at the red dragon with full force. With only 2 intelligence, these beasts could only roughly gauge size and had no way of realizing the terrible power lurking within this young dragon's body. Moreover, the red dragon had yet to awaken its aura of majesty, making it appear even more ordinary. Just a beast, after all? Cassius shook his head, unafraid of the charging beast, casually opening his mouth. Searing Ray, the fire elemental crystal in his internal staff, glowed red, bursting with scorching magical energy, deploying this second-tier spell. As the red dragon's natural affinity for fire elements enhanced the spell's power through his throat, it became even deadlier, despite his young age and undeveloped spellcasting ability. Bang, 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 3 scorching fire rays shot out, hitting the owlbear directly. With its abundant fur, the beast was especially vulnerable to fire, and as the fire rays struck, its fur instantly charred and caught fire, burning fiercely. Roar, the beast howled in pain, rolling on the ground. But this did nothing to stop the raging flames. nor did it prevent the young dragon from pouncing to bite it forcefully. Even Cassius's internal heart of magma emitted searing magical aurora, causing additional flame damage. Soon, the cave filled with the scent of scorched fur and the rich aroma of roasted meat. Not bad, just a bit tough. Cassius chewed the charred yet thick bear meat, and the panel opened before him again. Killed adult male owlbear, gained 700 experience points. Level increased to 1 due to racial traits. Leveling up in your occupation will be more challenging, but you will gain even greater power. Achievement obtained. First blood. Welcome to this colorful world. Player occupation panel obtained warrior, mage, magician, martial monk, and several other occupation badges appeared on the panel, leading to numerous sub-occupation branches. Cassius was first stunned, then overjoyed. He recalled that in the previous game, players had to complete the novice task of killing a turkey in the unknown space to unlock the player occupation panel. Dragons yearn for power, but seeking humanoid abilities is not a natural thing for them. They are proud and disdainful of non-draconic knowledge. Overall, dragons detest learning the skills of lower species. Hence, their legacy lacks enhancement methods, relying more on innate spells and an insatiable greed for treasure. Players, on the other hand, could easily find ways to become stronger, but their base stats were imported from real-world data. In the game's early stages, player attributes were notoriously weak. There was even an unnamed barbarian player who created the miracle of starting with 8 intelligence. But Cassius could easily combine the terrifying talents of Dragonkin with the player occupations. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. The origin of sorcery. If it were later stages now, Cassius would have chosen the mage without hesitation. After all, being a mage master wasn't just for show. A fully prepared and well-equipped mage had the assurance of defeating any enemy of the same level, with powerful branch occupations like time mages that mastered spatial and temporal powers in the later stages. However, the mage had one critical flaw in the early stages: the need to transcribe spells. Yes, magic seemed like a science to mages, something that needed to be studied. Only through detailed understanding of spell prototypes via spell scrolls, mastering various magic web parameters, and thorough learning could one successfully acquire a spell. And right now, Cassius was penniless, with only a few pieces of magic equipment on him. He couldn't possibly run to a human town to learn magic in his dragon form, could he? Would he have to advance through a magic academy? Warlocks were different. Their spells were heaven sent. A better word to describe it would be innate talent. After contemplating for a moment, Cassius made his choice. Choose to advance. The warlock occupation detected that you have Dragonkin bloodline automatically selected as Dragon Vein Sorcerer. Red Dragon bloodline dragons were powerful magical creatures, naturally adept at various supernatural phenomena. Any aged dragon, even a hatchling, could possess occupational levels in sorcery. Ancient scholars believed that a sorcerer's abilities were inherited from dragons, possibly from intermarriages long ago. More importantly, a warlock's casting level could add to a dragon's innate spell casting level, enabling the dragon to fully utilize its bloodline, producing even stronger effects. The renowned ancient red dragon Mwalno dedicated himself to mastering fire magic, possessing a casting level as high as level 40. Your warlock level has been raised to 1. Origin of sorcery. Magic itself is part of a warlock. This latent power permeates their body, mind, and soul, waiting to be released. No one can choose sorcery. Sorcery chooses you. You have acquired 4 cantrips. 2 first-level spells. A rich spell table appeared on the screen. Acquired cantrips: Mage's Hand, act before the enemy. Magic tricks: Minor illusion. Acquired first-level spells: Cloud Mist technique, magic missile. Still the standard early-stage setup. In his previous life, when advancing his occupation, Cassius only got cold data displayed, never realizing anything different. Only now did he notice how incredible this power felt. This feeling: each spell appeared in his mind out of thin air. No, not out of thin air. More like innate, gifted talent. This precious knowledge penetrated his body, memory, and even attached to his will. Mage's Hand, Cassius thought, and an invisible hand appeared out of thin air. It picked up a stone from the ground and threw it. Even the lowest level spells and simplest actions amazed the red dragon. This power didn't come from a magical item or external source. It came from within himself. Compared to the rigorous scientific casting of a mage, warlock casting was more like art. There was no need to construct a spell prototype or calculate magic web parameters. He simply used his consciousness to feel the magic web and projected his will into reality, making it happen. For this reason, warlocks who could easily cast powerful spells were often envied and looked down upon by mages. They were mocked as barbarians amongst spellcasters or orcs with magic wands. Truly fascinating. The red dragon stepped lightly out of the cave, moving over the enormous, half-eaten carcass of the owlbear. He now understood why Erez's spellcasters were so arrogant. This sense of control over reality could feel godlike to ordinary beings. But the system prompts continue to display on his panel. Bloodline tracing from ancient red dragon fills your body with scorching flame power. You gain affinity with fire element magic. Flame damage will be enhanced. Breath weapon fire has been enhanced. Acquired additional cantrip, fire arrow. Fierce flames reflected in Cassius's golden vertical pupils. His body surged like an erupting volcano. His heart thumped heavily, pumping elemental fire through his veins. His blood pulsed like hot magma, vibrant and alive. Tracing your bloodline heritage. The red dragon closed his eyes. Illusions began to unfold in his mind. He saw an ancient battlefield in an unnamed outer plane. Towering metallic city walls loomed hundreds of meters high in the distance. An ancient red dragon flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a raging whirlwind. Heavenly troops with wings were swept away like dust. The dragon opened its massive maw and released a terrifying breath of flame. The heat distorted the air, melting the strong metal walls into molten rivers. Ancient angels, bearing dragon heads and human bodies, wielded wands to cast divine arts. Several heavenly colossuses, towering tens of meters tall, leapt upward to strike the ancient red dragon. Silver-haired Barney angels took coordinated aim, loosing volleys of arrows into the sky. Yet, even the ancient red dragon appeared small within the vast battlefield. A roar echoed. Far in the distance, a monstrous being with 5 vicious dragon heads let out a deafening howl. Its massive wings unfurled, blotting out the sky as it rose slowly. A hurricane surged. Dust filled the heavens. A shadow covered the land, heralding the end of days. In the illusion, Cassius instinctively looked up. One of the dragon heads, red and resembling his own, stared down at him. Its mouth curled into a slight smile. It spoke in a voice that resonated from the depths of his soul. "My child." A wave of bloodline pressure surged through him. The red dragon instinctively wanted to bow and kneel, forced to submit beneath this divine authority. "And notice me." Panic surged in his chest. Suddenly, the sky and the illusion fractured like shattered glass. The ancient red dragon, heavenly colossuses, and the terrifying 5-headed figure. Everything broke apart. Cassius gasped for breath. He was trembling, his entire body stiff. Staring in astonishment, the red dragon turned toward the system panel. It was flashing wildly, flooded with data like a system under attack. "Warning! Warning! Warning! You have drawn the attention of the deity, mother of evil dragons, Tiamat. Mind shielding system activated. Having faced the deity Tiamat directly, you may undergo unforeseen changes." Cassius felt apprehension creep into him as he read the rapidly updating messages. But he was also powerless to do anything about it. Is this the power of a deity? Truly terrifying. Ancient Plain battlefield. Did I actually see Tiamat's true form? In Erez, even when players reached legendary level 21, the gods remained mysterious. Almost no one had seen the true form of any deity, not even minor ones. As for god-slaying, that was just a fantasy. Some top-tier players had once joked, if it has a health bar, even a god can be killed. But in truth, deities had no health bars. Their power was beyond mortal comprehension. Just seeing their true form in a vision could leave lasting consequences. But for this young red dragon, ancient dragons, interplanar wars, and the deity Tiamat were all far beyond his reach. If any supreme being had taken interest in him, he had no way of resisting. So instead of worrying about things beyond his control, it was better to steadily grow stronger and make plans for the future. Since I've already been noticed as a red dragon, I better offer incense to Tiamat. She is quite aged. Don't want her holding grudges against me. Cassius gently leapt into the air and flapped his wings. He began to spiral upward, rising into the sky. Next, it's time to earn some experience. Gazing across the vast forest and distant mountains, the red dragon let out a mighty roar. Though still young, his voice now carried a trace of draconic majesty. Chapter 6, A Hunting in the Forest 5 months later. Snowflakes had begun to fall over the Bakera forest. This foretold that the Nzita Plateau was about to enter winter, and the beasts were starting to hunt in groups, preparing for the long and severe winter. The forest rustled with sound, and gray figures darted swiftly through the trees. Their prominent snouts, triangular blue eyes, and sharp fangs betrayed their identity, terror wolves. One of the top predators in the forest, masters of group hunting tactics. In front of them, a herd of frightened deer was running for their lives. The wolf pack seemed unhurried. The strong leading terror wolf let out a long howl, and the rest responded with light howls. The pack consisted of more than 10 wolves. They coordinated with each other. Some drove the deer from behind, others flanked from the sides, and some even disappeared, forming an open pocket-like formation. After several minutes of chase, the wolves had the absolute upper hand, wasting little energy as they herded the panicked deer to a mountain pass. The deer, under the wolves' relentless pursuit, scrambled into the pass, seeing it as their last escape route, grasping at a lifeline. In the chaos, even small fawns were trampled to death. But they didn't realize that what they mistook as a lifeline was actually a trap. As the last of the deer entered the valley, the Wolf King let out an excited howl. The previously missing wolves reappeared at the other end of the valley, completely surrounding the 30-plus deer in the narrow pass. The deer were now in total disarray, bumping into each other, only to find menacing wolves everywhere they turned. The wolves' blue eyes gleamed, and they eagerly swarmed in. Blood splattered, pained cries echoed, and the valley filled with the scent of blood. In the end, the leading buck broke through the blockade on the opposite side with its large antlers, leading more than 10 deer to escape, leaving behind several dozen carcasses in the valley. The wolf pack had achieved their goal. The terror wolves rushed forward, tearing into the deer's flesh, eager to feast before winter set in, hoping to survive the harsh cold of the north. The Wolf King chewed on the most succulent organs, savoring this hard-earned, carefully planned meal. A mist arose in the valley. At first, the wolves paid it no mind, but as the mist thickened, enveloping them in a murky haze where they could barely see each other, they began to panic. Mysterious shadows flickered within the mist. It was unclear if it was the sound of wolves crushing deer bones or wolves' bones being crushed. Then erratic howls emanated from the mist, perhaps hunting signals, attack calls, or feeding permissions, unclear but meaningful to the wolves. If a knowledgeable mage were here, they could easily identify this as a spell, magic tricks, creating additional noises and sensations. Unfortunately, the beasts were unaware and instinctively afraid of the unknown, losing their reason. The Wolf King stood alertly, howling to call its pack. The pack howled back in confusion, trying to locate each other. But the dense fog blurred their vision, and the strange sounds made it impossible to discern the direction or gain any useful information. The Wolf King suddenly sensed a strange sound from above. A whooshing wind. It instinctively looked up, and its pupils reflected blazing flames. Then a sudden explosion sounded. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfuric heat, then spread his wings. A red figure swept across the valley, circling above the forest. The red dragon, transformed into a fearsome hunter, scanned the forest below, searching for the next prey. To him, the normally feared beasts were just walking experience packs. Near the bushes on the ground, a huge feral boar was digging through the soil, looking for anything edible. Whether it was the juicy roots of ferns, a hibernating snake, or soil clumps containing special elements, the boar would eat it all. This enormous boar stood over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, looking like a small hill from a distance. Its tusks, like curved blades, jutted out from its mouth. Beneath its thick hide were layers of fat, covered by a tough exterior of hardened dirt accumulated over the years. Ordinary iron swords couldn't cut through this natural armor, and only the most experienced hunters dared to challenge such a formidable beast. The boar snorted, blowing out a clump of dirt, and continued its digging, finally uncovering an insect pupa in the mess. Delighted, the boar quickly swallowed the precious protein. Suddenly, it spotted what seemed like a small snake's shadow in the grass, slithering away. The boar trotted after the snake. The snake lured the boar to a cliffside. Just as the boar lumbered forward, eager to gobble up the snake vanished. A shadow descended from the cliff. Magic missile. Several arcane orbs hit the boar's thick hide, dealing inescapable, indefensible magical damage. The boar couldn't help but let out a painful wail, immediately followed by a frenzy induced by its injury. Beast fury. Its eyes turned red with rage, its fur bristling, and it stomped around, kicking up dust, searching for its attacker. This state was similar to a barbarian's trait, where the boar's strength and constitution were tremendously enhanced. Even more frightening, it became immune to pain and fatigue. Many adventurers who thought they'd mortally wounded it were torn in two by its tusks in its furious rage. But the furious beast couldn't find its target, nor its attacker, could only vent its overflowing anger everywhere. It rammed its massive body into the cliff, dislodging rocks, and tore up earth and trees with its tusks. Minutes passed. When the frenzy subsided, the giant beast lay exhausted on the ground. The surroundings were a mess, with debris everywhere, the ground torn up, and the cliff cracked. Recovering from its rage-induced frenzy, it began lazily munching on grass roots. Fire arrow. A flaming arrow fell from above, scorching its hide. Another red figure dove from the sky, landing on its bristling back. The boar's wail was pained and sorrowful, but it lacked the strength to fight back. It only let the red dragon on its back bite through its spine, ending its life swiftly and decisively. This once unbeatable forest ruler perished miserably. Cassius ripped through its tough hide and thick fat, exposing the bloody flesh beneath. He didn't bother to cook it, tearing off a piece of tenderloin and devouring it. The red dragon had a unique digestive system, converting most of what it ate into nutrients for growth, and the remainder into elemental energy, with little waste. Very chewy pork, but a bit too old, he remarked, with blood dripping from his mouth. Chapter 7. Magician Metamagic. In the past 5 months, Cassius had spent his time in the Bakera forest, searching for more powerful beasts. The red dragon transformed them into growth sustenance and leveling experience. Appropriate caution was necessary, and before being fully confident, Cassius would not challenge the most formidable creatures. Now Cassius had already risen to level 2, learned the magic-powered fountain ability, and gained sorcery power. After this period of hunting, this young red dragon in his growth phase had grown significantly larger, now measuring 6 meters from head to tail. His scales had become brighter, and slightly protruding bone spurs had grown along his spine, though they had not yet formed a complete dorsal fin. It was evident that he was about to enter the next stage. His head had become more ferocious, his forehead horns had elongated and hardened, and new horn rings had appeared. Short keratinous spikes grew on his chin, and his pupils were now several shades lighter. Of course, the red dragon still had the disproportionately large head and small body characteristic of a juvenile dragon. His proportions still appeared somewhat comical. Cassius swallowed a piece of meat whole and then looked up at the panel. Choose to level up the sorcerer class. Your sorcerer level has increased to level 3. The magic power suppressed within your body, mind, and soul has been released. You can now use strong willpower to twist your spells to achieve the desired effects, gaining the metamagic ability. You can choose 2 metamagic effects. You have gained metamagic, instantaneous spell, and metamagic, twin spell. Metamagic. Instantaneous spell. You expend a certain amount of sorcery power to twist a spell with strong sorcerer willpower. Your spell can be cast instantly, without preparation. Metamagic. Twin spell. You expend the corresponding amount of sorcery power to duplicate a prepared spell, allowing it to affect multiple targets simultaneously. Cassius directly chose the most straightforward metamagic combination. Although sorcerers did not need to construct spell prototypes like mages, they still needed to use willpower to feel the magic web and prepare for magic. However, the instantaneous metamagic allowed for direct casting, making spells as easy to control as moving an arm. The twin spell was even more notable. In battle, an additional spell, even a fraction of one, could change the course of the conflict. You have gained the first-tier spells, Charm Person and Thunderwave. You have gained the second-tier spells, Invisibility Technique and Enhanced Attributes. In terms of spells, Cassius chose those that were more functional rather than directly damaging. After all, being a red dragon, most low-tier spells didn't inflict as much damage as his sharp teeth and flame breath. Besides, he had the once-a-day Searing Ray. Being invisible or charming others provided much more utility than minor damage. Upon making his choices, the red dragon slowly closed his eyes. Vast sorcery power was unlocked from the depths of his body, rolling out like a fountain, forcefully attaching to his will. There was no need to calculate parameters or construct models. One only needed to use that power and twist the magic illogically as required by the spellcaster. This was the magic web, a system that simultaneously harbored both order and chaos. Several spells emerged from deep within his mind, deeply inscribed into the Red Dragon's consciousness. He had finally touched a higher layer of the magic web and gained a more profound understanding of this world's magic web. It's about time to leave here. The next destination will be Stormy Ridge. The Red Dragon gorged himself, leaving behind several abandoned nests in the forest without a second thought, and soared into the sky. The sky was clear, with not a single cloud in sight. He gazed down at the earth. Below him was a dense forest teeming with trees, with deer darting through the woods. Further out lay a vast, desolate plateau where the outlines of several cities could be vaguely seen. Beyond his line of sight were endless, snow-covered mountains that seemed to stretch to infinity. This was the Enzita Great Wilderness, located in the northwest of the Elzagai West continent, surrounded by the imposing Ensitica Mountains. Due to its perpetually cold climate, it was known as the Land of Eternal Winter. The indomitable Skander people had established dozens of cities here over a millennium, gradually forming the northern United Kingdom led by Duke Bosk. Many diverse creatures, including orcs, giants, goblins, and even giant dragons, coexisted in this vast region. The strong wind in the sky brushed across the red dragon's scales, drying the bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. All these real, vivid sensations were clearly reminding Cassius, or rather Lin Kai, that he was alive. Truly alive under this sky. This was not some virtual game. The red dragon looked down at the vast land, mumbling to himself, "I am Cassius." But his latter half of the sentence was lost in the high-altitude howling hurricane. I was also Lin Kai. Deep in the mountains, in the coldest part of Enzita, stood a black tower. No one knew its origin, and no one dared to visit. Unknown beastly howls often emanated from the tower, leading people to call it the Polar Night Demon Tower. At the top of the tower, a man clad in a black cloak, his face obscured, was waiting for something. An old rusty badge on his chest depicted a blazing flame with eyes growing on dragon claws. Soon after, a portal appeared out of thin air, and a grotesque creature slowly wriggled and crawled out of it, kneeling peculiarly before the man. The creature was over 3 meters tall, and even kneeling, it was considerably taller than the man. Its body was twisted, a misshapen assemblage of disordered flesh. It was covered in many white scales, but large patches of raw flesh remained exposed, with a thick mat of hair on its head, giving it a disgusting and grotesque appearance. The creature spoke with great difficulty. "Master, it is a red dragon." With that, it extended its bloody, twisted limb, presenting a charred bone that still bore the outline of a terror wolf skull. "A powerful red dragon?" The man responded, his tone unusually excited. "It is a very cunning. I have not yet found its lair." Don't be hasty. I know these red dragons too well, proud, greedy, furious, prone to violence, and lazy to think. Once these creatures obtain enough power, they will mark their territory and flaunt their power like a dog in heat. The man laughed maniacally, his voice filled with fanaticism and obsession. "When that time comes, that power will be mine to control." "Yes, master." The creature slowly lowered its head, its thick hair covering its ghostly blue eyes. The man stepped forward, gently stroking the creature's head, unfazed by the unknown slime covering his hands. He softly said, "I will not fail again. Absolutely not." These words seemed to be meant for the creature, but also for himself. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Stormy Ridge. The red dragon soared freely in the sky. In the distance, towering and steep cliffs pierced the clouds, which was Hurricane Cliffs. This was the Arcade Mountain Pass in the north, also a gathering place for storms where hurricanes often raged. Spreading southward for here across a vast, undulating terrain filled with scattered rocks, sparse trees, and even tundra, it was collectively known as Stormy Ridge. In the past life, Stormy Ridge had another name, New Beesmask Grave. Due to active and intense elemental reactions, this area was sparsely populated, with countless creatures growing wild here. Hill giants, gnolls, ogres, goblins, and even bipedal wyverns. All kinds of monsters coexisted here, where one could easily find themselves surrounded by evil creatures if not careful. Yet for Cassius, the evil dragon, this place was a holy land for leveling up and recruiting retainers. As winter approached, hurricanes on Stormy Ridge mixed with fragments of snow. The ground's weeds were withered and dry, covered by thin layers of snow. The red dragon felt a chill in the air and couldn't help but exhale a breath of sulfur-scented heat, sublimating the snowflakes in the air into water vapor. Need to find a warm enough shelter, the red dragon thought. Previously, Cloud Summit Peak was a good place. While located in the northwest part of the continent in the so-called land of eternal winter of the Anzita Great Wilderness, the cave had plenty of geothermal heat, with even some magma in its depths, fitting the red dragon's pursuit of fire and heat. Unfortunately, after his cheap mother got slain, it was no longer safe. There might be kingdom guards stationed at the cave entrance to prevent the evil dragon from coming back. Cassius tried to recall memories of Stormy Ridge from his past life, and suddenly thought of a good place. Just in time to see if I could recruit a subordinate or gain some experience. Feeling invigorated, the red dragon stretched his wings and glided over the ground, filled with excitement despite the cold wind. Giant's Mouth Cave. Whoever came up with that lousy name probably was some bored bard. Perhaps it was because the uneven rocks around the cave entrance resembled a giant's rotten teeth, or because the open hole looked like a mouth, but at some point, it got this name. The surrounding ogres and goblins also called it that, reflecting their limited imagination. The cave had changed owners many times, and currently, it belonged to a chimera. The chimera, a beast said to be created by the demon lord Demogorgon, who was summoned to the mortal world, had the hind legs of a goat, the forelegs of a lion, a pair of dragon wings, and the heads of these three creatures. It combined the worst traits of each part, the dragon's head driving it to raid and hoard treasures, the lion's nature sparking its desire to hunt powerful creatures threatening its territory, and its goat's head making it malicious and tenacious, fighting to the death. At present, the cave's owner lounged near the entrance, leisurely licking its wounds. Its massive 7-meter-long body lazily lay on the rocks, absorbing their lingering warmth. It was the most terrifying monster within 100 miles, sitting at the top of the food chain, only needing to ravage and kill. The accumulated bones inside the cave attested to its gruesome reign. There were even numerous human relics like armor and swords among the horde, suggesting many adventurers had fallen to this greedy beast. But the roaring of wings outside interrupted everything. The chimera roared furiously, rising to see outside, ready to tear the foolish intruder apart, only to see a robust red dragon land with a thud. "Submit to me or choose death," the red dragon said in Draconic. The chimera had dragon blood in its veins, rarely speaking but understanding Draconic. It studied the creature before it. This red dragon was clearly not fully grown, smaller in size but more robust. Though a formidable opponent, it didn't look invincible. The lion's head growled, its nature triggering a fierce desire to hunt the strong creature before it, a worthy challenge no doubt. Hearing the chimera's growl, Cassius shook his head regretfully, thinking that indeed, size does matter. Doing anything becomes troublesome otherwise. If a 20-meter-long adult red dragon had occupied this place, shielding the cave entrance with its wings, there would be no worry about the chimera's defiance. He had to find a way to grow quickly. He too was observing the fearsome beast before him. Based on your levels, you can observe the following information chimera category: large monster, chaotic evil AC 14, natural armor attributes, strength 19, agility 11, constitution 19, intelligence 7, perception 14, charisma 10, proficiencies, listening +4, scout +3, hunting +5, senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 18 feet, language, draconic actions, multi-attack, biting, goring, claw attacks, flame breath traits, contradictory creature, evil minion. Challenge level 6, 2300 XP, assessment. The chimera is a brutal creature like a demon, fond of ambushing its prey from high above, spitting flames while diving down and continuing the assault on landing. It purely seeks amusement in hunting, savoring its prey's fear and pain, often toying with them, or leaving them mortally wounded only to return and kill them after they've suffered enough. This was the strongest opponent Cassius had encountered since his reincarnation, a genuine chimera. "Since you're not submitting, let's settle this with a brawl." Cassius grew more serious, his golden slit pupils narrowing, revealing the red dragon's zeal in facing a formidable enemy. His well-developed muscles tightened, looking ready to explode into action. The chimera howled, flapping its wings and taking to the skies. It stuck to its familiar tactic, diving down from the sky with its left dragon head spitting deadly flame breath. Using flame against a nearly fire-immune red dragon was clearly not a wise choice. It showed the beast lacked knowledge and combat wisdom. On the ground, the red dragon just tensed its muscles, remaining poised. "Act before the enemy," Cassius whispered in Draconic, pale purple magical aurora flickering at his eyes. This was a practical cantrip, allowing him to anticipate the enemy's moves before striking, delivering a deadly blow, crucial at times. The chimera spewed flames wildly, diving to a few meters in front of the red dragon. The red dragon's glowing slit pupils coldly fixed on it, discerning its flight direction. Then his tensed muscles instantly unleashed immense energy. He spread his wings, his over 7-meter-long body springing into the air, braving the intense flame breath to sidestep the chimera midair. The chimera hastily flapped its wings to change direction, but was already too late. Chapter 9. Battle of the Giant's Mouth. Red Dragon opened its bloodthirsty maw and bit down mercilessly at the chimera's neck. Its incredibly sharp dragon teeth pierced through the chimera's scales, tore through its tough hide, and deeply embedded into its flesh and blood. Blood splattered, and the chimera's head threw back as it let out a piercing wail. The once formidable flame breath abruptly ceased. The chimera's dragon-like wings flapped wildly, struggling to ascend, while its robust and sharp lion claws swung at the red dragon in midair, hoping to launch a counterattack and break free from its plight. Cassius unclenched his jaws, agilely dodged the incoming strike, and gracefully flapped his wings, spiraling diagonally above the chimera. The tides of battle had turned. The red dragon let out a satisfied long howl, diving down swiftly toward the chimera's back. Roar compared to the bizarrely shaped beast below, the streamlined body of the red dragon provided a clear advantage in flight. The chimera, suspended midair, was powerless to evade his actions, fluttering its wings futilely, helplessly watching as the red dragon's silhouette drew ever closer. Got you? Cassius spread his wings wide, his powerful claws gripping the chimera's wings tightly. Panic-stricken, the chimera lost its balance, flailing its wings erratically. All three of its heads turned back to bite, desperately trying to shake off the red dragon on its back. Bull's strength. The red dragon roared fiercely, the power of the spell surging into his heart and then pumping through every inch of his muscles, making his already powerful limbs bulge exaggeratedly, even emitting steam. Cassius instantly felt his strength surge immensely. His claws locked firmly onto the chimera's wings, nearly crushing its flesh and bones. "Who gave you the courage to fly before a true dragon down?" Cassius said viciously. He then folded his wings tightly, pressing down with all his weight and strength. The red dragon needed a crushing victory. The previously struggling chimera now had no chance of escape under the absolute dominance of his power. It could only despairingly await its fate. The chimera first wobbled in the air, struggling, and then, under the red dragon's immense pressure, plummeted straight to the ground from a height of more than 10 meters. Boom! The earth roared. Dust filled the air, rubble flew everywhere, rocks cracked, and the ground was smashed into a massive shallow pit. And in the pit, the chimera was particularly miserable, with scars all over, and its wings nearly broken. "Let me show you what true flame really is." The red dragon pressed against the half-dead chimera, his mouth slightly open, with scorching fire elements building up in the depths of his throat, the air around his mouth subtly distorted by the intense heat of the impending flame breath. "Submit or die." Cassius stared into the terrified, dejected eyes of the chimera's lion head and spoke each word forcefully. Though the chimera was a vicious and belligerent creature, it still valued its own life. Besides, its dragon bloodline made it naturally submissive to stronger dragons, becoming their evil minions. Under the threat of death, the chimera did not hesitate long. Its dragon, lion, and goat heads all struggled to lower, exposing vulnerable necks and letting out deep murmurs to express submission to the stronger dragon. A whoop before strength, all are equal. This was the most straightforward and brutal law of the wild. "Submit, master." The chimera could speak simple draconic, though only managing to utter the words coarsely. Cassius then loosened his grip on the chimera and sprayed his accumulated flame breath to the ground less than a meter away. In an instant, the scorching flames charred the ground and shattered the rocks. The chimera, frightened yet more reverent, knew that it stood no chance if hit directly by that flame. The chimera slowly climbed out of the shallow pit, its injured wings tightly folded on its back, and its scarred limbs struggling to support its body, the three heads drooping and not daring to look directly at the red dragon. The red dragon leaped to a towering rock wall outside the cave, roaring in draconic from above. "From now on, this place is mine." Cassius let his voice shook the surroundings, allowing creatures within a few miles to hear it. Whether it was the feasting gnolls, the marauding ogres, or the snoring bugbears, they might not realize the change of ownership in this territory yet, but Cassius was confident they would soon understand in one way or another. He then lightly jumped down the rock wall, his eyes returning to the submissive chimera below, and said casually, "From now on, remember this name well, and do not defy me. Lead the way ahead." Yes, the chimera nodded slightly and walked ahead, heading deeper into the giant's mouth cave. Inside the cave was warm, probably due to the abundant fire elements within the mountain, making the red dragon feel exceptionally comfortable. As they traversed the deep passageways, Cassius noticed numerous skeletal remains scattered around: giant skulls, bipedal wyvern wing bones, and even horned humanoid skulls. Is it a Campion? No, it should be a tiefling, Cassius thought to himself. The red dragon continued following behind. After passing through the deep external passage, the cave opened up before him, the space much larger, enough to house a mature red dragon. All around were remnants of feeding and various other passageways and openings. The chimera hesitated momentarily while passing a pile of skeletal remains, but then swiftly pretended not to see it and walked forward. It was deliberately guiding the red dragon inside. However, Cassius keenly observed this anomaly, stopped the chimera leading the way, and coldly asked in Draconic, "Were you hiding? What is there?" "No, nothing." The chimera turned around, whimpered, and bowed its head in a pleading posture. The red dragon scraped away the pile of bones, revealing a hidden entrance. A glance inside showed thousands of shimmering gold coins flickering in the dark cave. The chimera, with its dragon bloodline, had inherited the dragon's greed. Hoarding treasure was second nature to it, but to collect so many gold coins was quite a talent. "By dragonkin laws, I shall take half, but if you dare conceal from me again, there won't be another chance." "Yes, master." The beast's three heads lowered. Cassius glanced at it, then entered the cave, feeling the chimera's dragon head's painfully watchful gaze. With just one bite, his massive jaws swallowed hundreds of gold coins, most of the chimera's lifetime hoard from its constant plundering and slaughter. Chapter 10. The Tragedy of Northwind Castle. Gold coins flowed from the red dragon's mouth, while the chimera outside the cave stared intently at the scene. Its greedy eyes not only showed a heartache over the lost treasure, but also a hint of resentment. However, this emotion vanished swiftly, unable to display it before the red dragon. Cassius noticed this but didn't care, even feeling a sense of accomplishment in transforming into a minotaur. For such chaotic, evil creatures, showing mercy was useless because the chimera could never be unconditionally loyal to him. It would seize any opportunity to devour its master and take over. As an ancient saying from his past life went, "Fear power, not virtue." This described the monster perfectly. The only thing the red dragon could do was to use its strength while maintaining its powerful presence, ensuring it remained forever a retainer without the opportunity to rise. Metallic scales rose to full level 5,230 out of 5,000. New trait obtained: Gilded Scales. Gilded Scales armor class +3, constitution +1. You have devoured an excessive amount of gold element. The flowing gold will attach to your outer body and the depths of your heart. You can actively trigger Gilded Carapace. The gold inside your body will form a gilded layer on your surface, greatly increasing your armor value and changing the scales' appearance to gold. Able to turn my scales golden. Cassius suddenly had some strange thoughts because in his memory, there should have been no gold dragon in Anzita. Is it possible? Regardless, another life-saving measure had been added. The red dragon felt quite delighted. He ignored the chimera's resentful gaze, merely continuing to have it lead the way, exploring the giant's mouth cave. Not there yet, Cassius wondered. This place was far more complicated than he imagined, with numerous extremely deep sections that made one suspect it wasn't naturally formed but crafted by some dwarven artisans. Not far off, in a narrow cave, bursts of scalding white steam erupted, with some magma splashing out. This made the red dragon feel somewhat nostalgic. "Keep going." Cassius signaled the chimera to lead the way, but the cowardly beast kept whimpering and pleading, refusing to go further. "No matter what, master, hot dangerous will die." After all, it had submitted to the red dragon to save its own life, not to lose its life in the magma. It didn't have the red dragon's flame resistance. A strange place, however, with such a strong elemental reaction. It's better to explore once we are fully prepared. As for the name, let's call it the Bottomless Cavern. Cassius pondered for a while before deciding to temporarily put it aside, as he was, after all, just a young red dragon. He was barely managing to be a ruler in this wilderness, let alone face the unknown monsters below ground. If an eye demon or other high-level monsters appeared, he wasn't confident of winning. "You may leave now." "Thank you, master." The chimera breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't even care about its injuries, bolting toward its treasure-stashing cave and hurriedly moving the remaining hundreds of gold coins. Even risking its nearly fractured wings, it shakily flew across, finding a place to hide these treasures. Truly a creature with dragon blood, so obsessively fond of wealth. Cassius couldn't help but shake his head disdainfully. Thus, Cassius made the outer cave of the giant's mouth cave his first lair and temporarily seal the inner passage with rocks. The Chimera, meanwhile, was sent to a small cave on the opposite cliff by Cassius to serve as a retainer, guarding his home. To Cassius, the provided treatment was quite generous. At least he left it some savings. Didn't he? Many modern enterprises didn't even offer that kind of treatment. Magic tricks, as Cassius chanted. A corner of the cave, 1 cubic foot, became clean and tidy. The initially foul-smelling blood stains vanished. This red dragon, like a cleaner, used magic to scrub the cave inch by inch. This brainless beast surely ruined the place. This cave, if it were in a cultivation novel, should have been a land of good fortune and heavenly caves, but instead, it turned it into a slaughterhouse. Cassius looked at the bloody mess and couldn't help but complain. Another pile of bones lay ahead. The red dragon was preparing to clear them out of the cave, but once again saw a skull with goat horns. This skull looked relatively recent, probably weeks old, with some meat still clinging to it, surrounded by buzzing flies. From the human-like body shape and the broken tailbone, it was discernible as a tiefling. Tieflings were derived from human bloodlines, with bodies generally appearing human. However, their devilish lineage left a clear mark on their appearance. Horns on their heads, 4 to 5 feet long, thick tails, and solid-colored eyes, with skins in various hues. These hell-blooded beings often gathered in human towns, though not inherently evil. They always faced mistrust and discrimination from others. Cassius pondered for a moment, recalling a questline from his past life. It's tieflings indeed. Could it be related to the Northwind Fortress tragedy quest? Northwind Fortress tragedy. Northwind Castle, also known as Kavanaugh Castle, was a city on the northern United Kingdom's border, north of Stormy Ridge. With over 30,000 residents, it housed more than 1,000 tieflings under the rule of Earl Rackman. A century ago, the aged Duke Brad Rackman, troubled by his dwindling life, struck a pact with an evil necromancer, transforming himself into an undying vampire now reawakened. He agreed to offer 1,000 lives to the necromancer within 10 years to achieve a great ascension. In the ensuing months, many people vanished from the city without a trace. Amid this, Brad Rackman took advantage of the situation by delivering a notorious bloody speech. He placed all blame on the tiefling tribe, dubbed the Devil's Offspring, claiming they were sacrificing humans to devils. Thus began a righteous massacre. As enraged townspeople rushed into the city, they tied unprepared tieflings to the stake and burned them alive, old and young alike. Under accusations of collusion with devils, the tiefling holy warrior Mesulash, originally part of the city defense forces, vehemently resisted evading the Duke's soldiers. He led a group of 300 surviving tieflings to flee northward, near Stormy Ridge. There, they established the Tiefling Refugee Camp House of Ruin. In the early game, one of the main questlines involved cooperating with tieflings to expose Duke Rackman's true nature and eventually kill the brutal vampire. In Northwind Castle was a crucial main city. Could the Tiefling Refugee Camp be located near this territory? Perhaps I can leverage this questline to seize Northwind Castle. This was the player's main city. Seizing the city equated to gaining control over the players. From his experience in past versions, Cassius knew the significant benefits of this. Thinking this, the red dragon summoned the Chimera again, pointing at the remains on the ground. Where did you encounter these creatures? The Chimera approached, sniffing with its lion head before answering. Horned humans. Not tasty. Cassius glanced at the Chimera's battered wings. Deducing it lacked the capability for long-distance flight, he thought there was no rush. Besides, his current power wasn't strong enough. He could gradually rally surrounding beings under his banner. Go back and heal first. Yes, master. Chapter 11. Ogre Mage. In a corner of Stormy Ridge in Cannibal Valley, more than a dozen ogres were feasting on a charred wild boar, tearing the meat excitedly and making a mess everywhere. Mine, all mine, you fool. You think you can snatch from me the tallest and also the fattest ogre among them? Knocked out his companion with a club, seized the pig leg, and swallowed it whole, licking his fingers with satisfaction. His name was Ramp, the leader of the ogre tribe. Ramp found himself getting smarter, and his subordinates often said the same, though they didn't use such sophisticated terms. They just said he was really good at finding food, but the clever Ramp understood their meaning and felt very flattered by it. In the ogre's dictionary, good at finding food was the highest praise, whether by using a stout club or a smart brain. Besides gluttony, Ramp would often flip through the books he had seized from Nibbles, enjoying them greatly. He learned many useful things from them. For example, from Sean's adventure diary, he learned that placing a treasure chest or scattering some gold coins on the road and then digging a pit ahead, covering it with straw, could quickly snare more little ones. The book called this behavior trap. Ramp loved this elegant term. What fascinated him the most was something called a spell from the book Fool's Guide to Fireball spell. It allowed him to cast fireballs larger than a boar's head, easily turning a mammoth into roast meat. Ramp used this method to gather a large amount of food and consolidated the commonly scattered 2 or 3 ogre groups into a tribe of over 20 ogres. Those who refused to join were turned into roast meat by Ramp and ended up in everyone's bellies. This was an epic-making achievement that could be recorded in the history of ogres. At least Ramp thought so. Hence, he named the tribe New Era, a term learned from books. Unfortunately, no one in the ogre tribe could understand this name. A subordinate even asked why it wasn't called the Big Meat Chunk tribe. As a result, Ramp gave him a severe beating with a club. Ramp always had a feeling of hating Iron for not being steel towards his ogre subordinates. Whenever he tried to line his subordinates up to ambush enemies, as described in the military exercise manual, the ogres would always shout meat, meat, and rush in a disorganized manner. Wielding their big clubs, he wanted to teach his subordinates the common language, hoping to extort more food for humans, but the ogres only knew the words eat, meat, and food. Side, there were still too few smart ones in the tribe while eating. Ramp often thought and sighed at the same time. However, unlike Ramp, the other ogres, after eating, were already snoring loudly. In a deep sleep, he'd recently been focusing on training an ogre named Big Head, as the name suggested. This ogre had a very large head, twice the size of a normal head. Ramp thought that a big-headed fellow might be smarter. Chief, there's food over there, the scout arranged by Ramp shouted excitedly from the hilltop. Big Head, what kind of creature came by? Ramp happily spat out a bone and climbed up the slope. Since ogres were never full, it's a big lizard. Plenty of meat. The ogre named Big Head waved his wolf-fawn club excitedly. Was it a fire lizard or a bipedal wyvern? Several images flashed through Ramp's mind, but none are easy to deal with. Describe what it looks like. Let me see. It's the color of fresh meat, bright red, 4 legs, 2 wings, 1 tail. The more Ramp listened, the more off it sounded. He climbed up the hill and saw the big lizard for himself. His expression changed dramatically, and he gave Big Head a hard clubbing, making his already large head swell even more. You fool, that is a damn dragon. A true dragon. After saying that, Ramp couldn't contain his anger and chased after the foolish ogre, beating him mercilessly, causing the latter to howl repeatedly. Big Head said, "Aggrieved, Chief. Why are you hitting me? What did I say wrong? Isn't it just a big lizard?" Indeed, compared to most of his kind, he was already considered smart for recognizing it was a lizard and not shouting meat repeatedly. That was already an achievement. "You just keep talking. I'll teach you. Stop hitting, Chief. The dragon is coming over." Big Head cried out while holding his swollen head. Ramp put down his club and looked up angrily. He saw the red dragon already above him, with its wings spread wide, casting a shadow that enveloped him. Ramp used his clever brain to organize his words, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "A mighty, proud, and noble red dragon. Big Head is an ignorant fool who lacks manners, and I will discipline him well. I hope you won't stoop to his level." Considering that the sky was occupied by an arrogant dragon, Ramp deliberately referred to the phrasing in the noble etiquette record. Such a strong bardic tone almost made Cassius fall from the sky. But the red dragon didn't reply, merely looking down at this seemingly smarty ogre. Only a trace of undisguised surprise showed in its vertical pupils. Based on your own abilities, you can observe the following information. Ogre mage name, Ramp category, large giant, neutral, evil race. Ogre AC 12, beast skin armor attributes, strength 18, agility 8, constitution 16, intelligence 17, perception 8, charisma 12, proficiencies, arcane +3, hunting +4, traps +3, reading +6, military +2, ruling +4, herbology +2, persuasion +2, deception +2, senses. Passive perception 14 feet, languages, common, draconic, giant actions, slam, bite, pound. Combat equipment, ring of wisdom, study, a headband handcrafted by an archmage for an inept noble student. It locks the user's intelligence at 17, mithril ring, arcane +1, reading +4, Albert's mithril bracelet, allows a daily save on a 4th level spell, occupational level, 5th level mage spellcaster level, 5 spells, 1st level, none 2nd level, none 3rd level, fireball challenge level, 6, worth 2100 XP, assessment. This is a rare ogre mage. He is indeed very smart. Never underestimate him, otherwise he will let you experience the consequences of scorning a mage with a fireball. Arcane, military, governance, herbology, a well-rounded individual who even knows magic. This guy is a talent. Cassius couldn't help but marvel in his heart. With an intelligence of 17, he would be considered a sage in any human city and would probably be called a prophet in an orc tribe. It is a pity that in an ogre tribe, which does nothing but eat and sleep, he would only become an overworked leader finding food for his subordinates. The intelligence headband could be considered divine gear for the early stages. If Cassius were a mage right now, he would do anything to get it. Unfortunately, he had chosen the path of a magician and did not plan to cross-class for the time being. For now, it was better to recruit a mage follower. The multiverse was vast and full of infinite possibilities. If even an ogre could become a mage, what wasn't possible? The air grew a bit tense. The red dragon and the ogre faced each other, one high and one low, staring each other down. Ramp, watching the seemingly contemplative red dragon, gripped his club tightly, sweat forming on his brow, and began preparing to construct a spell prototype in his mind. Chapter 12, Arcane Priory in a tense atmosphere. Cassius finally spoke. I see you have remarkable bones and exceptional intelligence. You're quite a talent. No, a magical talent. Would you be willing to become my retainer? Ramp heaved a sigh of relief and stopped casting the fireball technique. He responded flatteringly. From the perspective of submitting to the strong, of course, I am willing to become your retainer. After all, you are a powerful red dragon. But before the red dragon could reply, he tentatively looked up and said in a low voice, however, I would also like to know, what benefits do I and my tribe get from becoming your retainer? This ogre is really hard to fool, quite the smarty. If it were any other red dragon, he would have been roasted to ashes with one flame breath. But not me. I have an eye for talent. Cassius couldn't help but internally comment. Given the rarity of spellcasters, the red dragon decided to show some deference to this ogre. He adopted the posture of a former life leader giving a speech and began slowly, I can tell you are different from the usual ogres. You are very intelligent, seeking knowledge and wisdom. Ramp nodded somewhat appreciatively. Who could understand the bitterness of staying amidst a bunch of ogres who only knew how to eat? But do you really wish to spend your life eating and sleeping in this narrow valley? Are you willing to only keep company with these tribe mates, waiting for the day when adventurers break into the valley and turn you into bounty? Seeing the ogre somewhat moved, Cassius intensified his efforts, tempting the ogre like a devil from hell. Don't you want to wield greater strength, see broader horizons, and have your name sung by bards? Submit to me. I can provide you with endless food, unimaginable power, knowledge as vast as the stars, to truly realize your potential. I will build a great empire. The red dragon paused for a moment. Imagine you will be a part of my grand blueprint. Cassius's promises grew increasingly grandiose, figuring that the more the better when it came to boasting. I. The ogre was so excited he couldn't speak. Ramp pondered, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. These words had a significant impact on him, making him, for the first time as an ogre, start to consider if there was more to life than eating. The ogres had already gathered around, but were afraid to disturb their leader. Yet when they heard the word food, they couldn't help but cheer submit. Submit. Food. They didn't understand much else, but knew what food meant. Now, I need an answer. Are you willing to become my retainer? Cassius's tone was impassioned. Finally, Ramp's gaze grew resolute. He raised his head, his plump body half kneeling, and solemnly said, Witness this, gods. I, Ramp, lord of the ogres of Gluttonous Valley, the smartest ogre in the world, am willing to become your retainer and conquer this world for you. The red dragon wasn't moved by this somewhat magnificent pledge of allegiance. He only felt a bit parched. He thought to himself that this smarty had stayed in the mountains too long, not having experienced the hardships of human society. Even with an intelligence of 17, he could be fooled. Cassius, your master, remember this name well. Yes, my noble master, I am willing to be your sword in hand, your shield in front. To charge into battle, the ogre spoke passionately, still wanting to continue his lines, seemingly already lost in the fantasy of the great blueprint. Don't speak like that. Cassius interrupted Ramp's impromptu performance. An ogre standing 3 meters tall and weighing a ton speaking in such a bard-like tone sounded very odd. Yes, master. The ogre mage wiped the sweat from his forehead. Oh, the ogres cheered again, waving their assorted wolf fawn clubs, wooden hammers, and big bone clubs. In truth, they didn't know what had happened, only vaguely understanding that there seemed to be a new boss on top. And according to the second smartest ogre in the tribe, Big Head, they would get to eat more, which made these gluttonous creatures very happy. We have a new boss, the smartest ogre in the crowd, Big Head cheered. Ramp solemnly corrected, not new boss, he is master, or call him his majesty. Okay, old boss. Ramp, unable to bear it any longer, raised his big club again. Old boss, why are you hitting me again, ouch, while leading the ogres to move into the territory? The red dragon curiously asked the ogre mage. Where did you learn magic? And those books from Ramp scratched his head for a moment before answering. A few months ago, I ate a mage in a carriage, tender skin, very tasty. There were many books in his carriage. As he recalled, this ogre couldn't help but lick his lips, a look of ecstasy appearing on his ugly face. It seemed that even wisdom couldn't change the gluttonous nature of these ogres. Under my command, refrain from eating humanoid beings. Yes, master. Ramp's expression was somewhat disappointed. Those mages with tender skin were obviously very tasty, but for the sake of the great blueprint in his heart, he had to accept this harsh demand for an ogre. However, for Cassius, it was a necessary requirement, not out of pity, but because he planned to recruit a large number of players. If his retainers kept their cannibalistic habits, they might end up being hunted by the players. By the way, take me to see that carriage. The Red Dragon's expression was somewhat peculiar. He roughly guessed what had happened. Following Ramp to a hidden spot in the valley, Cassius saw the wrecked carriage. Although it had been abandoned for a long time, the exquisite gilded decoration still exuded an aura of luxury, and a gilded emblem was set on the carriage's inner wall, depicting an eye symbolizing true knowledge and two crossed magic wands. As expected, it's the Arcane Priory, and it's a high member emblem. Such a waste, Cassius remarked privately. The Arcane Priory, a renowned mage organization founded by the famous Archmage Trafalgar. Members regularly gathered to share spell knowledge, exchange research results, and sometimes seek assistance in eliminating evil. Their branches spread throughout Rezer, with one possibly in Anzita. Cassius marveled at the unpredictability of the goddess of fate. An aristocratic mage apprentice, highly anticipated as a member of the Arcane Priory, bearing the hopes of many, with limited spell abilities, yet suffering from the arrogance typical of mages. He defied orders, refused family help, stubbornly embarked on an adventure alone, possibly uttering youthful words like, "My fate is mine to decide." He wanted to establish himself in the wild, slay monsters, rescue princesses, seize treasures, gain accolades, and create his own legendary adventure story. But this poor apprentice didn't get far before being knocked out and swallowed by an ogre roaming around, ending up as lunch. Not only were the precious books he carried lost, but the expensive magic equipment inherited from his family was also taken. Ironically, the incident led to his killer, a rough and ugly ogre named Ramp, becoming a rare ogre mage. Chapter 13 Subduing Retainers. Cassius walked forward and pressed the emblem on the carriage wall. Using a spell, he infused it with a bit of fire element. Instantly, words appeared in the burning flame. Anzita Branch cordially invites you to join gathering date December 1st, 1723. Location Stratholme Fortress. Teleport coordinates **********, an emblem of the Arcane Priory. Interesting. This gathering should be in a few years, Cassius remarked with satisfaction as he put away the emblem. What about those books? The Red Dragon then asked. They're here, all hidden. I was afraid those fools might use them for cooking fuel. Ramp awkwardly laughed, pushing aside a heap of bones to reveal a box of golden silk namu filled with exquisitely packaged books inside. Noble Military Training Code, How to Build an Attractive Army, Fool's Guide to Fireball Spell Apprentice Encyclopedia, How to Explain the Magic Web to Your Son Sean's Adventure Log, Bard's Court Poetry Collection, How to Become a True Noble, How to Survive in the Wilderness, A Complete Guide to Wild Herbs, Power and Strife, A Chronicle of Court Intrigue in the Arcanist Kingdom, Appreciation of Giant Women. Seeing this array of absurd books, Cassius was left speechless. He finally understood why the ogre before him spoke in such a bizarre poetic tone and realized that a young noble mage apprentice died unjustly. Even if he hadn't died in an ogre's stomach, he would have succumbed to his own peculiar hobbies. Not bad. Keep collecting. Cassius still found himself at a loss for words and could only offer a perfunctory compliment. Ramp awkwardly scratched his head. The Red Dragon saw for the first time how bashful could appear on the face of a 3-meter-tall, 1-ton ogre. Ramp, I need you to build camps and fortresses in Giant Valley. And here, this will become the base for my retainers. In the future, it will no longer be called Giant Valley. It will be known as Ashen Nest. Ramp's face was full of excitement, imagining once more the blueprint for world conquest in his mind. Unfortunately, the noisy ogres beside him, oblivious to the wisdom that set him apart, shattered his daydreams unceremoniously. Boss, when are we eating? Yeah, my stomach is so empty I can see my toes now. The ogre named Long Fong grumbled discontentedly, its yellowing tusks trembling up and down. Eat, eat, eat. You only know how to eat. Get to work. Ramp waved his wooden club menacingly. But aside from the outrageous ones, Ramp, or rather the young noble's collection of books, did hold valuable knowledge. For instance, the Fool's Guide to Fireball Spell and the Spell Apprentice Encyclopedia with their detailed and easy-to-understand explanations of magic applications, greatly benefited Cassius, deepening his understanding of the magic web. And this so-called New Era Ogre tribe, with over 30 ogres, plus an ogre mage proficient in the fireball technique, was a formidable force in the surrounding hundreds of miles. After consecutively subduing the chimera of the Giant's Mouth Cave and the ogre tribe of Gluttonous Valley, the Red Dragon finally had underlings, officially making a name for himself. Ashen Nest. In just 2 days, over 400 goblins led by a great goblin came to Giant Valley to defect. These goblins were noisy and loud, but the moment they saw the Red Dragon's seemingly enormous figure, they all fell silent. A few even fainted in fear, losing control of their bladders. The leader was not a goblin but a tall, imposing goblin warlord. They were closely related to goblins but were a different race altogether, far more powerful and intelligent than goblins. Behind the great goblin followed several large, muscular humanoid creatures, the bugbears, the commander's trusted aides. The goblin warlord in front had reddish-brown skin and dark gray hair, yellow eyes nestled under a prominent brow, and a large mouth filled with long, sharp yellow teeth. He was unmistakably male, with a large red nose symbolizing goblin masculinity and strength. At this moment, he knelt on one knee before the Red Dragon, his expression humble. Cassius looked down at him imperiously. Based on your strength, you acquire the following information: Goblin Commander, medium humanoid, goblin kind, lawful evil race, Great Goblin AC, 17 half-plate armor strength, 14 agility, 13 constitution, 14 intelligence, 12 perception, 10 charisma, 11 senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 10 feet, skill proficiency, ruling +6, hunting +4, military +4, building +4, language, common and goblin. Trait, army advantage and military regiment actions, multi-attack, great sword, and leadership challenge level 4, worth 1,100 experience points. Assessment. When the war horn sounds and the catapults launch giant stones, the great goblins march onto the battlefield, their boots thundering across the land. Settlements and residents on the fringes of civilization often find themselves battling these humanoid invaders to stave off their insatiable hunger for conquest. The Red Dragon stared at the leading great goblin, speaking slowly. Why do you want to become my retainer? The great goblin kept his head lowered, his expression unchanged. Goblins always submit to the strong. He paused, then added, especially since you are a powerful Red Dragon. Your desire for conquest is unending, and I can demonstrate my talents under your command. The Red Dragon narrowed his eyes. Why should I trust you? A mere goblin. The great goblin did not cling to the insult. He spoke each word firmly. I will prove my loyalty with blood and fire. Cassius pondered briefly and decided to accept these goblins too. After all, his territory was still in its nascent stage. Some goblins as cheap labor were essential. Moreover, among them was a quite capable great goblin. The conquest desire of great goblins was extreme. Their strong lust for war often meant they did not survive to die of natural causes. Having him command the troops was far better than the half-baked skills the ogres learned from the noble military training code. Well said, but we'll see how things go. I will allow you to enter my territory. Go find my retainers. They will tell you what to do. I obey your command. Upon hearing that they were accepted by the powerful Red Dragon, the goblins erupted in joyous cheers. These goblins were weak, generally standing just over a meter tall. A single goblin could not even contend with an ordinary human farmer alone. They survived in the wilderness only by clustering and attaching themselves to stronger beings. And now they had latched onto the sturdiest pillar, a Red Dragon. No wonder these goblins were so ecstatic. Chapter 14, Leader Struggle. After nearly a month of recuperation, the Red Dragon's territory was thriving. Under Ramp and the Great Goblin's command, the goblins and ogres had already piled up a simple stone fortress within the giant valley. The city walls stood over 5 meters high, with watchtowers placed at higher terrain. Named Rock Fortress by the well-read Ramp. This made the valley, already easy to defend and hard to attack, become even more indestructible. Even if a human formal army attacked, the Red Dragon was confident in keeping them out. Get to work. No slacking off, a 3-meter-tall ogre shouted from the top of the watchtower, looking downward. However, the wooden watchtower appeared so fragile under the ogre's large and fat body that one could even hear the wood creak as if lamenting for the half-ton weight it bore. Heave-ho, the ogres lifted giant logs, laboriously transporting them upwards to serve as the framework of the Rock Fortress watchtowers. As close relatives of giants, ogres had immense strength. Besides their greed and laziness, they were excellent laborers. And the goblins, already accustomed to building camps, worked in groups of over 400, cooperating with the immensely strong ogres. Under the command of the intelligent Ramp, with an intelligence score of 17, and the leadership of the Great Goblin, building a simple fortress was relatively easy. Beneath the 5-meter-high city walls, a group of goblins was swinging pickaxes, vigorously chiseling away at the rocks. "Hurry up, you're hitting my foot," as creatures known for their laziness, they often slacked off. However, ever since an angry ogre overseer had smashed a pretending-to-sleep goblin into a pulp, such incidents had ceased. After all, Ramp's lessons were just a momentary pain for the slow-witted ogres, but for the goblins, it meant the end of their lives. They knew this well. Oh, what was that? The working goblins all looked up, startled by the enormous shadows in the sky. In the distance, several massive figures flew closer, like a giant black cloud. There were more than 10 bipedal wyverns. They felt the call of their dragon bloodline, gathering together to see if there was an existence worthy of their allegiance. The largest among them was over 7 meters long, fierce and menacing, comparable in size to Cassius, though far slimmer than the red dragon. Unlike a true dragon, they had 2 scaled legs and a pair of sturdy wings instead of 4 limbs and 2 wings. Their tails were powerful, ending with a venomous stinger. This potent wyvern toxin could incinerate the victim's heart and arteries. Hunters and adventurers often sought their venom for alchemical potions and weapon poisonings. The bipedal wyverns landed. They set their front limbs on the ground, pulled their wing membranes tight against their bodies. They descended, roaring. They were summoning the master of this place. Nearby, goblins scrambled in panic, terrified of being crushed or devoured. They fled in groups. They were too weak. A single movement from those creatures could easily kill them. On the fortress wall, the ogre mage was already preparing a fireball spell. Inside the cliffside cave, the chimera became alert, its 3 heads displaying different expressions. "Master, there's a group of wyverns," roar. The red dragon flew out from the giant's mouth cave, letting out a long, thunderous roar as he landed before the wyverns. "Submit to me," said Cassius. The wyverns roared noisily, then bent their long necks, lowering their heads in submission. But the largest wyvern, seeing the red dragon was only in his adolescent stage and similar in size to itself, dared to let out a challenging roar. A leadership challenge. An ancient tradition among dragonkin. The 2 would duel. The victor becomes the leader. The loser is driven away. But for a proud pure-blood red dragon, to be challenged by a lowly bipedal wyvern was a serious insult. If Cassius were fully grown, he would have been steaming with rage, ready to tear it apart. "You made the worst choice," snarled Cassius, his anger stoked by his current size. How much longer before his roar alone could make these creatures submit? "And I will grant you death." The red dragon flapped his wings and soared into the air, looking down at the wyvern. "Based on your strength, you can observe the following information. Wyvern, large dragon-type creature, unaligned armor class 13, natural armor speed, 20 feet walking, 80 feet flying, strength 19, agility 10, constitution 16, intelligence 5, perception 12, charisma 6, skills, perception +2, hunting +4, senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 14, languages, understands draconic actions, multi-attack, bite, claw attack, stinger challenge level 6, 2,300 experience points. Assessment. Sometimes travelers in the wild look up to see wyverns flying with prey in their clutches. These relatives of giant dragons also hunt in dense forests and caves. They are ruthless hunters. Their appearance spreads panic along the borders of civilization. The wyvern arched its neck and lifted its fierce head. It hissed, sounding like a massive serpent. Then the huge bipedal wyvern spread its wings and took off, its muscular tail sweeping through the air. The sharp stinger at the end gleamed coldly. Flame breath before it could fully rise, the red dragon unleashed a scorching cone of fire from his mouth, targeting the wyvern. The wyvern twisted in the air, adjusting its wings in an attempt to claw at the ground and escape. But it couldn't avoid the flames entirely. Its chest scales were charred black. The flesh beneath was scorched by the searing heat. The wyvern wailed in pain, but managed to lift itself with its front limbs and staggered back into the air. Time was short. The red dragon's next breath was already building, his throat glowing with orange-yellow light like an erupting volcano. Boom! Another stream of fire roared through the sky, trailing after the wyvern. The heat distorted the air around it. The wyvern flew in panic, darting left and right, unable to counterattack. Chapter 15. Monster Lord. Finally, the flames stopped. Maybe it was deliberate. Maybe his reserves had run low. Still, the red dragon hovered high above, coldly watching. The wyvern below was scorched and filthy. Its aggression had burned away, but its natural recklessness and pride refused to let it flee. It roared again, nearly in madness. Roar it charged into the sky toward Cassius. Its tail curved, muscles coiled. The deadly stinger aimed at the red dragon's chest. Just before it struck, Thunderwave. Spoken in Draconic. Boom! A thunderclap cracked through the sky. Centered on Cassius, a shockwave exploded outward. The wyvern, caught off guard, was thrown back several meters. Its wings lost balance. It fell into a clumsy, uncontrolled descent. The goblins watching below covered their ears in panic, with some even hiding behind stones, too frightened to look up. As the wyvern plummeted from the sky, Cassius continued experimenting with his spell. Witchcraft Arrow. A blue energy spear, entwined with shattered magic, shot out from the red dragon's maw, rapidly targeting the nearby wyvern. The wyvern, unable to evade, was struck by the energy spear midair. Its scales crackled with lightning, plunging its already scarred body into extreme pain. But this was not the end. A lingering electric arc formed at the impact site, linking the red dragon and the wyvern. It incessantly channeled magical lightning, causing weak arcs to coil around the wyvern's body. Boom. The wyvern crashed to the ground, black smoke rising from its body, rolling weakly a few times. It's going to crash down. Help run. The goblins scattered in all directions, terrified, but a few couldn't escape being crushed by the massive body of the wyvern. Their lives ended instantly. Cassius did not care. He descended gracefully. Step by step, he walked up to the wyvern. There were over a dozen wyverns that had already submitted to him. This one was not crucial. It was the perfect example. Ugh, the bipedal wyvern weakly lifted its head, letting out a feeble whine, trying to show submission at the last moment. But the red dragon extended a strong claw, pressed it against the slender neck, and applied force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The wyvern's head kept its terrified expression, but its life had already left it. The other bipedal wyverns were instantly terrified. They quickly flapped their wings and gathered around the red dragon. They bent their long necks, lowered their ferocious heads, and let out low growls from their throats, fully submitting to the stronger dragon. Cassius Claudius Nerexius, your master, roared. The red dragon stood atop the wyvern's corpse, letting out a long howl toward the sky. The wyverns sensed it, raised their heads, and howled in response. A cacophony of hoarse cries filled the air, as if celebrating the birth of a new king. After a long while, the red dragon finally released the corpse beneath his feet and gave his order. Cut off its head and hang it on the wall. Make arrows out of the toxin in its tail, the red dragon casually commanded. Yes, my mighty master, your power is unmatched. A great goblin, who had been waiting by the side, flattered Cassius and drove his goblins to get to work. And my lord, I'm afraid it's still alive. The goblins trembled, too scared to approach the massive corpse. Useless, what good are you? Dolores, enraged, turned a deeper shade of red and brandished his whip. Faced with the scolding and lashing, the goblins had no choice but to step forward. The chimera in the cave watched the dead wyvern from afar, a trace of fear in its eyes. Ramp gazed at the wyvern's corpse, marveling at the red dragon's might and rejoicing in the easy victory. The master will surely conquer this world, the big-headed ogre beside him whispered in his ear. Boss, that big lizard has so much meat. Can the brothers have some? Ouch! Another thump landed on him. This time, the heavy-handed example worked well, although this chicken was a bit too large. After a long absence, a translucent blue screen appeared in front of the red dragon. Achievement unlocked. Monster Lord, you could never imagine what I saw. I sneaked into its lair, and there was no treasure like the legends told. Instead, there were broken bones everywhere. This place is an adventurer's graveyard, but a paradise for monsters. From the will of an unknown adventurer. Passive trait acquired. Monster Leader Charisma +2, Ruling Proficiency +8, Extraordinary Charm acquired. Your power compels monsters to submit. You have gained the ability of Bloodline Gift, allowing you to influence creatures within your territory and create bloodline retainers. A peculiar power surged through Cassius's body. His charisma had increased. Here, charisma wasn't about looks. It meant influence. Even if someone was short and ugly, if they had the power to lead others to conquer the world, their charisma would still be high. In the magic-filled world of Erezer, intelligence represented inner logic and memory, perception was for sensing and divine influence, and charisma was about output, persuading others or casting spells that change reality. Cassius, as a magician, relied on charisma to cast his spells. It shaped how he touched the magic web, how his will change the world. The red dragon felt his connection with the elements tighten, his grip on reality strengthen. A new thread of fate bound him to his retainers. He could now reshape the world with ease. He let out a satisfied roar, flapped his wings, and flew back into the giant's mouth cave. He looked down upon his retainers. With a soft roar, the laboring ogres raised their logs and cheered loudly. The terrified goblins stared in awe at the sky, as if seeing a deity. Even the chimera, hiding in the cave, lowered its head, submitting to the powerful aura. This was the influence of the monster lord. In the distant underground mines, kobolds laid down their pickaxes and instinctively moved in a certain direction. Lizards in their dark camps lit bonfires and danced their primal dance. And some terrifying creature lurking deeper within the cave slithered on the ground. Chapter 16, The Escaped Kobolds. Another half a month passed. Snowflakes started falling from the sky over Stormy Ridge. The rock fortress stood tall at the entrance of the Ashen Nest, blocking all creatures that dared approach. The goblins, who hated the cold, hastily set up makeshift camps in the valley, huddling together for warmth. The ogres had it slightly better, occupying large caves where they snored in their sleep. Cassius also slept in the giant's mouth cave. Yawning idly, he exhaled sulfur-scented heat, filling the cave with warm smoke. The red dragon loved warmth. The cave's geothermal energy made it reluctant to leave. Several bipedal wyverns clung shamelessly to the entrance of the cave, ostensibly to guard their master, but really to soak up the heat as well. But seeing their diligence, the red dragon merely turned a blind eye. Meanwhile, Ramp had found a warm and hidden cave to serve as a library, spending his days immersed in his books, complaining daily to Cassius about the weakness of the goblin army and their inability to rob new books from human caravans. A bipedal wyvern circling in the sky let out a howl. That sound meant someone was coming. Cassius perked up, rising slowly on all fours, shaking his wings before walking out of the cave and taking to the sky. For the past half-month, he had either been sleeping or studying spells in the cave. As for food, the great goblin led an elite hunting party and surrounded several mammoths, even sending one specifically to the giant's mouth cave. The red dragon could be described as living a life of luxury. Just when he was feeling a bit bored, wishing for something to expend his excess energy and destructive urges on, an opportunity presented itself. The wyverns piled at the cave entrance eagerly made way the moment they saw Cassius wanting to leave, respectfully bowing their heads and then closely following behind him. But when Cassius soared to the valley entrance and looked down to see the uninvited guests in front of the rock fortress, his interest waned slightly. At the city gate stood a group of about 100 small, thin, humanoid creatures. They were covered in scales ranging from dark brown to black, with heads resembling a cross between a dragon and a canine, and small light-colored horns on their foreheads. These were kobolds. Cave-dwelling reptilian humanoids often worshipped evil dragons as demigods. But this group of kobolds was clearly in bad shape, many bearing wounds and bloodstains, huddled together in panic under the fortress gate, making a cacophony of noises. Cassius could tell they were speaking in Draconic, but from their mouths, it sounded like noisy barking. It's the great dragon. It's really a dragon. Until one kobold struggled to lift its head, seeing the red dragon in the sky and letting out a cry of surprise. We are saved. Suddenly, all the kobolds knelt down as if witnessing a miracle, muttering indistinctly in Draconic. Boom. The red dragon descended from the sky with a thunderous impact, sending flurries of snow flying at the city gate. Why have you come here? In Draconic, under the pressure from the dragon's bloodline, the kobolds continued to kneel without daring to look up. After a long while, a slightly larger kobold slowly crawled out from among the crowd. It threw itself at the red dragon's feet, speaking in a barking Draconic with a hint of sobbing. Great dragon, we have come to seek refuge with you. The red dragon coldly gazed at the small creatures before him, as if he could crush them with just a slight move of his body. It was said that kobolds had a trace of dragon blood in their veins and were naturally inclined to serve evil dragons, but their strength was pitifully weak, and with goblins as substitutes, their utility to him was minimal. Seeing the red dragon unmoved, the kobold raised its head stealthily, showing extreme sorrow. Our whole tribe was devoured by that monster, leaving only these few of us alive, and we felt your immense power, so we came to seek your protection. Hearing the mention of the so-called monster, Cassius finally showed a bit of interest. If I'd taken you weak kobolds, what can you offer me? Seeing a glimmer of hope, the kobold's eyes brightened, and it quickly said, gold. We can bring you lots of gold. Our whole tribe lived in a mine, enslaved by human smugglers to dig gold for them. We know everything about it, understand the veins, and know where the most gold is. The kobolds behind it hurriedly chimed in. Yes, yes. That's right, I can dig out gold as big as my head every day. Great dragon, you must take us in. Cassius's interest grew. Gold, a universally hard currency. With enough gold, he could confidently procure all sorts of contraband for humans, including weapons and magical books, thereby rapidly expanding his power. If he couldn't buy it, it only meant there wasn't enough gold. Moreover, the kobold's story included the so-called monster. Cassius continued to probe. Tell me more about this monster you mentioned. What exactly is it? Hearing this, terror flashed across the lead kobold's face, and the other kobolds began to clamor, some even bursting into tears out of fear. The kobold leader tapped his chest to steady himself before speaking slowly. Master, you must believe what I am about to tell you. The red dragon did not mind the title, and merely nodded slightly. The kobold seemed immersed in a terrifying memory, speaking with a tone as if reliving it. It was a very dreadful monster. Its body was larger than a small hill. Its mouth was also huge, bigger than a cave, and it could swallow 10 kobolds at once. His voice trembled uncontrollably as he said this. In the mine, it was like a shadow omnipresent. No matter where we ran to, the monster would find us. The tribe originally had over 700 members. All got eaten. Not even bones were left. The kobold appeared visibly shaken. I went through great lengths to lead over 100 of my kin out through the mine's secret passage. He sighed in relief as he finished speaking. By now, the kobolds behind him had huddled together in fear, not daring to make a sound. Is this monster you're talking about bigger than me? The red dragon asked with interest. Sweat beaded on the kobold leader's forehead, unsure how to answer. In his memory, red dragons were the most haughty and brutal creatures. Even a slight offense could lead to death without a burial. Speak the truth. Cassius stated impatiently. Yes, yes. The kobold stuttered, even closing his eyes in fear. What is your name? Genia. Not feeling the anticipated clause, the kobold leader let out a sigh of relief, wearing an ingratiating smile and exposing his notably prominent golden tooth. Chapter 17. Wolf cavalry and scorpion-tailed lion. The heavy wooden gates of Rock Fortress were pulled up by ogre guards, and the noisy kobolds flooded into the valley, assigned to some dark, damp underground caves, their most preferred habitats due to their sensitive skin. Fortunately, the vast expanse of Giant Canyon could easily accommodate these retainers. Otherwise, with hundreds of kobolds suddenly coming in, the temporary overseer ramp would be overwhelmed. Cassius soared into the sky, looking down at these weak creatures. Based on your strength, you can see the following information: kobold, small humanoid kobold, lawful evil AC, 12 speed, 30 feet strength, 7 agility, 15 constitution, 9 intelligence, 8 perception, 7 charisma, 8 senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 8 feet, languages, common, draconic proficiencies, construction +4, traps +4, digging +6, stealth +6 traits, sunlight sensitivity, pack tactics actions, dagger, sling. Challenge level 1/8, worth 25 experience points. Assessment. Kobolds use their talents in burrowing and trap making to compensate for their physical weaknesses. Fragile and small, they are nothing more than snacks for predators and must band together just to survive. A challenge level of 1/8. This might be the weakest monster Cassius had ever come across. Their only real value would be as miners or sappers. On a battlefield, they'd be nothing but cannon fodder. Still, the red dragon chose to keep them as retainers, likely because of the gold and the intelligence they could gather. Since kobolds were so weak, the fact that something was devouring them by the hundreds in the mines didn't matter much at first. But the creature responsible had grown larger than even the current red dragon. That meant it was not going to be easy to deal with. A more detailed assessment was needed. With that in mind, he summoned the great goblin chief, Dolores. Backed by the Ashen Nest, the once wandering goblin warlord had escaped the days of hiding and running from human hunters. Now he lived in comfort. Maybe it was an illusion, but even his rough reddish-brown skin seemed to have smoothed out a little. The influence of the Red Dragon's leadership aura only made Dolores admire him more. His ugly red face was lit up with a wide smile as he said, "My mighty master, what orders do you have? How is the training of your wolf cavalry coming along?" The wolf cavalry was made up of goblin soldiers riding works. Goblins and wolves shared a strange bond, often forming strong fighting pairs. This cavalry was the elite of the goblin army. Dolores had once said during a hunt, "I'd rather sacrifice dozens of fodder than lose a single wolf cavalryman," and he meant it. During that hunt, he had let a dozen goblins be trampled to death by mammoths just to save one fallen warg rider. Very well. The wargs are eager to taste the blood of enemies. Dolores licked his lips. His eyes gleamed with a hunger for war. Send a few scout teams to investigate the mines mentioned by the kobolds. Scout the nearby forces as well. Report back immediately with any intelligence. Avoid unnecessary losses as you command. The great goblin gave a deep bow before turning to mount his work. With a crack of his whip, he summoned the wolf cavalry. Cassius looked toward the sky and murmured after researching spells for so long, "It's time to sweep through the area again and gain some levels." He had been focused on learning and mastering spells, deliberately holding back his level progression. The player panel could boost his strength easily, but Cassius wanted true control. He needed to understand both the spells and the way this world functioned. He didn't just need power. He needed the mindset of someone who truly wielded it. Someone who wouldn't become just another puppet of the so-called system. With a powerful beat of his wings, the red dragon launched into the air. Now, on an unknown cliff, two grotesque creatures were gnawing at scraps of flesh. The remains were barely recognizable, but still clearly human or humanoid, from the smooth skin, the shaped fingers, and the fine clothing. The beasts were huge, around 4 meters long, with lion-like bodies and dragon wings. Their thick manes ran down their backs, and their tails were long and thin, tipped with deadly spikes. But their most horrifying feature was their faces. They were smooth, hairless, and disturbingly human-like. These were manticores, evil monsters, infamous for their love of human flesh. Many children's tales mentioned them as nightmarish beasts to scare kids into behaving, but they were all too real. They hunted humans, dragged them to nest high in the cliffs, and devoured them slowly. But today, a strange mist began to rise. Thickening quickly, it soon swallowed the entire cliff. The manticores, still focused on their gruesome meal, failed to notice the growing danger. Then came a shadow in the fog, followed by a sudden flicker of flame. Flame Breath, the red dragon, emerged from the mist, fire swirling in his mouth. He unleashed it in a sudden blast, incinerating one of the manticores. The beast flailed helplessly, rolling in its nest as flames consumed its body. But the nest was made of dry wood and straw. It too caught fire, quickly burning away. The second manticore let out a twisted shriek, a sound disturbingly close to human laughter, before flapping its wings to escape the fire and fog. Cassius didn't give it the chance. Instant cast. Cat's grace with the boost from the so-called Zeus spell. His massive body suddenly became light and agile. He surged forward with a single beat of his wings, overtaking the fleeing manticore. He struck without hesitation. His claws clamped down, gripping the manticore and slamming it into the cliff face. The cliff shook. Loose rocks tumbled down around them. The manticore gave a weak whimper, barely able to speak. "I yield." I yield. Tears streamed down its oddly human face. Its pleading expression would have disturbed any creature with normal taste. With a crunch, the red dragon crushed its spine in his grip. He let the creature fall. Its heavy body slammed into the ground below, followed by falling stones. A few last twitching sound, then silence. The red dragon stood high above, staring into the fog below. In the future, I need to capture human cities and prepare for the arrival of players. I require retainers who can be controlled, who can suppress their primal urges. If I want to scare people, I already have the chaotic evil chimera. Besides, these things are just too ugly. As the mist cleared, Cassius looked at the twisted human face on the ground and couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 18. Chapter 18 Advancement. In news, the translucent screen slowly unfolded. You killed the scorpion-tailed lion and gained 700 experience points. You killed the scorpion-tailed lion and gained 700 experience points. Occupation level increased to level 4. Cassius couldn't help but feel excited. In their Reser system, improving one's strength was extremely difficult. Every fourth level was almost a qualitative leap for most professionals. It significantly enhanced their strength, making it a major advancement in the early stages. Choose to enhance sorcerer level. You can choose to increase your attribute points by 2. Cassius pondered for a moment and decided to allocate all his attribute points to charisma to enhance his spellcasting ability. The attribute points obtained in the early stages could only boost attributes below 20, and the original strength level of the red dragon was too high to be augmented. Choose to increase charisma to 18. You obtained an extra feat: combat casting, general feat casting, or using spell-like abilities while in defense, captured, or suppressed states gives bonuses to concentration. Due to the dragon bloodline, you obtain the Dragonkin's extra feat: maximize breath weapon. Maximize breath weapon. Once a day, the dragon can choose to unleash its most powerful breath weapon. The attack deals triple the damage of the normal breath weapon and requires 25 to 45 seconds of charging time. The dragon must not have used its breath weapon in the preceding hour. After the attack, the dragon cannot use another breath weapon for at least 2 hours. Due to the dragon bloodline, you obtain the Dragonkin's extra feat: targeted breath attack. Targeted breath attack. Once a day, the dragon can aim its breath attack at specific targets instead of using a wide area effect. The dragon may choose up to 10 individual creatures and unleash small, focused breath attacks on them. Obtain additional second-tier spells: Misty Step, Phantom Force. Misty Step second-tier spell. You are briefly surrounded by silvery mist and teleport to an unoccupied location you can see within 30 feet. Phantom Force second-tier illusion spell. You designate a creature within spellcasting range and create an illusion rooted in its consciousness. The target believes the illusion is real and suffers real harm from it. For example, illusions of flames, acid, or magma could burn the target. Obtain additional first-tier spells: hypnotism, shield spell. Several spells appeared in Cassius's mind. His spellcasting ability was further enhanced, and his willpower in reality became more substantial. Cassius had no doubt that with his current spellcasting ability, he could easily toy with the young dragon he encountered previously. The information panel unexpectedly unfolded before him. Red Dragon. Cassius name: Caius Claudius Nerixius. Template: NPC, 9 years, 115 days, 7 hours until server opening. Category: Large Dragonkin. Lawful neutral race: Young Red Dragon. Armor class: 22, natural armor. Gilded scales. Base attributes: Strength 23, Agility 11, Constitution 20, Intelligence 12, Perception 12, Charisma 18. Skill proficiencies: Arcana +4, Deception +4, Persuasion +4, Ruling +8, Stealth +6, Perception +8, Hunting +4, Fugitive +4, Knowledge. Future +4, Damage. Immunities: Flame senses: Blind sight 10 feet, Dark vision 60 feet, Passive perception 16. Language: Draconic actions: Bite, Clawing, Tail, Attack, Fly, Enhance breath attack. Flame special abilities: Maximize breath, Flame targeted breath, Flame gilded carapace. Bloodline gift feats: Gilded scales, Maximized breath weapon, Targeted breath weapon. Combat casting: Extraordinary aura. Fugitive combat equipment: Spell nullification amulet, Nimble mage action, Ring staff of scorching, Talking to the dead amulet, Lava spouting device, Blade evasion, Ring silent steps amulet, Owl's perception mask. Equipped spells: Once per day, spell nullification barrier, Talking to the dead, Oil on the soles of the feet twice per day, Owl's perception, Burning hands 3 times per day, Searing ray. Blade defense. Occupational level: Magician 4, Spellcaster level 4 spells. Cantrips: Mage's hand, Minor illusion, act before the enemy, Magic tricks: Text transmission spell 1st tier, Cloud mist technique, Charm person, Magic missile, Shield spell, Thunder wave, Witchcraft arrow 2nd tier, Enhanced attributes: Misty step, Phantom force, Invisibility spell, Searing ray 3rd tier, None. Challenge level 11, 7,600 experience points. Assessment: A highly talented red dragon sorcerer, continually pursuing power. Terrifying. Generally, dragon sorcerers are driven by a desire stronger than wealth and power. They seek to master themselves and the power brewing within them. They pursue the most mysterious and dangerous knowledge, touching upon the most undisturbed elements firsthand. Reaching challenge level above 10, they acquire a unique title. So, it looks like I am considered a minor boss, Cassius thought to himself. He needed to continue enhancing his strength. Legend had it that Cassius in his previous life, after signing a pact with demons, was covered in heavy red-black armor, with eyes blazing with the flames of abyssal revenge. In just a short decade, his challenge level even surpassed the 20th level mark, becoming an undisputed world boss, a player killer, and a nightmare for new players. He caused countless professional gamers to meet their demise under his claws. Yet the current Cassius, although much stronger, was still far from that level of power. Where exactly is the Demon of the Mountains mentioned in the legend? In the depths of the Ansitica Mountains, or in the northern Carpathian Mountains? Cassius didn't know. But he was not ready to seek it out just yet. He felt his strength was insufficient, and he was well versed in the nature of abyssal demons, being an experienced player. From version 1.0 to 4.0, from the Anzita Demon Tide to the Dark Moon Catastrophe, nearly every main questline was related to the invasion of abyssal demons. They were purely chaotic evil beings with no sense of morality, and were unpredictable, dedicated to destroying and obliterating everything. According to some scholars, they were considered products of chaotic consciousness in the multiverse. They could be drinking merrily with you one moment, and the next moment they would mince you into meat paste. Compared to demons, even devils in hell seemed amiable. So he speculated that Cassius in his previous life must have paid an unimaginable price. However, I still have to see it. Even if it is truly a demon, I must tear a piece of flesh off it. Cassius muttered to himself. Immediately, he took off from the top of the cliff. The scorpion-tailed lion's nest was still burning, though the fire was gradually dying down. The massive nest had been charred. Among the ashes, piles of blackened remains were mixed together, making it hard to distinguish whether they were from the scorpion-tailed lion or its unfortunate victims. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. The dragon returning to its nest. Roar. With a loud roar, the red dragon swept across the rock fortress with its wings spread wide. The ogre guards on the ground immediately waved their clubs and cheered, while the wyverns guarding the gates extended their necks, raised their heads, and let out long howls, welcoming the return of the nest's master. When Cassius returned to the giant's mouth cave, even the chimeras approached respectfully to greet him, not daring to show any negligence. Ramp, how have things been these past few days? While I was away, the ogre mage in front of him wore a pair of intricately crafted, silver-rimmed glasses, their oversized head making the tiny glasses look extremely comical. Ramp deliberately pushed up his glasses, unrolled a scroll in his hand, and while carefully examining it, said currently, there are 38 ogres in the Ashen Nest, 435 goblins, 26 wargs, 27 bugbears, 121 kobolds, and 15 wyverns. He paused significantly before continuing. 3 days ago, the great goblin leader, Dolores, dispatched 27 wargs cavalry to the Lost Mine. They suffered heavy losses, with only 6 riders returning, 3 of whom are wounded. The remaining 21 wargs cavalry are all missing. Where is Dolores? He's still over at the goblin camp. The goblin camp overlapped with a kobold's nest, and he's currently leading people to dismantle those pups' dens. The ogre mage chuckled slyly, a cunning glint in his eye. Understood. Continue your spell research. The red dragon's tone was unreadable. Lord Dolores, you can't just tear this down. Our little ones need this place to hatch their eggs. The kobold leader with gold teeth forced a smile, looking up at the towering great goblin. Get lost, you mangy pups. Don't get in our way. Dolores waved disdainfully. Goldtooth hesitated but ultimately stood his ground. My lord, we specifically reported this to Steward Ramp, and he approved it. Changing it now would be unreasonable to a war-worshipping goblin. These weak kobolds were worthless, not even qualified to be cannon fodder, let alone their intelligence indirectly causing him to lose dozens of wargs, which had earned him Ramp's repeated ridicule. Thinking of this made the great goblin leader even angrier, his reddish-brown face now even redder. He kicked the kobold away and spat at it fiercely. Ramp, ramp, ramp again, just an ogre mage. What's the big deal? If it weren't for the master knowing you, I would have already. Just as he was about to continue kicking, he noticed his shadow being covered by a large dark figure, and the kobold on the ground looked up with a hopeful expression. Would have done what the red dragon's tone was cold. Dolores's face immediately changed by 180 degrees, instantly wearing a flattering smile. Master, you're back. I neglected to greet you at the door and wasted time here instead. Goldtooth, however, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Master, you must stand up for us kobolds. Lord Dolores means well, but without our nest, how can we? Dolores glared at him viciously and then put on a sycophantic smile. You misunderstood. I was supervising the construction of the goblin camp, seeing these kobolds causing trouble. So, Cassius couldn't bear to watch this farce any longer and interrupted enough. Dolores, give the kobolds some space and stop stirring up trouble. Goldtooth was satisfied, continually offering flattering words until his lips were almost a blur. Great Master, your mercy and justice are unparalleled. Your might. Go continue building your nest. The red dragon didn't pay much attention to Goldtooth and casually said to Dolores, gather those words, cavalry. I want to see what caused such a heavy loss. Dolores, hearing the red dragon mention the words cavalry, felt uneasy but noticed the dragon wasn't angry and sighed in relief, continuing to carry out the order. With howls, several words carrying goblins emerged from the camp and kneeled before the red dragon. The 6 goblins in front looked terrified, most of them injured, and one was even being carried by a warg, its body covered in scorched wounds and healing herbs, looking as though it wouldn't survive much longer. Dolores gripped a whip and commanded sternly, tell the Great Master what happened. It was a terrifying monster, said one goblin. It ate everyone, added another. It was a shadow. Like the kobold's previous accounts, it described a monster that could devour everything, retained vague impressions of a large shadow in the dark mine, and suggested its immense size. No useful information at all, the red dragon scolded. Seeing the red dragon seemed angry, Dolores cracked his whip loudly, shouting, your cowardly retreat has shamed the master enough. Given this chance to redeem yourselves, can't you offer any useful information? The goblins, though fearful of the whip, knew nothing more. Even their feeble minds couldn't fabricate convincing lies. Dolores looked up at the red dragon, changing his expression to one of servility. Master, please trust me one more time. I will make these wastes useful. Next time I will surely. Just as Cassius was feeling disappointed, the goblin on the warg's back barely opened its eyes, laboriously speaking in broken words. I saw lightning. It could use lightning, blue lightning. The goblin's mind was clouded. But clearly, the lightning had left a deep impression on it. Lightning and blue lightning. Could it be a blue dragon, however? Cassius shook his head. Blue dragons preferred deserts rather than dark mines. Their proud nature didn't allow hiding in darkness. Moreover, blue dragons were known for their territorial behavior, making it impossible for kobolds and human smugglers to enter their territory. It seems I need to investigate, personally thought the red dragon. Given the current circumstances, sending more retainers would just weaken his forces. Even if wyverns were sent, they would likely suffer the same fate. Cassius wouldn't let the gold mine slip through his fingers. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The Baron's fury. Late at night, at the Baron's mansion. Wham! A pair of pale hands slammed heavily on the tabletop. Useless, you're all useless, the man cursed loudly, spittle flying. His face was harsh, shadowed with malice, and his gaunt frame was wrapped in formal attire. On his chest was pinned a delicate, small insignia, carved with the emblem of an eagle and swords. Anyone knowledgeable would recognize it as the Northwind Eagle, the crest of the Rackman family. His name was Todd Rackman, one of the old Duke's overlooked sons, perhaps the 12th son, assigned barony over a remote and insignificant place. The man standing in front of the table was Hart, a robust middle-aged man who had once been a slave trader but transformed himself into the Baron's steward. Sir, I also had no choice, so you tell me all the kobolds escaped? And the gold mine was abandoned? No, listen to my explanation. I don't want explanations, I want gold. Gleaming gold. Without gold, I can't sustain the Baron's mansion or pay the troops, much less compete with my dear brothers for power back home. Stuck eating dirt in a place even goblins avoid. As Todd spoke, he grew more furious. In his rage, he kicked the man in front of him, completely disregarding the so-called noble etiquette. Hart crawled up from the ground, not a trace of complaint about being hit visible on his face. He merely said, Sir, it really was sudden. Half of the mercenaries we brought along simply vanished. According to those mercenaries guarding the kobolds deep in the mine, their comrades disappeared without even raising a call for help. There really is a monster in that mine, and we have no clue about it. Don't know its habits or why it suddenly attacked. At the time, to avoid more losses for you, sir, I had no choice but to retreat with the men. Todd gave him a scornful glance and sneer that only shows you and your hired mercenaries are too pathetic. If you had been stronger, you wouldn't have fled before even catching a glimpse of the enemy. Hart wiped the cold sweat off his brow and smiled obsequiously. Indeed, how could us humble commoners compare to you? You are the noble blood of the Northwind Eagle, a powerful spellcaster. Todd adjusted his lapels and said slowly, well, that's better said. There's some merit in it. The Baron reclined in the leather chair behind the desk, crossing his arms. Since it's come to this, Do you have any methods to remedy it? I need you to give me a satisfactory explanation. Seeing Todd calm down, Hart breathed a long sigh of relief and said, Sir, we could request a few Eagle Guards from the Duke to protect the mine's safety. What do you think, Eagle Guards? Todd interrupted coldly. How could you suggest that? Don't you know they're all Father's spies? Let them into the mine, and the gold inside will have nothing to do with us. It will just be transported to Northwind Castle. Hart hastened to add in a fluster, My apologies, sir. It was merely a trivial suggestion. With your wisdom, there's naturally a better solution, but enough. If I don't see gold by next month, I will personally take people there. Todd interrupted his justification again, staring at Hart with a gaze that sent chills down the spine. Yes, sir, my patience is very limited. There's no next time. Really, no next time? Hart. Todd's fingers drummed rhythmically on the tabletop. Understood, Sir. Hart responded quickly, bowing his head, not daring to meet the Baron's eyes. Look up. Hart, do you really understand? Under command. Hart reluctantly looked up, meeting the Baron's eyes. Those eyes were cold, with a hint of scarlet deep in the pupils. Not gazing at a subordinate, but more like looking at a piece of meat on a plate. Sir, I truly understand. Hart's voice trembled. Make preparations and gather your useless mercenaries. Yes, sir. I will take my leave now. Upon receiving the command from the Baron, he accepted without hesitation and then retreated as if fleeing for his life. Huff. Hart closed the door behind him and breathed heavily, knowing that he still had value to this Baron. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave so easily. Next time inside the room, Baron Todd Rackman adjusted his lapels once again in front of the dressing mirror. He licked his lips unconsciously, revealing unusually sharp teeth. This, too, was a mark of the Rackman family. Is this the place? The Red Dragon stood atop a rather tall hill, staring at the seemingly bottomless mine in the distance, with Kobold clutched in his claw. Master. Yes, this is the place. Genia instinctively rubbed his head, barely recovering from the dizzying speed of the flight. Then lead me in, oh great master. I am but a humble kobold. This Genia's scaled forehead broke out in cold sweat again. The mine was a nightmare for these kobolds. Most of his kin were devoured by that monster. Having escaped once, he never wanted to go back. Even with the backing of the Red Dragon, he still felt uneasy. After all, giant dragons wouldn't care about the life or death of a mere kobold. What? Are you unwilling? Cassius asked. The 6 goblins in front looked terrified, most of them injured, and one was even being carried by a warg, its body covered in scorched wounds and healing herbs, looking as though it wouldn't survive much longer. Dolores gripped a whip and commanded sternly, Tell the great master what happened. It was a terrifying monster, said one goblin. It ate everyone, added another. It was a shadow. Like the kobold's previous accounts, it described a monster that could devour everything, retained vague impressions of a large shadow in the dark mine, and suggested its immense size. No useful information at all, the Red Dragon scolded. Seeing the Red Dragon seemed angry, Dolores cracked his whip loudly, shouting, Your cowardly retreat has shamed the master enough. Given this chance to redeem yourselves, can't you offer any useful information? The goblins, though fearful of the whip, knew nothing more. Even their feeble minds couldn't fabricate convincing lies. Dolores looked up at the Red Dragon, changing his expression to one of servility. Master, please trust me one more time. I will make these wastes useful. Next time I will surely. Just as Cassius was feeling disappointed, the goblin on the warg's back barely opened its eyes, laboriously speaking in broken words. I saw lightning. It could use lightning, blue lightning. The goblin's mind was clouded, but clearly, the lightning had left a deep impression on it. Lightning and blue lightning. Could it be a blue dragon, however? Cassius shook his head. Blue dragons preferred deserts rather than dark mines. Their proud nature didn't allow hiding in darkness. Moreover, blue dragons were known for their territorial behavior, making it impossible for kobolds and human smugglers to enter their territory. It seems I need to investigate, personally thought the Red Dragon. Given the current circumstances, sending more retainers would just weaken his forces. Even if wyverns were sent, they would likely suffer the same fate. Cassius wouldn't let the gold mine slip through his fingers. Chapter 20. The Baron's fury. Late at night, at the Baron's mansion. Wham! A pair of pale hands slammed heavily on the tabletop. Useless, you're all useless, the man cursed loudly, spittle flying. His face was harsh, shadowed with malice, and his gaunt frame was wrapped in formal attire. On his chest was pinned a delicate, small insignia, carved with the emblem of an eagle and swords. Anyone knowledgeable would recognize it as the Northwind Eagle, the crest of the Rackman family. His name was Todd Rackman, one of the old Duke's overlooked sons, perhaps the 12th son, assigned barony over a remote and insignificant place. The man standing in front of the table was Hart, a robust middle-aged man who had once been a slave trader but transformed himself into the Baron's steward. Sir, I also had no choice, so you tell me all the kobolds escaped? And the gold mine was abandoned? No, 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 listen to my explanation. I don't want explanations, I want gold. Gleaming gold. Without gold, I can't sustain the Baron's mansion or pay the troops, much less compete with my dear brothers for power back home. Stuck eating dirt in a place even goblins avoid. As Todd spoke, he grew more furious. In his rage, he kicked the man in front of him, completely disregarding the so-called noble etiquette. Hart crawled up from the ground, not a trace of complaint about being hit visible on his face. He merely said, "Sir, it really was sudden. Half of the mercenaries we brought along simply vanished. According to those mercenaries guarding the kobolds deep in the mine, their comrades disappeared without even raising a call for help. There really is a monster in that mine, and we have no clue about it. Don't know its habits or why it suddenly attacked. At the time, to avoid more losses for you, sir, I had no choice but to retreat with the men." Todd gave him a scornful glance and sneer that only shows you and your hired mercenaries are too pathetic. If you had been stronger, you wouldn't have fled before even catching a glimpse of the enemy. Hart wiped the cold sweat off his brow and smiled obsequiously. Indeed, how could us humble commoners compare to you? You are the noble blood of the Northwind Eagle, a powerful spellcaster. Todd adjusted his lapels and said slowly, "Well, that's better said. There's some merit in it." The Baron reclined in the leather chair behind the desk, crossing his arms. "Since it's come to this, do you have any methods to remedy it? I need you to give me a satisfactory explanation." Seeing Todd calm down, Hart breathed a long sigh of relief and said, "Sir, we could request a few Eagle Guards from the Duke to protect the mine's safety. What do you think, Eagle Guards?" Todd interrupted coldly. "How could you suggest that? Don't you know they're all Father's spies? Let them into the mine, and the gold inside will have nothing to do with us. It will just be transported to Northwind Castle." Hart hastened to add in a fluster, "My apologies, sir. It was merely a trivial suggestion. With your wisdom, there's naturally a better solution, but enough. If I don't see gold by next month, I will personally take people there." Todd interrupted his justification again, staring at Hart with a gaze that sent chills down the spine. Yes, sir, my patience is very limited. There's no next time." "Really? No next time?" Todd's fingers drummed rhythmically on the tabletop. "Understood," Sir Hart responded quickly, bowing his head, not daring to meet the Baron's eyes. "Look up. Hart, do you really understand?" "Under command." Hart reluctantly looked up, meeting the Baron's eyes. Those eyes were cold, with a hint of scarlet deep in the pupils. Not gazing at a subordinate, but more like looking at a piece of meat on a plate. "Sir, I truly understand." Hart's voice trembled. "Make preparations and gather your useless mercenaries." Yes, sir. "I will take my leave now." Upon receiving the command from the Baron, he accepted without hesitation and then retreated as if fleeing for his life. Huff. Hart closed the door behind him and breathed heavily, knowing that he still had value to this Baron. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave so easily. Next time inside the room, Baron Todd Rackman adjusted his lapels once again in front of the dressing mirror. He licked his lips unconsciously, revealing unusually sharp teeth. This, too, was a mark of the Rackman family. "Is this the place?" The Red Dragon stood atop a rather tall hill, staring at the seemingly bottomless mine in the distance, with a kobold clutched in his claw. "Master, yes, this is the place." Genia instinctively rubbed his head, barely recovering from the dizzying speed of the flight. "Then lead me in." "Oh, great master, I am but a humble kobold." This Genia's scaled forehead broke out in cold sweat again. The mine was a nightmare for these kobolds. Most of his kin were devoured by that monster. Having escaped once, he never wanted to go back. Even with the backing of the Red Dragon, he still felt uneasy. After all, giant dragons wouldn't care about the life or death of a mere kobold. "What? Are you unwilling?" Cassius asked. "Of course, I am willing." "Absolutely," the kobold quickly answered upon sensing the Red Dragon's displeased tone. "Serving you is the greatest honor of my life." It's just what? "It's just that I need some time to recall the mine routes." The kobold's cold sweat dripped off his chin. Clip-clop. Clip-clop. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves approached from afar, interrupting their conversation and giving the kobold a breath of relief. Down the distant road, a number of fine horses sped towards them, ridden by humans dressed in leather armor with crossbows at their waists. The Red Dragon lowered himself slowly, trying to conceal his body, and softly used a text transmission spell on the kobold. "Who are they? Do you recognize them?" The kobold peeked out cautiously, noting the decorations of those human knights, and clearly saw the faces of a few before speaking. "Master, it's those slave traders who previously enslaved us. Their leader, I remember, is called Hart." "Human slave traders? Are they also here to seize the gold mine?" "Master, these seem to be scouts. Originally, there were over 20 of them. Some are professionals. The main force should be waiting behind the kobold added. How convenient. We can use these people to scout the way. Cassius squinted. Chapter 21. Exploring the cave. Boss, we barely got out of this hellhole, and now we really have to go back in. The archer warrior Kalu stared at the dark mine tunnel before him. Still somewhat fearful, Hart, dressed in leather armor, was applying blade oil to his sword. The Baron gave the order. If we don't dig out the gold, we are all dead. The barbarian Scar, clad in bare hide, grumbled in displeasure. What Baron? Just a snot-nosed brat. What right does he have to send us to our deaths? He snorted. If it weren't for the gold, I'd have quit long ago. Kalu chimed in. Exactly. If I had known earlier, I would have taken the gold and run. Having finished wiping his sword, Hart stood up and said seriously, he's not just any brat. Offend the Northwind Eagle, and who could survive here? Do you think you can outrun the Eagle Guards? Scar retorted in anger, I don't care about any eagle. Even if giant dragons came, they can't use us as cannon fodder. Hart simply said, save your energy. This job always had our heads on the line. Now that we finally have a legitimate status and a powerful patron, we can't waste it. That accident was just an anomaly. Even if there is some monster after eating so much, it should be going into hibernation. Besides, he shifted the topic. I also got a bunch of serfs from the Baron. No, according to the kingdom's official term, honest and diligent peasants as miners. He looked behind, where over 100 frail humans carrying baskets were arriving one after another, walking numbly under the supervision of whips. The recruitment payment was merely some words, a meal, not starved. However, what awaited them was not a job that could prevent starvation, but a deep, dark mine with unknown monsters lurking within. Take a spear for yourself, Hart called out. This is a special reward from the Baron for your self-defense. If you encounter a monster, retreating is a death sentence. Don't be afraid. Just throw your spear at it. If anyone sacrifices themselves, don't worry. The Baron will remember their merit, reduce their family's taxes, and compensate with grain for their family. Oh, and also take a pickaxe. These serfs were recruited by Hart from the Baron as cannon fodder. Such a dangerous place was no place for him to send his men first, let alone lead personally. From his years of wilderness experience, Hart knew that the best way to deal with large monsters was to throw spears. With enough people, even a massive mammoth could be killed easily. And even if they failed, with these cannon fodders, the monster would be satiated and wouldn't come after them. Get in, hurry up, get in. Don't dawdle. The deceived miners picked up their weapons and walked disorderly into the cave. Even if someone realized something was wrong and wanted to escape, under the relentless whips of the overseers, they had no choice but to comply. But why didn't dozens of armed men resist a few overseers? Perhaps it was something deeply ingrained within them. Facing the unknown depths, the ones forced to lead raised their torches with trembling hands, exploring forward under the threats of whips and blades. Scar, following behind the serf team, clicked his tongue in amazement. When it comes to slave trading, these nobles are really crafty. They don't even need to bring in the goods. They can sell people directly. Stop talking and get in, someone urged. Soon, Hart's group had all entered the mine tunnel, leaving a few soldiers at the entrance to support. But they were unaware that something else had quietly followed them into the mine. Nor did they realize that there was a spell known as the invisibility spell, which could completely hide one's form from ordinary beings. Boss, I feel something strange. Kalu's senses, though keen, always felt something was off, yet he couldn't pinpoint it. Stop being so paranoid. We haven't gone far yet. The road is still long, Scar scoffed. Hart merely lightened his footsteps from behind and said in a low voice, keep your voices down and watch what's ahead. Following the rudimentary markers they had set, the group slowly descended deeper into the mine. The space inside was spacious. This was where the kobolds had toiled earlier, with broken pickaxes, mining carts for transportation, and stray or scattered on the ground. A miner couldn't help but pick up a piece of gold or from the ground and secretly stash it in his rough burlap clothing. However, this action was spotted by the sharp-eyed Scar. The barbarian walked up and hoisted the frail man by his weak body, and with a shake, pieces of glittering gold fell out. Just like those lowly kobolds, Scar threw him to the ground with one hand and confidently stepped forward to break his arm with his foot, eliciting a scream of pain. Remember, everything here belongs to the Baron. You are here to mine, not to steal. Any further violations, huh? You'll never leave this mine for the rest of your life. Scar grinned, relishing the feeling of holding someone else's life in his hands. It was one of the few entertainments in his life as a slave trader. At the back of the group, Hart was carefully examining the damage within the mine, the forcibly broken wooden doors, the deformed furnace, the human limbs and torsos, and the fences torn apart by great strength. Looking at these traces, cold sweat trickled down Hart's forehead. A terrifying monster, its strength is likely on par with frost giants to him. This was a high assessment, as those giants, who came with the cold winds, were one of the most feared enemies of the Northern Kingdom. Hearing Scar's loud proclamations nearby, Hart angrily rushed up and, lowering his voice, said to him that monster might still be here if you want to die. Just say it, but don't drag me down with you. But boss, Argold the barbarian, who often spoke without thinking and worshipped violence, was about to reply when strange sounds echoed in the cave. Quiet. Listen carefully, Hart frowned. Thump, thump, thump. Thump. A heavy, footstep-like sound reverberated in the dark cavern, making Hart's pound. The sound is coming from the cave walls, Hart thought. He glanced around the cave walls, but it was still pitch black all around. In front to the left, no. It's above, Kalu said in a low voice. The sound seemed to be moving around within the cave, making it impossible for anyone to pinpoint its source or direction. But the sound was getting closer. Panic and noise spread through the group, with more people suggesting they return to the surface, and even the overseers couldn't help but become anxious. Stay calm. Pick up your weapons. Hart's back was drenched in sweat. He had never faced the monster this closely before, and the chaotic situation was beyond his expectations. Don't be afraid. Raise your torches. We're doomed. This definitely isn't just an ordinary monster, but a terrifying hunter. It's creating chaos to take us all down, Hart thought to himself. The constant rustling sound continued without end, making everyone in the dark mine feel on edge. Everyone instinctively quieted down, afraid that something might attack from the darkness, making the sounds in the cave even clearer, mixed with the pounding of their hearts. Suddenly, a huge shadow flashed across the corner of the cave, passing over a certain spot in the crowd. A miner didn't even have time to shout before losing his voice. A gulp. What followed was the sound of something swallowing, crunching food. In the tense atmosphere where you could hear a pin drop, everyone heard this swallowing sound, echoing clearly. Instantly, people's fear almost became uncontrollable. The chaotic crowd instinctively surged towards the mine's exit. Hart squeezed to the center of the crowd, trying to keep his voice steady. Everyone stay calm. If you see anything unusual, throw your spears there. It's nothing more than a frightened beast in the dark. We just need to gulp as if to slap him in the face. Before Hart finished speaking, another clear swallowing sound echoed. Another unlucky soul had lost their life. Instantly, the crowd erupted. Fear exploded. Survival instincts overwhelmed everything. Don't eat me, there's a monster. There really is a monster. Run for your lives, damn it. Get out of the way. Don't block me. The screams and chaos were incessant. The entire mine had turned into a chaotic mess. Even the overseer's whips could no longer control the disorderly crowd. In fact, even the overseers themselves were thinking of sneaking away. I want to live. We're almost out. Once we get out of here, and in this chaotic situation, amid the clamor, countless people were silently swallowed in the darkness. Just as the first batch of people desperately climbed upwards, trying to escape, the huge shadow struck from the darkness. All the leaders of the group were instantly seized by the shadow, disappearing without a trace. Under the brief illumination of torches, people only saw a massive green monster flash by. Immediately after, the place where several people had been standing was empty. The torchlight was extinguished, swallowed by darkness. The people behind, unaware of the situation, continued to push forward. The people in front, having seen the fate of those ahead, dared not advance but were shoved from behind and had to venture forward. The swallowing sounds were drowned out by the crowd's noise. Hart watched the situation in the cave. Sweat dripped from his forehead and chin as he sank into near despair. How to move? How to escape? That monster could swallow a person in an instant. It only needed to wait at the cave's entrance, and people would be delivered to it one by one, fed into its endlessly hungry, bottomless belly. Throw your spears forward. Kill that monster. In their state of despair, the miners had no other choice but to follow the command, blindly throwing their spears into the darkness. All that could be heard was the sharp sound of spearheads striking rock. People screamed and cried. The deep darkness in their eyes was already a symbol of death. Suddenly, a hoarse laughter came from the darkness. Humans, your little tricks are really amusing. I've already eaten 3 giant bats today, 2 goblins, 8 humans, but I think my belly can still hold. You all then, the monster slowly slithered out from the darkness. The weak light of the torch barely revealed its true form. Only its ferocious head was exposed. Its vertical pupils glowed in the dim cave. The massive, curving horns on either side of its head were particularly conspicuous. Its gaping maw alone could probably swallow several people at once. Its elongated body, covered in striped scales, resembled a cross between a crocodile and a centipede, with numerous legs stretching into the darkness. In the flickering firelight, the monster's grotesque face showed a chilling smile. I don't want to miss this opportunity. This delivered food will fill my belly. No. Don't eat me, it's over. It's over, we're all going to die. Help, it's coming. People stumbled backward in panic, huddled together, trying to escape this hell. Trampling, shoving, screaming. But the monster merely followed the crowd unhurriedly, slithering on the ground like a shepherd driving a flock, occasionally swallowing 1 or 2 people. I don't mind playing a game with you. Run. Run as much as you want. I'm still very interested to the people. The monster's hoarse voice sounded like the call of death, dragging them into the depths of fear. Bang Kalu's arrows struck the monster. Weak spears, tiny arrows, inferior long swords. The human's counterattacks hit its striped scales, but all seemed so powerless. Even if they were lucky and broke its armor, the little wound was insignificant compared to its massive body. Barbarian Scar finally couldn't take this cat-and-mouse game. He stopped in his tracks and turned to face the monster directly. But his proud, strong body seemed as small as a rat in the face of the monster. Scar took a deep breath, lifted his warhammer, and cursed loudly. All these years, only I've ever played others, never has anyone taken me for a damn toy. Scar roared, panting heavily. His eyes were bloodshot. This was the sign of a barbarian going into a frenzy. The irrational barbarian lifted his warhammer, charging at the monster's massive body like a knight charging at a windmill. But faced with the frenzied barbarian, the monster didn't move. It watched him with interest, as if it were looking at an amusing plaything. Frenzied strike with a cry, Scar's muscles tensed, hurling the warhammer fiercely into the monster's chest. Bang, 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 hammer blow after hammer blow landed on the monster. It actually shattered a few scales on its chest, causing blue blood to seep out. Interesting human, I'll give you a good death. The monster cackled, completely unconcerned about the damage from the barbarian, while its body subtly writhed on the ground. Furious after hearing this, mocked Scar even more. He hammered away desperately, over and over. But soon he noticed the monster's massive body had unknowingly coiled up, trapping him. Or rather, it was more accurate to say the monster's massive body had enclosed him, like a green-blue prison. Scar felt the space around him growing narrower. His muscles were constantly being squeezed. His breathing grew more rapid. I never thought I'd suffocate to death. This was his last thought as it flashed through his mind. Chapter 23, Thunder and Fire. The monster wriggled slowly. The barbarian, wrapped in its coils, had blood-filled limbs, bulging veins, and an extremely grimace of pain, but had already lost his vitality. So, boring, a hoarse voice sounded again. It coiled its body and opened its giant mouth, ready to swallow this delicacy in one bite. Seeing a living person swallowed, the crowd gasped in shock once again. However, at this moment, they had no way to retreat, and their minds were nearly numb. Scar, rest in peace, but this painful death suits what you have done. Hart watched his follower of more than 10 years die in humiliation, but he was helpless. He could only silently grit his teeth and pray that he could escape from here. Water droplets formed on his head. He couldn't help but wipe them with his hands. Strangely, it seemed this was not cold sweat nor tears, but sweat from heat. But why is it so hot in the cave? He had a slight doubt in his heart. Previously, because he had been busy fleeing for his life, he hadn't realized this. But now, coming back to his senses, he felt the cave was like a large steamer, with waves of hot air coming from above. Hart instinctively looked up. Then he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. In the rocky top of the cave, a giant creature of more than 8 meters suddenly appeared. It was a dragon. What shocked him even more was that the red dragon's mouth was brewing terrifying white-hot flames, like a miniature sun, lighting up the entire mine like daylight. Both humans and the monster looked up astonished. Then they were dumbfounded. Got you? A strange voice sounded above the mine. Cassius unleashed the fiery breath he had been preparing for a long time. Instantly, most of his energy was drained. Extremely effective flame breath. A pillar of scorching flame descended from the sky, with the inner flame blindingly white and the outer flame bright orange. Boom! With a loud explosion, the coiled monster let out a cry of pain. The blazing flames distorted the air. The creature wriggled in the flames, trying to escape. The scales it prided itself on were immediately incinerated by the scorching flames, turning into charred blackness. Despicable dragon, you are a shameful sneak attacker! It struggled in the flames, shouting hoarsely. The terrifying breath lasted several breaths, until the monster slithered away into the darkness before it gradually stopped. To withstand it head-on. Truly terrifying, Cassius said as he gazed into the dark part of the mine. Twin dancing light technique. Several rays of light shot from the red dragon's claws, illuminating the dark corners of the mine. In an instant, the entire inside of the mine lit up, leaving the monster nowhere to hide. Its body was fully exposed for the first time. The enormous body was 17 or 18 meters long, a mix of centipede and crocodile. Its sides had 12 pairs of crowded double legs, making it menacing at first sight. But at this moment, the monster was in a dire state. Large patches of its scales had been burned away, and large chunks of flesh were charred black. The red dragon stared fixedly at the monster, a trace of excitement at encountering a strong enemy appearing on its face. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information: Bluefoot dragon snake, mana category, giant monster, neutral evil AC 18, natural armor speed 50 feet, climbing 40 feet, strength 23, agility 16, constitution 18, intelligence 7, perception 14, charisma 12, proficient skills, perception +6, stealth +7, hunting +4, senses, dark vision 90 feet, passive perception 16, damage immunities, lightning languages, common, draconic, actions, lightning breath, multi-attack, strangle, biting, swallow traits, cave predator, enemy of dragons, challenge level 11, 7,200 experience points, assessment. The Bluefoot dragon snake slithers along the ground and walls hunting prey. Its lightning breath can incinerate most creatures. Even stronger beings can be strangled tightly and swallowed whole by the Bluefoot dragon snake. Terrifying opponent was Cassius's assessment. The monster, or rather the Bluefoot dragon snake, seeing its position fully exposed, simply stopped hiding. A young dragon sorcerer, how strange, the snake-like eyes fixated on the red dragon, showing not only anger from being ambushed but also a deep-seated hatred from its bloodline. In the long-forgotten ancient times, giants and dragonkin were engaged in nearly unending wars. It is said that the storm giants created the first Bluefoot dragon snake to use as a weapon against the dragonkin. Therefore, Bluefoot dragon snakes still harbor a natural hatred towards dragonkin, and their lineage retains methods to deal with giant dragons. The red dragon, seeing the enemy's severe injuries, decided to press the attack. Searing rays of fire shot from the red dragon's mouth. Though injured, the Bluefoot dragon snake used its 12 legs to climb quickly. Its enormous body appeared exceptionally agile on the rocky wall. It managed to dodge 2 consecutive searing rays with its speed, shifting left and right. But it was hit by the 3rd ray. The scorching flame ray seared its skin, causing it to scream in pain. The Bluefoot dragon snake was furious, raising its head with its mouth glowing with lightning. Lightning breath. In an instant, the Bluefoot dragon snake spewed streams of lightning. Each lightning bolt was as thick as a bowl, capable of incinerating most creatures in an instant. Far more powerful than the red dragon's first-tier witchcraft arrow. Cassius, facing the imminent lightning breath, knew he couldn't fully evade it. He leaped to the side to dodge while casting a spell instantly with his metamagic expertise. Instant shield spell. An invisible magical shield appeared in front of the red dragon, blocking part of the lightning. But soon, the invisible shield couldn't suppress the fierce lightning and shattered. Several bolts struck the red dragon directly. Cassius felt a strong electric current conducted through his scales, penetrating his skin and flowing through his body. His body was in immense pain, muscles twitching, and several scales were charred black. Fortunately, the red dragon's innate constitution was strong, enduring the attack. If it had been an ordinary human, they might have suffered internal injuries or even been burned to charcoal. What a terrifying breath! If I took it all, I might have been gravely injured. Feeling the mild twitching and pain, Cassius couldn't help licking his lips. His tone carried a hint of excitement. It's been a long time since I felt the taste of being hurt. Since arriving in this world, apart from his initial panic fleeing, he had rarely encountered an evenly matched enemy. After all, A red dragon's starting point surpassed the end point of most creatures. Now, for the first time, he had an opponent who could excite him. This was a rare occurrence. Cat's grace oil on the soles of my feet as the Bluefoot dragon snake prepared its next lightning breath. Cassius cast several acceleration spells on himself. His body became extraordinarily agile, leaping lightly several times in the cave to approach the Bluefoot dragon snake. Though the red dragon's strength was far less than that of the Bluefoot dragon snake, and their sizes were vastly different, physical combat was not determined by these factors alone. He had confidence in defeating his opponent in close combat. The Bluefoot dragon snake spat out several bolts of lightning, but the red dragon was prepared. He had anticipated its direction in advance, dodging to the left and right with ease. The Bluefoot dragon snake realized Cassius's intention to engage in melee combat and laughed hoarsely. "Stupid dragon, daring to oppose me in this cave. Without the advantage of flight, were you really?" Its 12 pairs of feet wriggled, moving on the rock wall as if on flat ground. Its steps were swift, even faster than the spell-enhanced red dragon. It charged at the red dragon like a bolt of blue lightning. Bull's strength, the Bluefoot dragon snake's charge played right into the red dragon's plan. He instantly cast the spell to enhance his strength, his muscular body bulging with veins, exuding waves of scorching steam as his strength surged. Act before the enemy, the red dragon's golden-slit pupils emanated a purple magical aura as he stared intently at the Bluefoot dragon snake, attempting to discern its next move. "Pathetic dragon, you are as weak as the human mages. No match for me." The Bluefoot dragon snake saw the red dragon filled with spells but remained unflustered. It opened its maw wide for a biting attack. The red dragon foresaw this, dodging to the side and preparing to retaliate with claws and fangs. But he didn't expect the Bluefoot dragon snake's bite to be a feint. As the red dragon evaded, it twisted abruptly, launching itself like a lasso to encircle the red dragon with its massive body. It was strangled. The Bluefoot dragon snake slowly tightened its muscles, compressing any space for the red dragon's escape, initiating a suffocating constriction. Its body was more than twice as long as the red dragon's, and far stronger. Once it successfully constricted, the outcome was decided. Seeing the situation, the red dragon relentlessly attacked the exposed, scorched skin of the Bluefoot dragon snake with its sharp claws, causing flesh and blood to splatter. The Bluefoot dragon snake let out a pained hiss, but did not stop tightening its coils. It knew releasing would mean defeat, while a successful constriction would sap the red dragon's strength. But Cassius's attacks were not those of a barbarian. His sharp claws dug several feet deep into the Bluefoot dragon snake's flesh, tearing its skin apart. "You are merely my prey," the Bluefoot dragon snake roared furiously. Yet even though it was covered in wounds, its body moved swiftly, tightly encircling the red dragon. "You are struggling in vain," it succeeded. The red dragon was tightly wrapped by the long, massive body, trapped like a beast in a snare, unable to escape. Even its claws were immobilized, weakened in its struggle, barely able to counterattack with its teeth. On the verge of killing a red dragon. This made the Bluefoot dragon snake's heart race wildly. It forgot the intense pain, tightening its muscles purely on instinct. This was the horrifying power of ancient biological weapons, imprinted with hatred toward dragons. However, in the next moment, the situation reversed dramatically. Misty stepped the red dragon, tightly constricted, recited a spell. The combat caster's expertise allowed him to cast spells even while restrained. Instantly, the Bluefoot dragon snake felt its coils empty. Where its prey had been was now just silvery white smoke. And the red dragon had teleported to a cliff 10 meters away. "Oh no!" it cried out in surprise. The Bluefoot dragon snake, having exerted too much force, was now twisted into a tangled position, extremely awkward. Cassius had actually been able to escape the moment the Bluefoot dragon snake began to constrict. But he chose to play along, letting it believe he was trapped to further exhaust the opponent. The red dragon let out a triumphant roar, leaping down directly at the Bluefoot dragon snake. "Now tell me, who is the prey?" The Bluefoot dragon snake, still tangled, had no chance to evade, confronting Cassius in a panic. It barely lifted its head to bite. But at this moment, Cassius's agility far surpassed the Bluefoot dragon snake's. The red dragon simply leapt lightly to the left, easily dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the Bluefoot dragon snake's missed strike, he slipped behind it, biting down hard on its exposed, heavily injured body. Blood splattered, warm blood sprayed into his mouth. Teeth sank deep into the flesh, tearing muscle fibers, piercing deeper. This feeling invigorated the red dragon. Art the Bluefoot dragon snake let out a deafening screech, thrashing wildly to escape. But the red dragon not only clamped its jaws firmly, but also, with muscles bulging, plunged his claws into its body, clawing recklessly. The Bluefoot dragon snake rolled frantically, yet the red dragon wouldn't let go. Boom! Two giant beasts fought with primal rage, using the most savage techniques in their violent physical struggle. The cave's rocks rumbled. It felt as if the entire mine was shaking, trembling, with debris continuously falling from the ceiling. At last, the Bluefoot dragon snake's strength seemed to fade, letting out a weak whimper. Yet the red dragon did not relent. His strength was nearly spent. If this formidable foe had any tricks left, he was defenseless. Was it finally over? Cassius felt the Bluefoot dragon snake's body weaken, its struggles dimming. A cloud of blue-green blood mist erupted suddenly. Bang! It escaped. The Bluefoot dragon snake had torn off a significant portion of its own body to escape. The remaining 7 pairs of feet scrambled quickly across the rock wall. Though severely injured, carrying less body weight made the Bluefoot dragon snake even faster. It still escaped. The red dragon released its grip, laboriously pulling his claws from the remaining half of the body. He watched the Bluefoot dragon snake disappear into the darkness. There was no choice. After the intense struggle, his energy was largely spent, especially since this cave was the Bluefoot dragon snake's territory. In the cave, the red dragon's flying advantage was nullified, making it difficult to catch up with the Bluefoot dragon snake's 7 pairs of feet. Dancing lights had faded, but the weak torchlight remained. Cassius silently gazed, watching the Bluefoot dragon snake escape into the deep cave. The reflective membrane behind the red dragon's eyes helped him see in the dim cave, making his eyes glow in the darkness. However, his vision was monochrome at this moment. That direction is the Ashen Nest. The red dragon's sense of direction was also very keen. Even in the dark cave, they could gather information from the environment to judge the approximate direction. Abyssal Pit? Cassius suddenly thought of something. Chapter 25, Humans and Giant Dragons. Cassius relied on his night vision to steadily walk out of the mining cave, only to find that the people had not run far. Although the recent battle had been perilous, it actually had not taken much time. Ordinary humans exiting the deep mining cave would have spent a considerable amount of time, especially in such chaotic circumstances. Genia greeted him at the cave entrance, bowing deeply in an exaggerated manner. "My great master, your strength is unrivaled. Even the mightiest monsters cannot withstand your flames." The humans in the distance stared fearfully at the blood-soaked red dragon emerging from the cave. The monster within the cave had been horrifying enough, but what about the dragon that had seemingly defeated it? They used their last reserves of strength to flee desperately. Many had been devoured by the monster in the cave, while others had been crushed by falling rocks. Originally, more than 100 had entered the cave, but now only around 50 managed to escape. The rest were forever entombed in the deep, dark cave. Genia moved forward obsequiously and inquired, "My great master, how do you wish to deal with these despicable humans?" A cunning glint flashed in the kobold's eyes. Once enslaved by humans, it now saw a chance for revenge. "I have my plans." The red dragon dismissively flapped its wings, lifting off to pursue the fleeing humans. The crowd was in an uproar, terrified as they ran even faster. But how could running match the speed of flight? Soon, the shadow cast by the red dragon enveloped the panicked crowd. Yet they did not experience the expected flames, claws, or gaping maw. "Humans, you have trespassed upon the territory of Ashen Nest. However, the merciful red dragon is willing to forgive your transgression. This time, I will only punish the ringleader as he deserves." The red dragon swooped down, skimming the ground, and grabbed the most conspicuous armored figure, Hart. Then he flew back to the cave entrance. Hart, held in the dragon's claws, was thrown heavily to the ground. He knelt there, too terrified to stand, his tongue stumbling. Great dragon, I was wrong. No, don't eat me, I don't taste good." The once arrogant slave trader now trembled in fear. Cassius looked down at him from above, noting that Hart was actually a level 3 warrior. He feigned anger. "Who gave you the courage to invade Ashen Nest territory and steal the dragon's gold?" In the red dragon's shameless propaganda, the gold mine had become his own property. The kobold, watching his former slave master in such a pathetic state, couldn't help but join in the intimidation. You are but a despicable human, daring to infringe upon the great dragon's assets and enslave his kin. Your fate is sealed. You will be torn to pieces." Upon hearing the words torn to pieces, Hart collapsed in fear. His face was covered in snot and tears as he stammered. "It wasn't me. It was someone else who ordered me. Someone else made me do it." Hearing there was someone behind this, Cassius grew interested. "Who is it? Tell me the thief's name." Detecting a glimmer of hope for survival, Hart clung to it desperately, replying without hesitation. It was Baron Todd. Todd Rackman. Upon hearing this, Cassius's curiosity deepened, and he asked further. "From the Rackman family? The so-called Northwind Eagle, ruler of Northwind Castle?" Hart nodded repeatedly, his tone sincere in his life-or-death desperation. Yes, great dragon, it is the Rackman." Hart knelt on the ground, cautiously raising his head, his voice filled with tears. "Great dragon, you must seek justice for me. It's that Baron Todd. He used evil spells to control me, threatening my family's lives, so I had no choice but to follow his orders and invade your property." At this point, Hart disregarded any notion of loyalty. Survival was paramount, and he would pile all the blame on the Baron. How interesting. From what he knew, the Rackman family's old duke was a vampire. His offspring often became derivatives or new vampires. This Baron Todd was likely a vampire as well. Perfect opportunity to gather intelligence on Northwind Castle. The Red Dragon grinned. "Where is this Baron Todd now?" Hart hesitated briefly, then answered hurriedly. "Great dragon, I can take you to him. He must compensate for your losses." Typical behavior of someone flipping sides. "Fine, but we will have to wait a while first." The Red Dragon seized the human and once again took to the skies, heading straight for Ashen Nest. Ashen Nest. Cassius landed amidst the welcoming wyverns. This time, however, his wounds drew various speculations from his retainers about who had managed to injure him so severely. Yet no one dared voice their thoughts, fearing they might anger the wounded Red Dragon. Great Goblin Dolores, along with a squad of Word cavalry, greeted him at the entrance, their faces fawning. The Red Dragon casually tossed Hart in front of the Great Goblin. "Watch this human. Don't let him escape or die." "Yes, Great Master, I will complete the task and never disappoint you again." The Great Goblin eagerly complied, cracking his whip to give instructions. A few sturdy bugbears then stepped forward with a piece of animal hide, placing the human on it and carrying him to the military camp's dungeons. After giving his orders, the Red Dragon flew directly back to Giant's Mouth Cave. He headed straight to the deepest part of the cave, moving the stone blocking the entrance. "No wonder I felt uneasy earlier. I should clear out the hidden dangers in the nest," Cassius muttered to himself. He leaped into the cave. Inside, magma splashed everywhere, emitting waves of white smoke and heat. But the boiling magma was merely hot water to the Red Dragon, and the sulfuric heat made him feel at home. He descended further for a long time, unsure how deep he had gone, before finally spotting another entrance, only blocked by flowing magma. Splash. The Red Dragon leapt out of the magma. Magma splattered, searing the hard rock. It was an endlessly long tunnel. The entrance was just over 4 meters high. The Red Dragon had to tuck in his wings to barely fit, continuing his exploration. Chapter 26, Pursuit, and spells. The scene before him was entirely different from earlier. Compared to the previous scorching heat, it was much darker and colder here. Inside, it was as if a small world had opened up. The terrain was rugged and steep, with various unique plants growing on the rocks. Cassius could recognize a few of them. Spore mushrooms, algae green dust, and mad frogman horns, plants that only grew in the deepest parts of the underground. Glow rocks, noctilucent crystals, and phosphorescent mosses, lichens, and fungi dimly illuminated some areas. There were also unknown piles of crystal stones growing on the cliff walls, shimmering with a ghostly blue glow. They cast a dark blue hue on the surrounding rocks. Was this the gloomy region? No, that wasn't right. The depth here clearly exceeded the range of the cave, reaching a much deeper and more profound area. It was the dark, unknown world beneath the feet of surface dwellers, commonly known as the gloomy region. However, this section of the bottomless cavern seemed sealed off. It was disconnected from the outside world, more like an artificially created underground realm. The Red Dragon extended its forked tongue, using its incredibly sharp sense of smell to taste various pheromones in the air. Finally, it found a familiar scent, the blood of that Bluefoot dragon snake. He looked at a corner of the cliff wall. Under the illumination of the noctilucent crystal, the color there was distinctly different. There were blue-green bloodstains, and by following these trails, it would be easy to find the escaped prey. Found you. Bluefoot dragon snake. He wouldn't let this enemy escape again. He had to ensure a fatal strike. Cassius had just gone through an exhilarating battle and had depleted his spells. So he used the power of the surge of spells to recover his spell slots. Colossal sorcery energy surged into his body. Invisibility spell. He silently chanted the spell incantation. Instantly, the 7-meter-long body merged into the darkness once more. In a certain corner, the Bluefoot dragon snake weakly licked its wounds. Its once 17-meter-long body was now less than 10 meters. Its rear end was not a tail anymore, but a massive, horrifyingly severed section. Torn muscles, shattered organs, and oozing blue-green blood. This was enough to show the severity of the Bluefoot dragon snake's injuries. Unless something unexpected happened, its lower body might never fully recover. It would have to let the wounds slowly heal, becoming a crippled Bluefoot dragon snake, though it still had 7 pairs of legs. Damn dragon, it muttered. Thinking of the culprit behind all this, the peculiar dragon sorcerer, the Bluefoot dragon snake's small, ghostly blue eyes brimmed with unstoppable hatred, combining blood feud with the grudge of its wounds. The Bluefoot dragon snake never nested in areas where giant dragons resided. If a dragon tried to nest within dozens of miles of the Bluefoot dragon snake's lair, it would have to go and kill or drive it away. Only when the dragon was too powerful to oppose would the Bluefoot dragon snake give up and wander afar to find a new nesting ground. Its last departure from the lair was for this reason. A bewildering gust of wind blew past the dark cliff wall, making the Bluefoot dragon snake shiver. What was this feeling? For some reason, the Bluefoot dragon snake suddenly felt a throbbing fear deep within its bloodline. It became alert and raised its body, using 7 pairs of legs to cling to the cliff wall. But it was already too late. Got you. The red dragon descended from the sky, appearing out of nowhere, directly clutching the Bluefoot dragon snake with its powerful claws. And this time, he grabbed not the torso but the neck. Cassius had learned from earlier experience. He didn't believe that the Bluefoot dragon snake could escape by decapitating itself again. Oh. The Bluefoot dragon snake looked at the red dragon in disbelief. Its massive body struggled frantically. 7 pairs of legs scratched the cliff wall. Its body slammed fiercely, trying to break free from the red dragon's chokehold. Crash. The cliff wall shattered under the impact. Debris fell to the ground. But the red dragon did not loosen its grip. He opened his jaws and bit into the snake's neck. Sharp teeth deeply pierced the flesh. His long, strong tail repeatedly whipped the Bluefoot dragon snake's wound, causing blood to splatter. The Bluefoot dragon snake emitted weakened whimpers. Its struggling gradually weakened. The red dragon still didn't release his grip. He exerted more strength, almost to the point of exhaustion, until there was a crisp crack. The Bluefoot dragon snake's hard bones broke. Cassius finally let go, relieved. The huge body of the Bluefoot dragon snake fell from the cliff, crashing to the ground. Roar. The red dragon stood at the cliff's edge, spread his wings, and let out a long, triumphant roar. You killed the Bluefoot dragon snake, mana type. You gained 7,200 experience. Your occupational level rises to level 5. The dense list of spells appeared again, bringing immense joy to Cassius's heart. Receiving rewards after an exhilarating battle was the most satisfying thing ever. Upon reaching level 5, the sorcerer occupation granted 2 additional third-tier spells. Regarding spell selection, Cassius didn't choose the famous fireball technique. He leaned toward support spells. His Dragonkin's specialty, Maximized Breath Weapon, already provided sufficient damage. The fireball technique wasn't a priority. After some thought, Cassius made his choice. You gain the additional third-tier spells Blink Spell and Protective Energy Damage. Blink Spell, a third-tier alteration spell. During the spell's duration, there is a 50% chance that you will disappear from the plane you're on and appear in the ethereal plane. When in the ethereal plane, you can see and hear the original plane, but all things appear in black and white. Other creatures can only affect or be affected by you if they are also in the ethereal plane. Protective energy damage. A third-tier protective spell. For up to 1 hour, a willing creature you touch gains resistance to one type of damage you specify. Strong acid, freezing, flame, lightning, or thunder. During the battle with the Bluefoot Dragon Snake, if he had these 2 spells, Cassius wouldn't have feared its lightning breath so much. He could have avoided close combat. These 2 spells appeared in Cassius's mind out of thin air. They were far more intricate and varied than his previous spells. So much so that when they surfaced in his mind, he almost couldn't comprehend them. After standing and thinking for a long time, he barely grasped the essence of these 2 spells and could cast them, though clumsily. The complexity and difficulty of understanding each layer of the magic web were exponentially greater than before. Fortunately, Cassius was an artistic sorcerer. He only needed to grasp their basic workings and twist reality with his will, rather than meticulously calculating and constructing models. Anyway, Cassius had taken another step forward. He had touched the 3rd layer of the magic web. Chapter 27, Giant's Tomb. After the ritual completion, Cassius leaped off the dark-shrouded cliff, hoping to harvest some spoils from the Bluefoot Dragon Snake. But when he reached the bottom of the cliff, he surveyed his surroundings. He suddenly realized things were far from simple. Because on the ground, there was not only the corpse of the Bluefoot Dragon Snake, but also more massive, ancient bones scattered around. These bones were each over 10 meters long. From the ferocious snake-like skulls and long spines, it became clear these bones all belonged to Bluefoot dragon snakes. And there were hundreds of them. The massive skeletons almost covered the entire floor of the cliff, forming a somewhat spectacular bone pathway. The corpse of the Bluefoot dragon snake among them was not at all conspicuous. Hundreds of Bluefoot dragon snakes. What kind of concept was that? Just one Bluefoot dragon snake was already a tough battle for a red dragon, who had to use every trick to barely win. With 10 Bluefoot dragon snakes attacking together, their frenzied thunder could char the red dragon into cinders. And hundreds of Bluefoot dragon snakes. It was no exaggeration to say they could easily destroy a human kingdom. These bones, the oldest could be thousands of years old, almost turning into ash. What is this place? Cassius felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily exhaling a breath of sulfur-laden hot air. At this moment, he no longer cared about the dead Bluefoot dragon snake. He only wanted to explore the secrets of this terrifying path. Creak. His claws crunched on the ancient skeletons as he walked. The red dragon treaded cautiously on the bony path, step by step toward the depths shrouded in darkness. High cliffs towered on both sides of the road, almost vertical. After walking for a long time, the end of the path revealed a massive stone gate. Thick stone pillars adorned both sides, engraved with texts. The stone gate had no excessive decorations, only simple archaic patterns. Though not finely carved, it exuded a sense of strength and primal wildness from a barbaric age. One could barely make out an eye within a storm in the designs. Storm giants, Cassius muttered to himself. The shadow of the ancient giant empire once spanned far and wide, with the storm giants holding the highest middle rank among giants. Their numbers were few, living in remote corners of the world, reminiscing about past glories, known for being reclusive and wise prophets. He carefully examined the texts on the stone pillars. Ancient giant language, the red dragon did not recognize these ancient texts. They might have long vanished with the fall of the giant empire. Yet a translucent blue panel silently unfolded. The wisdom of the magician allows you to trace back to more ancient things. The texts before you awaken memories deep within your bloodline. Memories of a long drawn-out war between dragonkin and giants, spanning generations, deeply etched into your bloodline, flowing within every vein. Cassius felt a wave of dizziness, falling into a haze. He saw a terrifying army formed of giant dragons, their multitude of wings enough to block out the sky. The giants stood ready, their massive forms dominating the horizon. The two sides clashed, shaking heaven and earth, engaging in the most primal of battles. Storm giants hurled lightning of boundless power. Cloud giants conjured rolling clouds, and stone giants lifted hill-like boulders. You have gained precious ancient knowledge. Obtain proficient skills, ancient draconic +4 and ancient giant language +2. When the red dragon awakened, his mind was brimming with newfound knowledge. Cassius stared at the texts on the stone pillars, reading them aloud. I seek the great remains, recovering the heritage lost when the empire fell in the end. I found that the deities had abandoned us. I witnessed the rise and fall of royalty, the victories and defeats of wars, and grew weary of the unending battles between good and evil, so I descended from the sky, sinking into the depths of the abyss. With my former weapons guarding the gate from me, mortal beings from afar, please remain humble. Do not disturb my rest otherwise. The enraged storm giant will bring forth more thorough destruction. This is my final prophecy as a prophet storm giant Elder Randa. Resting here after reading the text, or rather the epitaph, Cassius's breathing grew slightly rapid. He exhaled deeply, puffing out another gust of sulfur-scented smoke. This is the tomb of a storm giant, and those Bluefoot dragon snakes were merely his guards. What an extravagance! This means that within this tomb, there might be incredibly precious treasures. The greed from Tiamat deep within the red dragon's bloodline urged him repeatedly to open the stone gate. However, the epitaph warned that he would bring forth more thorough destruction. It's better to be cautious. Cassius was not a purebred red dragon with muscles for brains. His rational side prevailed. But this did not mean he gave up exploring this tomb. Rather, he decided to bide his time until he was fully recovered and all preparations were complete before considering further exploration. Thus, the red dragon decided to temporarily settle here. Yes, he settled down. Cassius first returned to the spot where he had fought the Bluefoot dragon snake, preparing to devour its mutilated body. The Bluefoot dragon snake's strength was immense, making its flesh particularly chewy, with a tinge of electric numbness, a result of the special energy it contained as a magical monster. Like the spicy hot pot I had in my previous life, Cassius mumbled while gobbling it down. This was the highest praise the red dragon had given any food in this world so far. Dragons could easily digest meat equaling half their body weight daily, converting the food into elemental energy and storing it for future use. The stored energy was often used for their breath weapon and during the rapid growth phases throughout their lives. The red dragon spent his days eating Bluefoot dragon snake meat, studying the texts on the stone pillars, and napping atop the bone piles. Several days passed. The cave lurker curled up in a crevice at the top of the cave. This monster, resembling a giant worm, had a blue-black body that blended with the background. It waited quietly in the cave. Whenever prey approached, the cave lurker would rise, spreading four hooked tendrils, revealing its hungry beak in the center. But as it lay in wait, motionless like a dead thing, a giant maw suddenly appeared, snatching it from the cave. Its soft, elastic body struggled briefly before being crammed into a powerful, sharp maw. Tastes like chicken, nice and crunchy. Cassius chewed the tough meat, commenting as he did. This monster, which was akin to the Grim Reaper to most explorers, was merely a tasty snack for the red dragon. Now the red dragon's scales shone brightly, his wounds had all healed, his vitality was restored, and all his spells were fully replenished. It's time to see what that destruction is all about. Cassius continued chewing on the cave lurker, thinking to himself. In the memories of his past life, someone had once found legendary-level equipment from a cave in the north, and this might just be the rumor place. After killing the Bluefoot dragon snake, Cassius felt as if a mechanism had been triggered, some force brewing, likely to destroy this place completely. When that happened, he would miss this precious opportunity. For his still-growing self, surrounded by powerful enemies, such a significant boost was invaluable. Take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, feeling his body brimming with energy and magical power. Cassius clenched his teeth and thought. Chapter 28 Chapter 28 Entering the ether after eating and drinking to his heart's content. Fully recovered, Cassius once again came to the heavy stone door. He didn't push the door open, but instead performed actions. Bear's resilience. Cat's grace. Owl's wisdom. Bear's resilience made his constitution more durable. Cat's grace made his actions more agile. Owl's wisdom heightened his perception, providing the red dragon with an overall boost. After casting what he jokingly called the Zeus series of spells on himself, Cassius still felt uneasy, as this was the legacy of a legendary druid, and who knew what kind of traps might be waiting. Gilded carapace. The accumulated gold element within his body converged on the surface of the red dragon, turning its scales into a metallic golden hue. If one didn't look closely, it could easily be mistaken for a gold dragon. Protection from lightning damage. With a soft whistle from Cassius, an invisible field gradually formed around his body, protecting him from lightning attacks. After all, it's a magic system profession. How could it be done without some trickery? After this entire display of magical radiance, Cassius felt much more at ease, finally having some confidence. The red dragon gazed at the stone door in front of him, took a deep breath, and then stepped forward resolutely. Knocking technique. His claws, glowing with magical aura, touched the stone door. Boom. With a loud knocking sound, the heavy stone door made a dull roar and then slowly lifted. The scene before him widened, and the sight left the red dragon stunned. It was a vast open space, almost large enough to accommodate a mountain peak. But ahead was only a narrow suspended stone bridge, while the rest of the ground had sunken dozens of meters. The cliff walls were smooth and straight, as if cut by sharp blades from top to bottom. Looking down from the stone bridge, illuminated by ever-burning azure flames, he could see the ground below piled with various debris, including broken colossal statues, ruins of grand buildings, blurred inscriptions, old fragmented weapons, and massive giant skeletons. Looking up, the high domed ceiling was covered in murals that were not exquisite but were filled with a sense of primal strength. He could see ancient wars between giants and dragons, the past splendor of the giant empire's territories, the majestic figures of the giant gods, and the tragic scenes of the empire's fall. These weren't just murals. They were a history book. So this is the legacy of the giant empire he collected. As Cassius marveled, he walked cautiously on the stone bridge. His wings were slightly spread, steps light, and he constantly monitored his surroundings, ready to deal with any potential danger. The red dragon looked towards the end of the stone bridge. There sat a throne. It was also made of stone, towering over 20 meters high. There were no excessive decorations, only ancient and mysterious patterns carved into it. And there, seated on it, was the long-dead body of a storm giant. Its purple-gray skin was covered in thick dust, seeming to have rested there for thousands of years, silently watching the approaching visitors. Yet somehow it had not decayed into bones. The last storm giant prophet. Yes, this Ranta. The red dragon was quite curious about this storm giant. He wondered how this being managed to create such a magnificent tomb all by himself, though the spectacle alone was enough to demonstrate the tremendous power he wielded in life. Cassius continued walking along the stone bridge, approaching the giant corpse within dozens of meters. Yet in an instant, an unexpected change occurred. The giant's single eye suddenly opened. That eye contained an endless storm, seemingly glaring at the unscrupulous visitor. Unknown crystals around flashed continuously, filled with violent and abundant elemental energy. And those turbulent elemental energies swiftly converged. This is bad. Cassius felt a terrifying magical wave suddenly spread out. This power. The red dragon raised his head slightly. A mass of churning black clouds, centered on the giant's corpse, spread nearly madly, proliferating like a monstrous beast about to devour everything in a cavern. It was filled with flashing lightning, thunder, and howling wind. Storm of vengeance. Thunder roared. It was a primal cry from ancient times. Boom. The mere aftermath of the thunder caused the rocky ceiling to crack and break, with stones falling in succession. And this thunderous roar made Cassius' ears ring incessantly, as if struck by a giant hammer, rendering him temporarily deaf. The black clouds spread rapidly, about to engulf him. Seeing the dire situation, the red dragon, despite the headache and ringing ears, summoned the strength to cast a spell. Instant blink spell. As Cassius invoked the spell with his will, he prayed in his heart for its success. The destruction brought by this druid far exceeded his imagination. After all, the blink spell only had a 50% chance of breaching the barrier of the prime material world to enter the ethereal plane. If not, he would have to endure the raging storm directly. It worked. The red dragon was overjoyed, suddenly feeling his body break through the boundary between reality and the void. You cast blink spell. Gain special status. Entering the ether. The ethereal plane is the conduit connecting the prime material plane and the inner planes. The void of the ethereal plane touches every part of the prime material plane like two parallel, contiguous surfaces where people can see the landscape of the adjacent plane. He was now at the edge of the plane. In an instant, everything before Cassius turned black and white, with chaotic lines appearing in his vision. His body was in a disabled state, unable to move easily, only quietly floating in this void. In the next moment, he saw the location where he had been, engulfed by the turbulent black clouds. The clouds first brought a torrential acid rain, corroding the stone bridge with countless holes. Then, hail poured down from the clouds, with the hailstone striking the stone's surface with crisp sounds. Powerful lightning bolts descended from the sky, blasting meter-deep holes into the stone's surface, creating terrifying lightning storms that instantly swept through where the red dragon had stood. For a moment, lightning filled the air, with thunder and lightning swirling all around. Intersecting thunderbolts formed a fearsome lightning prison, incinerating everything caught within it to ashes. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts of lightning descended, directly shattering the stone bridge, causing massive stones to collapse down. If such lightning had struck the red dragon, it would have been difficult for him to survive. Endless winds and ice rains assaulted the area beneath the clouds, turning it into a complete ruin. And in Cassius' eyes, the formerly grand tomb had turned into a black and white graveyard of all beings. After avoiding this terrifying storm by using the blink spell to enter the ethereal plane, Cassius felt lingering fear. If the red dragon had remained in place just now, even with protection from energy damage, it would not have been able to withstand the violent lightning and endless ice rain. Cassius felt a strong gravitational force trying to pull him back to the prime material plane to mend the breach in the plane's barrier. Despite his desperate resistance, it was to no avail. Cassius was simply too weak to contend with the plane's rules, and he had no choice but to submit. Lost special status. Entering the ether. The red dragon reappeared in the original place, instantly stunned. Are you kidding me? Immediately, the elements became restless once again. Endless winds and ice rain lashed at his body, and the flashing electric arcs on the ground quickly gathered, reaching towards his limbs. In the rolling black clouds above, terrifying thunder was once again accumulating, the sound like a deep, long-suppressed roar. The most terrifying wave of spells had passed, and these are just its lingering aftermath. Chapter 29. Eye of the Storm King. Cassius stretched his wings and glided over the collapsing stone bridge. But he wasn't fleeing. He flew towards the storm giant's corpse. The hurricane buffeted him left and right. Flickering arcs of lightning chased him, with bolts striking behind him, creating charred craters in the ruins. The red dragon dodged desperately in the chaotic airflow, flapping his wings with all his might against the fierce wind and rain, wobbling towards the eye of the storm. The closer he got to the center, the more intense the elemental reactions became. Arcs of electricity filled every inch of the air. In a few breaths, the red dragon was already covered in wounds. Despite having several spells for protection, his body bore charred scars under the violent elemental reactions. The golden scales were corroded with pockmarks from the acid rain. Arcs of electricity circulated around his body, and every wing beat produced sizzling sounds. Finally, he was only 10 meters from the corpse. Boom. Another bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl struck Cassius, so fast he didn't even notice it. Spell nullification barrier. An invisible barrier appeared, barely withstanding the bolt before shattering, saving his life once again and making Cassius feel a chill in his heart. He couldn't waste any more time. Roar. The red dragon let out a slightly immature roar, almost a hoarse scream. Then, with all his might, he flapped his wings, pushing his powerful body against the escalating storm, finally managing to get close to the storm giant's corpse. I have to get there. Cassius roared. At this moment, the wild thunder had turned the area into purgatory, surrounding him layer by layer. A single step could turn him into charcoal instantly. He had no way back. Cassius ignored the incoming thunder, focusing solely on the storm giant's eye. The eye looked like amber, surrounded by bright lightning and containing unimaginable destructive power. It wasn't just the body of a giant. It was clearly a terrifying magical relic. This was the manifestation of the storm giant's great power to control calamities while alive, also fulfilling his final prophecy, the bringer of ultimate destruction. It was this eye that had launched the dreadful spell. Come down. Cassius's muscles bulged as he exerted all his strength. Just as the thunder was about to engulf him, he forcibly pulled the eye from the storm giant socket, clutching it tightly in his claw. Sizzle. Boom. In an instant, the eye of the storm giant drew the surrounding lightning, forming a terrifying vortex of electrical energy in the magic web. The red dragon twitched, his flesh vaporized. Blinding light emanated from his claw, making his palm almost transparent, and even his bones were visible. But he held on tightly, knowing that if he let go, he would be turned to ash by the surrounding lightning. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. A few breaths passed. As the red dragon panted heavily, the light in his claw gradually dimmed. Rumble. In an instant, the surrounding lightning retreated like a tide, and the rolling dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed under the wind's influence. The fierce storm in the cave lost its power, becoming calm. Everything returned to darkness and silence. The once majestic tomb had turned into a pile of rubble, indistinguishable from any collapsed cavern, with no trace of the ancient giant empire's glory. It's over. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfur-laden air. He carefully opened his claw. His thick paw was charred and many fleshy parts were burned. The scales melted into ugly lumps. But the red dragon didn't care. His eyes were full of anticipation and excitement. The blue amber-like eye lay quietly in his palm like a beautiful gem that could be set in any noble lady's dress. Only the faint flickering of blue light reminded Cassius of the terrifying lightning and the dreadful storm that had shaken him. The ancient storm yields to your strength. You have acquired the legendary equipment, Eye of the Storm King. Eye of the Storm King. Quality, legendary. Creator, Randa Hurricane Argates. Introduction. The legendary druid, Storm Giant Elder Randa, once stared at the shining stars and deep ocean from the Sky Castle, seeking all signs and omens left by Anon. The storm giants could control the weather and change the fate of countless beings, but he knew that intervening in many matters was futile. Randa buried his lifetime collection underground, sealing the power comparable to a scourge in an eye, waiting for himself and the remnants of his empire to be forgotten. Of course, if an uninvited guest came, Randa would gladly bring ultimate death. An enraged storm giant will bring more thorough destruction. This is my final prophecy. Randa. Effects: Storm of Vengeance, Charge and Release. Weather Control, once a week. Remnant of the Storm, Contact causes additional lightning damage, with a chance to summon lightning after multiple accumulations, granting a certain degree of lightning immunity. Storm of Vengeance. 9th tier curse spell. A tumultuous cloud forms and expands from a visible point, filling the area with lightning and roaring winds. All creatures under the cloud have a chance to become continuously deafened. Storm of Vengeance produces different effects depending on control. Acid rain, lightning, hail, strong winds, and ice rain besiege the area, heavily obscuring it. The strong winds disperse all magical or non-magical smoke and similar effects in the area. Weather Control. 8th tier transformation spell. You control the weather conditions within a certain range during the spell's duration. You can freely change precipitation, temperature, and wind conditions, and spend time creating extreme weather like hail, fog, and blizzards. The weather gradually returns to normal when the spell ends. This, a worthy relic of a legendary druid. The red dragon couldn't help but widen his eyes, revealing the deep orange, flame-like irises. Divine artifact. Cassius had only 2 words to assess this equipment. Just the Eye of the Storm King alone made this life-threatening adventure worthwhile. It could fetch an astronomical price of over $1 billion on the black market in his previous life. Storm of Vengeance was a noble 9th tier, top-level spell. It was no exaggeration to say it could easily determine the outcome of a battle. Weather Control was also an extremely precious 8th tier high-rank spell with extensive adaptability. Even the additional remnant of the storm was a powerful weapon for close combat. Cassius tightly grasped the bluish gem, fearing to lose it, for the first time understanding how the Chimera felt when hoarding gold coins. Boom. Huge stones fell from the dome, nearly hitting the red dragon's head before smashing into the ground and scattering into fragments. Cassius looked up to see the cracks in the ceiling deepening and spreading like a web. No, this underground world is about to collapse. Run. The red dragon flapped his wings, struggling to dodge the falling boulders. Fortunately, his increased agility made him more nimble than ordinary red dragons. On one side was the joy of obtaining the treasure, on the other, the helplessness of being in danger again. Cassius was pained yet delighted. Chapter 30, Northwind Eagle Guards. Boom, boom, boom. Several massive rocks fell continuously, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise. Cassius dodged and weaved in the air with unimaginable speed. Anyone witnessing it would hardly believe this was a red dragon, known for its brute strength and sluggishness. Crack. The sound of breaking suddenly echoed atop the rock. As Cassius flew at high speed, he looked up and saw that the rocks at the top of the exit were collapsing. The red dragon's expression turned grave. His wings and limbs tightly folded against his body. Swoosh. His body shot downward like an arrow, losing its string. At the very last moment before the rocks collapsed, Cassius dashed out of the cave, his tail barely brushing past the falling stones. Boom. The next sound was a thunderous crash, followed by billowing dust. Silence ensued. The tomb was completely buried under the rocks, beyond the reach of any intruder. Although the process wreaked havoc on the tomb itself, in a way, it fulfilled the storm giant elder's long-forgotten desire. Rest in peace, Cassius murmured softly, looking once more at the entrance covered in debris. He patted the ancient inscriptions on the stone pillar at the entrance and turned away. The red dragon spread his claws, with the eerie blue eye of the Storm King still lying in them. The power of this thing is immense. I can't just swallow it directly. I need to find a container. The recent terrifying storm still lingered in his heart. Stormy Ridge, Ashen Nest. On the walls of Rock Fortress, there were numerous corpses of goblins and kobolds, and even a few ogres, all fell by arrows from the sky. In the sky, there were not just wyverns roaring and screeching, but also over 40 giant eagles. These giant eagles had bright plumage and wore scaled armor on vital parts, with wingspans over 6 meters long. Upon closer inspection, each giant eagle bore a knight clad in thick plate armor, with only their eyes visible. Their chests displayed emblems of eagles and swords. These were the Eagle Guards of the Rackman family. The Rackman family earned the title of Northwind Eagle because their ancestor, Telgai Rackman, had stolen giant eagle eggs from the top of the storm cliffs and raised numerous giant eagles in their territory, training them to be elite giant eagle knights as a personal guard. These giant eagle knights could fend off invasions from monsters like frost giants and wyverns, and could be formidable weapons in wars between lords. The knights called Eagle Guards had a history spanning hundreds of years. The battle in the sky continued. Over 40 Eagle Guards, wielding bows and arrows or spears, rode their giant eagles, continuously circling the 8 wyverns. They connected head to tail, forming a massive encirclement. The Eagle Guards were well versed in combating wyverns, knowing not to confront these massive beasts head-on. They were aware of their large size and limited agility in the air, while exploiting their own mobility. Hence, they adopted the circle formation. The Eagle Guards cover each other's tails, confusing the wyverns. Any wyvern that lunged at them would face a barrage of arrows, and if it missed, it would be struck by spears from behind. The goblin troops on the ground could do nothing against these fast-moving aerial targets but shoot feeble arrows. But these arrows, slowed by air resistance, merely bounced off the Eagle Guard's plate armor like tickles. Ogres roared and growled, haphazardly throwing massive stones into the sky. One ogre aimed purely by instinct and hurled a stone. Bang! The stone drew a beautiful arc in the sky, astonishingly hitting an unlucky Eagle Guard and knocking him down. Oh, it hit. Well done, Big Head. Bring down those little flies, those tin cans. The ogres cheered excitedly, swarming over and tearing the giant eagle and the knight to pieces. From the top of the wall, Ramp wasn't to be outdone, waving his giant club skyward. Fireball technique. A scorching fireball shot toward the giant eagles in the sky. But under the superb control of the knight, the giant eagle dodged in a circle. The fireball grazed its chest, leaving only a trail of scorch marks. Although it missed, the fireball had a strong deterrent effect, and the Eagle Guards immediately became alert. It's a spellcaster. Don't get close to that section of the wall. Damn, how can there be an ogre mage? Watch out, there's a spellcaster. Ramp's face darkened. The giant eagle knights were too agile, often flying out of reach before his fireball technique even completed. Even hitting one or two with rocks was just a matter of luck. Ramp adjusted the small glasses on his face and muttered, "The goblins are useless. These brainless wyverns aren't dependable either. It's all up to that beast. Or wait for the master to return to handle it. No, it's just a few dozen humans. The master would be disappointed in me." With that thought, the ogre mage roared in Draconic at the cave in the rock wall. "Chimera, if you don't act now, are you waiting for the master to come back and tear you apart?" Roar. A furious roar echoed from the cave. A massive monster with the heads of a goat, a lion, and a dragon burst forth from the dark cave, beating its dragon-like wings, taking to the air. "It's a chimera." An Eagle Guard exclaimed in the air. "Scatter the formation." A calm voice came from the sky. The voice belonged to Alger Yerman, the guard commander of these Eagle Guards and a seasoned warrior. Behind the heavy regulation plate armor were a pair of extremely calm eyes. Unlike others, his weapon was not a lance or a bow, but a heavy great sword engraved with an open-winged eagle motif. The chimera flew to the highest point, beating its wings. Roar. It let out a long roar. Then it dived, spewing scorching flame breath from its mouth. The eagle guards broke their formation, scattering to avoid the flames. But faced with the high-speed dive of the Chimera, 3 eagle guards couldn't evade in time and were engulfed in flames, burning fiercely in the air before plummeting to the ground in agony. Seeing his comrades fall, Alger shouted decisively, "Leave the Chimera to me. You continue to surround those wyverns." He leaned slightly, gently stroking the feathers of his giant eagle, whispering, "Eagle, it's time to go." The bond between the giant eagle and its rider was such that words were unnecessary. They understood each other perfectly. Screech. A piercing eagle cry echoed through the sky. Alger's superb riding skill and the giant eagle's flight techniques combined to allow them to fly within the Chimera's airflow, keeping them perfectly in its blind spot. He leaned forward, swinging his sharp great sword to slice through the Chimera's tough hide. Blood splattered in the air. The Chimera roared in fury as it felt a wound on its back. Next, the Chimera quickly turned in the air, swinging its thick dragon's tail forcefully at where Alger had been. Eagle Alger shouted to his companion, clenching his legs tightly. The giant eagle immediately understood, rolling sideways in the air to deftly evade the strike. The dragon tail missed its target, leaving the Chimera enraged. It accelerated, turning its dragon head to spew scorching flame breath at the pursuing eagle guard. Flames roared in the air, but the Chimera's neck was clearly not fully articulating. Alger, controlling the giant eagle with one hand, slightly tilted to the side and dodged the flame breath, taking advantage of his maneuverability to fly back into the Chimera's upper blind spot. "Control the sky, and you control everything," the old instructor often told them. The Chimera, seeing the stubborn eagle guard clinging to its tail, dived once more. Using its familiarity with the terrain, it swiftly spread its dragon wings and came to a sudden halt, hoping the eagle guard would crash into the rocky wall. However, Alger was not easily fooled. He calmly followed behind the Chimera, leisurely turning his direction. This time, with his eagle-like sharp eyes, he noticed something odd. The Chimera's left wing, when spread, lagged for a moment. But since Alger had such keen perception, he noticed it. "Its left wing has an old injury," Alger exclaimed excitedly. He gently stroked the feathers beneath him, and the giant eagle let out a sharp shriek, diving down swiftly. This time, the sword blade sliced through the Chimera's hindquarters. Facing large monsters, Alger was very patient. He never hoped for a one-hit kill. Instead, he aimed to use his maneuverability advantage to make the opponent bleed slowly. When facing such monsters, patient hunters often secured trophies, while impatient hotheads often lost their lives under the monster's accidental trampling. Barbarians, of course, were an exception. Now that he knew the Chimera's wings had old injuries and couldn't change direction easily, the Eagle Guard commander attacked even more recklessly. This time, the giant eagle hovered under the Chimera's belly. Actions like tides, Alger's muscles bulged. His movements suddenly sped up. In just a few seconds, he swung his sword several times in rapid succession, each stroke slicing through the tough lion skin, sinking deep into the flesh, even reaching the Chimera's soft internal organs. The Chimera let out a howl of pain, enduring the agony, swiping its claws downward. But the giant eagle knight had already moved to its side, spotting the next opening. Downward slash, Alger finished one sword strike and followed up with a side slash, precisely cutting through the Chimera's downward swinging claw. The Chimera howled again, raising its 3 heads together. Eagle feathers flew, blood sprayed everywhere. Under Alger's superb techniques, the giant eagle repeatedly passed over the Chimera's back, sides, and belly. His great sword repeatedly splattered the monster's blood, while the Chimera struggled to touch even one feather of his. Such was the difference between a beast and a warrior. The bipedal wyverns flapped their wings, trying to assist, but they could barely protect themselves. Soon, each bipedal wyvern was surrounded and harassed by small teams of 7 or 8 eagle guards, roaring in futile rage, stabbing their tails wildly. Eagle, left upward, Alger's tone carried a hint of excitement. The slaying such a large monster always got his blood pumping. "I want this guy's wings chopped off," with a sharp eagle cry. Alger and his giant eagle dove down, flying toward the already somewhat disoriented Chimera. Just as his great sword was about to cleave the dragon wing, fireball technique, a scorching fireball sped towards the giant eagle from the ground. The ogre mage ramp had been observing for a long time, waiting for a moment when they let down their guard. Eagle Alger shouted, twisting his body to change direction. In the midst of the dive, the giant eagle forcibly turned sideways, narrowly dodging the fireball's blast. However, the right wing's feathers were singed by the fire, leaving a scorched mark. But this mid-air adjustment made their posture awkward. The chimera, regaining its senses, realized this was a rare opportunity, despite the accumulating wounds driving it to the brink of madness. It only wanted to unleash its pin-up fury. With a roar, it swiped its lion's claws with tremendous force. Feathers and blood sprayed everywhere. The giant eagle, along with the knight atop it, was sent flying several meters away. Even after suffering such an attack and spinning in midair, Alger held tightly to the giant eagle, not falling off. Eagle, tilt right despite not falling. He adjusted his center of gravity, helping the wounded giant eagle maintain balance, spreading its wings for basic flight. Seeing Alger still in the air, the chimera grew even angrier and charged again. Eagle guards, the symbol of this chimera is nearly done. Alger raised his long sword high. The eagle guards, engaged in combat with the wyverns, immediately dispersed, gradually surrounding and harassing the chimera in formation. Arrows flew from all directions, with occasional lance charges from the rear. The chimera was battered and exhausted. Though not highly intelligent, the chimera knew things wouldn't end well if this continued. It could no longer endure these annoying flies swarming it. Therefore, the chimera's three heads roared hoarsely, feigning a few attacks. Seizing the opportunity as the eagle guards dodged and spread out, it turned and fled. It aimed to retreat to a cave to defend one side. Alger instantly saw through the chimera's intent. It's trying to escape. Eagle guards, prepare for a mass charge. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Northwind Eagle Guards Part 3 The giant eagles let out a series of sharp cries, forming a formation and diving straight after the chimera. But just as they were about to catch up from behind, a red figure appeared in the cave. The chimera, escaping headlong, saw the figure and immediately cried out in the little draconic it knew master. Help. Cassius looked at the line of giant eagles behind the chimera, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing knights wearing heavy plate armor adorned with eagle emblems, his puzzlement deepened. Are these the eagle guards? He had only been in the underground for a few days. How had the eagle guards come all the way to his home? Could it be that Ramp had been blinded by the grand plan and sent troops to attack Northwind Castle? But seeing the giant eagles diving in formations, he couldn't bother to think much and could only prepare for battle. Such a dense formation. Are you waiting for me to barbecue, you not having killed in a while? Cassius couldn't help but lick his lips and exhale a breath of sulphurous heat. The violence deep within his red dragon bloodline was awakened. Alger was originally commanding from high in the sky, sword waving as he directed the eagle guard's charge. But upon seeing the red figure from afar, his face changed dramatically. For the first time, his tone showed panic and tension. Dragon. It's a red dragon. Alger shouted desperately. A dragon, any kind of giant dragon, was the last opponent he ever wanted to face in battle. Whether it was the scales harder than armor, the endless wide area breath, or the numerous spell-like abilities, they were absolute nightmares for the giant eagle knights. Scatter. Scatter. But not everyone had Alger's sharp senses or his elite riding skills. They couldn't detect the danger in time or stop the charge at such high speed. The eagle guards were already racing toward the cave entrance. It was too late. Cassius opened his jaw slightly. The dragon's basal vessels channeled flame energy from deep within his body into his lungs. Hot elements gathered in his chest and throat, making his chest glow faintly like molten lava. This was the sign of the red dragon's breath. Flame breath. In an instant, a torrent of searing fire spewed from Cassius's mouth. The raging blaze consumed all the charging eagle guards at the front, turning the entrance of the cave into a furnace of death. The flames tore through everything in their path. Those in the lead had no chance to resist. Their pupils reflected the red inferno just before they were turned to ash. In a way, they were the lucky ones. Their deaths were swift. Behind them, more than a dozen eagle guards were engulfed in roaring fire, transformed into burning fireballs midair. Cries rang out. I'm on fire. It's so hot. Help. Help. They screamed, wailed, and struggled. Some burned alive in agony. Others lost control of their mounts and plummeted to their deaths, all caught in the red dragon's merciless breath. Cassius flapped his wings slowly, unhurried, hovering above the battlefield as the chaos unfolded beneath him. The chimera cowered behind the red dragon. Its neck pulled back in fear as it watched the massacre unfold. It let out soft cries of vengeance but had no more fight left. The power before it was far beyond anything it could challenge. The bipedal wyverns in the sky raised their heads and roared in unison, rejoicing at the return of their master. The ogres waved clubs and hammers, cheering loudly. Goblins thrust their short spears into the air, overcome with excitement. Kobolds dropped to their knees as though witnessing a god. All of them were paying homage to overwhelming power. In one moment, the tide of battle had completely turned. Watching dozens of comrades fall in an instant, Alger's eyes turned red. Still, he stayed mounted, guiding his eagle upward, raising his great sword high. The wind howled through the sword hollow design, creating a piercing whistle like the cry of a hunting bird. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Scatter and retreat. The remaining 20 eagle guards, having seen the devastation, understood they stood no chance against this enemy. Without hesitation, they turned their giant eagles and flew in different directions. Eagle guards were trained with great care and resources. From an early age, they were taught that preserving the force was a top priority. Cassius hovered in the sky, wings slowly flapping. He watched the scattered eagle guards with a faint, cruel smile. You came to my nest and still think you can escape? A bit too arrogant toward a dragon, don't you think? The red dragon soared to the highest point. Again, the flame elements surged into his lungs, the heat rising in his throat. This time, however, the breath was not as concentrated. Alger glanced back during his retreat. When he saw the red dragon rising again, his face turned pale. Dragon breath. Another dragon breath. Dodge it. He cried out a warning with all his strength. Cassius opened his mouth. This time, instead of one sweeping blaze, he launched several fireballs, each aimed with precision. Targeted breath weapon. Each fireball streaked through the air like a meteor, trailing flames and heat. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions echoed across the sky. Several knights were struck, engulfed in fire, and fell like comets. Alger, also among the targets, performed a series of sharp midair turns and sudden dives, barely evading the attack. What is this? This wasn't just breath. It was as focused and accurate as a mage's fire spell. Watching more of his comrades fall from the sky, Alger drew a deep breath. You all retreat first. I'll distract the dragon. He stroked the scorched feathers of his eagle and spoke quietly. Eagle, this may be our last charge. The eagle let out a low, sorrowful cry. They were more than knight and mount. They were companions who had grown up together, shared battles, and survived near-death experiences. It's just a pity we never got the chance to repay his grace. And we never got to crush those devils. Alger whispered the words as he climbed higher into the sky, one with the wind. His years of combat training let him feel every shift in the air. Together, he and his eagle became a single soaring force. He flew higher and higher until he was just a tiny dot above. Then he dove. He plunged straight toward the red dragon, like a knight charging against an impossible foe. A sharp eagle cry echoed through the sky. Cassius raised his head, golden eyes catching the black, diving rapidly. Interesting. So, you're a high-level warrior. Chapter 33. Northwind Eagle Guards, Part 4. Alger dove like lightning, aiming to slip past the red dragon's side and strike, using the beast's size against it. Then he would dive into its blind spot and escape. Act before the enemy. Cassius's vertical pupils gleamed with magical light. He predicted Alger's movement, swinging his claws to intercept the knight's trajectory. Eagle. Alger clamped his legs tight, pulling hard on the reins. The eagle twisted mid-dive, narrowly avoiding the dragon's claw. Swish. The sound of air being torn apart screamed behind them. Alger veered to the side, brow furrowed, heart racing. He glanced toward the horizon. A dozen Northwind Eagle Guards had managed to slip past the dragon's view. But wyverns were still on their tails, shrieking in pursuit. At least I have to buy them enough time to get away. Alger whispered. He had just flown past death itself. The creature before him was unbelievably agile. It didn't fight like a typical red dragon. It anticipated his every move. Feints and harassing attacks were useless. Cassius, meanwhile, watched him with growing interest. As annoying as a fly, but quite a decent unit. He watched the rapidly circling giant eagle, exhaling a breath of sulphurous heat. Alger continued to circle, trying to find a flaw in the red dragon's defenses. Finally, he spotted a blind spot in its vision. "It's right here," he dive-bombed down resolutely. Alger clutched his silver sword with both hands, using the momentum of the dive to slash at the red dragon's body with all his might. Clang, not only did he fail to harm the red dragon, but the impact made his arms go numb. The scales struck by the sword turned into a lustrous gold. It was like hitting a piece of metal. Remnant of the storm, Cassius let out a light whistle as lightning abruptly burst out from his claws, quickly covering his body. Alger immediately withdrew his sword and attempted to evade, but the electric current had already traveled along the silver sword, coursing through his body and the giant eagle. A sharp eagle screech rang out. The feathers of the giant eagle stood on end, arcing with fine electric currents, causing it great pain and rendering it paralyzed and weak. Clearly a red dragon. How could it? As a warrior, Alger had a strong constitution. Although in pain, he was not severely injured by the fleeting electric current. He barely managed to keep the giant eagle balanced, preventing it from falling. Yet with each flap of its wings, bolts of current jolted through its body, so he reduced its movements, gliding slowly through the air. A spellcaster, this red dragon was a spellcaster. And this lightning spell was not an innate ability. It was learned. Alger's heart sank. Facing a dragon mage or sorcerer was the worst scenario. As he turned his head, he saw the red dragon baring its teeth, its golden pupils flashing with a terrifying light. His instincts screamed danger. He reflexively wanted to close his eyes, but he couldn't evade the spell's swiftness. Phantom force, a heavy, scorching hot chain, wrapped around Alger. He wanted to believe it was an illusion, but the searing pain on his body was too real, a sign that it was almost impossible to resist without proper training. The more the target believed in the illusion created by phantom force, the more real and logical it became. Now, in Alger's eyes, his body was covered in blackened burn marks. The chains even exuded flames. He and the giant eagle plummeted together, dragged down by the chains. No, it's fake. I haven't avenged them yet. How can this just end like this? Alger roared, his voice hoarse. He endured the excruciating burning sensation, tightly closing his eyes. Relying solely on his sense of the airflow, he maneuvered the giant eagle into gliding flight, forcing himself to break free from the spell through sheer willpower. When he opened his eyes again, everything was gone. The chains, the flames, the scars, all vanished. Even Cassius was slightly surprised in the high sky. Impressive. Still able to break free from the spell. Truly the captain of the Northwind Castle Eagle Guards. Witnessing such an impressive performance, Cassius finally remembered the identity of this giant eagle knight. The renowned gatekeeper boss from the past life, known as the Claw of the Male Eagle and Rackman's Sharp Sword. The captain of the Northwind Eagle Guards, Alger Yerman. He had led the Eagle Guards multiple times in the massacres and hunts against tieflings. He was the infamous butcher under the Duke Brad and the future Death Knight. Orphaned at a young age, Alger was indoctrinated by Duke Brad to believe that his parents were sacrificed to devils by tieflings. Thus, he was manipulated into becoming a death warrior for the Rackman family, swearing lifelong loyalty and participating in the horrific tiefling camp massacre. But when Alger approached the truth behind his parents' death, the once trusted Duke Brad turned him into an unconscious Death Knight, forever wandering outside the ducal mansion on his bone eagle. Thinking of this, Cassius decided not to kill him yet. Such a waste. It wasn't out of mercy or some leftover human empathy from a past life. It was solely for setting the stage for his takeover of Northwind Castle. After all, goblins and kobolds were nothing but expendable tools in his eyes. Their deaths insignificant. A loyalist grown in Northwind Castle and a chief guard for many years, an elite giant eagle knight, was invaluable. Cassius was sure he could extract significant benefits from him and possibly even train an air force for the Ashen Nest. The red dragon swooped over the sky, closing in on the slowly gliding giant eagle knight. Before he could react, Cassius cast twin spells, aiming at two targets simultaneously. Sleep spell, a flash of magic aura occurred, and the exhausted knight, along with his giant eagle, fell into a deep sleep, descending from the sky and caught roughly by the red dragon's strong claws. Under normal circumstances, Alger's strength would resist a sleep spell, but drained by the fight, he was left defenseless. You could withstand illusions, but can you escape hard control? Cassius dropped him to the ground, unable to resist exclaiming. Based on your own strength and the enemy's sleep state, You can observe the following information. Chief Guard of the Northwind Eagle Guard's name. Alger Yearman category. Medium humanoid, human, lawful neutral AC, 18, fine plate armor speed, flight 90 feet, ground movement 30 feet strength, 17 agility, 16 constitution, 14 intelligence, 11 perception, 13 charisma, 12 occupational level, warrior, giant eagle knight, level 8 mount, giant eagle of the Anzeta subspecies, level 4. Military weapons, long sword, short sword, great sword, long bow, heavy crossbow, spear, simple weapons, dagger, short bow, light crossbow skill proficiency, riding plus 14, military plus 9, hunting plus 7, athletics plus 6, perception plus 4, leadership plus 4, survival plus 4, investigation plus 2, tracking plus 4, stealth plus 4 senses, passive perception 14 language common. Actions, group attack, commander surprise attack, dive attack, aerial quick stop, swift turn, slashing attack, piercing attack, actions like tides, recovery feats, vigilance, downward slash, great weapon master, heavy armor usage, riding expert, flying master combat equipment, eagle shriek silver sword, Northrun Castle standard plate armor, eagle guard cloak challenge level 9. 5,000 experience points. What a luxurious panel. Cassius clicked his tongue in admiration. Chapter 34, Northwind Eagle Guards. Part 5 Flame Breath Target. Another several short bursts of breath were released, and several eagle guards fell to the ground as blazing fireballs. The remaining few eagle guards, as Alger wished, fled this place that had cost them heavy casualties under the pursuit of the wyvern, spreading the red dragon's fearful reputation throughout the Anzeta Great Wilderness. Letting them escape was partially due to the time-wasting factor of capturing Alger alive, and partially intentional. It was important to know that the Rackman family's Northwind Eagle Guards totaled only around 300, and in just this one battle, they had lost 1/10 of their number. Such a unit was considered elite throughout the northern United Kingdom. A few days later, the news of a terrifying red dragon at Stormy Ridge spread to many places, and a wanted poster was also hung up at Northwind Castle, depicting a ferocious red dragon breathing flames from its mouth. Location: Stormy Ridge, Ashen Nest target. Suspected young red dragon. Codename Flying Flame Bounty. 5,000 gold coins. Adventurers, while chatting and boasting in taverns during their downtime, fantasized about becoming the legendary dragon slayer. They often said while sprawled on the table in a drunken stupor, "If that red dragon met me, its head would have been chopped off and taken to claim the bounty long ago." Of course, this was all talk for later. Alger felt heavy-headed, his memories confused. He first dreamt of his carefree and happy childhood, with his mother gently stroking his head and softly reading stories from a book. He ran through the alleyways, playing and laughing with newly made friends, the atmosphere filled with joyful sounds. However, the scene shifted. In the dream, he was crying bitterly on the street, searching everywhere for his parents, only to find 2 bodies in a dark corner, gutted and marked with eerie symbols. A middle-aged man, whose face was indistinct and dressed in luxurious clothing, stood in the dark alley, patting his shoulder. His tone was grave as he said, "It was the devil's spawn that harmed them." Following this were blazing flames, fleeing crowds crying out, rivers of spilled blood, women holding wailing children begging for mercy, and the silver sword in his hand emitting an eagle shriek. No huff. Alger woke up from the nightmare, sitting up abruptly. He instinctively reached to his side, and only when he felt the familiar touch of feathers did he breathe a sigh of relief. It was his giant eagle. He checked his body all over. There were no new wounds, but his standard issue plate armor and the eagle shriek silver sword at his waist were gone. Heavy iron shackles still bound his hands and feet. "Where am I?" Alger immediately looked around. The surroundings were damp and dark, with only the faint glow from torches on the rock walls providing any light. All around were hard rocks, and bars made from thick tree trunks enclosed him. At the entrance, a fat bugbear was sleeping against the door, its wooden club on the ground, while goblins holding short spears patrolled the corridor. This is the dungeon of a monster's lair, Alger immediately concluded. He suspected that the red dragon had cast a spell to put him to sleep and then thrown him into the dungeon. Now his sole objective was to find a way to escape, gather as much information as possible, and report his findings to His Grace the Duke. But without any weapons, and with the cell firmly locked with heavy iron locks, escape seemed difficult. "Hey, bugbear, wake up!" Alger waved his hand, trying to attract the dozing bugbear's attention, hoping to glean some information and find a chance to escape. The bugbear at the door suddenly woke up. Seeing Alger awake, it immediately began shouting. Quick, notify Lord Dolores. This human is awake. Alger lowered his voice and said to the bugbear guard, "Do you want gold? Give me the key." And I have. The bugbear spat at him. It picked up the wooden club from the ground and left unceremoniously, muttering, "You humans always think you're so clever. Thinking we're fools. You've already been stripped clean. Nothing left. Just a pauper someone. Come, this human is awake." With a bugbear's robust shout, the goblins ran to spread the news quickly beyond the dungeon. "Damn it, let me out." Alger grabbed the bars and shook them with all his might, the heavy iron chains on his shackles clanking loudly. But the cell door was so strong that even an ogre couldn't break it easily, let alone a weakened human, making the effort nothing but a waste of energy. After trying for a long time, the sturdy wood bars still didn't budge, and Alger finally gave up on breaking the cell door by force. He regained his composure, slumped down, and began to think carefully about strategy. The red dragon kept me alive for a reason. It will interrogate me. This cunning, evil dragon likely intends to harm his grace, perhaps to steal treasures, seize a city, or even overthrow the government. But no matter what it asks or demands, I must not reveal anything. It's a pity all my belongings were taken. Otherwise, I could have kept some wyvern toxin on hand, ready to end my life if necessary. Alger gritted his teeth, mentally prepared to face cruel torture. Sure enough, 3 strong bugbears approached from the end of the corridor. They struggled with the rough key to unlock the iron lock, unfastened the heavy chains wrapped around the cell door, and slowly opened the door. The doorway was blocked by the bugbears' bulky bodies, leaving no gap for escape. "Come with me, human. The master wants to see you." The bugbear bent down and entered the cell, approaching Alger. "Don't touch me," Alger snarled fiercely. But the bugbear ignored him, stepping forward to grab his shackles, wrapping the chains around his hand, then dragging Alger out of the cell. Other bugbears surrounded him, lifting his entire body to ensure he had no chance of escaping. "I tell you, this human tried to bribe me, but I didn't fall for it. Haha, previously so imperious. Now just like this once captured. Yeah, those wyverns are useless. Couldn't even handle one human, eating all that meat for nothing, right? Might as well share it all with us." The bugbears chatted and laughed among themselves while working. And the weakened giant eagle knight had no strength to resist. If he were soaring in the sky on his giant eagle, Alger was confident he could single-handedly take down these ugly creatures, even mocking them with ease. But now, trapped in the dungeon, weakened and shackled, the once proud giant eagle knight could only let these brute-force bugbears handle him as they pleased, without any means of resistance. Chapter 35, Northwind Eagle Guards. Part 6. Alger was blindfolded, turning left and right in the passage. When the black cloth was removed, he saw an incredibly spacious cave before him. In the very center of the cave, a red dragon lay coiled on a massive rock, its eyes half closed, seemingly resting. The bugbear pushed Alger forward, forcing him to kneel, and then respectfully said, "Master, I have brought this human." The red dragon lazily opened its eyes and casually said, "Well done, you may leave now." Alger could even feel the hot breath of sulfur from the red dragon's mouth. "Yes, master." The bugbear respectfully withdrew. Alger struggled to stand up from the ground, gritting his teeth, and said each word with determination, "Evil dragon, no matter what plot you have, I won't let you succeed, even if I have to die." After speaking, he closed his eyes, straightened his back, and prepared to face the red dragon's wrath. Whether it was the scorching flames or sharp fangs he would face, he showed no fear. To his surprise, the red dragon's tone showed no anger, simply asking, "Why did Brad Rackman send you here?" Alger kept his eyes tightly shut, not responding as if he hadn't heard. Seeing Alger's reaction, coupled with the timing, Cassius could roughly guess his current mission, which should be the infamous Tiefling camp massacre from his past life. Hundreds of Eagle Guards searched everywhere for traces of Tieflings. Once found, they would immediately slaughter them, regardless of age or gender, leaving no one and incinerating the site, destroying everything in the vicinity. This mission should have gone very smoothly. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the Ashen Nest. At this moment, looking at the unwavering Alger, Cassius mockingly asked, "Alger Yerman, do you know how your parents died?" These words hit Alger like a shockwave. The most secret wound in his heart was torn open, and he couldn't help but open his eyes, shouting, "Impossible, how do you know?" Seeing Alger open his eyes, the red dragon slowly said, "You don't need to know why. Just truthfully answer based on what you know." Cassius repeated once more, "Then tell me, how did your parents die?" They were, however, Alger did not notice the faint red glow in the red dragon's vertical pupils, which also appeared in his own eyes. They were sacrificed to devils by those damned tiefling bastards. Alger thought of those painful memories, his eyes instantly turning red with rage. Cassius casually asked, "Who told you this information?" It was his grace, then why do I know otherwise? What do you know? I know that you're esteemed his grace, in pursuit of eternal life, to become an undying blood clan member, exchange the lives of thousands in the city, among which Cassius paused. Included your parents in front of Alger. The red dragon was like a devil from hell, using cunning words to lure the human's thoughts towards him step by step. No, impossible. You're lying. Alger's voice trembled as he shouted. But under the red dragon's deliberate guidance, he couldn't help but consider the terrifying possibility. His benefactor, his godfather, the duke to whom he had sworn lifelong loyalty, might be his enemy. Cassius stepped forward slowly, wings spreading wide, casting a massive shadow over Alger and towering above him. Think carefully. Has his grace ever left the castle even once? Has he ever stood in sunlight, instead of hiding in shadows while making those high-sounding speeches? With your sharp senses, have you ever heard the cries from the back of Rackman Castle? Have you smelled the blood mixed into the soil? When you slaughtered the innocent, did you know they were used as sacrifices? Pathetic materials for the Duke's eternal life. As Cassius spoke, Alger saw images of roaring flames, children crying, mothers holding their babies in despair. No, I didn't. Alger kept retreating, shaking his head. Dizziness overwhelmed him. Pain split through his skull. Every memory became vivid, like they were confirming the truth. No, you're lying. You're trying to deceive me. I won't believe this slander. His grace is clearly. Alger collapsed to the ground, muttering and shaking his head. Shadows clouded his eyes. After a long silence, a trace of clarity returned to his gaze. His voice trembled. Evil dragon, what did you do to me? Cassius glanced down with indifference. Just a little trick to help you accept the truth. Besides, after all that you've done, what gives you the right to call me an evil dragon? No, I don't believe it. This is your scheme. You cast a spell to mislead me. I won't accept your lies. Your conspiracy is nothing to the loyal Northwind Eagle Guards. Alger forced himself upright, trying not to dwell on those terrifying words. But his denial lacked strength. I have no need to deceive you. Besides, you will know soon enough. Cassius said no more. He calmly lay down, closed his eyes, and summoned the bugbear waiting at the door. Take him back to the dungeon. Yes, master. 3 bugbears stepped forward and dragged Alger away as he struggled. As he was taken, he kept shouting, Evil dragon, you won't deceive me. You will never smear his grace. You and those devils are working together. Years of family loyalty training had taught Alger absolute obedience. He was just a weapon, and weapons had no morals. Never ask why. Just obey. That was what his old instructor always said. As a loyal Eagle Guard, Alger often emptied his thoughts, avoided thinking about right or wrong, especially during massacres, when facing defenseless refugees. Now, Alger rarely thought about any of this. But the very fact that he was starting to mend a crack had formed in his mind. One more push, and he would completely collapse. Cassius had succeeded. Chapter 36. Silver-tongued. A panel appeared before Cassius. You have broken through someone's mind with words. Achievement unlocked. Silver-tongued. Silver-tongued. My tongue can be a rose with thorns or a sword dipped in poison, depending on your choice. A quote from an unnamed hell devil. Passive trait obtained, smooth talker. Persuasion increased by 6. Deception increased by 4. Additional spell unlocked, suggestion spell. You are a rare smooth talker. Your eloquence can drive anyone to brave fire for you. Your cunning words can hide any sin. Your voice can turn black into white and plunge the world into chaos. Suggestion spell. A 2nd-level enchantment spell. You influence a creature you can see, suggesting a specific action. The action must sound reasonable to the creature. Not a bad passive trait. Could be very useful in certain situations. That was Cassius's judgment. Though it had little use in direct combat, it was a versatile tool, especially with a rare 2nd-level spell included. The sudden assault by the Eagle Guards had caused heavy losses to the young Ashen Nest. According to Ramp's records, 2 wyverns, 7 ogres, 86 goblins, and 95 kobolds were killed. Countless others were wounded. Even the Chimera had been badly injured and was temporarily out of commission. This made Cassius uneasy. The goblins and kobolds were easy to replace. In a year, hundreds of new ones would be born. They would even need to cull their numbers. But wyverns were different. Their power was considerable. Their breeding cycle long. Their loss painful. Had Cassius returned even slightly later, the damage would have been far worse. That was dangerous. Indeed, as Cassius grew stronger, the quality of his followers had begun to lag behind. That imbalance could cost him dearly. Imagine a future where the red dragon, tired from battle, returned to find his lair completely destroyed. Cassius opened the panel and looked at a special ability. Bloodline gift. You are a natural leader. Your presence inspires all within your domain. You may also use your blood to perform a ritual, creating bloodline family members. Once the ritual is complete, they will submit to you fully. Even their descendants will serve you forever. Spending a little blood to create loyal followers seemed like a good trade. Cassius considered it. Then, with a long and resonant roar, he summoned all his followers to gather in the valley. A roar echoed. This was Ashen Nest's first large assembly. The Red Dragon's personal summons meant something major was about to occur. The leaders of the various factions took it seriously. Ramp reminded the ogres to behave. Dolores put on her thick leather armor. Genia polished his scales. Even the wyverns gave low roars, speaking in their own language. Soon, the entire valley was crowded. Only a few guards remained at key locations. The rest gathered in full force. Thousands of monsters of various kinds filled the valley, packed together so tightly they could barely move. They jostled and shouted. Some clashed, especially the goblins and kobolds. Both were weak and numerous, and they didn't get along. The goblins believed they were the founders of Ashen Nest and deserved respect. The kobolds thought their close blood link to their master made them superior. They saw goblins as expendable. Goblins, move aside. This is our space. You're late, so stand in the back. Several tall kobolds blocked the way, chattering noisily. The goblins, enraged, pushed forward. The kobolds surged forward too. Don't block us. Move. The goblins tried to make a path as their leader, Dolores, approached from behind. Nearby bugbear guards stepped in, kicking the kobolds away. Goblins might be low in rank, but the strong bugbears and great goblins had unmatched strength and agility. They held key military and construction roles, even feared by Genia, the kobold leader. The kobolds, seeing this, fell silent and backed away. Then came the lizard folk. Over 50 of them arrived. They were tall, rivaling humans in size, and looked like upright lizards mixed with crocodiles. They carried wooden spears and shell shields, clearly strong. But having just joined Ashen Nest, they didn't dare provoke the other tribes. They were the Black-Toothed Lizard Folk tribe. They originally lived in an abandoned cavern, fleeing due to the disaster caused by the Bluefoot dragon snake. While Cassius was away, Ramp had temporarily taken them in, so they had not yet received recognition from the Red Dragon. Their leader had not formally met the Red Dragon, only caught a glimpse of his majestic presence in battle. That glimpse alone had solidified their allegiance. The leader's name was Acker Longtooth, named for his prominent dagger-like teeth. He differed from ordinary lizard folk. His physique was robust, muscular, and over 2 meters tall. A bright crest rose from his head, shaped like a crown, marking his strength and appeal to potential mates. In his grip, he held a trident carved from crocodile bones, the symbol of his authority over the tribe. But now the lizard folk chief seemed uneasy, unsure whether the powerful red dragon would accept him. His gaze instinctively shifted to the lizard folk shaman beside him, Coda Blackscale, an elderly, hunched figure with clouded eyes and a single dark scale on his chest. Coda, can we settle here? The old shaman smiled faintly and pointed behind them. Several strong lizard folk were unloading heavy chests, surrounded by alert guards. Cracks in the chests revealed glimmers of gold, treasures collected over many years. Some were looted for human caravans, others unearthed from the depths of the caverns. All of it represented the accumulated wealth of the Black-Toothed tribe. You can always trust in a red dragon's greed. Chapter 37. Family members gathering. The lizard folk spoke in Draconic, a language they believed had been passed down by ancient dragons. Lizard folk tribes that lived within dragon territories often brought tributes in exchange for protection. Malicious dragons exploited these tribes, turning them into raiders and plunderers to serve their own ends. So the old shaman's decision was likely based on ancient traditions. I hope so. I only want the tribe to survive. Acker turned his eyes toward the valley, which was growing more chaotic by the minute. Quietly, he led his people to a more secluded corner. In their last dwelling, they had lost more than 20 members to unseen monsters in the dark. They could not afford more deaths. Your wishes will come true. The old shaman stood calmly as the retainers moved around him. These lizard folk, unlike races defined as inherently evil, were closer to reptiles in mindset. They lacked traditional morals, seeing ideas like good and evil as foreign concepts. They were neutral creatures, willing to kill when it served their survival. The struggle for territory continued. A thunderous roar erupted as 12 wyverns landed on the largest rock in the valley. Massive and menacing, they claimed their space without opposition. Nearby goblins and kobolds quickly scattered, terrified of being crushed beneath the beast's talons. But then a louder roar followed. The chimera, hero of the battle, descended from above. Despite its wounds, it snarled aggressively, forcing several wyverns to retreat as it claimed a vast area for itself. None dared to get close. Brainless Beast Ramp stood at the front, adjusting his oversized silver-rimmed glasses with calculated precision. His attitude was proud, almost arrogant. But he had the right. As the Elder of the Valley, Steward of the Ashen Nest, and one of the few capable spellcasters, his authority was undeniable. Exactly. Everyone knows you're the Master's true, confident kobold. Genia pressed him beside him, hunched over and grinning, seeking favor. Compared to the towering 3-meter ogre, his form seemed even smaller. After angering Goblin Chieftain Dolores last time, he decided to stick close to Ramp, hoping the ogre mage's protection would help him maintain his position and fend off goblin retaliation. Ramp snorted coldly, but secretly felt pleased. Boss, I'm so hungry. Isn't the Master giving us meat? He called all these goblins. That must mean we're allowed to eat goblin meat, the ogre shouted without restraint. Nearby goblins felt their scalps tighten and slowly backed away. A few even considered running to inform Dolores. Ramp's face darkened instantly. He struck Big Head, the ogre who had brought up the idea, hard on the head with a wooden stick. Eat. That's all you think about? Big Head rubbed his head, sulking and preparing to object. Ramp called the ogres to attention and drew a goblin-shaped figure in the dirt. Beside it, he wrote a word in common language. Pointing to it, he spoke gently. Now you follow me. Say, comrade, food. The ogres roared in unison. Ramp's smile froze. His face turned sour. Veins bulged along the hand, gripping the stick. The goblins watching from a distance were even more frightened. They wished they could vanish from sight, terrified they might be mistaken for food. Goblin Chieftain Dolores stood not far off, watching Ramp discipline the ogres. A flicker of resentment glinted in his yellow eyes. That same ogre had humiliated him in front of the Master not long ago. Look at these ogres. I wonder what they have in their heads besides food. How can such creatures be entrusted with managing the Ashen Nest? Dolores muttered to a bugbear near him. His tone was casual, but the words were loud enough for nearby ears to catch. Though the ogres did not understand the exact meaning, the tone was enough. They raised their clubs and surrounded him, snarling. Roar. Roar, you want to become snacks? Goblin bugbears immediately stepped in, forming a protective wall in front of Dolores. Though shorter than the ogres, they were well-built and well-trained. Their strength matched the ogres, and they did not back down. Even ordinary goblins, despite their reluctance, stepped forward to offer shaky support. What do you want, ugly giants? Get lost. The ogre mage, Ramp, watched coldly. His gaze settled on Dolores. Captain Dolores, the Master warned you last time. Hope you've learned and don't stir up more trouble. The words sounded like advice, but Dolores heard the insult loud and clear. His red skin grew darker in anger. Were you implying? Ramp looked down with calm authority. This assembly was summoned by the Master himself. If you cause trouble here, you know the consequences. Will see. Follow me. Dolores turned sharply, leading his subordinates away. His face was grim. He had not planned to provoke the ogres. He had only hoped to win a few verbal points and weaken Ramp's reputation. But instead, he had lost ground and dignity. Kobolds gathered around Ramp, eyes gleaming with flattery. Those goblins just don't get it. Your brilliance is beyond compare. Seeing their goblin rivals lose face, the kobolds looked especially satisfied. A distant roar echoed again from above. Immediately, every creature in the valley, whether arguing, snarling, or fighting, fell silent and turned their eyes to the sky. For one brief moment, the entire valley stood still. The red dragon descended from the sky, wings spread wide, and landed at the highest point of the cliff. Its vast shadow fell across the gathering below, covering the many retainers like a divine curtain. The host of this assembly had finally arrived. Chapter 38, Bloodline Gift, Part 1. Cassius stood above them all, looking down at the retainers. He noticed a new face quietly watching from the corner. Ramp had previously reported that this should be the so-called Black-Tooth Lizardfolk tribe. The Red Dragon observed these lizardfolk. They looked strong, far more suitable for his army than the goblins or kobolds currently serving. He demanded to know why they had come. The retainers instinctively stepped aside. The lizardfolk chieftain, Acker Longtooth, stepped forward nervously, with the old shaman walking calmly behind him. Acker knelt to the ground, drew a deep breath, and announced that they had left their homeland due to monsters in the caves and had fled to this place. The tribe had witnessed the Red Dragon's immense power and had been deeply impressed. He declared that the Black-Tooth tribe was willing to submit, pledging their loyalty beneath the dragon's mighty wings. He said this was the highest sincerity their tribe could offer. They brought gifts. The old shaman raised his wooden staff and pointed behind him. Several strong lizard folk carried forward heavy chests, setting them down with a thud. The chests were opened, revealing gleaming piles of gold. The surrounding retainers widened their eyes in surprise, but quickly averted their gaze. This was treasure meant solely for the Red Dragon. Anyone who dared covet it would invite his wrath. Even the greedy chimera turned its dragon head aside, resisting the urge to look, only sneaking the occasional peek from the corner of one eye. Cassius stood motionless, high above. The gold shimmered in the reflection of his vertical pupils, but what caught his attention first was not the treasure. It was the old shaman. System prompt: based on your own strength and the opponent's submissive status, you may now observe the following information. Target: Lizardfolk Shaman Creature Type, Medium Humanoid, Lizardfolk Alignment, Absolutely Neutral Name, Coda Black Scale Armor Class, 13, Natural Armor Speed, 30 feet, Swim Speed 30 feet, Strength, 15 Agility, 10 Constitution, 13 Intelligence, 12 Perception, 15 Charisma, 9 Skills, Perception +4, Stealth +4, Survival +6 Senses, Dark Vision 30 feet, Passive Perception 14 Languages, Draconic Combat Capabilities, Multi-Attack, Bite, Claw. Special traits: can hold breath for 15 minutes, shapeshifting, can transform into a crocodile and remain in that form for 1 hour, occupational level, Druid level 5 spellcasting, available only in lizardfolk form, spells prepared, cantrips, Druid tricks, Fire Ignition, Thorn Whip level 1, Entangle, Cloud Mist level 2, Scorching Metal, Spike Growth level 3, Summon Reptilian Creatures, Plant Growth Challenge level 5, 1800 experience. Evaluation: the Lizardfolk Shaman is the most unique member of the tribe. Wise, powerful, and often the one leading the entire community. Cassius found it curious. A druid offering himself voluntarily? He addressed the shaman, asking if he was a spellcaster. The old shaman stepped forward, nodded slightly, and calmly affirmed the Red Dragon's greatness. He explained that he had merely taken the first steps along the way of nature, having learned only a few small tricks. Then he lifted his weathered wooden staff and pointed to a patch of open ground. He cast Entangle. The power of nature responded. Vines and weeds sprang forth, twisting together on that very spot. Unlike arcane magic, the spells of a druid were considered divine. They drew not from theory, but from the power of the natural world, calling upon the magic web with reverence. Cassius was pleased. A spellcaster who came willingly. He granted the shaman permission to enter Ashen Nest, instructing him to prove his loyalty. The lizard folk responded with reverence and withdrew to a dark corner, no longer vying for positions among the other retainers. Cassius appreciated such sensible subordinates. The lizard folk were cold-blooded and neutral by nature. They lacked ambition, cared nothing for good or evil, and acted only for survival. That made them ideal for managing others, be it human cities or even players. They could uphold basic order without personal bias. To Cassius, they were simple and useful tools. A high compliment from the Red Dragon. But accepting the lizard folk had only been a minor episode. The true ceremony was just beginning. Bloodline gift from above. Cassius looked down at the faces of his retainers, some filled with anticipation, others with confusion or unease. Under their watchful gaze, he finally spoke. He reminded them that he had once made a promise. His retainers must never remain weak. He would bestow upon them great power and long life. And today, he would fulfill that promise. He would grant the dragon vein to the most exceptional among them. The retainers broke into a clamor. Even the dimmest among them could grasp the weight of such a gift. Ogre Lamp's eyes welled with tears. The kobolds, distantly tied to dragons, were shocked. The lizard folk, who once worshipped dragons as gods, could barely believe it. Many whispered in disbelief. They knew what it meant to receive a dragon's bloodline. The gift was priceless. Normally, to grant a true dragon vein, one needed real dragon blood, every drop a source of immense magic. A true dragon giving, it would be left weakened for days, which is why no one could imagine such generosity. But they didn't know that Cassius had unlocked a special skill, bloodline gift, through an achievement. It cost almost nothing. The ritual only required ordinary blood as a conduit. There were two forms of the bloodline gift. One was active and powerful. Cassius would reserve it for the best among them. The other was passive, affecting all residents of Ashen Nest. At the center of the valley stood a massive stone, over 3 meters tall, with a broad and flat top. In its center, a shallow pit. Cassius had already warned Ramp to forbid anyone from approaching it. The retainers had assumed it was simply the dragon's landing perch and had respectfully kept their distance. Now their eyes lit up with realization. This was the promised land of blessings. Whether goblins, kobolds, or wyverns, their breath quickened. Chapter 39, Bloodline Gift, Part 2. Cassius commanded silence. He declared that all must submit to him absolutely. His aura burst forth, heavy with authority. It pressed down like a mountain. Wyverns bowed. Chimeras trembled. Ogres fell to their knees. No one could resist the weight of that presence. Only when all had prostrated themselves did Cassius move. He slowly raised a claw and sliced open the palm of his hand. It was not covered in scales, but in thick, tough skin. Even for him, it took effort. The wound opened. Warm blood seeped through. It dripped, one drop at a time, into the pit on the stone. Drip, drip, drip. Bright red blood pooled in the shallow basin. The retainers still had their heads bowed, and the air was filled with a silent atmosphere. No one dared to look up, not even to shift their gaze from the ground, afraid of angering the red dragon and facing a tragic end. Bloodline gift, Cassius murmured as the special ability activated under the red dragons. Will a strange power emerge from the leader's aura, connecting the red dragon with the blood. Instantly, Cassius felt the dripping blood was no longer a dead object, but something deeply linked to his body. To his own bloodline, it became almost like an extension of his lineage, able to stretch his influence even farther and deeper. When all the blood was completely transformed, Cassius could clearly feel a part of his strength being divided, but this act was not purely one of giving. It resembled a tree sowing seeds, expecting replenishment when they bear fruit. The still warm blood in the shallow pit slowly flowed. It contained unbelievable power. This was the blood of grace. The retainers had no way of knowing whether the ritual had succeeded or failed, so they continued to remain still. The air in the valley had grown almost stagnant. Thousands of monsters crowded within, yet not a single sound broke the silence. Finally, Cassius broke the stillness. You may rise at the sound of their master's command. The retainers in the valley exhaled softly and stood in unison. But as soon as they noticed the blood slowly flowing in the shallow pit, they held their breath again, hearts pounding. Who among them would not wish to be the lucky one to gain long life and immense power? Ramp. Cassius called the first name. This ogre mage had been personally chosen by the red dragon as the chief steward, a rare monster spellcaster, and a key contributor to the Ashen Nest prosperity. Remarkably, he had been completely convinced and was wholeheartedly devoted to the red dragon's so-called grand blueprint. Cassius needed him to maintain authority, wield great power, and serve as a model for all monsters of the Ashen Nest. Ramp calmly pushed his glasses, as if he had expected to be the first to receive the gift. But deep inside, he had been trembling with nervousness. Only after the red dragon named him did his frantic heart steady, and he put on a knowing expression. Ramp struggled up the rock and waited quietly. The blood flowed backward, surging into the ogre's mouth. What entered Ramp's mouth was only a small portion, not much for an ogre over 3 meters tall. This big-bellied ogre could usually drain an entire mammoth's blood with ease, but the moment the blood of grace entered, Ramp's body convulsed violently. his entire mass of fat trembled nonstop. A guttural cry escaped him as immense elemental energy surged down his throat. The ogre's eyes turned crimson. His face twisted, his gaping maw, large enough to swallow a human head, opened wide. He looked like a monster stripped of sanity. All pretense of calm had vanished. The searing fire element coursed into his stomach, his abdomen turned red, blazing as if a fire ignited inside him. Ogres were known to consume anything with powerful digestion. Yet for the first time, he felt agonizing pain in his stomach. It burns, it burns. Ramp could no longer stand. He collapsed to the ground, his enormous frame rolling and writhing. His arms pounded the ground as he tried to vent the pain. He hammered the rock with a thunderous thud. The dragon blood churned violently within his gut. Under his thrashing, the elemental blood entered his bloodstream. His frantically beating heart pumped it through every vein. A full transformation was underway. He panted heavily, lying on a rock. His massive body swelled, turning red. Steam rose from his skin at that moment. He resembled an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. The dragonkin power was too strong for the low-blooded ogre to bear. Ramp let out low howls, each one growing weaker. But his eyes slowly regained clarity. His life force visibly waned. The dragon blood drained his vitality greedily, converting it into raw elemental energy. Was it going to fail? Cassius did not speak. He simply watched. If Ramp failed, it would be a loss, but nothing more. Nearby ogres gripped their wooden clubs. They were tense. Their kind rarely formed bonds and often cannibalized their own. But for this clever leader, they silently hoped he would survive. On the other side, Dolores, the goblin chieftain, breathed rapidly. He had long been suppressed by Ramp. If the ogre died and no other retainer was capable, he could seize the chance to rise. He imagined himself as the rightful chief steward of the Ashen Nest. At the thought, a sly smirk crept across his face. Then a sudden change struck. A heavy roar burst from the long silent ogre. He dropped onto all fours in a strange stance. His bloated body continued to expand. He absorbed the surrounding energy greedily. The air nearby turned dry. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. His body surged from 3 meters tall to 4, finally stopping at over 5 meters. Spiny ridges protruded from his back. His limbs sharpened, resembling dragon claws. His thick skin split apart beneath it. Gleaming red scales surfaced. He had shed his former skin like a snake. Only then did Cassius realize the ogre mage had not passively accepted the transformation. He had instead used the elemental energy within the dragon blood to trigger a magic web. He was constructing a spell prototype similar to Fireball inside himself to absorb the blood's power more fully. It was a reckless method, but with high reward. Ramp's mastery over magic had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 40 Bloodline Gift Part 3. Thick white smoke spread across the area. The monsters below could not see what was happening on the platform. Only a massive black shadow began to take shape above. A deep roar shook the valley. Ramp let out a dragon-like cry as the smoke cleared. He tore away the remnants of his former hide. Using both arms, he slowly rose to his feet. Erezer's first dragon vein ogre had been born. If the aesthetic tastes of the dragons were not so absurd, the monster before them could no longer be called an ogre. He stood over 5 meters tall, his massive body broader than ever. His former kin would appear as stunted dwarves next to him. His once bulky form was now covered in radiant crimson scales. His stubby fingers had become long and sharp, no longer hands, but claws with draconic traits. Ramp opened his eyes, golden pupils stared ahead. Several rows of red horns protruded from his forehead. His already grotesque face looked even more menacing. If someone were to slice open his flesh, they would find that the blood coursing through him now ran hot and wild with elemental fury. Dragon-like vascular patterns were forming within his body. He could no longer be called an ogre. Ramp had become something else entirely, a giant dragon demon. He was no longer a pure giant subspecies. He was now a dragon vein creature. True dragon blood flowed in his veins. His lifespan, once just a few decades, now stretched into centuries. Ramp could now even breathe fire. On Cassius's retainer panel, Ramp statistics had changed completely. Dragon Vein Ogre Mage Ramp, name Ramp, race Dragon Vein Ogre, classification Giant Dragon Vein Giant with Fire Element, Neutral Evil, Armor Class 16 with Natural Armor. Attribute Strength, 20 Agility, 10 Constitution, 18 Intelligence, 17 Perception, 8 Charisma, 13 Proficiencies, Reading +6, Arcane +4, Hunting +4, Ruling +4, Herbalism +2. Persuasion +2, Military +2. Senses, Passive perception, 14 feet. Languages, common, draconic. Giant actions, slam, bite, pound, claw. Special abilities, breath weapon, fire, combat equipment. Ring of Wisdom study, secret technique ring, Albert's mithril bracelet, occupational level, 6 mage, spellcasting level 6. Spells include the following: cantrip, fire arrow, 1st level, burning hands, 2nd level, searing ray, 3rd level, fireball technique. Challenge level 10, worth 7,000 experience points. Assessment: this dragon vein ogre will turn you into roast meat and swallow you whole. His challenge level had risen to 10, and critical stats like strength, constitution, and agility had undergone drastic changes, unlocking the breath attack ability. At the same time, Cassius could sense clearly that due to the bloodline's deep suppression, the bond between him and his retainers had strengthened further. They were now incapable of disobeying orders. Even the mere thought of rebellion would be detected. Cassius expressed his joy at the effectiveness of the transformation. But this result came at the cost of Ramp's life, and through intensive research into the magic web. Cassius understood this was not something easily replicated. Ramp's voice carried excitement and pride, the tone of a mage who had successfully completed an experiment. The monster, more accurately described as a giant dragon demon, knelt on a massive rock to express gratitude to the red dragon. Then it leaped down, causing a tremor as it landed. The ogres around it shouted in admiration, impressed by their boss's size. They believed that being larger meant being able to eat more, and so they cheered. But nearby, Dolores's expression was dark and grim. Cassius spoke the next name, Chimera. The Chimera was his first retainer and the strongest fighter of the Ashen Nest. Already part dragon by lineage, Cassius wanted to see how the bloodline gift would affect a creature like this. Failure would bring no regret. To him, the chaotic evil beast had never been truly loyal. The three-headed beast landed on the rock, folded its wings, and bowed its heads in submission. Dragon blood entered the mouth of the dragon head. A low growl emerged as the blood boiled inside. Unlike the ogre, the Chimera did not suffer greatly. Already being partially dragon, absorbing this blood was easier. Those watching noted the difference. The Chimera's reaction was more stable. As the blood flowed through its body, the three heads lifted high. The dragon head released a burst of flame. Each head symbolized a distinct personality. The dragon head urged conquest and treasure hoarding. The lion craved the hunt. The goat was violent and stubborn. Originally, the lion head led the Chimera. But as the dragon blood took hold, the dragon head began to swell. Horns spread down its spine, displacing the mane. Scales replaced fur. The creature let out a thunderous roar. Its body grew larger with each passing moment. Though it absorbed less energy than the ogre, it reached over 8 meters in height before the growth slowed. The dragon head now dominated, turning the Chimera into a distorted red dragon. The lion and goat heads were reduced to mere extensions. After absorbing the blood fully, the Chimera lowered its heads again, growling low. Cassius could feel its thoughts. The creature was now entirely loyal, driven only by the urge to stay near its master. Whether that loyalty would last remained to be seen. After all, dragons were not known for loyalty. Cassius checked his retainer panel. Dragon-like Chimera Challenge level 9, worth 5,000 experience points. Its fire breath had become deadlier. Its scales increased its natural armor, making it nearly immune to attacks that once harmed it. Great Goblin Dolores watched in silence, jealousy flickering in his eyes. He could not believe that a mere beast had been blessed before him. But under the red dragon's gaze, he dared not speak, standing still and breathing heavily. Chapter 41. Bloodline Gift, Part 4. Cassius called the next name. Dolores. As military commander of the Ashen Nest, and the one responsible for building its fortifications, Dolores needed strength to match his position. Hearing his name, the goblin let out a breath of relief. At least this meant he had not fallen too far in rank. Creatures like him valued power more than even war itself. He stepped up onto the rock and knelt on one knee, awaiting his turn. The blood entered his mouth. Scorching heat. That was the only sensation. It poured down his throat like molten magma, burning everything within. Only now did he understand Ramp's pain. But he remained kneeling, shaking uncontrollably, jaws clenched so tightly it was a wonder his teeth hadn't shattered. One thought consumed him. He would not die here. He would rise, at least higher than that foolish ogre. His crimson skin turned translucent under the elemental heat. A red glow spread from within. Every heartbeat pushed dragon blood through his veins. His slightly transparent flesh showed glowing vessels pulsing beneath the surface. Cassius observed calmly, noting that the effect seemed stronger on non-dragon creatures. The goblin finally cried out in agony. His body began to expand. Scales formed beneath his skin. His roars echoed through the fortress. He swelled rapidly, growing from 1.8 meters to 2.5. Scarlet scales tore through his skin, releasing steam as they met the open air. He panted, white smoke escaping from his mouth. His yellow teeth were replaced by sharp dragon fangs. Scales spread across his face. Fringes formed around his ears and connected to the scales on his cheeks. Two small horns grew from his forehead. A dragon vein goblin had been born. His transformation was vast. Strength surged through him. He now matched a regular ogre in size and surpassed many in might. However, as a creature more inclined towards legion warfare, he did not awaken flame breath but gained the ability to cast the spell Fire Arrow, along with a heavy set of protective scales, making him more resistant to heat. Originally having a lifespan comparable to humans and often dying in battle due to their love for war, the goblin now became a long-lived race with a lifespan of around 300 years, although this was still short in the eyes of a giant dragon. Dragon Vein Goblin Chieftain Challenge Level 72,900 experience points. Grateful for your generous gift. I can't wait to taste the blood of my enemies on the battlefield. Dolores panted, his already red face flushed with excitement. The Goblin Chieftain felt an unprecedented surge of strength within him. As a creature naturally fond of war, he had a strong urge to unleash this power on the battlefield. Not bad, Cassius remarked. Dolores lacked spell support, so having this level of enhancement was quite commendable. Steeg. Cassius called out the next name. The largest of the bipedal wyverns in the group immediately became excited upon hearing the call. Drooling thick saliva, it jumped onto the giant rock, using the wing bones of its forelimbs to support itself against the rock, even rhythmically swaying its thick, barbed tail. This name certainly did not originate from this world. Instead, it was a little joke by Cassius. After making example by killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, he casually appointed the largest of the remaining wyverns as the new leader of the wyvern group. Wyverns, being creatures of low intelligence, often had no names. When Cassius saw the bipedal wyvern with its forelimbs on the ground, he thought of the famous dragon Steeg from movies in his previous life and whimsically gave it that name. The wyvern called Steeg screeched excitedly, drooling as its saliva dripped onto the rock surface. These beasts, with bloodlines of both dragons and griffins, longed for the blood of a true dragon. The blood flowed into its mouth. The bipedal wyvern leaned on its forewings and emitted deep growls. Although it had dragon blood within its body, that bloodline had been diluted over countless generations, becoming extremely sparse and nowhere near comparable to the blood of grace from the red dragon. Thus, when the blood filled with frenzied elements surged into its body, the beast was still in immense pain. With the blood churning within, the bipedal wyvern began to roll around on the giant rock. It let out ear-piercing screams. The noise was so sharp and grating, like metal scraps rubbing and grinding against each other, that the monsters watching felt unbearable agony. The wyvern's body also visibly swelled. It grew from over 5 meters long to more than 6 meters, and then to over 7 meters before the expansion finally ceased. Originally covered in mucus and wrinkled skin, it grew hard, scarlet scales. The fleshly protrusions turned into keratinized spikes, and its mouth, which could previously only emit foul-smelling mucus, could now spew scorching flames. The wyvern had become more like a true dragon. However, it was still a thin, ground-crawling creature. Ancestral Bipedal Wyvern Challenge Level. A 3,900 experience points. Not bad. At least the Northwind Eagle Guards won't beat you so easily now. Cassius commented expressionlessly. The bipedal wyvern spewed a jet of flame into the sky, then jumped off the giant rock, raising its head proudly towards its companions, proving it truly was a beast. At this moment, there was not much dragon blood left in the shallow pit. Only a thin layer remained. The blood flowed slowly, exuding a tempting metallic scent. By previous standards, there should be enough for one more gift. Presently, Thousands of eyes in the valley were fixed intently on the remaining blood. They panted heavily, their gazes feverish, almost setting their eyes aflame. Having witnessed several transformations, the blood had become a definitive symbol of power in their eyes. Although the transformation was painful, such pain was insignificant compared to immense power. Now, the indisputably highest-ranked beings in the Ashen Nest had finished their share. Could someone else have a chance to partake? The valley remained silent, but the breathing grew heavier, and the pounding heartbeats became more evident, like heavy drumbeats. Bugbears, with beads of sweat rolling down their fur-covered foreheads, did not even blink, their gazes fixated on the pool of blood. The lizard folk stood motionless in the dark corners, observing secretly, watching the blood with dead-eyed intensity. The wyverns stretched their necks, mouths slightly open, saliva dripping from both sides, with a look of longing in their fierce eyes. Who would be the lucky one? They all waited in anticipation. Chapter 42, Bloodline Gift Part 5. In this fanatical yet silent strange atmosphere, Cassius uttered the last name. Genia. Suddenly, all the monsters were stunned. No one had expected that the final recipient of the gift would be a weak kobold. Even Genia stood frozen for a moment, only reacting after a while. The kobold's ugly face immediately flashed a fawning smile, and with the help of several of its kin as makeshift stair steps, it finally managed to climb atop the giant rock towering several times its height. How is this possible? Dolores looked at the flattered kobold, steam puffing from his mouth, gritting his teeth, wishing he could tear it to pieces. His bugbear underlings were even more resentful, their sturdy arms bulging with veins thicker than the kobold's thin waist. These monsters grew up on Stormy Ridge, worshipping strength from a young age. Naturally, they were deeply resentful of being dominated by such a weak kobold, but they dared not challenge the Red Dragon's authority and could only swallow their frustration. Cassius actually didn't care much about the selection. After bestowing the previous gifts, the combat power within the Ashen Nest had become quite formidable, enough to be considered a local tyrant in the Anzita wasteland. He also considered that someone had to dig for gold, so the kobolds needed some hope too. Besides, kobolds are natural retainers of giant dragons. These oviparous creatures matured quickly and could live as dragon-like creatures for over a century, digging gold for their masters everywhere. However, due to their frail bodies, few lived to natural death. After being around dragons for a long time, they could even undergo unpredictable mutations. This time, Cassius intended to conduct an experiment with the gift. Even if it failed, the loss would be negligible. A kobold with a challenge level of only 1/4, dying 1 year could yield hundreds more the next. The ritual began under Cassius's control. Blood flowed into the kobold's mouth. Due to its short and frail body, it consumed much less blood compared to the previous recipients. The kobold let out suppressed low howls. The scorching blood flowed into its body, roasting its flesh, causing a faint red glow from within. All the monsters watched the kobold intently, out of jealousy, resentment, or unwillingness. Most of the retainers silently hoped the kobold would suffer to death. Suddenly, there was an abrupt change. The kobold lifted its head and let out frenzied, dog-like barks, with thick saliva dripping from its open mouth steaming. Its body swelled rapidly, a huge bulge forming on its back. The kobold's thin body greedily absorbed every bit of energy from the blood, visibly growing sturdier. Its size grew from less than 1 meter to nearly 2 meters. A strange power seeped from the depths of its bloodline. There was a ripping sound like tearing leather, and the enormous bulges forced open the skin. A pair of brand-new, mucus-covered wings appeared on the kobold's back. Roar the kobold leader clumsily spread its wings. Its mouth emitted sounds no longer like barking, but more akin to a dragon's roar. How can this be? This is Itzur by Tiamat. Itzur, an word born after some of the older, more knowledgeable kobolds among the tribe cried out in amazement. A few kobolds were naturally born with leathery wings and could fly. These were called Urds. Bird wings were seen as gifts from the dragon queen Tiamat. Because of this, they were envied by the wingless kobolds, which caused constant strife between the two groups. But now the kobold's dragon wings had grown after birth, making the kobolds feel not only jealous but also endlessly eager. They believed they could become Ords too. Cassius watched the winged kobold, his eyes narrowing slightly. As a sorcerer, he also detected a faint shift in the magic web. Sure enough, he closely examined the retainer's status information. Your retainer, Kobold Leader, has undergone an unpredictable mutation due to the bloodline gift. The manifestation of sorcery talents was often pure luck. Some magicians couldn't even pinpoint the source of their power, but others could recall strange pivotal moments in their lives: the touch of a witch, drinking from a mysterious magic spring, blessings from heavenly creatures to newborns. All could ignite the flame of sorcery talents. Exposure to the elemental forces of the inner plane, chaotic magic in the sea of chaos, or even glimpses into the inner workings of reality. Any of these could become the moment that awakened sorcery. Drinking the blood of grace was undoubtedly one such moment. Your retainer, Kobold Leader, has awakened the dragonkin magic overflowing in their ancestral bloodline. Due to the bloodline gift, Kobold Leader has unlocked the occupation of Dragon Vein Sorcerer. Red Dragon, his innate magic comes from dragonkin blood, fundamentally mingled and inherited from his ancestors. What started as a casual experiment had added another spellcaster to the Ashen Nest, which greatly pleased Cassius, a Kobold Dragon Vein Sorcerer. Interesting. Cassius watched the transforming Genia. The winged kobold, now inured, panted heavily, steam rising from between his scales. After several deep breaths, he barely calmed the raging elemental energy within. He shook his body slightly, feeling the unfamiliar powerful force inside him and the spells that suddenly appeared in his mind. Genia looked up at the red dragon, eyes filled with unprecedented fanaticism. A few genuine tears welled from the corners of his eyes. The humiliation of being enslaved by humans, the fear of being hunted by monsters, years of constant fleeing, all of it dissipated in that moment. Now he truly regarded the red dragon as a living demigod. However, the red dragon cared little for the kobold's loyalty or devotion. He was more curious about which spells the kobold had awakened. "Cast your spell," Cassius spoke with great interest. Unlike the occupation systems of players, native sorcerers in this world could not choose their spells. The power of sorcery chose them, allowing mastery only over innate magic. Most sorcerers were proficient in only one or two spells, using them with skill. Yes, Great Master Genia did not hesitate. He followed the inherited knowledge in his mind and guided the unknown power within. He slowly raised his arms, thumbs together, other fingers spread wide, and began to draw in the fire elemental energy through the magic web. Boom! A cone of flame, several feet long, erupted instantly from his palms. Burning Hands. A good first-tier spell. Very fitting for a red dragon sorcerer, Cassius silently assessed. Chapter 43. Arrangements by all parties. Cassius stared at the updated retainer panel in front of him. This kobold had truly leaped over the dragon gate, soaring into the skies. Dragon-winged kobold warlock. Medium humanoid, kobold, lawful evil. AC 16, natural armor. Speed 30 feet, fly 50 feet. Strength 15, dexterity 14, constitution 16, intelligence 10, perception 8, charisma 11. Senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 8. Languages, common and draconic. Proficiencies, construction +4, trap +4, digging +6, stealth +6. Traits, pack tactics, and flame resistance. Actions include dagger, sling, claw attack, biting. Occupational level, Warlock 1. Spellcasting level 1. Cantrips include Fire Arrow and Light Spell. First level spell, Burning Hands. Challenge level 5, worth 1,700 experience points. This kobold's challenge level had soared from a pitiful 1/8 to level 5. Now it could contend with a squad of well-trained soldiers and barely qualified as high-level combat strength within the Ashen Nest. Dolores gazed at the transformed kobold below, arms crossed, face dark with displeasure. Genia the Dragon of Vein Goblin muttered the name. Before, this kobold could have been kicked aside effortlessly. Now the Ord stood 2 meters tall, capable of flight and wielding powerful spells. He had become a troublesome opponent. Since that previous conflict, the kobold had clung tightly to the ogre mage's support, making Ramp's position within the Ashen Nest unshakable. Ramp, watching from a short distance away, simply raised the corners of his mouth, eyes glinting with hidden thoughts. Not bad at all. The ogre instinctively tried to push up his spectacles, only to remember that his delicate silver-rimmed glasses had long since shattered during his transformation. He lowered his hand with mild regret, already planning to find a more durable replacement. The gift ceremony finally concluded. Cassius slowly unfurled his wings, casting long shadows over the monsters gathered below. He fully activated his leader's aura, radiating an irrefutable pressure that made all retainers submit from deep within their hearts. A soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. My ashen nest only needs the strong. There is no place here for useless fools. Continue to fight for me. Prove your loyalty with blood and fire. You too can gain immense power and endless lifespan. The leaders who had just received their gifts were the first to cheer. The wyvern roared and spewed fire into the sky. The kobold spread his new wings. Ramp flexed his massive body and gleaming scales. With Cassius's silent approval and even encouragement, they flaunted their power without restraint. The monsters of the Ashen Nest followed their lead, kobolds, goblins, ogres, all roaring and howling wildly, hearts overflowing with fervor and an endless hunger for power. The sound of celebration echoed throughout the valley, lingering like a thunderous hymn. January, feather-light snowflakes drifted from the sky, swept by the biting winds. A thick ice fog blanketed everything, reducing visibility to less than 100 meters. It was the coldest season in the Anzita Great Wilderness. That unforgettable gift ceremony had ended more than 3 months ago. Not long after his transformation, Genia had been sent to a dark mine, leading over 300 kin to dig for gold in the warm underground for the Red Dragon. When spring came and the snow melted, the kobolds would carry the gold back to the Ashen Nest. They had also been assigned to search for elemental ores. Cassius sought energy for the Eye of the Storm King. During this time, many creatures heard rumors and came to join the Ashen Nest. The goblin warlord Skullface, pursued by the Northern Kingdom, arrived with 100 goblins and a wealth of treasure, seeking refuge. 1 week later, the strange warlord drowned in a cesspool under mysterious circumstances. Naturally, his remaining forces came under the command of the dragon Vane Goblin Dolores. Dolores had finally obtained the elite troops he desired. No more weak and cowardly goblins who fear the battlefield. Later, over 30 half-goat people also arrived, hoping to spend the harsh winter within the warmth of the Ashen Nest. These half-goat people were physically weak with no clear moral compass. Driven by curiosity and hedonism, they were a noisy race. But their pan-flute performance, akin to bards, could produce magical effects. Because of this, Cassius accepted them. Despite the cold season, the Ashen Nest remained relatively warm, partly because the stormy ridge was not at the northernmost end of Anzita, and the undulating mountains blocked the invading cold wind. This preserved a slight warmth in the valley, especially in the Red Dragon's abode, where it was particularly warm. At that moment, within the giant's mouth cave, Cassius slowly opened his sleepy eyes. His massive body lay in the place with the most abundant geothermal heat in the cave. A voice echoed from the entrance. "Master, I have brought the person you wanted." Dolores entered, leading several goblin guards. They carried a ragged, messy-haired human. It was the slave trader Hart, the same man Cassius had personally captured earlier. Cassius asked if the task he had given had been completed. Dolores confirmed the success. Afterward, the goblin guards stepped forward, pulling several scrolls from their backs and handing them over. They were written in common, the handwriting scrawled and mixed with crude drawings. The goblins were well versed in military and war skills, including interrogation. Cassius had tasked them with extracting all of Hart's knowledge and verifying its accuracy. Hart, a cowardly slave trader, broke under the simplest threat. No harsh methods were needed. He revealed everything. Cassius ordered them to withdraw. They obeyed and left leisurely. Cassius turned his gaze toward the anxious human. "Long time no see, Hart." Hart trembled. His legs gave out, and he fell to his knees. He begged, "Lord Cassius, master of the Ashen Nest, mighty Red Dragon, I realize my mistake. I am willing to compensate for all losses. Just spare my insignificant life." The Red Dragon grinned, revealing sharp dragon teeth, a smile that sent chills down Hart's spine. Cassius responded, "Not only do I not need your compensation, but I will also let you go back." Hart was stunned. He asked where. Cassius said Skurtown. He might have some common ground with Hart's Baron. Hart remembered the Baron's cold gaze and murmured that the Baron would kill him. The Red Dragon slowly rose. Looking down at the trembling human, his golden vertical pupils held a playful glint. "No, he won't." Chapter 44. Skurtown Nighttime. The snowfall was nearing its end, with only a few scattered flakes falling. A thick layer of snow covered the ground. The town lay dark and silent. Doors and windows were shut tight. Children were called inside. Only the Baron's mansion shone brightly with light. The stone tablet at the crossroads bore an inscription, Skur Town. This was a small town on the outskirts of the Rackham family's territory. The surrounding land was open and fertile, ideal for farming. 100 years ago, an ancestor of the Rackham family had led his subordinates to cultivate it, founding the town. Once bustling with over 1,000 residents, it had declined. Frequent attacks from frost giants, snowmen, and even white dragons had forced it to be rebuilt several times. Only around 400 residents remained. Most were serfs who could not leave. The rest included a few merchants, millers, grooms, and attendants serving the nobles. The Rackham family only sent unimportant members here to oversee the food supply for Northwind Castle. Not long after Baron Todd was stationed in Skur Town, rumors began. Whispers of night demons. Several young women vanished mysteriously at night. The town's atmosphere grew tense. People lived in constant fear. Inside the Baron's mansion, Baron Todd Rackham sat at a luxurious wooden table. His hands supported his chin. His face was solemn. A silver cup on the table held a thick red liquid. He muttered curses toward the ashen nest. Mentioning it cast a shadow over his face. He recalled how his last expedition had failed. All his subordinates had been wiped out. Hart, his former head butler, was reportedly captured. Only a few insignificant serfs had escaped. At first, he believed these reports were lies made up by the slaves. But later, even the elite Eagle Guards from the Rackham family suffered heavy losses at the so-called Ashen Nest. Only then did he accept the reports as true. Even Northwind's elite troops could not take the monster's lair. Rumors called it the home of the Red Dragon, Flying Flame. With only weak serfs and minimal guards left, what power did he have to strike back? No more gold. No more army. Only isolation. Though not the family's eldest son, Todd was still a legitimate child of the Duke. Was he meant to rot in this remote land, feeding the family and never drawing near to the sea of power? He vowed, I will return to Northwind Castle. Father will recognize me one day. His gaunt face looked even darker. A hungry glint shimmered in his deep eyes. He thought to himself. He needed fresh food to calm his mood. At that moment, a soldier burst through the door, panic in his face. The soldier hesitated upon seeing the Baron's cold, hungry gaze. He went silent. Todd asked in a slow and deliberate voice, What is so urgent that it disturbs my rest? The soldier's scalp tingled as he answered, It is Hart. There is someone outside claiming to be Hart. He wishes to see you. Todd slammed the table and stood up. How is that possible? Wasn't he captured? The soldier stammered that he did not know. Todd commanded the soldier to bring him in, but the soldier hesitated. Hart had requested that the Baron come out to meet him. He had something important to present. The soldier's voice trembled slightly. Todd's rage boiled up. He recalled the golden troops he had lost and the rumors of Hart's capture. He laughed coldly. Fine. Where is he? I will go myself. Let me see how this deserter, my dear subordinate, is doing. Baron Todd's tone dripped with fury. The soldier, heart pounding, obeyed and led him outside. The mansion, recently built, was not large. After passing through the hall and a narrow corridor, they reached the entrance. Outside stood a man in rags, hair disheveled, covered in filth, resembling an orc more than a man. But Todd recognized the scent of blood clinging to him. It was Hart. Todd was the first to speak. Hart, long time no see. Isn't this my most trusted subordinate? The one who promised to bring me gold? Why have you been gone so long? Hart, visibly uneasy, answered. He had important information to report. Todd raised an eyebrow. Oh, what information? His gaze sharpened. The hatred in his eyes twisted with a deep hunger. His rational mind teetered on the edge. He had not fed on fresh blood in days. Once Hart finished speaking, he would become tonight's meal. Hart pleaded, Please have your men leave. Hart's voice trembled. Very well. You all leave. Todd agreed to the request, dismissing the surrounding guards and taking Hart to a secluded spot in the mansion's back garden, which also suited his own intentions. To him, Hart was delivering himself to death. Baron Todd's pupils had turned crimson. He sneered and said to Hart with curiosity, ready to hear his justification. Hart's voice trembled even more. His forced smile looked worse than a cry. He spoke word by word. "The dragon has come." Baron Todd reacted with astonishment and asked what he meant. But the next moment, he found himself covered by a colossal shadow. The massive wings blocked most of the night sky, obscuring the cascading moonlight. The red dragon looked down at the Baron from above. Its sinister head carried a hint of a smile, and its golden slitted eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Cassius asked if he needed to repeat it again, calling the Baron his unseen Baron. Then he repeated the words. "The dragon has come." Chapter 45. Forced Collaborator. The dragon's gaze remained oppressive. Baron Todd looked up in fear. The scarlet pupils revealed his terror. His previous arrogance had vanished. He still tried to maintain composure, placing his hands behind his back and trying to steady his voice. He asked if Cassius was the one they called Flying Flame and what brought him to his territory. He asked if there was urgent business. Cassius keenly perceived the fluctuations in the magic web. He knew that the Baron was constructing a spell prototype. His face darkened slightly. He asked Baron Todd if this was how he treated guests from afar, with rude spells instead of noble etiquette and hospitality. The Baron's face changed drastically after being seen through, but he still hurriedly fumbled in his dress for prepared vials and a few bat hairs. He quickly cast a spell. Darkness spell. As the bat hairs turned to ash, a thick black fog rapidly expanded from Baron Todd's center, covering a spherical area with a radius of 5 meters and enveloping him entirely. Even creatures with dark vision could not see through this darkness. Non-magical light could not illuminate it. Low-level light spells under second tier were ineffective. Cassius silently watched all of this, calmly offering praise. He said it was quite a good spell. For ordinary humans, it would be terrifying, allowing Baron Todd to quietly drain their blood in the dark. But then his tone turned cold. He asked if the Baron remembered he was facing a giant dragon. Cassius abruptly turned. His thick, long tail swept across with great force. The black fog sphere was suddenly swept open, rolling and spreading. It could block light but not physical attacks. Baron Todd, who was preparing his next spell in the darkness, was abruptly struck. Boom. He flew out several meters. Luckily, Baron Todd had a regeneration trait. Although the hit broke all his bones and flesh, they quickly recovered at a visible speed. Baron Todd lay on the ground, spitting blood and struggling to pull out a dried-out viper's stomach. Mayov's strong acid arrow. A shimmering green arrow swiftly flew toward the red dragon. Shield spell. The red dragon sneered. An invisible shield appeared before him, blocking the fast-approaching arrow. The strong acid arrow exploded into acid mist, but did not harm Cassius in the slightest. Baron Todd's face turned horrified. A dragon mage. There could not be a worse situation. With this in mind, he began constructing another spell prototype. Misty Step. The spot where the Baron originally stood left only a puff of silver-white smoke. He appeared tens of meters away by the manor wall, which had twisted, hanging vines. Cassius flapped his wings and followed, calmly saying that the Baron should stop struggling needlessly. He said the Baron's little tricks were simply trivial. Flames ignited in the red dragon's pupils. Seeing the red dragon chasing, Baron Todd hurriedly used his exhausted mind to construct another spell prototype. He suddenly pulled down a vine. The other end of the vine rapidly rose until it was vertically suspended in the air. At the last moment, just before the red dragon could grab him, Todd climbed the vine and disappeared. The vine also vanished. Magic rope spell. Cassius noted this with interest. This spell was a famous mage's exclusive escape spell, allowing travel to a small other-dimensional space during its duration using items with the rope trait. Attacks and spells could not pass through the entrance of the space, but creatures inside could still see outside like a window at the rope's position. However, once the spell ended, everything in the space would fall out. At this moment, Baron Todd, in the other dimensional space, looked particularly nervous. He feared the red dragon would notice something was wrong. If he needed to breathe, he might have already gasped. Cassius seemed to mutter to himself that the spell was interesting. But then he reminded the Baron that he had already said his little tricks meant nothing. As he finished speaking, a faint light barrier quickly emerged, centered on the red dragon, covering the entire area. Spell nullification barrier. The other dimensional space shattered like a broken glass cup. Baron Todd, who had been hiding inside, appeared out of nowhere and fell heavily to the ground. Facing the red dragon's open, bloody maw, Baron Todd finally collapsed to the ground, kneeling and begging for mercy. He pleaded not to be killed. He said he was Duke Brad's son, a baron of the Northwind Eagle Rackham family. He promised gold, far more than the dragon would gain by killing him. He claimed to be willing to submit. As a mage, Todd understood the greed of red dragons. The red dragon looked down at him, eyes slightly narrowed. He said he only needed the Baron to agree to 3 conditions of cooperation. Baron Todd agreed immediately, even before the red dragon could finish speaking. He feared the capricious, brutal dragon would turn him into ashes. Though the dragon before him seemed relatively rational, nothing was certain. Cassius slightly nodded and laid out the conditions. First, he demanded all of the Baron's spell scrolls, all of them, as payment for invading Ashen Nest territory. This was the premise of their cooperation. Second, he welcomed trade and would even provide gold. But he required all kinds of goods, including weapons and armor. Hart would be responsible for this friendly trade caravan. Third, he would send some retainers to protect the caravan and also to station in Skur Town, ensuring his partner's safety. Baron Todd asked if the dragon was not afraid of betrayal. At least for now, the red dragon's conditions seemed relatively lenient. He needed to gain the dragon's trust. Cassius sneered and reminded the Baron that they were here to cooperate. He called it a win-win process. He told the Baron to think carefully. Without trade with Ashen Nest, with no gold and no powerful troops, his territory was nothing. It was just a grain-producing area that could be abandoned at any time. One invasion from the north would be enough to destroy him. Cassius said he believed the Baron understood what he meant. The red dragon's pupils flickered, as if burning with raging fire. Chapter 46. Caravan. Baron Todd nodded, indicating that he understood, because the fact was indeed so. The red dragon, before him, disdained deception. As the 13th son, he had not been valued by his family. He had angered his father by manipulating power in Northwind Castle and had been exiled to the remote Skur Town. Rather than being granted a territory, it was more accurate to say he had been banished. This small town, adjacent to Stormy Ridge with a sparse population, faced imminent disaster from any outside invasion, whether it be from giants or true dragons, without adequate military power. It was better to seek powerful outsiders nearby to maintain his own power, grow and expand his forces, and then find an opportunity to break free of control, competing with his brothers to gain his father's attention. Thinking of this, Todd spoke with a flattering tone. "Thank you for your honesty, Lord Flying Flame. I am very pleased that we can cooperate with you, the Great Red Dragon." Cassius nodded slightly. "Baron, remember this well. Acknowledging Ashen Nest's sovereignty over Stormy Ridge and compensating for your past reckless actions are the premise and foundation of our cooperation." Todd gave a respectful reply. "I will keep that in mind." Cassius added a touch of mockery to his voice. "Then please take your loyal subordinates and return to the Baron's mansion. I expect to see results by tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Flying Flame." Baron Todd glanced at Hart standing nearby. His hatred for the traitor was buried deep in his eyes, nearly uncontrollable. But before the red dragon, he dared not act. He forced a thin, insincere smile onto his pale face. Seeing this, Hart's forehead glistened with sweat. But knowing the red dragon stood behind him, securing his safety and assigning him as Ashen Nest's spy to watch the Baron, he showed a provocative grin. "Let's go, my Baron." Hart spoke through clenched teeth. Cassius watched the two men walk side by side, each hiding venom and ambition. He felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. The conditions he proposed appeared fair on the surface, but were actually steeped in malice. Todd likely noticed the trap, but had no choice in the matter. Stationing troops and controlling trade. When military and economic power both shifted into Cassius's hands, Baron Todd would become nothing more than a puppet. And after the arrival of players, even the Baron himself would be rendered irrelevant and discarded. The red dragon watched Todd's thin figure shrink into the distance. This Baron did not become his retainer after the agreement. Because he was a vampire variant, an artificial creature, greedy for vampire blood and yet still shackled by its creator's will. When vampires carried out their wicked ascension ritual, rising to become ascendant vampires immune to sunlight, their variants were used as sacrifices, dissolved into pools of blood. However, if a vampire allowed its variant to drink its own blood, the variant would evolve into a true vampire and escape its creator's control. Very few ever did this. In the previous life, Duke Brad once held an ascension ritual as part of the vampire mission, but players stopped him in time. Hundreds stormed the underground castle with explosives, bringing an end to the crisis. Cassius let out a mocking sound. TSK, TSK. A vampire variant groveling for its master's recognition. What a pitiful creature. His pupils flickered in the dark, then vanished. The next morning arrived. A sizable caravan loaded with goods left Skur town. The townsfolk, long used to caravans, barely reacted. Even though this one had guards in heavy armor with their faces hidden and cloaked in black, no one questioned it. At the head of the group rode Hart, a familiar face who had vanished for days. His presence meant this must have been ordered by the Baron. No one dared covet anything from the bloody Baron's possession. The people quickly pulled their children close and looked away, afraid of being drafted into forced labor. Hart rode in the center of the column. Tall guards flanked him, breathing heavily as they walked. Hart could not see their faces, but knowing they were from Ashen Nest, he guessed they were likely great goblins or bugbears. These monsters, while intimidating, were his guarantee of survival. After returning to the mansion last night, Baron Todd had screamed threats and curses at him. But in the end, he dared not do anything, exposing the hollowness of his rage. The Baron did not dare to anger the Red Dragon. That was the truth Hart had realized. The goods in the caravan included armor, weapons, and 20 valuable magic scrolls. The message was clear. This was not trade. This was tribute. Hart exhaled a cloud of white breath. Winter in Anzito was always this brutal. He pulled his thick fur coat tighter around him. Snow fell relentlessly. The caravan wagons, weighed down with goods, carved deep ruts into the frozen ground. From above, they looked like a line of black ants crawling through a white field. A haunting sound echoed across the snow-covered slope. Long and mournful, it resembled weeping. The guards dismissed it as wind. But Hart, experienced in these matters, narrowed his eyes and raised his voice. Stay alert. That sound isn't the wind. On a distant ridge, white shapes moved swiftly through the snow, ghostly and fast. The howling grew louder as the creatures charged. Hart recognized them instantly. Snowmen, towering beasts that prowled the mountain peaks, constantly hunting. Even in a blizzard, the scent of prey would draw them. Hart groaned in dismay. A snowstorm ambush from snowmen meant disaster. A single mistake could doom them all. He nearly called for a retreat, then noticed the guards began to shed their black cloaks. Beneath the cloth, they stood tall, nearly 2 meters in height. Muscles bulged beneath crimson skin. Yellow eyes burned with battle fury and bloodlust. Jagged tusks jutted from their mouths. Scales shimmered faintly against the snow. They were great goblins, the elite warriors of Dolores. Hart murmured in awe. I nearly forgot. We have our own monsters. Chapter 47. Tiefling, Part 1. A bitter wind tore through the gate of Rock Fortress, making the goblin guard at the entrance sneeze uncontrollably. Damn, it's cold. The goblin beside him nodded, rubbing his red nose. But in doing so, scratched a long gash across his cheek with his claws. Blood welled up, then froze almost instantly. In recent months, many of Ashen Nest's retainers had begun to show dragonification traits. Not as distinct as their leaders, but still notable. Patches of scales, sharper claws and teeth, pointed ears, and a growing preference for heat. The Red Dragon, asleep within the cavern, acted like a living furnace. His bloodline gifts slowly transformed all under his influence. Cassius lay curled up in the cavern, his enormous body rising and falling with each breath. Now that cold weather had returned, the Red Dragon, who hated low temperatures, preferred to remain inside, passing time in sleep and idleness like all native red dragons of Erezer. He stretched lazily, then opened his eyes. But there were still tasks that needed his attention. In a soft voice, he called out in the draconic tongue. Chimera. From a hole in the rock wall, the three-headed beast flew out and knelt before him, awaiting instructions. Since receiving the bloodline gift, The creature had become obedient, so much so that even Cassius found the change slightly uncomfortable. He continued in Draconic. "Take me to find the tieflings." All three of the beast heads tilted with confusion. "What?" The red dragon sighed and picked up a horned skull from the corner of the cavern, tossing it in front of the chimera. "Find me those people." The lionhead sniffed the skull and replied in clumsy Draconic. "Horned. Human. Not tasty." Impatient, Cassius responded. "Yes, them. Take me there." The chimera quickly bowed in compliance. "Yes, master." With a low growl, it took off, wings cutting through the cavern air. The chimera flew out of the warm cavern, leaving the broad giant valley and into the snowstorm-filled sky. Cassius followed closely, soaring through the wind and snow. Amid the secluded mountains, a clearing was covered with many makeshift tents pitched in the snow. Nearby, a spacious cave glowed with warm light, its walls precariously stacked with rocks. This was the refuge the tieflings called the House of Ruin. Here lived the tieflings, marked by their long horns and red skin. The mountains shielded them from pursuers, but they offered no protection from the biting cold. Despite the harsh weather, the tieflings endured. Men chopped wood in the forest. Women kindled fires in front of tents, roasting hunted prey. Children gathered dry wood and grass, fueling the bonfire and doing what little they could. Inside the cave, some of the injured were wrapped in layers of animal skins and grass velvet. But even these could not stop their breathing from growing weaker. Their eyelids fluttered, then closed. A hoarse female voice broke the silence. "Mesulash, if this goes on, we will not survive the winter. The injured are on the verge of death. We need to go to the nearby towns." The tiefling called Mesulash turned his head. His rugged face bore burned scars, and his tall figure wore blood-stained, battle-scarred armor. His tone was grave. "Larissa, you still hold on to fantasies about those humans." The female tiefling shook her head in protest. "No, I didn't," but Mesulash cut her off, his voice rising. "Those pitchforks, those stakes, those blazing houses, those naked bodies hanging at the city gates, the cheers and the curses of the citizens. Have they not shown you their true nature? This is humanity, Larissa. If we go to any town now, we won't be greeted with fine wine. We will be met with ruthless expulsion and the pursuit of the old vampire's lackeys." Larissa's voice trembled, caught between fear and hope. "They just don't know the truth. Maybe we could clear up the misunderstanding," explained to them. Mesulash's cold black eyes pierced through her. His voice turned heavy, cutting through her words. "You should understand how humans see us, child of the devil." His words silenced her completely. He continued, "One person is curiosity. 2 people are a conspiracy. 3 people are a curse. The moment they raise their blades against us, driven by hatred, there is no room left for misunderstandings." He said no more. Ignoring her quiet sobs, Mesulash calmly wiped his blood-stained silver sword. The polished blade reflected his weathered face. Horns curled like a ram's. Eyes pure black without irises. Sharp, canine teeth. Red skin. Still human in appearance, but the devil's bloodline ran deep. Such a naive fool. His mind drifted back to his past, to those painful, tangled memories. At Northwind Castle, his younger self endured whispers and stares, called devil's offspring, subjected to street violence and insults. Distrust and fear followed him wherever he went. But even so, he had human friends he could trust. That was a kind of luck, and a kind of cruel fate. Their genuine concern kept a spark of kindness alive in his heart. So he joined the city guard army, became a paladin at a young age. He took the oath of redemption. Paladins of redemption confront evil, hoping to guide it toward the light. They use violence only as a last resort, and they never kill unless it clearly saves another life. The young Mesulash believed anyone could be redeemed. He believed in mercy and justice. He hoped his actions would change how the world saw his devil blood. And for a time, it seemed to be working. Chapter 48, Tiefling, Part 2. Mesulash quickly rose to captain of the city defense army in Northwind Castle. He kept the peace and protected the city. During that time, he married a tiefling like himself. They had children. They bought a home in the city. Life was good. Everything was moving toward a beautiful future. Then one day, it all changed. He was investigating disappearances in the city. He noticed people were looking at him strangely, but he thought it was just another day. Then the Duke made a speech, and suddenly the neighbors revealed their true faces. They raised torches. They stormed into his home. They tied his wife and child to a pyre and burned them alive. By the time Mesulash arrived, it was too late. Everything he loved was reduced to ashes. His comrades were slaughtering his people like animals. Weeping in grief, Mesulash raised his silver sword and killed every last one of the murderers. He became an oath-breaker. The radiance within the heart of the redemption knight was gone. Only darkness remained. Cruel reality had crushed his naive ideals. What a naive fool. He whispered the words again. Suddenly, the sharp sound of a horn echoed outside the cave. Mesulash snapped back to the present. He grabbed his sword and rushed outside. What's the situation? The guards at the gate looked terrified. It's snowmen. More than one. A chilling howl rose in the air. It echoed through the snowy mountains, riding on the wind, freezing hearts with fear. These monsters could smell flesh from miles away and track it through blizzards. Mesulash looked up. Dozens of ghostly white figures raced down the slope like a tide. Everyone prepare for battle. Damocus. Shoot them to death. The tiefling warrior called Damocus nodded and pulled back his bowstring. An arrow flew, piercing a snowman's forehead and bringing it down. Other warriors behind him followed suit. But shooting uphill in a snowstorm was difficult. Their arrows missed and buried themselves in the snow. Damocus fired again. 2 hits out of 7. 2 more snowmen fell. But these monsters moved like phantoms. Even Damocus couldn't guarantee accuracy. The tide was closing in, less than 100 meters from the camp. If the snowmen broke through, the camp would be doomed. Mesulash shouted, "Follow me." Charge out to meet them. He raised his sword. More than 40 tieflings followed, poorly equipped. Some had no swords, only pitchforks or torches, but their eyes held determination. They might have been merchants, clerks, or artists, but today they were warriors, fighting to protect their camp, fighting to protect their families. The snowmen surged closer, eyes full of hunger, staring at the tieflings like prey. 3 meters tall, covered in thick, snowy fur, massive and powerful. They saw the tieflings as nothing more than naked meat. Mesulash charged toward one, but the snowman didn't attack right away. It stared at him with an eerie gaze. Shivering gaze, its small eyes glowed blue. A freezing power surged from its stare. Mesulash felt ice rush through him, threatening to lock him in place. "Damn monster," he growled. Relying on his powerful body, he resisted the cold and raised a finger. Inferno scolded suddenly. The snowman was engulfed in hellfire, screaming in pain. The fire-fearing monster's fur ignited in inextinguishable flames, forcing it to pat its body in a panic. Die with a fierce shout, Mesulash leaped several meters high and chopped off the burning head of the snowman in a single blow. A nearby snowman attempted to use Shivering Gaze, but it no longer worked on Mesulash. Downward slash using the force of his descent, Mesulash's long sword cleaved into another snowman's shoulder. The snowman howled in pain, its large hand instinctively swiping at the tiefling. Cause injury, a ghostly green necrosis power spread from his sword into the snowman's body, corroding and expanding the wound. Mesulash, using this power, severed the snowman's entire left shoulder, along with its arm. Blue blood splattered across the tiefling's face. His expression did not change. His eyes did not blink. After slaying 2 snowmen in succession, he held his sword and surveyed the battlefield. Tieflings and snowmen were locked in brutal combat. Several tiefling warriors had already turned into ice sculptures from the snowman's shivering gaze. Just as another tiefling was about to be frozen in place, trapped in ice, guardian aura, scarlet light flickered around Mesulash, temporarily shielding against the snowman's magic and halting the tiefling's freezing. He stepped forward and drove his sword into the heart of the snowman. The snowman let out a final cry. More snowmen charged toward him. A dozen in total, they surged from all directions, intent on killing the tiefling holy warrior first. Mesulash stood calm before the encroaching enemies. He raised his long sword high. Oathbreaker, guiding divine power. Terror manifestation. The Oathbreaker paladin summoned dark emotions, condensing them into magical intimidation. Scarlet light radiated from the sword, rapidly spreading outward. Each snowman saw its worst fear and froze in place, paralyzed by terror. To Mezulash, they were now helpless targets. Downward slashes sword sliced through multiple snowman throats, sending blood spraying. Moments later, all the giants fell. None around him could stand. Mezulash knelt on one knee, leaning on his sword. He breathed heavily. Chapter 49. Tiefling, Part 3. The battle still raged on. Many tieflings were frozen, torn apart, and devoured. Yet many snowmen also fell under the tiefling onslaught, their bodies vanishing into the thick snow. A tremendous roar echoed from afar. The sound was chilling, sweeping across the entire hillside with a cold wind. All the snowmen howled in response. Their voices echoed endlessly, traveling over the hills, sending shivers down every spine. This is Mezulash slowly looked up. At the edge of the hillside, a towering snowman beat its chest and raised its head. It was far larger than any ordinary snowman, taller than 3 men, like a snow-covered hill. Its head bore large, curved horns. Its teeth could pierce a human skull. Its ghostly blue eyes radiated a deadly chill, intensifying the blizzard around it. The giant Yeti, Mezulash, took a deep breath and said the name that struck fear into every northern heart. These monsters appeared in tales mothers told to scare their children. They were fiercely territorial and savage, attacking any warm-blooded creature, scattering remains in the snow. Everyone fall back. The tiefling holy warrior held back his comrades who were about to charge. He stepped forward alone, pointing his long sword at the monster. This one is mine. The distant giant Yeti howled in excitement, leaping more than 10 meters and sending waves of snow flying. It landed before the tiefling. Its freezing gaze locked on him. Shivering gaze. This stare was more terrifying than any snowman before. Mezulash felt the cold seize his entire body. His skin and bones froze as if submerged in ice. Guardian aura, he resisted the eternal cold. Scarlet energy flared around him, shielding his body and pushing back the freezing power. Infernal rebuke, he raised his hand. A ring of fire surrounded the giant Yeti. But the flame was weak against such a massive foe. The Yeti opened its mouth. Tiny ice shards appeared in its throat. Its freezing breath, a blast of icy air, shot out, capable of freezing any warm creature into solid ice. It covered a wide area, extinguishing the flames and rushing toward Mezulash. He rolled left and narrowly avoided it. Breathing hard, he stood. That breath was terrifying. His right hand was numb. The cold had already taken hold. Fortunately, the breath could not be used again immediately. Impatient, the giant Yeti charged forward for close combat. If I take a direct hit, I will die. The thought made Mezulash grow more serious. He no longer hesitated and ran forward with his sword. Curse spell black necromantic energy enveloped his blade. He swung it at the monster. The Yeti raised its thick arm to block. The strength sent Mezulash flying, but his sword had cut through the fur. The curse took hold. The giant Yeti roared in pain. It clutched its head, seemingly immobilized. Mezulash tumbled across the snow, absorbed the fall, and rose again despite the pain. He charged back at the beast. The Yeti staggered, pounding its chest in madness, trying to resist the curse. Mezulash knew he had only 1 minute. He had once been a redemption knight, his sword bathed in holy light. Now his blade burned with a blood-red glow, hellish and defiant. It no longer mattered. He would follow only his will. Supreme holy slash, he leaped high. His sword shone with a breathtaking scarlet aura. But just before the blow landed, the giant Yeti recovered. It raised its arm. The sword cut through flesh. Mezulash severed the Yeti's massive hand. The monster howled in pain, fury, and frenzy. Its remaining hand grabbed the falling tiefling. This is bad. Mezulash struggled, but the Yeti's strength was absolute. He could not escape. The monster's mouth loomed close. He could feel the freezing cold inside its throat. Its eyes were filled with hate. It wanted to devour him whole. In desperation, Mezulash raised his sword and blocked with everything he had. Metal clashed against teeth. The other tiefling warriors rushed to help, but their weapons barely scratched the giant Yeti's thick hide. The surrounding snowmen seized the chance to strike back, causing more losses. Taking advantage of the distraction, Mezulash cast one final spell. Darkness spell a dense fog burst from him, shrouding the monster in shadow. But even blinded, the Yeti held him tight. It dragged him across the snow, heading toward the edge of the fog. No, I will lead my tribe. In the shadowy mist, Mizilash's jet-black eyes shone with determination. To survive. His long sword gleamed with a scarlet glow, slashing once more at the giant Yeti's head. Supreme Holy Slash. Chapter 50. Chapter 50 Tiefling 4. The giant evil Yeti sensed the danger of this attack. It quickly gathered strength, dense ice gravel forming deep in its throat. A bone-chilling cold surged outward toward the Tiefling paladin. Freezing breath. But Mezulash pressed forward through the piercing cold wind. He gripped his sword with both hands and slashed down fiercely. The giant evil Yeti tilted its head, and the long sword struck the large, coiled horns atop it, slowly cutting through. Yet the beast resisted with immense force, its horns shaking violently from side to side, disrupting Mezulash's focus. The guardian aura around him flickered, barely shielding against the bitter cold. Blood continued to pour from the Yeti's severed arm. Mezulash's body gradually began to freeze. This was their final struggle for life. For a moment, they locked in a stalemate, each one trying to end the other. Then suddenly, change struck. Boom. Several scorching fireballs slammed into the Yeti's back. Flames blackened its fur, making it stagger. The fire's force penetrated its flesh, scorching its frigid blood. The weakened beast howled in pain, instinctively releasing its grip and flinging Mezulash aside. It turned sharply, pounding its chest in fury, trying to intimidate its attacker. But what it saw was a wall of fire. Supreme flame breath. In an instant, the snow evaporated. White smoke rose from the exposed ground. The once menacing Yeti stood trembling, its body charred and blurry. The stench of burnt flesh filled the air. A breeze passed, and the creature fell forward. Its body crumbled into fine ash, which scattered into the wind. TSK. A weak flame creature. Cassius folded his wings and descended, landing atop the remains. Information refreshed on his panel. You have killed the giant evil Yeti, challenge level 9, and gained 5,000 experience points. Your level has increased to 6. The thrill of snatching a kill was satisfying. A strong level 9 monster, taken down with a single strike. As the Yeti turned to ash, the remaining beasts scattered, fleeing to the snow-covered mountains. But though the monsters fled, the tieflings remained tense. Because now, they faced a new and far greater threat, a red dragon. Though it had helped defeat the Yeti, none could tell if this dragon was friend or foe. Its reputation for cruelty and destruction was legendary. The tiefling warriors tightened their grip on their weapons. Their shields raised, their eyes fixed on the creature as it advanced. No one dared provoke it. Mezulash leaned on his long sword, pulling himself from the snow. He tried to stay composed. The red dragon before him towered, 3 or 4 meters long, its muscular frame covered in bright, metallic scales. Heat and sulfuric breath drifted from its jaws, like a volcano simmering beneath the surface. An unstoppable force. Red dragons were infamous for their savagery. A single misstep could mean utter annihilation. And the most feared red dragon near Stormy Ridge was Flying Flame, destroyer of the Eagle Guards. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. With that in mind, Mezulash commanded his warriors. Lower your weapons. Reluctantly, they obeyed. Mezulash sheathed his blade and bowed with difficulty. Honorable Flying Flame, thank you for helping us defeat our enemy. Once we settle, we will offer compensation to show our sincerity. I only wonder what brings you to us. Cassius gazed at the tiefling before him. He did not answer directly, but spoke with amusement. Are you the tiefling resistance leader? The one said to devour 3 humans at every meal? The devil's child, the spawn of hell? Mezulash showed no reaction. Those are lies from the Rackman family. Surely you know better than I how arrogant and shameless they are. They've even invaded your domain, haven't they? Cassius looked down at him. Nice speech. But speeches in this pitiful army won't keep you alive through the Enzita winter. Mezulash remained calm. You saw this coming. That's why you're here. Cassius shook his head slightly. You mean nothing to me. Only you hold a little value. The rest of your people, worth less than a box of silver coins. Mizulash replied with conviction, "But I will fight for them. I will give my life." Cassius' eyes narrowed. "I can help you fight the Rackman family's army, but I'm already their enemy. This has nothing to do with the tieflings." He sneered. "That doesn't change the truth. I can still decide your fate. If I hand your location to the Rackman family and grant them passage, what then? You have no leverage." He paused. "Consider this. My ashen nest could shelter your kind. I could help you survive the winter, even shield you from the eagle guards who hunt you." The offer made Mizulash's breath grow shallow. His ideals had long faded. Now only survival remained. And here stood a chance. The tiefling hesitated. Then he spoke slowly. "Then, Lord, what is the price?" He had lived through hardship. He understood there were no free favors, only unexpected betrayals. Cassius leaned forward, his voice like a devil's whisper. "Northwind Castle. I want you to become my retainers and help me take it." Mizulash looked up. The dragon's golden eyes burned like twin fires from hell. He had once sought light and redemption, walked the path of justice. Even after breaking his oath, he followed the paladin's code of mercy. But now, just to live, he had to make a choice. Serve an evil dragon. Help him conquer a city. Yes, master. The tiefling tribe will follow your will. Mizulash, once a holy warrior who vowed never to kneel before any but the divine, dropped to his knees. Chapter 51. Tiefling 5 in the House of Ruin. Mizulash gathered all tiefling refugees. No matter their age, status, or wounds, if they could stand, they came to the square. It was where meetings were held and news was announced. Mizulash looked around. Scarred, emaciated faces stared back. "I did nothing wrong," he whispered to himself. At last, he raised his longsword. "Fellow kin, I've had enough of a life spent running, hunted like beasts. Our blood has soaked the snow long enough. What we need is not to flee, but to strike back. An eye for an eye, blood for blood." The tiefling holy warrior, usually calm and measured, now stood ablaze with righteous fury. Even those who knew him best were taken aback. "From this day forward, we will join the Ashen Nest. The mighty red dragon, destroyer of the eagle guards, Lord Cassius, will be our master. He will grant us shelter and lead us to revenge. We will reclaim Northwind Castle, reclaim our homeland. He will build new, just laws with us." The crowd erupted. Cries of vengeance filled the square. Many tieflings had long since clung to revenge as their only reason to live. Now, Mizulash had given their fury direction. Weapons rose skyward. Revenge, revenge, revenge. Storm Northwind Castle. Cut off Duke Rackman's head. However, many different voices rose among the crowd. Though affected by the tragedy, some still believed in goodness and humanity, hoping to secure their place through peaceful means. For example, Larissa, the young female tiefling, full of shock and resentment, stepped forward to persuade Mizulash. "No, Mizulash, we must not become retainers of an evil dragon. If we do that, what difference is there between us and that blood-sucking duke?" Many tieflings agreed with her, showing support or nodding in silence. But Mizulash only stared at her. "Larissa, you did not listen to what I said before." His eyes puzzled her. There was something in them, pity, maybe even reluctance. But she did not focus on that. She shook her head vigorously and argued. "No, Mizulash, you are wrong. Those humans are under the Duke's manipulation. We can tell them the truth and rally them to peacefully resist his bloody rule. That is the right path. I've already contacted righteous men from various places. But if we become subordinates to the evil dragon, everything will be ruined." Her voice suddenly stopped. The sound of a sword piercing flesh echoed. Swish. Larissa's face became covered in blood. Her blue, lake-like eyes stared in disbelief at the man who had plunged the sword into her chest. For she had never imagined this could happen. Mizulash's pitch-black eyes were now cold and distant. They no longer felt familiar. They were terrifying. Before her consciousness faded, she saw his lips move. She recognized the words. She had learned lip-reading long ago. It was the hellish phrase for, "I'm sorry." Her delicate body fell. Warm blood poured out, staining the snow red. Mizulash quickly pulled out his sword. He knew the cunning red dragon was watching everything from the shadows. This act was his credential, a gesture showing he had no way back, only submission. It was also a declaration to all the clansmen. The so-called peace faction no longer had a place to stand. Larissa was not wrong. She was just too naive. Naive enough to believe that mutual trust could prevent conflict in this world, just as he had once believed. But now, the former redemption knight was covered in blood. I'm sorry, Larissa. This was just for our kin to survive. The blood on his face slowly trickled down. Mizulash thought to himself. All around, the tieflings stood stunned. The air froze. Everyone remained silent. Even those who had shouted for revenge could no longer speak. Larissa colluded with external enemies. She leaked information, dealt with according to military law. Ignoring the blood on his face, Mizulash raised his sword, still stained crimson. Revenge. He shouted again. Revenge. Revenge. Reclaim Northwind Castle. Blood for blood. More tieflings responded this time. They cheered in rhythm, though some did not look entirely willing. A sudden dragon's roar echoed through the sky. Roar. The red dragon descended slowly from the sky and landed on the highest boulder, looking down upon the tieflings. Mizulash turned around and faded into the crowd. He said no more. Cassius spread his wings slowly, casting a massive shadow over them. The tieflings felt a heavy pressure weigh down. I am Cassius, Lord of the Ashen Nest. I welcome you to join us. I will provide you with protection and support. I will grant you honor and strength, and I will help you build a town here. But in return, you must become my eternal retainers. Fight for me. Help me defeat the greedy Northwind Eagle. Seize the entire Northwind Castle. Mizulash stepped forward and bowed. This town will be born under your shadow. Please grant it a name. Cassius's golden eyes sparkled with amusement. Since you are called Devil's Offspring, how about naming it Bartos City? Mizulash's face showed no anger. Calmly, he replied, Thank you for your grace. Cassius narrowed his eyes and looked at the man below. He thought to himself, this was the one who had troubled the Rackman family for more than a decade. So rational, nearly emotionless. A terrifying individual. Chapter 52. Tiefling, Part 6. Suddenly, a child's scream rang out from the camp's entrance. The tieflings turned to look. Hey-ho! 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 Several large ogres were shouting as they carried thick logs into the camp. They walked as if nothing could stop them. The tiefling guards at the entrance dared not move. Everyone line up. Another troop arrived. Over 30 hobgoblins, half-dragonized, marched in formation. They prepared to station themselves in the camp. Hundreds of dragon-vein kobolds followed behind. Natural builders. They would be the ones constructing the town. Roar. Ancestral wyverns cried out in the skies. Any yeti foolish enough to approach will be burned to ashes. Oh my God. Ogres are our allies. Will those kobolds steal our things? Is that a wyvern? We are going to be working with monsters. The tiefling refugees were filled with mixed feelings. Some were joyful. Others were afraid. Some were anxious. A few were simply astonished. But one thing was certain. They could not stop these monsters from entering. Even Mizulash, usually composed, looked overwhelmed. He could not help but speak. Master, this was surely not a spur-of-the-moment idea. This was part of your plan, wasn't it? Cassius exhaled a warm breath of sulfur. I told you before. You have no bargaining power. Mizulash shook his head with a bitter smile. Master, you truly are unlike a pure red dragon. If not for your great strength, I would think you were a green dragon fond of manipulation. Cassius replied, That is why you are still alive. Instead of being turned to ash the moment you said that, thank you for your extraordinary mercy. Mizulash realized he had crossed a line. He lowered his head in apology. Cassius did not respond directly. He simply said, Take me to your cavern. I am interested in some things there. Yes, master. This time, Mizulash remained silent. He led the way. Reaching the depth of the camp's cavern, Cassius finally saw what he wanted to see, the ancient teleportation circle. Purple runes appeared on the rock walls. Their patterns were inscrutable, yet they emanated a profound sense of order that touched the soul. This was what players in their past lives commonly called a respawn point. Countless mages had studied it, yet none could understand how these arrays, which had no mana fluctuations, could create the star falling. The ancient teleportation circle in House of Ruin was the player's initial spawn point. Mizulash stepped forward and acknowledged the mystery. He admitted that not even the most learned in the camp could discern the purpose of these ancient runes. Cassius answered without hesitation. He said they would understand in time and ordered Mizulash to protect the place at all costs. No one must discover or destroy it. Mizulash solemnly declared that he would follow the command. Cassius then asked about the contract. He wanted to know if it was still in Mizulash's possession. This contract was the one Duke Rackman signed with a shadowy entity, trading 1,000 lives to become a vampire. Mizulash had nearly died retrieving it and had brought terrible vengeance upon his own family in the process. Hearing the question, Mizulash nodded gravely. He remembered the tragedies clearly. That contract was not just paper. It was soaked in blood and guilt. It was evidence of a grave crime. Cassius gave a final order. 3 days from now, Mizulash was to bring the contract to Ashen Nest and find him. Then the tiefling paladin turned and left to oversee construction in the town. Cassius squinted, pulling up Mizulash's status to review the information. This holy warrior could feel the dragon's divine gaze, but made no reaction, treating it as usual. The system provided the following. Target category was Retainer. The following information became visible. Oathbreaker's Sword, Mizulash. Category, Medium Humanoid, Tiefling. Alignment, Lawful Neutral. Armor class, 17 with City Guard armor. Speed, 40 feet on land. Strength, 19. Agility, 16. Constitution, 15. Intelligence, 12. Perception, 14. Charisma, 17. Occupational level, Paladin. Oathbreaker, level 11. Weapon proficiencies, longsword, great sword, heavy crossbow, dagger, light crossbow. Skill proficiency, military +7, hunting +6, insight +6, athletics +6, religion +4, ruling +4, leadership +4, survival +4, stealth +2. Senses, passive perception, 17. Languages, common and infernal. Abilities included Supreme Holy Slash, Divine Sense, Guardian Aura, Aura of Courage, and the Oathbreaker's unique powers, Terra Manifestation and Control Undead. Feats, Alert, Downward Slash, Defensive Duelist, Great Weapon Master, Heavy Armor Use. Battle Gear, a Blood-Stained Greatsword, Standard Issue City Defense Armor, a Paladin Cloak, and a Tiefling Ring. Oathbreaker Spells, 3rd level, Inferno Scold and Inflict Wounds. 5th level, Crown of Madness and Darkness spell. 9th level, Animate Dead and Curse spell. Challenge level 10. Worth 5,900 experience points. Assessment. When the Crimson Curtain falls, the Paladin breaks all vows to make their final stand. Cassius noted that aside from Ramp, none of Ashen Nest's current retainers could compare to Mizulash. In Cassius's opinion, the only reason Mizulash had struggled against the giant Yeti was because he had just broken his oath and hadn't fully adapted to his new powers. With mastery over his abilities, defeating that creature would be easy. Paladins had always been a favored class in past lives. Their mix of melee power and spells earned them the nickname Holy Daddy. While the strength of the Oathbreaker didn't match that of Vengeance or Conquest Paladins, it was still formidable. Cassius murmured to himself, players were still needed. He was looking forward to their arrival. If the beings known as the Fourth Calamity could be harnessed properly, they would become a force to reckon with. The first batch of beta testers would arrive in this very place, the ancient teleportation circle within the House of Ruin. Many of them would become legends in the future. Cassius flew into the sky and gazed down at the primitive House of Ruin. Ogres planted logs into the earth, raising the framework of buildings. Kobolds scurried, hammering and tinkering. Some tieflings stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Far off, goblins were laying roads to connect the place to the giant human valley. But progress was slow due to the snow. This would be the birthplace of Bartos City. Buildings would rise here. Starfallen would gather. It would become the first main city for players. Chapter 53. Nest and Ascension. Ashen Nest. A voice called out, urging someone to bring the stone forward. Another responded, mentioning that Lord Dolores had requested space for a catapult. Then a sudden slap. Someone had blocked a window and got smacked by the captain for it. The goblins continued building fortifications, making Rock Fortress even more impenetrable. The better-trained Great Goblins took over sentry duties, further lowering the status of common goblins. But the cowardly creatures dared not complain. From below the city gate, a voice rang out, "Open the gate, we want to come in." The lizard folk had arrived, dragging a massive corpse on a sled behind them. Blood still flowed from it. The lizard folk were the newest tribe in Ashen Nest, and had taken on patrol and hunting duties. Their chieftain Acker was a seasoned hunter who often led them to take down massive beasts. Meanwhile, their shaman remained in the valley, using druidic magic to heal the wounded. The half-goat people, wild and musical, loved strong wine, spices, and dancing. After entering Ashen Nest, they partied night and day. Their noise only stopped when Ramp lost patience, clubbed one of them to death, and roasted the body for dinner. The rest went quiet but clearly remained upset. They now played quieter tunes on their magic pan flutes, sounds that could cause panic or charm among enemies. Meanwhile, in the depths of the valley, the ogres had gathered again, and Ramp resumed his literacy class. This ogre mage had recently received a boon. A caravan from Skur Town had delivered over 20 precious magic scrolls. Among them were useful second-tier spells like Misty Step, Magic Rope Spell, and Human Binding Spell. There was even a third-tier spell, Stinking Cloud. No longer was he just the fireball guy. Ramp cherished the scrolls. He stored them in a guarded cave and dedicated himself to studying them. He muttered to himself that he needed a mage tower. Adjusting his new gold-framed glasses, he realized the cave was too cramped for someone of his size, over 5 meters tall. He dreamed of building a tower like all great mages, a place to store scrolls and artifacts, and a symbol of wisdom and power across the continent. He already had a name in mind, Giant Sage. It conveyed both his size and intellect. If he could stamp it with labels like Ashen Nest and Great Blueprint, it would be perfect. Suddenly, loud curses from nearby ogres interrupted his thoughts. Big Head poked out from the side and asked if food was coming. One wanted green-skinned goblin. Another yelled for little one-canned food. Ramp's face darkened, dragon scales pulsing with shadow. He bellowed at them to shut up. He smashed his club into Big Head's skull with terrifying strength, causing his eyes to fill with tears and a bump to rise on his forehead. Bang. Big Head fell straight over. Does everyone know a kind smile spread across Ramp's scaled, menacing face, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth? Ignoring the fainted Big Head, he pulled out a few lifelike paintings drawn by the half-goat people's studio and pointed to the goblin figures on them. Come read with me. Companions having seen what happened to Big Head, the ogres obeyed more and no longer dared to make trouble. Timidly, they echoed. Kapanayan's Ramp finally nodded in satisfaction. These guys were showing some improvement. But then the ogres didn't stop. Delicious, this exclamation, more unified than before, carried the earnest joy of a farmer harvesting crops. Ramp's face, which had just returned to normal, turned pitch black again. His thick arms bulged slightly, the veins under his dragon scales throbbing. Crack, his newly received golden-framed glasses snapped under the pressure of his rising fury. This only stoked the fire inside Ramp further. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, the ogre cave was filled with wailing. Giant's Mouth Cave. Inside the red dragon's lair, Cassius stretched, inhaling the surrounding scent of sulfur and floatstone. Every red dragon exuded abundant energy before adolescence, and this energy mixed with impurities in the air, creating that scent. Almost time for the hibernation phase, Cassius thought. The experience he gained earlier from fighting the giant snowman was still unspent. He looked at his status screen, preparing to level up. Choose to increase sorcerer level. Your sorcerer level rose to 6. Acquired additional third-tier spell, Fireball Technique. The method for casting the Fireball spell appeared in his mind. Though a third-tier spell, it was simple and brutal. Just one word, boom. As a red dragon born to wield flames, Cassius found casting the Fireball spell second nature. With only a few tries, he could already summon searing fireballs and casually hurl them at the ground. Boom. The fireball exploded on the stone surface, leaving a large scorch mark. No wonder there was a cult of sorcerers in my past life who focused solely on this spell. It really is satisfying to cast, Cassius said to himself. Acquired trait. Advanced elemental affinity. The powerful bloodline of the ancient red dragon imbues you with fiery strength. When you cast a spell dealing damage of the same type as your draconic bloodline, you can add your charisma to enhance the spell. Though a pure-blood red dragon from the righteous banner of ancient Tiamat, Cassius, as a dragon vein sorcerer, had delved deep into his bloodline to unlock spells far beyond the reach of typical dragon vein sorcerers. He acquired far more potent traits. Standard sorcerers only knew a handful of spells and cast them repeatedly, often becoming like artillery in a group. Mages, however, could access the full spell list and adjust what they prepared each day. So at higher levels, once their list was known, the sorcerer would struggle to compete with a well-prepared mage. In Cassius's eyes, the class abilities of the Dragon Vein Sorcerer were falling short of his growing power. Traits like Wings of the Dragon, True Dragon Majesty, and Dragonification in the mid to late stages of that class seemed more like unnecessary decorations. Was he supposed to grow another set of wings? Turn a dragon into a dragon, or stack another layer of draconic might? This highlighted the importance of multi-classing and pursuing advanced professions. But many human classes didn't suit a red dragon, especially warrior or paladin types, with their rules on equipment and faith. So for now, Cassius had not chosen another path. He could only hope to uncover a hidden or advanced class. Chapter 54, Red Scales, Part 1. In the dark dungeon, torchlight flickered. Curses and screams echoed from time to time, while the bugbear guards patrolled the stone corridors. Alger leaned silently against the wall, his thin frame and pale complexion revealing that he hadn't seen the sun in a long while. Several horizontal lines were scratched into the wall beside him. He had used these to mark the days, but after so many passed, time had become meaningless. Since his last interrogation, no one had come for him. No torture. No cruelty. Just bland food and an endless cycle of darkness. All he could do was think or sleep. The bugbear guards were impossible to bribe. These muscle-bound, dull-minded creatures only talked to each other and lacked any real ambition. Still, Alger had overheard from their conversations that Ashen Nest was rising in strength and that terrifying red dragon was growing even more powerful. At one point, Alger had considered fasting, accepting death calmly. But each time, he remembered something the red dragon had said, and a fog would settle over his memory. He realized he knew far too little. And the most horrifying part was that the red dragon had not seemed to lie. His grace never left the castle, never basked in sunlight. From the moment Alger entered, shadows always followed the figure. When he executed the tieflings, they didn't unleash devilish power. They seemed like ordinary innocents. That scene had brought no sense of justice, no relief, only guilt. There was always the smell of blood in the castle's backyard. As the family's death warrior, Alger never cared for such things. But now, pieced together, the details felt too coincidental. He needed the truth before he died. He often told himself not to think. His old instructor's words echoed in his head. Do not question right or wrong. Just follow orders, but in this silent prison, thinking was all he could do. I need the truth, Alger muttered to himself. He didn't realize it, but his mindset had already changed. The loyal hound of the noble house was gone. Eagle, how long do you think we'll stay here? Alger stroked his companion's feathers. The giant eagle stared back and flapped its wings gently, as if it too longed for the sky. Maybe we'll get out soon. Maybe. Alger gave a bitter smile. That dragon could sleep for decades. Forget about us. Leave us to rot into skeletons in this dungeon. That scenario wasn't just fantasy. There was once a white dragon that kidnapped nobles for ransom, but it slept for over 30 years. By the time it woke, those prisoners had all perished. But now something disturbed the silence. Clanking metal. Heavy footsteps. Alger looked up to see a group of bugbear guards carrying iron chains. Human. Come out, master wants to see you, they said bluntly. Finally. Is it time? Alger muttered to himself. This time, he didn't resist. He let them bind him and lead him away. He was ready to face the truth. After a long march, the cloth covering Alger's eyes was removed. It was the same cave, the same red dragon, only now stronger, larger. Long time no see, Algerman Cassius's golden eyes gleamed with mockery. That look, that sense of being manipulated, toyed with, it made Alger's skin crawl. He took a deep breath, trying his best to keep his tone calm. What do you want to deceive me with this time? What kind of schemes are you trying to make me help accomplish? But Cassius wasn't angry at all. He just laughed and said, I merely wanted you to meet an old friend, Mesulash. Come out. Hearing this name, Alger's expression changed instantly, his hand instinctively reaching to his waist. In Rackman territory, that name was well known. He was the leader of the Tiefling Resistance Army, a target that the Northwind Eagle Guards would kill at all costs. And also his childhood friend. They had grown up together in Northwind Castle, once inseparable until Alger's parents died, and he entered Rackman Castle with hatred. Mesulash stepped out from the shadows, looking indifferently at the human not far away, a trace of hatred flickering deep within his dark pupils. The Tiefling had once witnessed his former friend, as the Duke's loyal servant, wield the killing blade against his kin. If it weren't for the presence of the Red Dragon, he would have killed him on the spot. Why is he here? Alger's tone was a bit stilted, not knowing what to say for a moment, or how to face him. Enemy or a former friend, perhaps in the past, he would have regarded him as an enemy. But after hearing the Red Dragon's words, he could no longer distinguish truth from falsehood. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulphurous air and merely said, Mesulash, where is the contract I asked you to bring? I brought it. My lord. Mesulash took out a leather contract. The contract was covered with dense writing, and although it had lost its power because it was completed, it still faintly emanated an aura of dark evil magic. Cassius ordered, let him see it. Mesulash stepped forward, unfurling the contract and shoving it into Alger's hand with quick precision. Alger had a very bad feeling, his heart struggling, but driven by his thirst for the truth, he ended up looking at the writing, quickly murmuring each line to himself. Third Era, 1705 AD, December 23rd, the clock's hand moving 1/3 of the way. I, the necromancer, voice of the night, sign this contract under the witness of the Styx River, at the cost of 1,000 lives, and he will gain immortality, drink blood, bathe in eternal youth in the darkness. Instantly, Alger felt dizzy. His hand holding the scroll trembled slightly. No. How can this be? He couldn't help but keep reading, looking at the signatory's name. Duke Brad Rackman. This name, written in scarlet blood, was incredibly familiar to Alger. He had seen this signature on administrative documents in Northwind Castle, in Eagle Guard's logistics approval, in vows of loyalty. But he had never expected to see it on the contract that sacrificed his parents. Brad Rackman. Chapter 55 Red Scale, Part 2 Smack. The scroll fell from his hand. The scarlet signature was so striking and clear. Outside the giant's mouth cave, the cold wind still howled, and the snow fell heavily, making the retainers shiver and exhale white mist. But inside the cave, it was warm as a furnace. However, Alger felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, collapsing to the ground. His oath, his faith, his years of training and education, everything he pursued, all collapsed in this moment. He had tirelessly trained in combat, harmonizing with the giant eagle, only to become an accomplice in sacrificing lives. He had pledged loyalty to Duke Brad, never imagining that the one bestowing the sword was his greatest enemy in life. He had received education from the family's instructors, only to become a hound under someone's control. His life-risking battles and sacrifices ultimately served his greatest foe in life, like a tragic figure from some opera. And this was undoubtedly the most thorough negation and most biting mockery of his life. Once, Alger had used hatred to blind his own thoughts, allowing him to carry out tasks recklessly, without considering morality. But when this last layer of pretense was torn away, his heart was left with nothing but bloody wounds and endless regret. Alger kneeled on the ground. The scene of that massacre replayed before his eyes. Surrounded by burning buildings, people waving torches and cheering, following him, shouting slogans of drive out the devil and protect the citizens, while a tiefling mother, empty-handed, only held her child tightly, kneeling before him with tears in her eyes, begging for mercy. He also remembered what that mother had said to him before she died. Please, let my child live. But blinded by hatred, he had swung the eagle's shriek silver sword without hesitation. With a clear and crisp eagle's cry, he killed her cruelly. He had murdered the mother and child. He had personally set fire to their settlement. His actions were no different from those he hated, even making him his foe's accomplice. He was no avenger, nor a warrior of justice, just an ignorant pawn used by his enemy, a butcher who slaughtered commoners, a wretch who didn't even know himself. I'm sorry. His voice trembled. Whether this apology was from Mezalash or those dead tieflings, he didn't know. Mezalash's pitch-black eyes remained unmoved, standing with arms folded, coldly watching him. Alger, it's too late. All of this has already happened. Your apology means nothing to me. It only disgusts me. Alger didn't lift his head, but responded, trembling all over. Kill me. Mezalash sneered and replied softly, if I could decide your life and death, you would have long been tortured to death in a dungeon. But look at you now, you look like a stray dog. Letting you live in pain, that's not too bad. For his sworn enemy, this former paladin spared no malicious words. Alger repeatedly banged his head against the ground. Blood flowed from his forehead. Tears streamed down his face, mixing with the blood, blurring his vision. He repeated again, please kill me. Mezalash watched coldly, then said, you think being killed by me will bring you redemption, don't you? The cliched trope of a killer being slain by an avenger. You always take things for granted. Just as you took for granted that the blood-stained Duke was a magnanimous good man, placing the blame for your parents' deaths on us, just as you took for granted the slaughter of our settlements. Mezalash stepped forward, grabbing Alger's head and lifting him forcefully. He whispered in his ear, Alger, your life and death have long ceased to be in your control. The only reason you're alive is because you still have value to Lord Cassius. Alger was thrown heavily to the ground. Mezalash finished speaking, then stood by watching. This tiefling holy warrior wasn't consumed by the hatred in his heart. Now he only cared about the survival of his people. Alger's life meant nothing to him. Cassius looked down at Alger, his golden eyes devoid of any so-called compassion. I told you there was no need to deceive you, only to let you witness the truth. You should have known all this long ago. Alger kneeled on the ground, blood continually flowing. I should have known, he mumbled to himself. The flowing blood seemed to clear his mind. Alger finally regained his calm from the extreme collapse, his eyes a bit clearer. He couldn't die yet. He hadn't resolved the true culprit behind all this, hadn't truly avenged his parents, hadn't completed his own redemption. Once dead, there would be no chance to make amends. The image of Duke Brad Rackman appeared in his mind. That face seemed about 50 years old, with a pale complexion, always sporting 2 delicate mustaches, wearing silver-framed glasses, his hair and eyes pitch black, with an occasional flash of crimson. He spoke slowly, with a heavy noble accent, yet without seeming forced. Once, Alger felt deep admiration and gratitude upon seeing this face. But now all he felt was endless hatred. With this thought, Alger said in a deep voice, I must live to kill him. Who? Cassius's golden eyes showed a hint of amusement, feigning ignorance. Brad Rackman. Alger uttered the familiar name, but this time with unwavering determination, a tone of inevitability. You alone cannot accomplish it. Alger fell silent. After a long silence, seemingly after deep contemplation, he finally lowered his forehead slowly to touch the ground, ignoring the dirt, his gaze exceptionally firm. Lord Cassius, I swear loyalty to you. I am willing to offer my life to you, to be your most faithful servant, to serve you with all my heart and soul. I will be the dagger in your shadow, the hidden blade in your hand, removing all obstacles for you, as long as you allow me to kill him. Cassius nodded slightly and said, I don't need you to become a so-called death warrior. That is meaningless. I need you to help me with an experiment. Chapter 56, Red Scales Part 3. Cassius stared at the panel, displaying the newly refreshed information. The NPC faction you've created, the Ashen Nest, has achieved a standard level of comprehensive strength. The Ashen Nest has gained some fame within the Anzita Great Wilderness. It is located in Giant Valley, with its territory covering half of Stormy Ridge. Rumor has it that it is the lair of the Red Dragon, Flying Flame Cassius, the graveyard of the Northwind Eagle Guards. Countless ferocious monsters, including ogres, wyverns, and chimeras, gather here to serve their wicked lord, ready to unleash an insatiable desire for expansion. You can create a special faction subclass. The so-called faction subclasses are unique career branches available to each faction. As a player, one must have a certain level of faction contribution and meet specific occupation requirements to advance. For example, the Rackman family's Northwind Eagle Guards require absolute loyalty to the family and proficiency in riding a giant eagle. Many players in the past joined Northwind Castle for this reason. Many faction subclasses are incredibly powerful, such as the Bosk family's Lionheart Knight, the corrupted druid of the Gloomy Marsh, and the Time Soul Magician of the Tower of Time. Cassius specifically subdued Alger because of this unit's exceptional mobility, making them excellent scouts and aerial forces. He planned to create the Ashen Nest exclusive subclass based on the Northwind Eagle Guards. Alger would be the first experimental subject. In the future, he would become a kind of occupation mentor, enticing more players to join the Ashen Nest. Note, granting a subclass requires the target to be a retainer of your faction. Target Alger is currently your retainer, preparing to construct the occupation. In the wide and enclosed cave, Alger and his giant eagle sat in a deep pit as per Cassius's instructions. "Close your eyes," Cassius commanded. Now a retainer, Alger obediently shut his eyes. The giant eagle, however, shook its feathers restlessly, but Alger forcibly covered its eyes. "Begin." The red dragon nodded slightly. He sliced open his palm, letting a drop of scorching dragon blood trickle out. "Bloodline gift, semi-dragon form," Cassius chanted in his mind. This was a more potent bloodline gift that could grant humanoid creatures a semi-dragon template. This dragonkin bloodline could even be passed down to offspring. For humanoid creatures, only those with highly trained and incredibly strong bodies, such as the warrior before him, could successfully endure this trial. The blood, like an extension of his limb, slowly rose and merged into Alger's mouth. Alger let out a suppressed groan. Yet, the resolute warrior gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. As the hot blood infused with raging elements flowed down his throat, Alger's skin turned red, emitting wisps of white smoke. Sweat poured from his forehead. His stomach churned as if filled with a lake of magma. "Yugra." Alger tightly shut his eyes, gritting his teeth to stifle any scream. His brows knitted in pain. His body involuntarily bent over, curling up on the ground. The dragon blood brutally seeped into his veins, pumped to every part of his body by his violently beating heart. Alger's skin turned dark red, releasing intense steam and appearing anything but human. He could no longer hold back and howl to the sky. This agony was worse than 1,000 cuts, as if his entire being, including his bones, was being ground up and reshaped. Beneath his skin, the bones at his elbows, knees, and spine pushed out violently, even piercing through the skin to form sharp bone spurs. As the skin split open, scales rigidly pushed themselves out. His body grew to nearly 2 meters tall. His flesh was roughly altered by chaotic elemental power, rapidly growing numerous small, yet tough ducts specific to dragons, used for channeling elements. His face underwent the most horrifying transformation. The scales stretched the skin taut. The bones around his mouth jutted forward to form upper and lower jaws. The gums produced numerous sharp teeth. His eyes rolled back to show whites before transforming into reptilian slits. His head forcibly reshaped into a dragon-like form. The transformation for the giant eagle beside him was much simpler. It was just a regular bloodline gift. The beak grew sharp teeth, scales appeared under its feathers. Its size increased significantly, and its wingspan extended close to 10 meters, becoming a hybrid of a giant eagle and dragonhawk. When the pervasive steam dissipated, Alger opened his eyes again to reveal golden slit pupils. His appearance was now more dragonborn than human. He found his field of vision vastly expanded, able to see black and white images even in near blindness due to a special reflective membrane. Alger lay on the ground, awkwardly moving his arm. He felt his strength surpassing what it used to be. This 2-meter-tall muscular body not only brimmed with strength but also contained fiery, magical power. Strength was indeed the most intoxicating thing. No matter the pain, it was worth it. With strength, he could atone for everything he'd done. Alger clumsily got up from the ground, kneeling before Cassius. Now he was not just kneeling symbolically, but felt an oppressive force deep in his blood, making rebellion impossible. His willpower alone could hardly restrain this instinct. To become a dragon's claw and fangs. This feeling isn't bad. Alger knelt on the floor, facing downward, contemplating. "Master, thank you for the strength you bestowed. I will use it on the battlefield to terrify your enemies." His words carried immense sincerity. Cassius sensed Alger's thoughts but simply said, "Get used to this body. I need you to train a new army for me." The panel's information refreshed again. Faction Advanced Sub-Occupation constructed successfully. Occupation Advancement Requirements. Join the Ashen Nest faction. Become a retainer or the faction leader, the Red Dragon, Cassius. Possess a basic warrior occupation level of at least level 3, with +4 proficiency in riding skill. Own a large or larger dragon vein creature as a mount, and possess some degree of dragonkin bloodline. Please name your faction subclass. Cassius gazed at the kneeling Alger, whose face was covered in crimson scales, appearing particularly sinister. Name it Red Scale Conqueror. Chapter 57. Red Scale's Conclusion Faction Subclass Construction Complete. Red Scale Conqueror. Red Scale Conquerors are a special group of knights loyal to the master of the Ashen Nest, the Red Dragon Cassius. They served as ranger knights, patrolling the vast territories of the Red Dragon, scouting for potential threats from the kingdom's army or adventurers seeking to slay the dragon. When war broke out, they were terrible conquerors. To become a Red Scale Conqueror, one must have dragon blood, signifying their status as the most loyal claws and fangs of the Red Dragon. When they charged in groups, flames and claws became their weapons, and no enemy would wish to face these dragon-featured beings. When the dragon's roar came from afar, the Red Scale Conquerors would ride massive and ferocious dragon vein creatures, descending from the sky to bring endless flames and utter destruction upon their enemies. Besides the basic warrior abilities, the Red Scale Conqueror received additional traits. At level 3, you would gain the traits Born to Ride and Dragon's Roar Charge. Born to Ride, your expertise as a cavalryman becomes evident, granting you an additional +3 proficiency in riding skills. You gain an advantage on saving throws to avoid being dismounted. If you fall from your mount and are not incapacitated, you can land on your feet. Dragon's Roar charge you, and your mount emit a terrifying dragon's roar while charging. All enemies in the path of the charge must make a saving throw or fall into a state of panic if they fail. In this state, you and your mount are fearless. Your strength increases, and you are immune to most status effects. At level 7, you will gain the traits Heaven Conqueror and Dragon's Talons and Fangs. Heaven Conqueror, your mastery of riding skills conquers the sky, granting you an additional +3 proficiency in riding. You and your mount are in sync, able to perform aerial maneuvers like sudden stops, changes in direction, rolls, ascents, and dives. Dragon's Talons and Fangs is the most loyal claws and fangs of the Red Dragon. Your dragonification increases further, transforming you from a humanoid dragon vein creature to a full-fledged dragon-type being, a half-dragon. You gain dragon-specific feats. Your claw and bite attacks are strengthened. You can breathe flames in midair, but you will also suffer additional damage from weapons designed to target dragons. Currently, the level cap for Red Scale Conqueror is 8. Remaining traits await further construction and unlocking. This power level makes it undoubtedly the strongest subclass for warriors in the early game. With the added uniqueness of flight, it's practically overpowered. Cassius mused to himself, "This is going to be a gold mine." Cassius was already calculating how to profit from the future players. In the 1.0 version, where the level cap was only 8, melee classes were still popular. And the powerful traits of the Red Scale Conqueror would undoubtedly attract countless hardcore players. Moreover, some players with peculiar tastes wouldn't consider transforming into a half-dragon to be ugly. On the contrary, it was a symbol of charisma. After all, when the Dragonborn race emerged in the previous life, many strange videos popped up on certain black and yellow websites, demonstrating the fervor and terror of these dragon enthusiasts. And in times when flight magic and gravity magic had not yet become widespread, flying monsters were certainly nightmares for players, as evidenced by the thousands of players who were powerless against that Red Dragon boss. The flying mounts and aerial skills of the Red Scale Conqueror subclass would undoubtedly drive players crazy in pursuit. The Red Dragon perused the panel for a while. During this time, the half-dragon waited on his knees without a word, until Cassius finished reviewing all the information and then finally spoke. "Russ." Alger slowly stood up, his clothes already ripped apart, exposing scales all over his body. Cassius gazed at his half-dragon, half-human form and said, "For now, you will carry out patrol duties. Additionally, I need you to train more cavalry like yourself within the Ashen Nest. Human, Great Goblin, Lizard Folk, Tiefling. Choose anyone you deem talented." "Master, it's challenging. It might take a long time, and the success rate is very low." I underwent 10 years of training at Northwind Castle, starting with over 100 recruits for initial training, yet only 6 of us succeeded. And your current retainers. Pardon my honesty, they wouldn't have even passed my initial screening. Just do it. There will be many special individuals joining in the future. They will show you what innate talent truly is, Cassius said with confidence. Although Alger was unaware of the player's arrival, he saw his master's confidence and took the order seriously. Yes, master. Alger then mounted the dragon vein giant eagle and soared out of the cave. The dragon vein giant eagle, seeing the sunlight it hadn't seen in a long while, was excited and let out loud eagle screeches, now tinged with the power of dragon's roar. Cassius watched Alger riding the giant eagle away and exhaled a breath that smelled of sulfur. Target identified as your retainer, Alger. Based on your status, you can perceive the following information: Red Scale Conqueror Alger name, Alger Yerman category, medium-sized dragon-type creature, half-dragon human, neutral evil AC, 17, natural armor speed, flying 90 feet, ground movement 40 feet strength, 20 agility, 16 constitution, 18 intelligence, 11 perception, 14 charisma, 13 occupational level. Warrior, Red Scale Conqueror, level 8 mount, Dragon Vein Giant Eagle, level 5. Military weapons, long sword, short sword, great sword, long bow, heavy crossbow, spear. Simple weapons, dagger, short bow, light crossbow. Skills, riding plus 15, military plus 9, hunting plus 7, athletics plus 6, perception plus 6, leadership plus 4, survival plus 4, investigation plus 2, tracking plus 4, stealth plus 4. Senses, passive perception 14. Language, common actions, Dragon's Roar charge, flame breath, commander's surprise attack, slashing attack, piercing attack, actions like tides recovery. Occupational traits, born to ride, heaven conqueror, dragon's talons and fangs. Feats, alert, downward slash, great weapon master, riding specialist, flight master, dragonhide combat equipment, eagle shriek. Silver sword challenge level 10, 5900 XP. Assessment, formerly an eagle guard, now the most loyal claws and fangs of the giant dragon. Reborn in the flames, he treads the path of revenge. If you mistakenly anger the red dragon, he might descend on a dragon vein giant eagle, bringing you death with sword and flame. Chapter 58, Slumber. Cassius ordered Ramp to cast several guardian inscription spells at the entrance of the cave. Any unauthorized entity attempting to breach the cave will be met with a rune explosion, engulfing the intruder in flames, lightning, and strong acid. He also arranged for retainers to guard the entrance in shifts. In the future, great goblins, bugbears, and lizard folk guards would be stationed at the entrance continuously, ensuring that the cave remained undisturbed. Once everything was settled, Cassius ventured alone into the depths of Giant's Mouth Cave, his wings loosely folded at his sides. Here, it was close to the lava region. Scalding white steam emanated everywhere. The air heavy with powerful fire elements, and hot magma oozed from the ground. For ordinary people, this environment would be the land of death. But for Cassius, it felt incredibly comfortable. The scent of sulfur and float stone on him grew stronger. It was a clear sign. This red dragon's body was ready for slumber, entering the next stage of its age. This magma-filled cave was the perfect place for him to absorb and store elemental energy while he slept. All true dragons were warm-blooded. With their elemental nature, they could hardly be anything else. Fire dragons, in particular, grew hotter with age. But unlike most warm-blooded creatures, dragons had no way of shedding excess heat. They didn't sweat, and they rarely panted. Instead, dragon capillaries drew heat from their blood and stored it as energy. So, in a way, dragons were like cold-blooded creatures. They used the heat of the environment, but they didn't rely on it. Even without external heat, their metabolism and activity stayed constant. Cold wouldn't force them into dormancy like it would other beings. "It is time to sleep," Cassius muttered to himself, breathing in the scents of the cavern air. Since arriving at Erezur, he had been continuously working to increase his strength. Long rest was rare. A true red dragon, aside from raiding and plundering now and then, spent most of its time doing two things: sleeping and eating. With their long lifespans and innate strength, dragons could grow more powerful just by sleeping, a power unimaginable to ordinary creatures. This made them both immensely proud and incredibly lazy. Despite craving more strength, dragons rarely pursued it the way mortals did. They saw it beneath them. Strength came naturally. That was their belief. How could anyone imagine anything more magnificent than a dragon, the epitome of creation words once spoken by Balarvelthian, an ancient red dragon? But it was this very arrogance and laziness that allowed adventurers to bring him down. A diligent dragon like Cassius was an anomaly, and that made him far more dangerous. He was a diligent evil dragon, capable of causing a global catastrophe. I wonder how long this slumber will last. I hope that when I wake up, the ashen nest will still be standing, but I haven't found the demon in the mountains yet, and maybe, just maybe, the kingdom is already watching. Cassius thought deeply. Slowly, he laid his massive body down, pressing against the warm cave floor. He could feel the underground energy flowing into him. Forget it. Let's sleep without strength. Everything is pointless. Grow strong by sleeping. Just like a true dragon, the red dragon curled up deep in the magma chamber. He closed his eyes and began to sleep. Like a true red dragon. The fiery energy surrounding him surged. It flowed into his body, into his heart, filling every fiber of his flesh and blood. Cassius's enormous frame gently rose and fell with each breath. Northwind Castle. The cellar beneath Rackman Castle was dim and quiet. Only flickering candlelight broke the darkness. A man in his 50s lay in a stone coffin. His skin was unnaturally pale. A fine mustache framed his lips. Silver-rimmed glasses sat on the bridge of his nose. His black hair was neatly combed. He wore a black and red robe trimmed with gold. His name was Brad Rackman, Duke of the Rackman family, ruler of Northwind Castle. He rarely showed himself to the world. Only once during a speech in the hall. And during feeding. A faint noise stirred in the cellar. The soft whispering of bats. Their wings flapped gently. A woman entered, dressed in a gown heavy with frills. Pale-skinned, slim, and moving with grace. She approached the stone coffin. Father the man opened his eyes. Crimson flickered in them. "What is it, Alexia?" She bowed slightly, lifting the hem of her gown. Her voice was cold as ice. The Eagle Guards returned with news. They found tieflings at Stormy Ridge. Those filthy creatures have set up a camp. Brad remained expressionless. Then sent someone to wipe them out completely, but Alexia hesitated. They seemed to be protected by Ashen Nest. The scouts we sent were killed by wyverns. Only a few made it back. Duke Brad's brow furrowed. A flicker of anger crossed his pale face. That again. That damn red dragon. He still hadn't forgotten the loss of his elite Eagle Guards. Training them had cost a fortune. And Alger, one of their finest, had been a key piece. Brad had even planned to turn him into an eternal servant. "So, do you think we should seek help from that Lord?" Alexia watched him carefully, testing his reaction. "No. Do not engage Ashen Nest directly, and do not summon that mage. We cannot control his power. He would bring disaster to us." His answer was firm. Absolute. He looked at her with measured calm. "You must be patient, Alexia. I gave you eternal life. We are immortals, not like the filthy mortals. We must learn to wait. Once I complete the grand ascension, all problems will be solved." "Yes." Father Alexia nodded, showing no resistance. Duke Brad licked his lips slowly. His sharp teeth glinted in the candlelight. A deeper crimson shone in his eyes. "Alexia, when does the feast begin? I am feeling rather famished." Chapter 59. Chapter 59. 5 years. The snow on Stormy Ridge fell, melted, and fell again. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. 4 dragons, 5 years passed like a dream. But for humans and goblins, it changed everything. So what happened in 5 years? First, the Ashen Nest grew. Its number of retainers soared, and its territory expanded. Egg-laying creatures like kobolds and lizard folk could lay a dozen eggs in one go. Live-birth species like goblins had astonishingly fast growth. 7 or 8 offspring a year. With such reproduction, Dragon Valley could no longer hold them all. The retainers began expanding outward. Now, the Ashen Nest ruled all of Stormy Ridge. Many tribes had been conquered. Dozens of valleys and caves became homes for retainers. Only the elite lived in the heart of Dragon Valley. They received the unconscious blessings of the sleeping red dragon. Living in Dragon Valley was an honor. Even the valley's name was changed. Now it was called Dragon Valley. At present, the Ashen Nest had 3 chimeras, 41 bipedal wyverns, 65 ogres, 460 great goblins, 370 lizard folk, 204 half-goat people, and uncountable goblins and kobolds. Their population was easily in the tens of thousands. They had also absorbed minor tribes like serpent folk, war lizards, and orcs. These didn't live in the core areas but paid tribute and protection fees. Second, Stormy Ridge itself had become a pasture and a minefield for the Ashen Nest. Great goblins were excellent beast tamers. Like the more civilized races, they trained cattle and horses for transportation. They used messenger crows. They raised fierce wolves to guard camps and prisoners. And the goblins of Ashen Nest did the same. Under Dolores's leadership, the goblin faction, including great goblins, and bugbears, began raising large herbivores like woolly mammoths, aurochs, and giant rhinos. These creatures provided ample meat for the retainers. They even started breeding land dragons from the tundra. There were only 3 so far, but these massive beasts were expected to become valuable assets in battle and transportation. Ramp primarily controlled the ogres, kobolds, lizard folk, and other retainers. The numerous goblins and kobolds had built a massive underground mining network, constantly transporting metals and elemental ores into the valleys. The metals were smelted in underground furnaces and forged into crude weapons for the army. The elemental ores were stored in the Red Dragon's cave as an energy reserve. These creatures were difficult to manage. Many tried to escape with gold whenever supervision weakened. So Ramp assigned a large number of lizard folk and ogres as overseers. Even though Dolores frequently schemed behind his back, her faction still had to report to Ramp for approval. He remained the steward of the Ashen Nest, reviewing and authorizing all internal matters. They kept a fragile peace between them, avoiding internal conflict that might draw the Red Dragon's wrath. Each waited for the other's mistake, hoping to report any failure to the Red Dragon upon his awakening and take the upper hand. Clashes between the lower-ranked goblins, kobolds, and ogres were constant. These scuffles occurred almost daily and had become commonplace. Dolores often told her closest followers that when a master awakens, Ramp would not remain in power for long. Meanwhile, the Ashen Nest had increasing contact with humans. Skurtown was now a puppet state under their control. Friendly trade caravans, led by Hart, regularly supplied the Ashen Nest with human-made armor, weapons, and books. Due to bounty orders, groups of bold but foolish adventurers frequently ventured into the Ashen Nest, dreaming of slaying a dragon. Ramp welcomed them in his own way, turning their heads into trophies displayed at the entrance. The Ogre Mage often complained about the Red Dragon's rule, forbidding the consumption of intelligent beings. It had been a long time since he tasted what he called little snacks. Ramp even captured several so-called nobles. From them, he extracted ransoms or forced the delivery of valuable spell scrolls, significantly growing his magical collection. The rapid rise of the Ashen Nest drew attention from human forces across the northern countries. Not just the Duchy of Rackman, but even the Grand Duchy of Bosk and the Harpist Alliance, a continent-wide justice organization, had sent scouts to the area. Most of them never returned. Ramp had grand ambitions of world conquest, but without the Red Dragon's permission, he dared not start a war. For now, the Ashen Nest avoided direct conflict with major human factions. Cassius remained in deep slumber for a full 5 years. A true dragon's sleep had drastic effects on its environment. A white dragon's slumber would freeze the land. A blue dragon's would turn it to sand. A black dragon's would create swamps. A red dragon's sleep would produce lava. Cassius filled the cave with molten magma. When he stirred, the cave rumbled with loud roars, spouting smoke and lava from the entrance. Several great goblins guarding the entrance were burned alive. His power inspired awe and fear. Meanwhile, Cassius unknowingly released bloodline gifts. Over time, these gifts grew stronger. Almost all retainers in Dragon Valley had become dragon vein creatures, bearing red dragon traits. Adventurers feared them, calling them evil dragon minions. None dared provoke them. Chapter 60, Awakening, Part 1. With a low roar, Cassius slowly opened his eyes. He felt dazed, as a torrent of information had surged into his mind during sleep. He hadn't processed it yet. He mumbled to himself that he must have slept for a long time. His scales were thick with dust. Cassius shook his head and gently flapped his wings. Bones cracked, and ashes scattered into the air. He noticed he looked more dignified now. That pleased him. A massive mirror had been placed in the underground palace for moments like this. Cassius gazed into it, nodding. He was now far more mature than a normal red dragon. His body stretched 15 meters long, matching an adult's proportions. He no longer looked like a naive hatchling. Two horns swept back from his head, longer now, colored yellowish-white like bone. Rows of small horns lined the top of his head, with sharp ones jutting from his cheeks and jaw, giving his head a fearsome look. His golden eyes had faded slightly, a sign of aging. It was said the eyes of ancient red dragons would glow like molten lava. His body was armored in crimson scales, now a darker red. Their shiny surface had turned matte, except for golden edges that revealed his metallic nature. His wings were broader. Blue edges ran along the wing membranes, the same blue as burning metal. Cassius noted that a dragon's mind grew sharper with age. He began absorbing the knowledge that had accumulated in his mind. His ability to process it had clearly improved. He realized he was now able to use dragon's might. He concentrated and activated a field of invisible force, known as terrifying presence. This aura could make entire herds flee and break the will of seasoned warriors. Unfortunately, no one was around to test it on. Anyone who might have been nearby had likely been burned away by the effects of his slumber. He wished he had a subject to test it on. Cassius moved on to process the magical knowledge in his legacy. As dragons matured, they gained the ability to cast spells. It was a natural part of their bloodline. This was the arcane spellcasting gift of dragons. Upon reaching juvenile stage, they showed the first signs of magical talent. Cassius marveled at it, quietly impressed. Then, his panel began to update. It displayed that dragons were powerful magical beings, naturally connected to supernatural forces. As a red dragon, he had unlocked spellcasting hidden within his bloodline. He had gained an additional casting level, 3 in total. His racial and sorcerer casting levels had merged. His current level was now 9. Cassius's heart leapt with excitement. It had finally happened. The stacking of casting levels. He declared that he would now rise to the top as a dragon sorcerer. In that instant, his understanding of the magical world deepened. He touched the 5th layer of the magic web. He could now stir the powers of magic with his thoughts. He could even reach into its depths using will alone. But the updates didn't stop. More complex knowledge poured in. Some scholars believe humans first learned arcane magic from dragons. Elves disagreed, claiming the knowledge was theirs. Regardless, dragons retained secrets only revealed to those who explored their bloodline. Such dragons call themselves true dragon sorcerers. It was a proud title that set them apart from lesser bloodline sorcerers. There was a quote, "Discussing magic with mortals is like discussing seasons with locusts." It was attributed to Saramosk, a gold dragon scholar. The system then displayed a new advancement path. To become a true dragon sorcerer, one needed to be a pure-blood giant dragon with a sorcerer level above 5. Cassius met all the requirements and possessed the necessary legacy. The system asked if he wished to advance. A hidden advancement class. Exactly what he needed. Just when the Dragon Vein sorcerer path felt too limited, a superior path appeared, one exclusive to dragons. Cassius confirmed without hesitation. Instantly, vast and exquisite spell knowledge gushed out, overflowing in his mind. As it turned out, if these exceptionally gifted and long-lived dragons could devote themselves to study, their results would far surpass those of mere mortals. You have gained the Sorcerer Advancement suboccupation, True Dragon Sorcerer trait, Dragonkin spells. You will gain unique spells known only to dragons. Sorcerers or wizards may also learn these spells if taught by a dragon, but most are useless to mortals. You have gained dragon spells, Scratch Technique, Egg of Sanctuary, Scales of Energy, Braving the Fiery Pit Scratch Technique, Shaping Energy Cantrip. A magical force field flickering in the shape of claws solidifies before the dragon. By waving its claws towards the enemy, the dragon channels the spell's energy toward the target. Egg of Sanctuary, 2nd level transformation spell. Upon casting this spell, a flickering dragon egg composed of purple energy envelopes the dragon, then disappears, transporting it to an extra-dimensional pocket space where it remains immune to any form of attack. The dragon cannot see the material world nor cast spells or attack the place it left, but can use spells or magical items that affect only itself. Scales of Energy, 3rd level transformation spell that the caster transforms their natural defenses into a magical aura. The scales will shimmer with energy, generating clusters of energy shards that float around the dragon's body like thousands of tiny satellites. Braving the fiery pits, fourth level shaping energy, and spellcasting spell, the dragon fills its lungs with swirling, burning energy. Then, with a powerful exhalation, it sweeps the space before it with intense, cone-shaped flames. As the last wisp of energy leaves its lips, its body becomes part of this breath weapon, allowing it to traverse space and reconstitute its body anywhere within the breath weapon's range. Chapter 61 Awakening Part 2 Several dragon spells appeared in Cassius's mind. He could now release these exquisite spells like an artist. This was the innate talent of a true dragon sorcerer. The magical essence of giant dragons made their every move seem like spell casting. Thus, dragon sorcerers derive various spells from actions like scratching, flying, hatching, and breathing. No wonder they're called dragon spells. They truly suit the dragons perfectly. Cassius sighed. For instance, the scratch technique. If any ordinary mortal used it, it would only be a completely useless trick. But paired with the naturally powerful claw strikes of dragons, it could become an effective long-range attack method, consuming no energy at all. Scratch technique. A flickering magical field vaguely in the shape of claws materialized in front of the red dragon. As he swung his claws forcefully, this magic energy was directed toward the distant stone pillar. Instantly, stone fragments flew everywhere, and 3 deep gashes appeared on the pillar. Following that, the fragile middle of the pillar could no longer bear the weight of its upper part, collapsing to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Not bad power. Cassius nodded with satisfaction, exhaling a breath of sulphurous hot air. And then there's this 4th-tier spell. He had never accessed the 4th layer of the magic web before. Moreover, braving the fiery pits was even more complex than typical 4th-tier spells because it was a hybrid of spell and shaping energy. Transforming the body into flames and reconstructing it with fire was an extremely subtle form of shaping energy, while transporting oneself to any area covered by flamethrower breath was similar to the spell form of Misty Step. Braving the fiery pits. With the incantation in Draconic, Cassius took a deep breath and spewed out a large blaze. As the last bit of energy left his mouth, his massive body merged directly into the raging flames, becoming a complete incarnation of flame. Boom! A mass of fire condensed into a giant dragon shape, but it crashed into a stone wall, causing the entire cave to shake and a number of stones to fall down. Such a complex spell, having to manage both fire and transportation. I still can't fully control the teleportation location. Ouch, that hurt a bit. Cassius shook his slightly pained head, muttering to himself. Fortunately, the thick-skinned red dragon didn't mind the minor collision. Although a sorcerer's spell casting wasn't as rigorous as a mage's, it still required an understanding of its operational principles and coordinated control. After experimenting with a series of newly gained abilities, Cassius fully recovered from the drowsiness of his deep slumber, becoming somewhat inexplicably excited. With such a significant power boost, how could he not test it out? I've been sleeping for so long. It's time to go out and take a look. The red dragon stepped out of the cave, directly crossing the several guardian inscriptions ramp had set up earlier. If triggered, these inscriptions would cause rune explosions, but ramp had set it so the red dragon was excluded from their trigger conditions. Walking through the dim underground passage, the once spacious tunnel now felt somewhat narrow to him. Finally, the red dragon saw the sunlight he hadn't seen in ages. Roar! Cassius couldn't help but let out a cheerful dragon's roar. The scene before the Ashen Nest had undergone almost a complete transformation compared to before his slumber. The rock fortress at the entrance of the valley had been reinforced multiple times, now as indestructible as its name suggested. The city walls were over 10 meters high and 3 meters thick, equipped with catapults and great crossbows, with the Goblin Guard army standing ready atop the walls. Several tall watchtowers stood on either side, with sharp-eyed lizard-folk crossbowmen stationed on them, guarding against any invaders. The hillside also featured several wide wooden platforms for the wyverns to take off and land. Inside the Ashen Nest, several wooden military camps had sprung up, built using standard goblin construction, housing the most elite goblin corps. In the depths of the valley stood a stone tower, its surface flickering with magical aura. It was clear the designer intended to make it elegant and beautiful, but it came across as more like a dog painted to look like a tiger. A mage tower? That guy Ramp really needs to improve his aesthetic sense. Cassius gazed at the so-called mage tower, especially its entrance, resembling a huge mouth, and couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. The retainers of the Ashen Nest, the goblin guards and lizard folk, and the ogres carrying items, all looked up towards the source of the sound. Soon after, there was an uproar. What's that sound? Is it? Having slept for 5 years, some of the newer retainers hadn't even seen Cassius's true form, only remembering the huge commotion caused by the red dragon's slumber. It's the master has awakened, so big, so powerful by Maglabiat. This is my first time seeing such a gigantic dragon. I knew joining wasn't a mistake. Cassius looked down upon these retainers. Their numbers had greatly increased compared to before his slumber, and most of them had completed the transformation, becoming half-dragon monstrosities with scales, claws, and other dragon characteristics. From the distant stone tower, a massive figure awkwardly flew over. That was Ramp. Flight magic? Cassius watched the ogre mage struggling with flight, his expression slightly surprised. Huff, huff, huff. Master, you've finally awakened. Ramp landed with a thud, still panting heavily. Cassius looked him up and down. Compared to before, the ogre was even more massive and robust. He no longer wore shabby animal skins, but a large robe sewn from several magic cloaks, his hands adorned with numerous rings, clearly human magical bracelets. Cassius chuckled. Ramp, it's been a while, and you become quite wealthy, even building a mage tower. Ramp quickly bowed his head, replying, Master, all these treasures are yours, obtained from those ignorant adventurers. Give me a basic report on the Ashen Nest. Yes. Master. Ramp used a prepared spell on the wall, projecting image after image. Like a company manager from a previous life, he reported various aspects of the Ashen Nest to the Red Dragon, something Cassius had previously taught him and called PPT, a method Ramp quite liked for its elegance. In this report, Ramp tallied the territory and retainer status, progress on mining veins and metal smelting, the scale of beast taming, and even briefly mentioned the still under construction Barto City. I must say, well done. Cassius sincerely praised him, feeling the ogre was truly talented. Although the report was rough in many areas, it was quite impressive for an ogre to achieve such detail. Hearing the red dragon's praise, the dragon vein ogre was elated. It's all thanks to you, Master. Under your wings, we've achieved these small successes. Beep. The ogre's ring sounded, and his expression became excited. Cassius observed his ecstatic, ugly face, somewhat puzzled, and asked Ramp, what's happening? Master, my alert technique was triggered. More adventurers have arrived. Ramp's face showed the joy of a farmer during harvest. It seemed he had reaped many benefits from those adventurers. Chapter 62. Chapter 63 Awakening. Part 3 The bounty for the Red Dragon had been raised to 10,000 gold coins. In the northern countries, that amount of money was considerable. But it also represented a fortune in the prosperous empire of Fadlon to the south and the affluent Victoria port near Moon Bay. Even more so for these impoverished adventurers. This amount was enough to allow a fledgling mage to construct his own mage tower. It could also enable a warrior to purchase a set of magic equipment that could be passed down through generations. Perhaps due to deliberate publicity by the Rackman family, the Ashen Nest had been depicted as a perilous yet affluent realm. Rumor had it that within that dragon valley lay the treasure of a greedy red dragon, with endless gold coins flowing from the valley. Despite no one taking the bard's exaggerated tales seriously, it left adventurers with the illusion that the Ashen Nest was a symbol of wealth. This enticed countless adventurers who set out from various cities in the north, filled with heroic ambitions, flocking to Stormy Ridge, though most never returned. Of course, not all of these adventurers were foolhardy and reckless. Some, like the 20-member adventure group currently hiding behind a rock, were properly prepared. However, ordinary people could no longer see them now. Had you all finished drinking the invisibility potion? Yes. And also apply the breath-blocking potion. These giant dragons can taste the air with their forked tongues. Their sense of smell is unbelievably keen, so do not lower your guard. The one speaking was a mage in his 20s. He wore a purple robe and held a hollow wooden magic wand, looking somewhat tense. His name was Bennett, a young noble from Victoria Port. He had hired an elite mercenary group from various places and had come here after months of preparation. According to the information from Northwind Castle, that giant dragon had been asleep for a long time. Bennett, you might be overly nervous. It's just a young dragon, maybe even smaller. So what if it's a red dragon? We've interviewed those survivors. Moreover, your divination spells confirmed that the information was correct. even though they trembled all over in fear. Huh. Look at those cowardly wretches, scared stiff by an immature dragon. A scar-faced warrior with bulging muscles laughed. His name was Ivan, a seasoned warrior from the Empire of Fadlan. Having followed a 30-member adventure group to slay an adult green dragon, he always enjoyed the topic of dragon slaying. Nearby, a wanderer in a black cloak, whose face was indistinguishable, spoke. Approximately 7 or 8 meters long, with a special breath that can target enemies. Aside from those exaggerated tales, there seems to be nothing special. His name was Vincent, from a certain thieves' guild. Ivan laughed heartily. After so long, the only reason this dragon hasn't been defeated is that the people of the north are too weak. They can't even handle those white beasts, let alone a red dragon. But we're different. I'm a dragon slayer. Bennett admonished him. Damn it, Ivan, put away your boastfulness. Even a young red dragon isn't something to be trifled with. Moreover, he has a vast force. This time we're to sneak in, kill the sleeping red dragon, and take everything valuable from his treasury. Got it. If there's no good opportunity, forget about the dragon and head straight for the treasury. Ivan sneered at this. Sneaking in like a thief in the shadows. I didn't slay dragons in such a cowardly way. Vincent, usually silent, couldn't help but retort. Shut your mouth, which stinks worse than a goblin's. Ivan, puffing with indignation, wanted to retort but was suddenly interrupted by Bennett. Show quiet. He pointed into the distance, where a patrol of great goblins was heading back. Bennett whispered, Follow them, and we should be able to reach Dragon Valley. Damn, these great goblins are so tall, almost dragon-like, and even wear armor. They must be those evil dragon minions the Northerners spoke of. Everyone stay hidden and follow them without engaging. The adventure group followed the great goblin patrol deeper until they saw the rock fortress in the valley. They hid behind a protruding rock on the hillside, observing the fortified walls. Many great goblins were on guard, with catapults, great crossbows, and other siege weapons, numerous towering watchtowers and wyverns patrolling the skies. By Kanas, this is a fortress. Ivan couldn't help but exclaim. Though he had seen grander walls in the Empire, he never expected to find such defenses in a monster's lair. No, this is indeed a fortress. There must be humans collaborating with them. Otherwise, these monsters couldn't have such things. Tristan, the usually taciturn paladin, observed the armored great goblins. Speaking thoughtful words, his brows furrowed. Bennett, looking at the fortress, felt conflicted. On one hand, this indicated wealth was indeed here, and the treasure must be abundant. On the other hand, escaping safely was another issue. After contemplating for a moment, he spoke. Everyone has seen it. The dragon's retainers are not mere goblins. Engaging them head-on would be difficult, so we must sneak in, avoiding any direct conflict. Roar. A distant roar interrupted him. Dragon's roar. Could that dragon be awake? Upon hearing this, Bennett's heart beat faster. Months of preparation and thousands of gold coins. This was a high-stakes gamble, and he couldn't afford to fail here. Though intimidated by the fortress, Ivan moved forward, saying, What should we fear? It's merely a young dragon. We just need to lure it out of the lair. Crack. He stepped on the ground ahead, triggering intricate runes that suddenly glowed and sprayed flames. Not good, it's a guardian inscription. Move away. Bennett quickly raised his magic wand and cast a pre-prepared spell. Protective energy damage. A thin, translucent light film surrounded them, barely holding back the surging flames. But Ivan's extended foot had been charred black, causing him to groan in pain. Facing this sudden turn of events, Bennett couldn't help wiping the sweat off his forehead. Damn, how could there be such a spell here? Chapter 63. Chapter 64 Awakening. Part 4. The Guardian inscription had completed its rune explosion, but Bennett noticed a chain-triggered rune in the rocky corner. It was the alert technique. It's the alert technique. Damn, this is supposed to be a giant dragon's lair. Why does it feel like a mage tower filled with spells everywhere? Could it have predicted we would hide here? That's impossible. Bennett's face darkened at the thought. His breathing grew suddenly rapid, and his heart pounded because he thought of a terrible possibility. This was a law-addicted dragon. Moreover, it had probably foreseen their presence here and made all the preparations in advance, like any meticulous mage would. This was no place of renown and wealth. It was a death trap crafted by an evil dragon mage, and they were merely the prey walking into the trap. In the distance, thunder boomed, mirroring Bennett's feelings at that moment. Retreat. Retreat now, everyone. The red dragon is coming. Bennett shouted, waving his magic wand. He had no desire to die in this wilderness, becoming food for a monster. However, he found that his teammates stood frozen, staring at the sky, making him anxious. What are you standing there for? Move. Ivan looked up at the sky, his voice shaking. I think it's already here. Bennett felt a massive shadow envelop him, and cold sweat dripped down his face. He stiffly turned his head around. My God, it was a red dragon of enormous size, 15 meters long, a behemoth comparable to an adult red dragon. Its body was covered in golden red scales, with energy shards floating around it like thousands of microscopic star fragments, and beyond those shards, blinding lightning swirled. Behind it, rolling dark clouds and a fierce hurricane followed. The red dragon, surrounded in dazzling light, slowly flapped its wings, as if it were the master of the storm. Damn Northerners, your intelligence, you call this a young dragon? Bennett wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, muttering to himself. He recognized the spells in the air, an 8th-tier weather control spell. His mentor had shown it to him before, something he himself couldn't cast. The red dragon in the sky wore a mocking expression. Humans, how dare you enter my territory? The voice rumbled like thunder, causing everyone's ears to ring. Then the red dragon dived down, slowly opening its jaws, and a dazzling light gathered at its throat. Not good, it's dragon breath. Prepare yourselves. The team snapped out of their daze and quickly readied for battle. They were experienced adventurers. Although stunned by the grand spectacle, they quickly recovered and entered combat mode. Paladin Tristan raised his dragon scale shield and moved to the front, releasing the shield spell, Anti-Dragon Aura, which enveloped them in a faint light. Bennett chanted Force Wall technique, and a massive invisible barrier appeared before them, ready to withstand the incoming breath. It was a solid defensive spell. Vincent silently took down the black longbow from his back and drew a dragon slayer arrow from his cloak, knocking it to the string. Ivan gripped his long sword tightly, his muscles tensed, his fingers caressing the emerald green scales on the blade, muttering prayers. Boom! White-hot flames spewed from the red dragon's mouth. The terrifying heat warped the air. It was flame breath. The blazing fire roared toward the group, currently held back by the combined force wall and anti-dragon aura barriers. This seemed to be just a probe. But sweat broke out on Bennett's forehead again. He felt his spell was close to failing. Such frightening flame, he thought silently. Ivan shouted, if this keeps up, we'll be burnt to ashes. Attack. Follow me. Attack. The seasoned warrior dodged the flame breath from the side, eyeing the ever-nearing red dragon, then leaped several meters high. However, before he even touched the energy shard surrounding the dragon's scales, he was struck by the encircling lightning. His whole body convulsed and went numb. Remnant of the storm, but it wasn't over. The red dragon casually swatted him with a claw. Immediately, the lightning around it flooded into the warrior's body. A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, hitting him directly. Ivan's entire body glowed nearly transparent. His bones were clearly visible. He turned into a charred mass and fell to the ground. Ivan died just like that, but he bought precious time for his teammates to attack. Vincent released the bowstring, sending the black dragon slayer arrow straight toward the red dragon's heart. This arrow was inscribed with spells to harm dragonkin, soaked in dragon blood, explicitly made for slaying dragons. Braving the fiery pits with the last bit of energy leaving its mouth, the red dragon's massive body turned into a raging inferno. The black arrow shot through the flames but fell feebly in the distance with no apparent effect on the red dragon. Where is it? Vincent muttered darkly. For all he saw before him was roaring fire. Even the keen instincts of a thief couldn't locate the enemy. Alert, damn it! What is that? In the next moment, the flames before the adventurers transformed rapidly, coalescing and forming into a colossal dragon shape. A thunderous roar echoed from within the flames. How dare you defy me? The red dragon surged forward from within the flames. Its lightning-wrapped massive body smashed through the invisible force wall, making Bennett tremble. The warriors of the adventure group shot arrow after arrow at the red dragon, but the energy shards circling it deflected them effortlessly. Dark clouds blanketed the land. Thunder roared down from the sky, striking the panicked adventurers with precision. Scatter Paladin Tristan quickly raised the dragon's scale shield, protecting himself while shouting. The teammates behind him scattered in all directions. Yet the red dragon gathered its breath briefly and spewed several short flames straight at their retreating teammate, the Wanderer Vincent. Bang! The frail Wanderer collapsed. His charred body blended with his black cloak, clearly lifeless. Then a thick bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the Paladin's head directly. His dragon scale shield could block dragon damage, but not thunder. Tristan let out a cry of pain. The sky, filled with dark clouds, flashed with lightning and stormed. The ground, chaotic with a mix of flames and thunder. The red dragon rampaged within the group, easily destroying the adventure team. Bennett, witnessing this despairing scene, shakily raised his magic wand, mustering all his strength for the spell he had long prepared. Monster immobilization spell. A red spell Radiance flew out. This was originally their trump card for dragon slaying, but now it had become their key to survival. To his shock, a dimly flickering barrier surrounded the red dragon. The magic web around them smoothed out forcefully, disabling any spell casting. Spell nullification barrier. Bennett felt profound despair, more certain than ever of his suspicion. This was a law-addicted dragon, Chapter 64. Chapter 65 Awakening Part 5. Seeing the red dragon wantonly slaughtering, pressing step by step, Bennett finally made up his mind. This damned spell-hungry red dragon before him was unbeatable. He could only abandon his hard-recruited adventure group and leave this land of death. Damn it, I have to get out of here, sorry. Everyone, it's just I'm still on the path to seeking the truth. Bennett found himself a grandiose excuse. As a mage, he naturally had numerous means of escape. Bennett took off the silver pendant hanging from his chest, on which was a delicate little door. Dimension door. While praying to the goddess of magic, he muttered silently. The pendant glowed with magical aura, and the space beside Bennett suddenly twisted and folded. Soon, a door-like spatial crack slowly emerged. On the other side of the crack was Victoria Port, his familiar and beloved home. Bennett's face immediately lit up with joy, and he rushed toward the dimensional door. Great, finally. I can leave this damn place. However, before he finished speaking, the shadow of the red dragon's wings enveloped him. The spell nullification barrier surrounding the dragon ruthlessly smoothed out the nearby magic web. The spatial crack gradually healed and closed. The space stabilized as if it had never fluctuated. Where do you think you're going uninvited? Guessed the red dragon, looking down from above, scrutinized the mage with a particularly sinister look. Bennett looked up at the red dragon, his hands holding the magic wand trembling slightly. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead like free-flowing water. A smile appeared more ugly than crying on his face. His mage robe seemed to detect the danger, automatically casting a shield spell on him. But this did not increase his sense of security at all. Instead, it brought about a strange awkwardness. I am right here, not going anywhere, Bennett answered timidly. Why are you here? A hint of mockery glimmered in Cassius's golden eyes. Half of this group had already been killed by him, and they were indeed the elite among adventurers. The majority of the team members were advanced professionals around the 10th level. If they had faced an ordinary young red dragon, they might have successfully slain it. Unfortunately, they encountered Cassius. However, Cassius was not a genuine red dragon obsessed with killing. These adventurers kept coming, and even killing them all would be of no use. It was better to squeeze every bit of value out of them. Hearing the red dragon's words, Bennett was momentarily speechless. He turned to look at the remaining team members beside him. They were also shivering, unable to speak. One simply couldn't tell such a cruel, exceedingly proud red dragon that they were here to slay it. They would definitely be roasted to ashes or even swallowed alive. Just as the air grew tense and the red dragon seemed to grow impatient, a bard gathered his courage and stepped forward. This bard, handsome in appearance, wore a green robe and carried an exquisite lute. However, at this moment, he looked somewhat haggard. His robe was tattered and scorched in places, obviously the result of the recent one-sided battle. His name was Eugene, and he came to write the epic of dragon slayers. Just when everyone, including the red dragon, thought the bard was about to deliver a passionate speech, Eugene unhesitatingly knelt, tears welling up in his eyes, and shouted, "O legendary flame-winged dragon king, your claws can shred all enemies. Your flame can scorch all things in this world. Your strength is enough to make the gods tremble. We followed your footsteps here to behold your true form, but recklessly intruded upon your domain. This is truly a desecration." They have already paid for their recklessness with death, and we, the remaining insignificant beings, are willing to become your eternal servants, by your side always. To witness your grand body, even death is worth it. This series of flattering words left everyone present dumbfounded, but they had no choice but to follow suit and kneel, pleading for the Red Dragon's forgiveness. Damn, he's quite a talent, Cassius silently remarked, listening to the bard's rhythmic and melodious bootlicking. The Red Dragon exhaled sulphurous hot breath, making everyone's eyes water, but none dared to move an inch. You speak while kneeling on the ground. Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. He slightly raised his head, noting that the Red Dragon's expression seemed to soften a bit, secretly rejoicing. It's true, all giant dragons are incredibly vain. Thank the gods, this information was accurate as everyone thought they might be forgiven and began to feel fortunate. Dolores led the goblin corps, encircling them tightly. It just lacked a bit of earnest emotion. Cassius was not a simple-minded monster and would not be fooled by such shoddy lies. He merely found the flattery somewhat amusing. Take them all to the dungeon, Red Dragon casually instructed. Yes, Master. Dolores respectfully obeyed, commanding the burly dragon vein goblins to roughly haul away the kneeling adventurers. Under the Red Dragon's watchful eyes, no one dared to resist, knowing well the consequence. The corpses of their fallen comrades were still warm. The ogre mage Ramp arrived late, flying clumsily through the air before landing with a bang. It seemed he was still not proficient in flight magic. However, Ramp was brimming with excitement, his face full of joy from the harvest. Master, see, I knew these adventurers would hide here. This huge rock appears to be natural, but actually, I placed it here deliberately. It is the only place nearby where you can spy on Rock Fortress. He pointed to the ruins and said, whenever these adventurers hide here, they trigger my guardian inscriptions first, getting beaten half to death, then setting off my alert technique in succession. When they try to escape through the back passage, they encounter an automatically triggered web spell trap inside, and then the boulders would come rolling down. Pity they didn't trigger it this time. Ramp's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Cassius's mouth twitched slightly, momentarily speechless. Ramp then asked, Master, what will you do with these adventurers? Stripped the mage of his spell equipment, especially that dimension door necklace. Then drain every spell from his mind. After that, whether he lives or dies is irrelevant. He could be converted into a dragonborn to serve you, or killed to avoid any future troubles. As for the rest, kill half and let the other half escape, but make sure they believe they escaped through their own strength. As for that bard, Cassius's face revealed a playful smile. Make him a scribe, have him write some PR articles for us. Assign someone to check his progress. He can't rest until he's written at least 12,000 words a day, even if he has to rely on mental stimulant elixirs to keep going. Yes, Master. Ramp couldn't help but admire his master for being so adept at tormenting people. Chapter 65, Chapter 66, Awakening Part 6. In the near future, those adventurers who thought they had escaped the Red Dragon's wrath would spread its fame across the Northland, setting the stage for the Ashen Nest's upcoming actions, drawing attention from all races in Anzeta and sparking widespread discussion in human cities like Northwind Castle. And that bard, under Cassius's orders, would tirelessly compose popular poems extolling the Red Dragon's might, spreading them throughout the north. After all, this was the bard's own request, so Cassius decided to gratify him thoroughly. Cassius did not fear others coming after him. He now had immense confidence in his power, at least in the bleak Anzeta Great Wilderness in the north, where he could act almost without restraint. In this 20-member team, half of the high-level professionals had become Cassius's experience packs. Cassius lazily sprawled in the cave, playing with various magical items taken from Bennett with great interest. That dimension door necklace in the Red Dragon's massive claw could only serve as a tiny ring, barely fitting on his thick finger. The shield cloak seemed like a handkerchief, and the hollow carved wooden staff looked exactly like a toothpick. Beside him, in a box, lay hundreds of pieces of equipment shimmering with a magical aura. There were swords, shields, staffs, amulets, and all kinds of items, many stained with blood. But in Cassius's eyes, there was nothing particularly precious among them. Most were essential lifelines for ordinary adventurers, rated at most as rare according to the board's assessment. For instance, the Whisper Greatsword, which could be considered divine gear for early players, was nothing but a chicken rib to the Red Dragon. This was all the loot Ramp had gathered from adventurers over the years. Apart from a few magic artifacts he studied himself, he sent the rest to Cassius. The clever ogre even intentionally spread tales of Ashen Nest treasure, and planted several wrong maps in caravans to lure adventurers to their deaths. No wonder he managed to build a mage tower. The greed of men knows no bounds. Cassius set down the equipment in his claw, gazing at his panel. You killed the human archer warrior and gained 1100 XP. You killed the church paladin and gained 2900 XP. You killed the shadow guild thief and gained 2900 XP. You killed the hemolytic warband warrior and gained 3900 XP. Your occupational level has increased to level 7. Selected to advance true dragon sorcerer level. Cassius held his breath, watching the panel. Unlike the free choice of regular sorcerers, the spells of a true dragon sorcerer were randomly drawn from their bloodline, much influenced by luck. Cassius believed that from his past life to the present, he had never been the so-called Europe King. You traced your bloodline and found a secret technique from the ancient dragonkin. Gaining the additional dragon spell Dread Tremor 0-tier cantrip causes your enemies to tremble in fear. Harder to resist dragons might. Cassius couldn't help but sigh, though it was better than nothing. At least it was a useful spell. Fortunately, due to the occupational trait bonus, he could select a 4th-tier spell from his warlock spell list. You have acquired the 4th-tier spell Shapeshifting spell. There was no need for further explanation of this renowned spell, which could transform seen creatures into new forms, constrained to his own control and power. Cassius felt the evocation spell in his mind and cast it. His spellcasting ability now reached the 5th layer of the magical web, allowing him to swiftly master the 4th-tier spell. Shapeshifting spell. The magical web stirred his words and command. Sparkling fragments of mana twinkled on his body. His massive, sinister form rapidly shrunk until it became that of an ordinary human. However, the shapeshifting spell automatically adjusted to the caster's condition, so Cassius, being a young dragon, naturally transformed into a half-grown kid. Cassius looked at his new form with a somewhat dark expression. The reflection showed a young boy around 12 or 13 years old with delicate features, golden eyes, and fiery red hair like a flame. His sharp fangs made him look like a little troublemaker. Yet his gaze held an unexplainable haughtiness, giving off an oppressive aura. If I show up like this, I'd be utterly disgraced. I can't let players see this form, or I'll become a regular on certain peculiar websites. Resolving firmly, Cassius decided never to let players see this shape. He reactivated his spell, gradually adjusting his appearance. Each twinkle of mana caused a change, color shifts, body elongations, or facial feature alterations, akin to the notorious plastic surgery techniques from his past life. At last, a young man with black hair and golden eyes, exuding stability and handsomeness, appeared in the mirror. He looked about 20, wearing a dark red, gold-edged, lavishly decorated toga. His high nose bridge and golden eyes hinted at his noble status. Although slightly arrogant, he emanated elegance and composure, making him hard to refuse. Now this is more like it. Cassius nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at his panel. Warlock Cassius, human form. Challenge level 8. 3,900 experience points. In this form, my physical strength and spellcasting ability are limited to that of a high-level human warlock. Human-shaped, Cassius frowned and dispelled the spell. Instantly, his body rapidly expanded, and the colossal red dragon re-emerged in the cave. The original form is more comfortable. Feeling restricted is extremely unpleasant. Cassius contentedly exhaled a burst of hot breath. He looked at the panel before him, which had drastically changed since his slumber. Flying Flame Dragon Cassius. Name, Cassius Claudius Nerexius. Template, NPC. 271 days and 5 hours until public testing. Category, Super Dragon Type, Lawful Evil. Race, Young Red Dragon. Armor Class 24 from Natural Armor and Gilded Scales. Base Attributes, Strength 26. Agility 12. Constitution 23. Intelligence 14. Perception 13. Charisma 24. Skill proficiencies include Persuasion plus 12, Deception plus 8, Ruling plus 8, Stealth plus 6, Perception plus 8, Hunting plus 4, Arcane plus 4, Escape plus 4, and Knowledge of the Future plus 4. Damage immunities, Fire and Lightning. Senses include Blind Sight for 10 feet, Dark Vision for 60 feet, and Passive Perception 16. Languages, Common and Draconic. Capabilities include Remnant of the Storm, Maximized Breath Flame, Targeted Breath Flame, Gilded Carapace, and Bloodline Gift. Feats include Gilded Scales, Maximized Breath Weapon, Targeted Breath Weapon, Combat casting, Leader's Aura, Fugitive and Smooth Talker. Combat equipment, Eye of the Storm King, Magic Nullification Amulet, Dimension Door Necklace, Agile Mage's Action Ring, Staff of Scorching, Talk to the Deceased Amulet, Lava Spooter, Blade Immunity Ring, and Silent Steps Amulet. Equipped spells, Charge Release, Storm of Vengeance. Once per week, Weather Control. Once per day, Spell Nullification Barrier, Dimension Door, Talk to the Deceased, Burning Hands, Searing Ray, Blade Guard, and Oil on the Soles of the Feet. Occupational level, True Dragon, Sorcerer 7. Spellcasting, level 10. Spells include 4th tier, Braving the Fiery Pits and Shapeshifting Spell. 3rd tier, Energy Scales, Blink Spell, Protective Energy Damage, Fireball Technique. 2nd tier, Egg of Sanctuary, Enhanced Attributes, Misty Step, Phantom Force, Invisibility Spell. 1st tier, Cloud Mist Technique, Charm Person, Magic Missile, Shield Spell, Thunder Wave. Cantrips, Dread Tremors, Mage's Hand, Minor Illusion, Act Before the Enemy, Magic Tricks, Text Transmission Spell. Inherent spellcasting ability includes Suggestion Spell, once per day. Challenge level 15. 13,000 experience points. Assessment. When a flame streaks across the sky, beware of his arrival. Chapter 66. Chapter 67. Beta Test 1. Beta testing was about to begin. Retrieving data. Data retrieval complete. Beta testing duration, 365 days. Countdown to beta start, 3 days. Beta testing. Finally, it's coming. Cassius watched the information on his panel, expectantly spewing a mouthful of flame. He vaguely remembered there had been a beta testing event in his previous life, but he was unclear about the exact time since he wasn't one of the lucky ones to get a beta account. Furthermore, Ereza was initially not well known at all. The developers didn't do any commercial publicity, only uploading the purchase link for the gaming pod on the official website. Later, because of the game's quality, it went viral globally. This beta version was also called Starfall Origin, with only 1,000 slots available. Players started in a Tiefling refugee camp with no mainline quests, allowing them to freely choose their faction, help the Tieflings, join the Rackman family, or go to other countries in the north. The ultimate conclusion will be players uncovering Duke Brad's conspiracy and the Tieflings returning to Northwind Castle under Mezulash's leadership. This was also the reason Cassius deliberately took in the Tieflings. In Cassius's view, Mezulash was a thorough utilitarian, very much to Cassius's liking. In the previous life, after the players appeared, he quickly realized this new force's power and utilized it to expand his own strength, opposing the thriving Rackman family. But Cassius clearly remembered that a few months after this beta test ended, Ereza began the public test, which was not the time written on his NPC panel at all. Ereza's time and Earth's time are not equivalent. Only when players enter will the time on both sides synchronize, and Ereza's time flow is 4 times faster than Earth's. When players returned after the first major update in the previous life, more than 10 years had already passed in Ereza. Thought Cassius to himself. But that's fine. Otherwise, if as a dragon he slept for decades, only to wake up and find players already legendary, fully geared and waiting for dragon slaying, wouldn't that be awkward? Retrieving data. Data retrieval complete. Unlocking player interaction template. Obviously, this was the template for interacting and communicating with players. Though now, with no players yet, the functions couldn't be used. Cassius could issue quests, sell goods, teach skills, grant occupations, and even adjust favorability towards players. Cassius deeply understood this. In the previous life, facing those capricious NPCs, one moment they were full of favor, but after a wrong word, the favorability dropped to 0, and sometimes even turned hostile. That was quite normal. Unlocking faction template. Unlocking player forum. This thing is open to me too. Cassius was a bit surprised. The player forum was for players to communicate and entertain in the past life. Players often chose to surf the forum while waiting to revive, saying nonsense like getting hit by a rock doesn't count as death, or what do you mean killed in one hit, or just tanking damage, or seriously discussing occupation builds and equipment selection. In the forum, you could watch for fun, or step out to become the fun. Some even made clown posts to confess their love in game, drawing a lot of mocking and spectators. Cassius entered the forum, finding it indeed empty, nothing inside. Sure enough, it must wait for players to come. But before that, I should talk to them. Thinking of this, the red dragon left the cavern, ready to instruct his retainers, passing on some techniques to tame players. The main strategy was enticement with benefits and coercion with threats, commonly known as the carrot and stick tactic. As for reasoning with them and convincing them emotionally, don't even think about it. That's impossible, and it would even trigger some players' rebellious psychology. The first entry of players would definitely cause a lot of unpleasantness. Cassius knew this group of lawless guys too well. After all, in his previous life, he was like that too. Poking here, slashing there, unintentionally maxing out hatred. Afterwards, he put on an innocent face on the forum, asking why are all the town NPCs chasing me? I did nothing, which was really infuriating. Nickname, I Want to Eat Man2 was an up-and-coming game district streamer. His videos mainly featured live experiences of new games. He came from a semi-wealthy family, with no worries about food or shelter, and more than a dozen of the latest gaming pods at home. His daily job was to find and try out new games online, whether it was My Virtual Girlfriend, Lord of the Rings Golem, King Kong vs. Qin Xiong, or even Trash Picking Simulator. Quality didn't matter, as long as it pulled in traffic. An era of material desires. In this age of fully immersive games, there were endless releases, but Manto already felt a bit burnout. Even with a fully interactive virtual beauty right in front of him, he felt nothing. The thrill he once had as a kid playing on his phone was long gone. One day, he stumbled upon a promo for Reborn, or rather, a gameplay video. No flashy dialogue, just a clean presentation of a real world of swords and magic. Dragons soaring across the sky. Knights raising swords. It reminded Mantu why he started playing games in the first place. Fantasy. Everyone dreams of being a hero who saves the world. He placed an order right away, got himself a brand new gaming pod, and landed an account balance of negative 8,000. Can't customize the face. Turns out, it's a face scanning game. That alone would turn away many players who love face customization. Maybe even those who use gender-swapped characters to date online. Don't ask how he knew. In a fully immersive gaming era, online dating was a minefield. You couldn't trust voices, actions, or appearances to tell you anything. Manta knew that firsthand. He recalled, unwillingly, a few tearful experiences he'd rather forget. Since it's scanning his real face, customizing an ancient god physique was out of the question too. Connecting to the neural system. Scanning your body data. Constructing your character. Character construction complete. Name. I'm going to eat Manta's standard human attribute points. 10 strength, 10 agility, 10 constitution, 11 intelligence, 12 perception, 10 charisma, 9. Although I appreciate your recognition of my wisdom, why is my charisma only 9? Lying in the pod, Manta wept. He remembered the time he got blocked after sharing a photo during online dating. Maybe the gaming pod was right. Maybe it was his fault. Now there's no sense of immersion. He muttered dutifully. Confirming your birthplace. Confirmation complete. Beta starting location, coordinates 17834.4524.455, Bardo City preparing for arrival. Hello, welcome to Reborn. Chapter 67, Chapter 68, Beta Testing Part 2, Barto City, Player Spawn Point. 5 years ago, it was barren land. Now, it had transformed into a bustling small town. Spanning several square kilometers, Bardo City had over 500 residents. There were shops, taverns, blacksmiths, and tailor shops. The tieflings had taken on different roles. Though everything was still rudimentary wood and stone camps, there was a familiar spirit. It reminded them of their past in Northwind Castle. A bit of hope returned to their hearts. At the center of town stood a massive stone statue, the Red Dragon, the town's master. What made this place different from other towns was how monsters and humanoids lived together. Great goblins patrolled. Wyverns rested in the square. Ogres ordered tavern meals for 10. Of course, there were conflicts, but under Mezulash's supervision, the city remained stable. That order, however, might be broken today. Everyone remember this. Don't listen to anything they say. Anyone who attacks, kill on the spot. Mezulash led dozens of guards to the cave. His expression was solemn. He was ready for the worst. According to the master's description, these strange beings, the Starfallen, were not easy to deal with. But maybe they could be useful. Mantis saw a flash of white light. He woke up in a cave. The floor was solid rock. Candlelight flickered on the walls. A soft glow came from the far end. He moved his limbs, pinched his cheek. No lag, no stiffness. It felt just like real life. He was amazed. This feels so real. You guys watching the video might not get it, but standing here, it feels exactly like the real world. He stepped out of the cave, full of excitement. Outside in the square, hundreds of players had already gathered. Each had a nickname floating above their heads. His own, just eating Mantu, seemed normal compared to names like Uncle G, Manure Sea Maggot, The Sky As Well's Naturally Empty, and Invincible Tyrannosaurus Warrior. Everyone had gotten used to these names. No newbie missions, but the tactile experience is amazing. I gotta pull my classmates into this. What can we do now? Search my ID for study materials. Over 1,000 gigabytes of immersive video content. Any kind of knowledge you need. Wait, is that cereal, bro? Get lost. I want to be an archmage. Don't distract me with beauty. Heathen, taste my sword. The players crowded around the square, chattering, exploring, marveling at everything. The immersive realism of Erezer was unmatched. 100% lifelike. As usual, let's first... Wait, what is that? Can this even be shown? Mantu was about to check his panel when he noticed a player nearby with the ID Wings of Freedom. The guy stripped off his basic clothes and stood completely naked, his lower half glowing with dazzling holy light. Finally, I'm free. He spread his arms like Rose at the front of the Titanic. The blinding light made others cover their eyes. Dude, are you serious? You do know this game uses face recognition, right? Huh? Manta gave a friendly reminder and walked away, leaving the guy to cry out in regret. Some people clearly skipped reading the player agreement and jumped straight in. Now they were paying the price for their recklessness. Manta sighed. Entertainment value achieved, but the players soon turned their attention to a group of approaching tieflings, completely forgetting about Holy Light Bro. These must be our guide NPCs. I noticed the game has a favorability system, so watch what you say. Mantu whispered a heads up. A player with the ID Swashbuckler blurted out loud, "Were those red-skinned NPCs with horns? Demons? Can we attack them? Want to try it?" In a second, dozens of tieflings turned angry eyes toward him. If not for their leader's orders, he might have been chopped into mince. No, just kidding. I was just joking. Why so serious? Swashbuckler laughed awkwardly. His panel showed a full screen of favorability -50. See, I told you not to speak recklessly. But this game's AI is really smart. It can even recognize players' words. Manta looked gleefully at Swashbuckler and continued explaining. He knew that guy. A famous, fully immersive risky player. His most notable act was stealing chickens from villagers in Ancient Scrolls 10 and getting hunted by thousands. As expected, it wasn't over yet. Swashbuckler slipped to the back of the crowd while the tieflings weren't looking and threw a small stone at the leading tiefling's head. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air and was caught effortlessly by Mezalash without even turning. However, the next moment, another stone hit his armor, making a clear clang. For a moment, the air nearly froze as everyone stared in shock. Finally, the long silent Damicus cautiously asked, "What should we do?" Even the usually composed Mezalash seemed a bit flustered. Mezalash had seen everything. He could barely tolerate people undressing in the square, but never someone risking their life to throw random stones at him. Attacking the army. Kill. He crushed the stone in his hand, his tone unexpectedly gritted with anger. The tieflings, who had long endured Swashbuckler, finally found an outlet. They drew their bows and shot arrows with all their might. In no time, he was filled with arrows. Swashbuckler raised his arrow-filled arm and with the last of his strength said, "Though I die, I remain Swashbuckler." Finishing his lines, he then satisfactorily passed away. However, instead of being intimidated by Mezalash's strict enforcement, the players burst into laughter. There are still many good NPCs in this world. Rest in peace, Swashbuckler. I must sneak into his house and max out his pain threshold one day. Manta laughed so hard he teared up. This guy is something else. Pulling off a borrowing arrows with thatched boats, turning himself into a porcupine. The tiefling guards, seeing these human-like figures laughing and joking without any respect, were filled with fury. But Mezalash, watching the laughing crowd, crossed his arms thoughtfully. It seems these Starfallen cannot be judged by common sense, he thought. Chapter 68. Chapter 69. Internal Testing, Part 3. Facing the never-ending noise from the players, Mezalash stepped forward and raised his bloody great sword. Silence. But the players seemed to rebel even more, becoming noisier with all kinds of cheeky remarks emerging one after another. I'm hyped, hubby. No male waifu. Let me at it. Why is a red-skinned NPC so arrogant? Sooner or later, we'll take you down. That gear looks awesome. Is it available in the store? He's so cocky. I love it. Mezalash felt his scalp tingle, but he had to force himself to keep speaking. Warriors from unknown spaces. I'm the steward of Bartos City under command of the Red Dragon, a tiefling warrior. You can call me Mezalash. By my master's order, I have come to welcome you. However, neither Bartos City nor the entire Ashen Nest welcomes idlers. You need to prove your value to me. As you can see, Bartos City is newly built. Everything is waiting for development. I hope you can contribute your strength. Mezalash tried to be as stirring as possible, but most players were not paying attention, except for those extremely into the story. That gear looks kinda nice. Feels like at least a mini-boss level. Mantu instinctively pulled up his panel and threw out a scout. Loading data. Loading complete. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information. Oathbreaker's Sword, Mezulash. Faction, Ashen Nest. Bartos City. Basic ability, unknown. Challenge level, unknown. Favorability, -5. Mild dislike. According to official data, information only fails to show when the challenge level difference is 5 levels apart from the player's level. Is this newbie village NPC that strong? Wait, why did favorability turn negative? He looked up, only to see the tiefling eyeing him with a glimmer of danger in his eyes, clearly aware of his spying. Damn. Can scouting even be detected? Dejectedly, Manta put away his panel and stood at attention, obediently listening to him speak. Mezalash swept his gaze over the crowd with a warning look, then continued. You can accept tasks. Bartos City will give you corresponding rewards. Everyone, please wait a moment. His tone suddenly paused. Captain, we found it. Damicus reported, coming forward. Several strong tiefling guards carried a new corpse full of arrows out of the cave and placed it next to the original one. The same swashbuckler. Only this time, he didn't even have time to say his lines before dying. Mezalash already knew from Cassius that players would revive, and he also knew that player revivals were limited. In Erezur, players could only revive once every 10 minutes, each time with an experience penalty based on their current level, and they only had 3 revival opportunities per day. After the 3rd death, they could only hang out on the forum. Damn, is this NPC that smart? Camping at the respawn point. The AI from the developers is just messing with our minds. Good. Rogue Beast has messed with many people's minds. He previously brought the final boss to our main city and got it destroyed in another game. He deserves to be messed with so hard his will breaks. Instant fan conversion. Seeing a player getting camped at the gate makes me furious. Seeing it's Rogue Beast, I'm overjoyed. I guess there are still good NPCs in the world. Finally, Mezalash's face showed a chillingly kind smile. Everyone, please be silent. This is just a small warning. This time, as soon as he spoke, the players suddenly fell silent, like a group of primary school students caught by the class teacher. After all, no one wanted to be camped at the gate without even having a chance to develop. Next to the arrow-pierced corpse of Swashbuckler, Mezalash's words carried extra weight. Mezalash started introducing various information according to the instructions of the Red Dragon. The blacksmith sells weapons and armor. The market has food and water for sale. The tavern sells drinks, and you can stay on the 2nd floor. You can accept quests from the bulletin board in the square and collect rewards at the Adventurers Guild in Bartos City. According to Mezalash's description, the players roughly understood the situation in Bartos City. And after the tasks were released, corresponding task data appeared on the players' panels, including building city walls, constructing houses, going out hunting, and hunting hostile monsters. The system allocated experience based on the difficulty and consumption of tasks, while faction contribution points were managed by Kaisu, the faction leader. But most of these tasks were life-oriented, commonly known as brick moving. There were fewer opportunities for the familiar monster hunting and leveling up. After all, Stormy Ridge was almost contracted by Ashen Nest, leaving only the monsters in the mountains and forests to find. So many tasks. This task, hunt savage boars, rewards a set of standard city guard army equipment. Watch me get a perfect start. This is real body data. You probably can't even beat a chicken. You can't beat a chicken. Why are there brick moving tasks? Having just entered the game, the players were very interested in these diverse tasks, to the point that they even ignored Swashbuckler being carried up again. 3 corpses lined up neatly in a row, as if silently telling the fate of this troublemaker. Although Bartow City had begun to take shape with some city elements, it had only developed for 5 years. The population was sparse, the foundation was thin, and the buildings were still very simplistic. And the most crucial problem was the lack of labor force. The assistance from Ashen Nest somewhat alleviated this issue, but was not an immediate solution. With the addition of hundreds of players, the various aspects of Bartow City could rapidly develop, especially since they had a workforce unafraid of death and tireless. The players had thus begun their exploration. Mantu skillfully opened his panel and adjusted his pain perception to the minimum. Sanctuary spell, a clear female voice rang out. A thin layer of light appeared around Mantu. Although the boar had charged right up to him, Mantu could even hear its heavy breathing and smell its foul odor. It couldn't attack him and crashed into the adjacent rock wall again. This time the charge was so powerful that the boar's long, thick tusks became embedded in the cliff wall, leaving it unable to pull them out for the time being. Whoosh, an arrow shot from the side, piercing the wild boar's heart directly. It struggled a few times before finally losing its life. I've always said, Archer warriors are the future, a male voice rang out. Mantu turned and saw 3 players approaching together. He recognized these 3. They were famous professional players in the full immersion gaming circle. There was the hardcore strategy expert Xian Dog, the highly popular female professional player with over 1 million fans Summer Night Autumn Rain, and Natural War Maniac, a top player known for dominating virtual game competitions for 10 years and capable of defeating all opponents. Their current roles were warrior, priest, and barbarian, a very complementary team of 3. In their presence, Manta felt somewhat insignificant. Though he also considered himself a professional player and had tens of thousands of followers, he couldn't compare to these renowned figures. He said somewhat awkwardly, "Thanks, what do you need me for?" Summer Night Autumn Rain said, "We've watched your videos. They're good. You overpraise me." Manta sheepishly scratched his head. But Xian Dog was straightforward. "Mantu, when you last logged off, you had 4 gold coins, right? Yeah, just got lucky. 4 gold coins didn't sound like much, but it was real gold. The value was equivalent to 100 silver coins or 400 copper coins. A Liver Emperor player, taking up a full slate of tasks and working day and night, would need nearly 10 days to accumulate that amount. Manta had merely stumbled upon it in a mine, where miners had secretly stashed some gold coins. Natural War Maniac asked, "Interested in joining us on a quest? We need that money." Mantu was bewildered. Why not approach those big guilds? They would probably be very willing to take you in, and this amount of money shouldn't be a problem for them. Though the game was still in its beta phase, wealthy players had already organized small guilds like the Sword Pavilion, Gold Club, and Royalty. Some of these small groups had nearly 50 members, many of whom would later form the core of big guilds. Speaking of guilds, Natural War Maniac got irritated and swore, "Those bastards are shameless. They station people at the mission board all day, snatching up all the good-paying quests and leaving us scattered individuals with bricklaying and wall-repairing tasks for contribution points." Xian Dog nodded in agreement. Guilds, not even a dog would join them. He liked to use the word dog in his speech, which was one reason his haters called him Xian Dog. The other major reason was that he was perpetually single. Manta pondered for a moment and said, "Why do you need these gold coins? Let me think about it." Summer Night Autumn Rain showed Manta a piece of item information. Mysterious invitation usable by. For people, this invitation burns eternally, never extinguishing. It can take you to unknown realms where danger or opportunity might await you. Item price: 10 gold coins. This is a new item in the exchange, and it seems to have a limited stock. The guilds haven't noticed it yet. We've managed to gather 6 gold coins, so we came to find you." Summer Night Autumn Rain explained. "Geez, what kind of invitation costs this much? This could buy several sets of equipment." Manta couldn't help but complain. Xian Dog said bluntly, "This is the difference between you and top professional players. 10 gold coins might seem important early on, but in the mid to late game, it's not much at all if you buy equipment. You'll just get a bunch of scrap iron. But if you buy mission items like this, you can gain an early advantage and keep winning. Summer Night Autumn Rain tried to smooth things over. Say less, please." Xian Dog, still expressionless, said, "If he doesn't agree, it just shows he lacks the vision. We can find someone else." Mantu awkwardly smiled. He finally realized why this strategy genius was unmatched in all aspects yet remained single. But as he thought over Xian Dog's words, they made some sense, and he agreed cheerfully. "All right, I'll join you, but my share is bigger, and you'll need to give me more permissions in the subsequent missions." "No problem." Natural War Maniac grinned and readily agreed. Chapter 71, Chapter 2. The noble NPC, the four of them, holding the 10 gold coins they had scraped together, went to the Tiefling Trading Center and bought the mysterious invitation. When Singdo handed the shiny gold coins to the Tiefling merchant, Manta felt an immense pain. He thought to himself, how many pieces of equipment could this buy? You spendthrift. The invitation in their hands felt heavy. They returned to their rented cabin and excitedly opened the invitation. The paper inside was a delicate pale yellow, thin and seemingly no different from ordinary paper, but the words on it were written in burning flames, constantly flickering. There is only one short sentence. "You will meet the most distinguished person here." Is it really that influential? Seems like this gamble was worth it. At least we'll break even. Looking at the tiny words on the invitation, Mantu was filled with anticipation. Singdo, however, remained calm. "I told you, anything that costs so much gold coins will definitely yield significant rewards." The Natural War Maniac chuckled. "Come on, stand still. I'm about to use it." "Okay." "Confirm using mysterious invitation." Immediately, the space in front of the four of them started to ripple, then gradually twisted and cracked, forming a door-shaped space rift. Flames roared around the edges of the rift, making it look like the doorframe of this dimension door. "Wow, a teleportation portal. This is top-notch." Mantu exclaimed. So far in the game, no magic system profession had developed teleportation skills. Mages without scrolls would be out of the question, and even those now called true mage masters, the sorcerers, did not have such high-end abilities. Both Summer Night Autumn Rain and the Natural War Maniac were pleasantly surprised, and even Singdo, who usually had a sour face, showed a hint of excitement. But he still reminded, the item description said the other side could be dangerous or a reward, so we need to be fully prepared. That's true. We don't want to get wiped out as soon as we go in. Manta nodded. Blessing spell. Summer Night Autumn Rain waved a wooden staff, and beams of light descended, enveloping everyone. This divine arts could give the recipients an advantage in attack and saving throws, an all-purpose spell for priests in their early stages. Healing potion, toxin resistance potion, wyvern toxin, slippery oil, oil of precision. Singo pulled out one item after another from his backpack and introduced them as if they were his treasured possessions. Before long, these items were piled like a small mountain. "Where did you get so much stuff?" Manta could not help but ask. In this resource-scarce, early stage, many newbie players could not even gather a basic set of equipment and would lose to the large goose raised by the tiefling ant next door. Yet Singo had accumulated such a stash. Look more, practice more, grind more. Singdo simply replied calmly. Mantu finally understood what set these top-tier players apart. In this respect, he had to concede he could not compete with their show-off skills. After applying oil to weapons and armor, placing potions in his backpack to handle various situations, and making a series of preparations, Singdo was finally ready. Although he looked quite bulky, an epitome of practicality over aesthetics. "Let's go." "All right." The four of them stepped into the flaming teleportation portal. A wave of heat hit them, seemingly leaving a mark on each person's face. "Wow, it is so dark. Where is this? It feels a bit warm." "Autumn Rain, use a light spell. We cannot see anything." "Okay." Summer Night Autumn Rain raised the wooden staff and began to cast divine arts. Light spell. The tip of the staff emitted a faint light. Though the glow was weak, it was enough for the four to barely see their surroundings. They were now in a dim, narrow rock tunnel. The air inside was stuffy, with hard rock walls surrounding them, and the tunnel leading into an unknown darkness. "What should we do? Should we keep going?" The narrow rock tunnel made Manta feel uneasy, and the light spell hardly provided any comfort. Singdo grit his teeth and spoke fiercely. "We're here now. We cannot just turn back. Let's go all in." They carefully made their way forward along the tunnel. Finally, the four seemed to have exited the tunnel. The space in front of them was much wider. This should be the place. "Everyone, stay alert. Report any findings." But the light spell no longer reached the rock walls. All around was darkness. The vast, dark cave echoed now and then, making them even more nervous and sweaty. Suddenly, an unknown light appeared, followed by more lights. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of flames igniting, hundreds of intricately dragon-headed oil lamps along the rock walls lit up one after another, illuminating the surrounding darkness and revealing the cavern's expansive interior. Waves of heat rolled over them. A spacious road appeared before them, with blazing fires on both sides. And at the end of the road stood a man. He had black hair and golden eyes, with delicate features. Dark gold pupils reflected the blazing flames, exuding an inherent arrogance. Red scales faintly appeared on both sides of his face, and bone-white dragon horns adorned his forehead. He was dressed in a dark red, gold-bordered luxurious robe. His tall frame radiated an aura of nobility and irresistibility. Summer Night Autumn Rain could not help but blush and said the official model looks really good. Manta joked that the NPC was almost as handsome as him. Summer Night Autumn Rain rolled her eyes. Singdo urged Mantu to quickly cast a detection spell, since they must have encountered a key character. Mantu instinctively responded, then skillfully brought up the panel. Mysterious Dragon Vein Sorcerer, Cassius. Affiliation, Ashen Nest. Basic ability, unknown. Challenge level, unknown, marked extremely dangerous. Favorability, -5, showing slight disdain. Manta realized what he had done and cursed under his breath. He shouted that Xian Dog had tricked him again, and now their favorability had dropped. Singdo, hearing his nickname, stayed expressionless and said, "Everyone will remember your sacrifice." "So, what did you see, Mandu?" Manta shook his head and said all the information was unknown. Singdo clenched his fists in excitement. "Great, we really found him. Based on my observations, the only one in Barto City with an unknown challenge level is the Oathbreaker sword, Mesulash. Others, like Guard Captain Damicus, have visible challenge levels. We found the second key NPC first, so we definitely..." However, a steady male voice interrupted his speech from afar. "Honored guests, using detection upon meeting might be considered impolite, don't you think?" Chapter 72. Chapter 3, Red Scale Conqueror. The four quickly walked along the flaming road. Manta wore a fawning smile, hoping to use his charm to make up for the favorability points Singdo had lost. "Dear sir, is there something you wish to ask us? Just say the word, and I will go through fire and water to serve you." Favorability, -5. Mystic Dragon Vein spellcaster Cassius now has a favorability of -10 toward you, indicating mild dislike. Mantu's smile instantly froze. He shouted, "Why did it go down instead of up? Damn, why is this mysterious NPC so troublesome?" A faint hint of mockery flickered across Cassius's face. He could almost hear Mantu cursing in his heart. But outwardly, Cassius remained calm and said, "Star fallen from lands unknown, I did not invite you here to listen to such nonsense. You have been given a quest by the player Mystic Dragonvein spellcaster Cassius. The quest is titled, I am going to eat Mantu, Singdo, Summer Night Autumn Rain, and Natural War Maniac." Singdo responded calmly, "Please go ahead." The half-dragon spellcaster looked down at them, exuding a powerful aura. His golden pupils shimmered with light as he spoke. "Since you were born in Barto City, it is surely the arrangement of the God of Fate. Go and learn about its brief history, or delve further into the stories of the Tiefling and Ashen Nest. You will make new discoveries." The quest appeared on their panels. Investigate the Tiefling story. Quest description. The Tiefling, known as the Devil's Offspring, originally did not belong here. Driven away and massacred, they migrated here with impressive resolve. They founded their city on the monster-infested Stormy Ridge in just 5 years. What did they face 5 years ago? What drove them to migrate here and join Ashen Nest? Quest reward. +500 faction contribution to Ashen Nest. So the reward is faction contribution. Singo sounded disappointed. Given the importance of the NPC, he forcefully swallowed the words. Not even a dog would want this. Even Natural War Maniac and Summer Night Autumn Rain looked slightly disheartened. They had read Singo's guide, which stated that faction contributions were currently useless. Although there might be future uses, at the early stages, they were like empty promissory notes. Wait, look at this. Quick, check out the shop interface. Mantu's voice trembled with excitement. Damn, are you crazy? Singo was startled by Mantu's reaction and cursed, then instinctively opened the interface. Mystic Dragonvein spellcaster Cassius opens his personal shop to you. Unlike typical merchant NPCs, Cassius's trade panel was divided into 3 sections: Mithril Shop, Common Shop, and Normal Shop. The Normal Shop sold items similar to those of regular merchants. Various iron swords, leather armor, potions, raw materials, and food. There was a wide variety, but nothing seemed particularly special. What's the big deal? I can get more of this. But as they looked further, Singo was stunned and could barely speak. Holy crap. Starting from the Mithril Shop, the product listings changed dramatically. Rare quality gear appeared. Items never seen during the beta test, like the Whisper Greatsword, Emerald Dragon Scale Sword, Carved Wooden Staff, and Hunter's Longbow. These dazzling items, more than 100 in total, with their shimmering magical auras, made everyone dizzy with excitement. Singo scanned the equipment descriptions, growing more ecstatic. Whisper Greatsword, with roots of the Whisper Tree extending from a hilt to silence targets upon hit. An incredibly versatile early-game divine gear. Dragon Scale Shield, with its built-in anti-dragon class type aura, a core piece against dragon bosses. Hunter's Longbow, capable of marking targets with a single aim. The graduation gear for archer warriors in the early stages. However, looking at the prices below, his excitement faded. Most of these items cost dozens of gold coins. Several of the rare quality divine gears were priced over 100 gold coins. Even for a pro player like Singo, saving up that amount was difficult. Only wealthy, large guilds could afford to buy 1 or 2 pieces. These high-priced items were not meant for individual players like Singo. They were placed by Cassius specifically to target large guilds for profit. Yet, Singo noticed the shop's descriptions. Mithril Shop requires 3,000 faction contribution points to Ashen Nest to unlock. Singo sharply inhaled. I see. Faction contributions are crucial. Cassius's golden eyes narrowed slightly. A cold smile played across his lips. Called my faction contributions worthless, did you? Now see their importance. Cassius's position had risen from a diligent worker in his past life to the faction leader. With his elevated status, his attitude had naturally changed. As the boss now, his only desire was to exploit the players, squeezing them first for gold coins with invitation letters, then for labor with faction contribution restrictions. As for buying gear, players could scrape together some gold coins, pooling their resources. Eventually, they would manage to gather enough. Cannot gather enough. No problem. They could just opt for installments with a bit of interest, making regular payments. After all, Cassius was not a devil, just a plain red dragon, eager to fulfill every player's dream of acquiring divine gear. Singo, check out the Mithril Shop next. Manta prompted, his voice now numb with shock. Singo ignored Mantu's nickname and pulled up the panel. Mithril Shop requires 10,000 faction contribution points to Ashen Nest to unlock. It started with a familiar faction contribution requirement. But instead of a long list of items, the Mithril Shop displayed only a few, each one priced in faction contribution points. Singo fixated on the item descriptions. Dragon Blood Elixir unlocks the sub-occupation quest for Dragon Vein Sorcerer, priced at 4,500 faction contributions. This is Scarlet Scale unlocks the Advanced Warrior Occupation quest for Red Scale Conqueror, priced at 9,800 faction contributions. Red Scale Conqueror. Requirements: Large Dragon Vein Creature Mount, Dragon Bloodline, Warrior Base Level 3, +4 proficiency in Riding Skill. Occupation description: When the dragons roar echoes from afar, The red scale conquerors charge on their massive and fierce dragon vein creatures from the sky, bringing endless flames and total death to their enemies. Manto gritted his teeth, eyes filled with unprecedented determination. No one stopped me. I'm becoming a dragon knight. Chapter 73. Chapter 4. The Advancing Player. Suddenly, Cassius spoke, shattering Manto's fantasy of diving with a wyvern. It's getting late. Everyone please head back. I hope that the next time we meet, you will be fully prepared. He gently waved his hand. A portal burning with intense flames appeared before them. Before the four could react, a powerful magical field forced them inside. There was no room for struggle or resistance. Everyone saw a flash of white light and found themselves back in the small cabin. The words on the invitation had already dimmed, indicating there was no second chance for use. Summer night, autumn rain, recalling their recent experiences, couldn't help but speak. That shop is so cool. No, wait, that NPC is really important. XIN Dog, a bit regretful for having written that strategy guide too early, said, I really didn't expect faction contribution to be this crucial. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. That warrior's advanced occupation, Red Scale Conqueror, is definitely the strongest in the early stages. Bar none. Natural War, Maniac rubbed his bald head. I also want to play with the dragon bloodline. It feels really powerful. XIN Dog agreed. Yeah, just having natural armor can set you apart from regular players. Not to mention the attribute boosts and spell abilities. Mantis said quietly, shouldn't we keep this news to ourselves and not let others know? Summer night, autumn rain, and natural war, Maniac nodded in agreement. Thinking like professional gamers, it was normal to monopolize information to gain an edge over others. But XIN Dog objected. No, we must make this information public. Mantu didn't understand. What if someone else grabs the Red Scale Conqueror? His mind was set on becoming a wyvern knight. Being a knight was a man's ultimate dream. XIN Dog cast a disdainful glance at him and said, of course, we don't announce it right away, but rather wait for the right moment. What moment? Watch the big guild's movements. Wait until they start grabbing faction contribution tasks. Summer night, autumn rain quickly understood and explained. In the early stages, gold coins are scarce. Those big guilds might focus more on gear and not spend money on quest items. But once they develop, they will definitely try to buy quest items like the mysterious invitation. Once they realize the importance of faction contribution, they will definitely monopolize the information and start grabbing those faction contribution tasks they initially didn't care about. At that point, we need to make the information public, encouraging more scattered individuals to compete with the guilds and slow down their progress. Natural War Maniac added, and during that time before the information goes public, we'll be able to pull ahead in faction contribution. Manta finally understood and exclaimed, you top-tier professional gamers are so devious. XIN Dog replied, what devious? This is game strategy. If you're weak, practice more. When the time comes, you'll make videos, and I'll write guides. We'll drive the traffic up. All right. Natural War Maniac looked at the invitation on the table that now seemed no different from ordinary paper. Should we buy another invitation? That thing probably isn't in unlimited supply. We can't let those guild ruffians, especially royalty, snatch it up. Do you have a grudge against them? Asked Manta curiously. Natural War Maniac grinned and rubbed his bald head. Not really. Just that in the previous game's Star Travel domain, I chopped their guild's mothership with my battleship cleaver. I'm worried they'll target me this time. Manta broke into a cold sweat. This guy was seriously hardcore. Not someone to mess with easily. Summer night, autumn rain asked, where will we get enough gold coins? We already pawned everything to get these 10 gold coins. XIN Dog laughed confidently. Did you know Barto City's exchange recently started a new gold coin loan service? You only need to pledge items worth 1/10 of the loan amount. Manta noticed that XIN Dog was eyeing him. Not him, exactly. His gear. His face darkened immediately. This gear is what I worked hard for. Don't even think about it. Mando, don't you want to be a cool dragon knight? XIN Dog approached with a sinister grin, his words whispering like a devil's temptation. Don't strip my gear. At least leave me with my underwear, XIN Dog. Summer night autumn rain blushed and covered her eyes, but peeked through her fingers, cheeks growing redder. Natural war maniac scratched his bald head awkwardly and said, "That's just how Xian Dog is. Don't mind him." When Xian Dog turned around, a despondent Mantu had returned to his newbie state, wearing simple cloth clothes and exuding a cute newbie aura. Xian Dog also led by example, stripping off all his gear. With a refined smile, Xian Dog said, "Do I need to say more to you two?" Summer night autumn rain, peeking through her fingers at Mantu's sorry state, instinctively hugged herself tighter, her cheeks flushing. She quickly said, "Don't come over. I'll do it myself." Fearing Xian Dog might change into some kind of tentacle monster and misbehave, Natural War Maniac simply shrugged off his beast hide armor. Barbarians don't need much gear anyway. Just need to go into a frenzy. Clap. Xian Dog clapped his hands with a smile. No objections, then let's get grinding. We'll pull ahead from the other players starting now. I'll take the gear to the exchange for a loan. Once I get the gold coins, I'll grab the mysterious invitation. War Maniac, Autumn Rain, and Mantu, you three go to the plaza to get quests. As many faction contributions as possible. Also, look into the Tiefling investigation quests. Do them simultaneously. Mantu, wearing simple cloth clothes, collapsed on the ground with hollow eyes. Is this the world of professional gamers? I have an objection. But Xian Dog seemed not to hear, quickly leaving with the gear Mantu had worked so hard for. Natural War Maniac patted Mantu's shoulder with his big hand. Don't take it to heart, Mantu. Xian Dog's just like that. We often get mentally strained, too. You'll get used to it. Summer night autumn rain stood by, sympathizing, and softly consoled him. But Mantu could only cry without tears. Who's taking Xian Dog's words to heart? I'm thinking about the gear I worked so hard for 10 days to earn. Several days later, the story of the Black Slave team spread through the city. These were 4 famous professional gamers, oddly wearing only the most basic newbie cloth clothes. Some players suspected they had been robbed and were heavily in debt. These gods accepted any task. From bricklaying, dusting, wall patching, mail delivery to mining. Even faction contribution quests others avoided, they enthusiastically took on. In just a few days, they had amassed nearly 5,000 faction contribution points, shocking the forums and earning the nickname Black Slave Team. In a dark mine, Mantu wiped his sweat, sneezing for some unknown reason. Black Slave Team. I will become a Dragon Knight, he thought determinedly, his resolute gaze shining in the darkness. However, the scolding of the Earth Goblin supervisor and the sound of a whip cracking jerked him back. What are you doing? Daydreaming? Get to work. Oh, all right. Mantu swung his pickaxe again, with increasingly skilled movements. Chapter 74. Chapter 5, The Red Dragon's Ambition. Cassius lounged lazily in the cave, using Ramp's magic mirror to observe the diligent players within Bartow City. Work hard, my dear chattel. In just a month, the once crude Bartow City had transformed completely. The city walls were now taller and thicker. Several uniquely styled buildings had sprung up, and the city buzzed with energy from the constant movement of players. I want to eat Mantu, Singo, Summer Night Autumn Rain, and Natural War Maniac received that mysterious invitation not by chance, but because he had deliberately arranged it. These 4 already had followings in the gaming community. Once they uncover the importance of faction contributions, the rest of the player base would follow. Even though Singo hadn't revealed any strategies yet, his loyal fans had already begun analyzing and experimenting. They suspected how important faction contribution might be and started trying to collect it. The big guilds would soon follow and compete for contribution tasks. When that happened, Cassius's plan to reap the rewards without effort would be a huge success. And after that, he planned to release a second powerful feature, the faction position system. Players could use faction contributions to earn titles like Patrol Officer, Tax Officer, Judge, Investigator, and potentially Mayor or Governor in captured cities. As for their wages, it would mostly be faction contributions, with some money added as a bonus. Letting players experience the thrill of power would also give Cassius the joy of having an army of unpaid workers. It was a win-win. He believed the players would see his brilliance and be thankful. While he was watching through the mirror, Great Goblin Dolores came in to report. Over time, this dragon vein goblin had matured into a seasoned general, commanding over 10,000 goblin troops and managing Ashen Nest's military. Dolores reported that the wolf cavalry had spotted signs of eagle guards near Stormy Ridge. Cassius narrowed his golden eyes. They had been quiet for a while. Dolores continued. While Cassius slept, a dozen pure-blood serpent folk had joined them. They had been sent to Northwind Castle to gather intelligence. Cassius said this was a smart move, but warned Dolores. Serpents have venomous fangs. Never trust them fully. Use them like tools that can be thrown away. Pureblood serpent folk were the lowest in their kind hierarchy. They looked somewhat human, but couldn't fool a trained eye. Their traits betrayed them: scaly skin, slit pupils, sharp fangs, or a forked tongue. They wore cloaks and hoods to hide their identity while sneaking into human cities. Their missions involved gathering intelligence, kidnapping people for interrogation or sacrifice, and making deals to feed their endless ambitions. Dolores confirmed they had done exactly as instructed. Then he shared more. It seemed the Rackman family had started talks with the Southern Bosk family, known as the Northern Lion, and the Northwestern Nate family, the double-headed eagle. They planned to form an alliance. Their target was Ashen Nest. Dolores believed Ashen Nest's rapid growth had triggered fear and greed in the northern countries. They hadn't yet faced a true trial by blood and fire. Cassius stood up and asked if Dolores was suggesting a war. Dolores bowed and said yes. Only war would show the humans how powerful Cassius truly was. Cassius turned to the magic mirror. Ramp's grotesque face appeared. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and held several scrolls. Ramp agreed. Ashen Nest needed war. The population had grown too large. Goblins now numbered 13,457. Kobolds were at 10,341. Without large-scale war, they would run out of food. Ramp adjusted his glasses and threw in a jab at Dolores's primitive farming methods. Dolores's red face burned with anger, but he dared not respond in front of Cassius. Cassius ignored their conflict and asked how long it would take for the Allied forces to form. Dolores explained that the dukes in the northern countries had no real control. They would bicker, delay, and jostle for power. Assembling such a large army would take at least 3 months. Cassius nodded. That was more than enough time. Dolores asked if they were truly going to war. Cassius told him not to rush. He wanted the serpent folk to continue spying. Dolores was to prepare weapons, training, and tactics. Cassius said Dolores had been eager for this for a long time. Dolores knelt, puffing white steam from his red nose. His excitement was barely contained. Cassius then ordered Ramp to handle logistics, using all the spells he had developed. Ramp acknowledged. Cassius declared that if the humans wanted war, then they would have it. But when it ended, that decision wouldn't be up to them. The 2 retainers bowed and left. Goblins began sharpening weapons and polishing armor. They practiced drills and battle formations. Ogres danced around bonfires, cheering. They were thrilled at the thought of battle and excited that enemy corpses would be on the menu. Goblins carried food deeper into the mountain for wartime storage. Kobolds began crafting slingshots, bows, and other tools of war. The red dragon stood on the highest cliff, looking down with eyes that glowed like fire. It was time to set the war machine in motion. 3 months until war. Chapter 75. Chapter 6. Mantu's struggle. Bartow City's central square was full of life. Players shouted offers and requests. Buying a set of standard iron equipment. Looking for a magician. A group of 20 to fight snowmen. No wild sorcerers. Buying a musical instrument. Buying potions at market price, especially healing potions. As many as you have, I'll take them. The group, jokingly called the Black Slave Team, gathered again. They were still dressed in basic cloth gear. All their money had gone to pay off loans. Xian Dog asked with energy, "What's your faction contribution?" "I'm at 7,985. Summer Night Autumn Rain answered 6,389. Natural War Maniac said 7,071. Mantu's voice was hollow. "I only have 5,789. Xian Dog, we've been doing hard labor for 18 days. Everyone calls us the Black Slave Team. When does it end?" Mantu ran his fingers along the rough cloth of his outfit, missing his leather armor. It wasn't special, but it had made him feel protected. Natural War Maniac placed a hand on his shoulder. When heaven gives someone a great task, it first toughens their spirit, drains their energy, and pushes them to the limit. Becoming a pro gamer isn't easy. Manta looked at Xian Dog, who was still upbeat after all the work. He thought, this guy is a complete monster. And the cheerful Natural War Maniac wasn't much different. Summer Night Autumn Rain fixed his messy hair. Any leads on the tiefling task? Mantu shook his head. We've been so exhausted. I haven't had time to think about it. Natural War Maniac said he had asked some tieflings but got no answers. Some even attacked him. Thankfully, his barbarian toughness saved him from losing health. Xian Dog smiled. I finished the task. A few days ago, I paid a broke tiefling for information. It took a lot of convincing. They don't like to talk about their past. But eventually, it made sense. These tieflings came from a city called Northwind Castle, ruled by Duke Brad Rackman of the Rackman family. When Xian Dog finished telling the tragic tale, all their task panels flashed complete. They gained 500 faction contributions. After nearly a month of playing, many players felt a connection to Barto City. There was even a support group for Mezulash on the forums. Summer Night Autumn Rain sighed. Mezulash really has it tough. Natural War Maniac echoed with anger. Let's wipe out those damned vampires. Only Mantu suddenly remembered something. His eyes widened. Where did you get the money? Didn't you use all your gold coins to buy the invitation? Xian Dog kept a calm face and answered, when I want to get the loan, I found there was some surplus in the equipment. I used my own Autumn Rains and War Maniac's equipment as collateral. I sold yours for money. I'll make it up to you next time. You beast, Xian Dog. You'd rather sell them than return the equipment to me, huh? The anger Mantu had suppressed during the 18 days of labor finally exploded. He charged at Xian Dog, trying to strip off his newbie set and turn him into the next holy light bro, completely disgraced. But Xian Dog, with his notable agility, easily dodged, causing Mantu to nearly crash into the giant dragon stone sculpture in the center of the square. Calm down. Even if you strip me, the equipment won't come back. Xian Dog dodged, showing off his sharp tongue. However, Mantu, lying on the ground, noticed a line of barely perceptible text on the statue's base. Dedicated to the master of Ashen Nest, the mighty and unparalleled Red Dragon, eternal lord of Barto City, Cassius Claudius Nerixius. Holy crap, come look at this. I found important information. The four of them hurried over. Xian Dog, ignoring his image, lay on the ground, but raised, carefully examining. Cassius. This name sounds familiar. Natural War Maniac rubbed his now shiny bald head. After 18 days of labor, even his brain wasn't functioning well. Summer Night Autumn Rain couldn't help but facepalm, kindly reminding them. Remember that important NPC? His name displayed above is Mysterious Dragon Vein Sorcerer Cassius. Xian Dog added, and he has features of a red dragon. Scales, dragon horns, golden eyes. Mantu suddenly realized. So that mysterious NPC is actually the leader of our faction, the humanoid form of the red dragon boss who's never appeared? It seems so. Xian Dog nodded. Manta sighed. So we've hooked a big fish, huh? Wait, my favor with the boss is already -10. Xian Dog, give me back my favorability. Ignoring him, Xian Dog turned to the other two. Have you noticed the recent actions of the big guilds? The president of Royalty Tyrant has started assigning people to take the wall construction tasks. That civil engineering guy, Bucket Runner, was hired heavily, and they took over the whole area. Also, the people from Sword Pavilion have even started mining themselves. Their intentions are becoming too obvious. Mantu was stunned. You mean they've already discovered the use of faction contributions? It seems so. Xian Dog crossed his arms, looking confident. But we can already make the task information public now. Each of us has around 7,000 faction contributions and have bought the mysterious invitation in advance. Even those big guilds can't catch up to us. Now we need to get all players to work on faction contributions, snatch tasks from those guilds, and delay their progress. Meanwhile, we can take more profitable tasks that we missed before and make more money. Mantu, after today, work on the video directly. I'll post guides on the forum. Tonight, we'll go all in. Okay. Mantu's tone immediately regained some confidence. Heh, 30 years to the east, 30 years to the west. Don't underestimate a poor young man. I'm going to show those who mock me as a slave what it means to seize opportunities everywhere. But while editing the video that night, he rubbed the increasingly sparse back of his head and suddenly felt something was a bit off. Damn it, everyone's logged off, and I'm still working for XIN Dog. After a marathon gaming session, Mantu finally released the first episode of his video on the forum and some video sites simultaneously. Eraser Diary, the beginning of the Dragon Knight. First, front row, munching on melon seeds. Missing persons coming back repeatedly. King Tiger, covering the earth. Mantu Charisma 9. Mantu's face appeared in the video, but he looked somewhat inexplicably downcast at the moment. Hey everyone, welcome to the much-anticipated first episode of Eraser Diary. I'm Mantu. During this period, I spent an unforgettable 18 days in this world of swords and magic. Next, I will share my experiences from a personal perspective, including the shocking secrets of the Ashen Nest faction and the bygone days of Barto City. After the opening lines, Mantu, looking sleepy, seemed almost ready to drift off. Why does Mantu look so drained? Mantu's been popular in the game lately, working as a slave with a few pro players. Haha, I know, right? Black Slave Team. Blood Sweat Squad. Where did you guys get the beta qualifications? I want to play too. All gone already. Wait for the public beta in a few months. It started with 3 top-tier pros inviting Mantu to their team. These 3 were well known in the full immersion gaming circles, far more famous than Mantu, naturally causing a barrage of comments. Summer night, autumn rain. My wife. Nonsense. Clearly my wife. War Maniac Bro's hair is still so lush. Caught a wild XIN Dog. Players also started discussing the mysterious invitation. Damn, this 8-hook invitation is so expensive. It could outfit several squads. How come I didn't see this special item? Cloud players not familiar with the game might not get what 10 gold coins mean. For context, a normal player can earn 35 copper coins in a day mining, and 10 gold coins equal about 4,000 copper coins, which means you'd need to mine for over 100 days. The previous example had some bias. Damn, for a crappy quest item, why? The next scene shocked the players even more. The invitation summoned a flame portal, leading the team into a dark cave. In the cave, they met the ridiculously handsome Mystic Dragonvein spellcaster Cassius, opened the Mithril shop, and discovered the use of faction contributions and the advanced occupation of Red Scale Conqueror. Mantu even added in the narration that the identity of this mysterious spellcaster was the leader of the Ashen Nest, the king of Flying Flame, Red Dragon Cassius. Instantly, the comment section exploded, and both Cloud players and gaming fans were shocked. The casual viewers were mostly amazed by Cassius' charisma, making all kinds of over-the-top remarks. Damn, this NPC is too hot. I'm in. Think it through. This is a dragon. How big must it be, a dragon? Even better. From now on, I am Lord Cassius's dog. I want to lick Lord Cassius's horns. Join the Cassius support group. Group number 697838040. The gaming community, however, focused on the impact of these revelations on the game, especially the appearance of the Red Scale Conqueror, which caused a massive uproar among players. Damn, faction contribution, is this useful? Feels like I missed out on $1 billion. These gears are all divine tier. Can you afford it? Starting at 10 gold coins. Just a toy for major guilds from the greedy devs. Damn, the faction leader's handsomeness is on par with mine. Stop bragging. The one above. Whoa, innate dragon bloodline, large dragon vein creature mount, plus exclusive traits. This advanced occupation is god tier. Red Scale Conqueror is a god. The sky is the limit for a man's dreams. I want to be one. Enough said. I've switched to warrior already. Paladin. Never heard of it. The later video showed Mantu's woeful 18 days. Mining, bricklugging, wall fixing, dust busting. He faced Ogre Overseer's insults, Goblin Officer's commands, chases by phase spiders in the mines, and was mocked by fellow players. Feels like the American 18th century. I now get why they're called the Black Slave Team. I thought he just went bankrupt, but Mantu was biding his time, enduring hardships. Just 18 days. I'm willing to do the same to become a dragon knight. Heh, by the time you save up the contribution, the flowers will have wilted. Not watching anymore. Time to head back to Erezer for some bricklugging. Mantu's first episode of the Elzagai Diary, where Mantu's slave labor blood and tears history soared in views like a rocket, quickly hitting the day's hot trends. This helped many beta players learn about Cassius, this crucial NPC of the Ashen Nest faction. Now, his status among players was significantly important. What's more widely known was his astonishing charisma, breaking beyond the gaming circles. It even trended with tags like hashtag incredibly handsome NPC got killed by a wild sorcerer teammate, heartbroken, thinking of kicking him out, rogue beast caught, is the mysterious invitation out of stock? Why can't I find it on the shelf? Cassius browsed the forum, watching players chat and joke around, but soon he saw a familiar name, Singo. This guy posted several guides in a row, even while being a slave for 18 days straight, making one wonder if he had another organ growing on his liver. Shock, the real identity of the mysterious NPC Cassius is stunning. The uses of faction contributions are unbeatable. Analysis of the warrior's advanced occupation Red Scale Conqueror. Why no one should choose the mage in the current version, but his posts' comment sections were a mess, with players who struggled due to his newbie guides pouring into Vent, calling him Xian Dog and cursing relentlessly. He pretended not to see it at all. Xian Dog, you screwed me over so bad. I only have 50 contributions now, Xian Dog. Give back my faction contributions, so greedy. Misleading us with posts to earn contributions yourself. I say he's doing it on purpose. Let's gather a group and block Xian Dog at the respawn point. Count me in +1 plus 10,086 Singo innocently commented. You guys should hurry and do quests. Go too late, and you won't get them. Even if you kill me, I won't drop faction contributions. This only fueled the players' rage. Damn, this guy really deserves to die, Xian Dog. Prepare to die. I declare that Xian Dog and Rogue Beast are now the two beasts. Don't slander me. I, Swashbuckler, have always been a just and honorable person. You can die together with Xian Dog. Picking a trickster thief, lurking in the mines all day, and stealing. Last time, you emptied my potions using Mage's Hand. I took them with my own skills. Can that be called stealing? Chapter 77 Chapter 8 Surge of contributions. Mantu's videos and Singo's strategies caused a huge stir among the player community. The 10 limited edition mysterious invitations in the trading post were already sold out. The big guilds all declared that they would stop pretending and started monopolizing the previously ignored faction contribution quests, while the money quests were left in the dust. So the players set off on a frenzy of chasing faction contributions, working tirelessly day and night for free for Cassius, with the task board even being looted. Let me be a dragon vein sorcerer. I want to be a dragon knight. Give me divine gear. The sky is a man's romance. Excited players shouting these slogans appeared in the mines, beside the city walls, on rooftops, and even beside dung heaps. Even Mesulash was struck by the players' overwhelming enthusiasm for work, rushing to create many new tasks. At this critical moment, Cassius pushed his advantage further, rolling out his long-prepared, fully automated harvesting machine, the faction position system, using players to manage players, driving management costs into the negatives. Currently, only 3 low-level positions were open: tax officer, clerk, and security officer. They were responsible for assisting in collecting taxes, recording and processing paperwork, and maintaining city security. Bartos City would give them appropriate outfits and accommodations. Their only salary would be daily faction contributions, and the amount would depend on their performance. Even these low-level positions required an application standard of 3,000 faction contributions, which most players had not even reached a tenth of that number. As a result, they could only sigh in exasperation and continue to work hard, dreaming of a better future. At this moment, the famous Black Slave team was overly excited, having endured 18 days of brutal torture to meet the requirement. Faction position system activated. Your contribution value is 6,457. You may choose the positions tax officer, clerk, security officer. Note, the base daily salary for low-level positions is 100 faction contributions. You can earn additional faction contributions through commissions. Manta pointed at the prompt on the panel and said, "This system is awesome. You get a base salary of 100 faction contributions every day. Looks like we won't have to work random jobs anymore." Yeah, it's finally over. Summer Night Autumn Rain nodded with lingering fear. If not for her strong professional ethic, she would not want to stay another moment in those dark and dirty mines. Natural War Maniac touched his bald head. It's indeed pretty good. Singo skimmed through the detailed job descriptions and summarized, spouting off, "My opinion, I mainly recommend the security officer and tax officer positions. For security officers, you get an extra 150 contributions for every crime you catch. Hey, you know how high crime rates are in the player community. As for tax officers, you earn contribution commissions based on the taxes collected. We might even swipe some gold coins. There's a lot of room to maneuver here. And for clerks, they handle 4,000 words of paperwork daily and a base of 1,500 contributions monthly. Not even a dog would take that job." He reiterated his classic statement. Natural War Maniac, Mantu, and Summer Night Autumn Rain all proposed in unison. Then let's go with security officer. After all, tax officers drew too much hate. Singo flashed a sinister smile. Then I'll be a tax officer. I'll make the players realize that paying taxes is as inevitable as death. Manta felt a chill down his spine, once again acknowledging that Singo was an absolute freak. Who knew how this future tax officer would torment the other players? "You have chosen the faction position, Sheriff. You may reside in the Bartos City Security Officer Dormitory. You need to go to the Bartos City Administration Hall to collect your outfit and weapon." Mantu and his team first checked out their pretty decent new dormitory, then headed to the hall to collect their armor and weapons. Wow, this is so cool. The perks are amazing. Mantu marveled at his shiny new sheriff's armor and sort of order. It was far superior to the gear Singo had taken and sold earlier, a qualitative leap indeed. Though Xian Dog is a bit of a jerk, he's really competent, Manta sighed. The armor was refined iron armor, hard to purchase for players. The weapon was a standardized iron longsword, with an exquisite crest engraved on the chest of the armor, and the hilt of the sword, a golden vertical pupil surrounded by flames, the symbol of the Ashen Nest. They even gained the right to use horses. Donning their new gear, wielding the longsword, and riding high on their horses in spring, the horses galloped briskly, taking in the sight of Bardo's flowers in one go. He recited proudly. Manta felt elated, all previous gloom vanished, and even his gaze toward the players working hard had a hint of arrogance. The players in the square noticed Mantu, thinking he was an NPC at first, until they recognized the "I'm going to eat Mantu" identifier above his head. Is that really Mantu? Where did they get these stylish outfits? Did he rob a bank? Where did he get the mount? I want to ride a horse too. Seeing Mantu living so well is more painful than seeing myself living poorly, a dusty-faced player just out from the mines exclaimed. Wow, that is the Black Slave team. Manta heard this and immediately widened his eyes, raised his sword, and pointed at the player. He shouted, according to the security manual, "Citizen, I am responsible for maintaining public order here. Watch your words. Do not provoke the security officers." Watching the scene from the cave, Cassius burst out laughing, almost spewing flames. Manta sure knew how to put on a show. The red dragon exhaled a breath of sulphurous hot air. But it was good this way, having them as positive examples of working for the Ashen Nest, letting all players understand the importance of striving for faction contributions so Cassius could reap the benefits. Cassius let out an insidious laugh. After most players met the faction contribution requirements, he planned to initiate a consumption upgrade. He would put items on par with the former Mithril shop into the new Diamond Treasure shop and ramp up the faction contribution requirements several times over, continuing to make them work for him for free. Do not worry, everyone. There is plenty of time ahead. In just over a month of closed beta, Cassius had already mastered the essence of harvesting players like crops. Chapter 78, Chapter 9, The Adventure of the Magic Coin. Outside the scramble in Bartos City, players had even expanded to other regions of the Anzita Great Wilderness. Some players already planned to head to the headquarters of Ashen Nest, the most dangerous and wealthiest place in Adventurer's Eyes, Dragon Valley. In these 5 years, a crude road had already been laid between Dragon Valley and Bartos City, called the Bumpy Road by the goblins. It made it easier for monster kin to come for support. And now a group of players was marching along the Bumpy Road. They all came from a later renowned magic guild, Magic Coin, but for now, it was just an obscure little guild with only about 20 members. The president was Charlotte, one of the few steadfast mage players. In this version where you could not get magic scrolls, mages, with their annoying skill checks, had turned into the useless mage descendants, while warlocks took up the banner of the magic system profession, being known as the true mage masters. Even within the Magic Coin Guild, there were only a handful of players still sticking to the mage profession. Most had turned into warlocks. At this moment, 5 players, all elite members at level 3, had come here. President, are you sure we can get spells here? The female player ID'd as Skyflying Witch asked. She was a wild sorcerer. Although a warlock profession, she was one of the sub-occupations most likely to sabotage teammates. Wild sorcerers' innate magic came from the wild chaotic power lurking beneath the order of creation, causing their spells to often release untamed magic surges. Charlotte looked at the crude sheepskin map in his hand, pointing at a wobbly skull icon. It should be here. The Tower of the Great Sage. I spent 8 gold coins to buy out the tavern stock for the ogre overseers, so this map should not be wrong. They seemed quite naive and honest. Vice President Mingyue, standing beside him, looked uneasy. But I heard those ogres talk when they got drunk. Their boss is also an ogre. Are you sure these big ogres can be mages? Charlotte recalled the ogres lying on the ground drinking, shouting meat, 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 and his mouth involuntarily twitched. Should be okay. He did not have much confidence either. Coming to Dragon Valley this time, he was prepared for returning empty-handed. After all, 8 gold coins were still fairly easy for the whole guild to scrape together. We at least have to try it. To restore mage glory is my duty. Determination shone in Charlotte's gaze. He was the last hope for mage players. President. Mingyue felt deeply moved. Magic Coin was a guild formed by mage enthusiasts. Although most of them had switched to warlocks, they still held faith in the mage masters. Soon, the team from Magic Coin saw the outline of Rock Fortress from afar. Damn, it is so big. This fortress looks pretty spectacular. Wyverns roared in the sky. Great goblins patrolled back and forth outside the city walls. And from within the fortress came a fierce roar, the sound of Ashen Nest's army training. After observing for some time, Charlotte concluded, the fortress cannot be entered from the front. The officials probably will not let us obtain spells so easily. I think they discriminate against mage players. Yeah, I think so too. Skyflying, which gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, Mingyue keenly noticed a huge rock on the hillside not far outside the fortress. It seemed to have a passage behind it. He pointed in that direction. Captain, we can hide there and then sneak in. Good idea. Charlotte praised. So the 5 players from Magic Coin sneaked behind a huge rock. However, they did not know they had made the same mistake every adventurer makes. This rock had witnessed countless adventurer deaths, and they would be the next ones. Click. Mingyue sensed something was wrong as soon as his foot stepped in. Wait, do not come over. The complex rune array beneath his foot lit up instantly. A surge of magic washed over him. Mingyue saw flames reflected in his eyes. Oh no. Boom. With the sound of flames burning the air, Mingyue was engulfed by the Guardian Inscription's blast, turning into a charred corpse, losing his first and precious life. Although Charlotte did not step into the rune array, his face was still blackened by the blast. There is an ambush. Be careful, everyone. Mingyue is dead. We cannot lose anyone else. He noticed another spell in the corner besides the Guardian Inscription, but he could not identify its effect. Meanwhile, the great goblin guards on Rock Fortress had noticed the commotion. They casually approached while chatting. Another bunch of dumb adventurers fell into the trap. Guess how many this time? How many do you think will die? Charlotte watched the approaching great goblin guards and said to the group, No, we need to leave now, or we might get wiped out here. Everyone, use this passage. Someone cast mage armor on me. I temporarily cannot protect myself. Charlotte commanded. Skyflying, which quickly responded. Oh sure. Mage armor. A magical aura appeared in her hand as she reached out to touch Charlotte's body. However, the surrounding magic power suddenly became chaotic, wildly fluctuating. Your casting triggered an untamed magic surge, creating an unknown magical effect. Bang. A loud explosion sound rang. Charlotte was unexpectedly transformed into a docile and cute sheep by the random spell effect from the wild magic surge. But even through the sheep's bleat, one could sense Charlotte's helpless despair. Sorry. Triggered a wild surge. Skyflying, which quickly bowed to apologize to the sheep, but seeing the president's adorable appearance, she could not hold back and laughed. Forget it. Let's retreat first. If we stay here, the losses will be greater. Reminded a team member beside them. But The sheep-turned Charlotte also agreed with a bleat. So Skyflying Witch and the remaining 2 team members quickly crawled into the passage, preparing to escape through it. Why are there more? What is this? But someone triggered another spell. Web spell. And got stuck in the thick, sticky web that shot out. Rumble. A huge rock rolled down from the end of the passage, mercilessly crushing those who were trapped. Bah. Charlotte, as a sheep, let out a despairing bleat. The officials must be targeting us. They are too cruel. How could there be more traps here? He silently roared in his mind. Chapter 79, Chapter 10, Ramp's Magic Shop. Suddenly, Charlotte noticed a massive shadow appearing in the sky. Boom. The dragon vein ogre mage landed with a crash. His colossal body, over 6 meters long, was draped in a robe stitched together from various mage ropes. The magic wand in his hand looked exceptionally delicate, and his face still wore gold-framed glasses. There was a look of slight disappointment on his face. Why is it you poor guys again? Get lost. Do not disturb me while I catch foreign adventurers. Wasted another 3rd-tier spell. Ramp glanced at the sheep-turned Charlotte. Seeing that he was one of the Starfallen, his eyebrows furrowed. He lightly swung his magic wand. Dispel magic. A magical aura flew out from the wand, hitting Charlotte. He instantly transformed back into a human. Charlotte instinctively cast a scout spell. Dragon Vein Ogre Mage Ramp. Affiliated faction, Ashen Nest. Basic ability, unknown. Challenge level, unknown. Favorability, -10, mild dislike. This is truly a senior mage. I have finally found one. Charlotte screamed inside. He looked up at the massive ogre mage, adorned with magical equipment, and saw the future of the mage class. His eyes sparkled with hope. Please, Lord Ramp, I want to learn spells. Ramp gave him a disdainful look and snorted. Do not try to scam me with that inferior spell. Do you think you can see through me with such petty tricks? A mage apprentice who knows nothing. Ridiculous. Ramp, now possessing countless spells, had become so arrogant that he had forgotten his own early days when he only knew Fireball. I am returning to the Mage Tower. Do not waste my time again. Retainers of Ashen Nest should enter through the small gate directly. Do not sneak around and obstruct my business. What bad luck. Ramp cursed and prepared to cast flight magic. Seeing his would-be mentor about to leave, Charlotte gritted his teeth and suddenly jumped up, wrapping his arms around Ramp's thick leg. Lord Ramp, please teach me spells. He shouted, clinging to Ramp's leg with unwavering determination. At that moment, he was not just carrying the hopes of his fallen teammates, he was carrying the will to restore the glory of mages. He had to hold on, no matter what. Damn human. Get off. Ramp shouted, flustered. His flight magic was not very stable to begin with, and Charlotte's grip made him stumble and crash to the ground. Ramp's face turned red with fury. How can you be so stupid, rude, and disgusting? But Charlotte clung to his leg and replied, even if you kill me, I will come back. I will resurrect. Lord Ramp, please teach me spells. Let go first. Even though Ramp had dealt with all kinds of people as Ashen Nest administrator, he was still baffled by the absurdity of this moment. The humans his master had summoned were truly something else, not just their resurrection ability, but their bizarre personalities too. Charlotte finally let go. So, can you teach me spells now? Ramp adjusted his gold-framed glasses. His golden pupils narrowed. It is not impossible. He rubbed his fingers together. But for this valuable knowledge, you will need to pay a small amount of money and contribution. I believe you understand what I mean. Charlotte's face lit up with joy. You have unlocked Ramp's magic shop. You need 3,000 faction contribution points to access it. Ramp's magic shop, Mage Hand Scroll, 10 gold coins Light Spell Scroll, 10 gold coins Shield Spell Scroll, 30 gold coins Flying Scroll, 100 gold coins Fireball Scroll, 100 gold coins Firewall Scroll, 300 gold coins, and more. This is it. Over 100 spell scrolls appeared before Charlotte, from the humble mage's hand to the noble 4th-tier Firewall spell. He was dazzled. Charlotte felt like he was in heaven. Even faced with the overwhelming prices, he remained fearless, because he had seen the future. To restore the glory of the mage class, he was ready for anything. Ramp watched Charlotte's ecstatic expression. There was a hint of oddity on his face. He wondered if maybe he had set the prices too low. Could he raise them? No, he had already multiplied the market price several times. I will consult with my master on how to squeeze these people more efficiently. Remp thought to himself as he adjusted his glasses. That night, a hot topic exploded on the player forums. Mage players finally see a rise. The third unscannable NPC has appeared. Mage career mentor Dragon Vein Ogre Mage Ramp. A new area, Dragon Valley, is now open. The post came from Charlotte, Guild Master of Magic Coin. The replies came quickly. Mage? Not even a dog would pick that class. The cost efficiency is awful. A sorcerer's single innate spell is better than what a mage can buy with gold. Running a mage requires an entire guild to support you. Dragon Vein sorcerers have natural armor and elemental fire affinity. They are just better. Singo jumped into the debate. He had been camped recently by enemies and had to hide in a tax officer's dorm just to stay alive. Unlimited spell access means mages will win in the late game. Sorcerers become turrets in the late game. My mage master will still be invincible. To restore the mage's glory, we are duty-bound. Everyone should change their class. It is just that gold coins are rare right now. In mid-game, I will beat you so hard, Singo. You will look like a dog. Did you even see the price tags? The highest spell scroll is 300 gold coins. I cannot even afford that if I sell myself. 300? I am out. This is a rich man's class. It is not that commoners cannot play mages. It is that sorcerers are just more cost-effective. Let us form a group and do contribution tasks. Everyone can become Dragon Vein sorcerers. Would not that be better? As the thread went on, the conversation shifted. Charlotte stared at the screen grimly. One day, I will make all of you class discriminators understand what a mage master is. Mage's hand. A transparent magical hand formed in the air, the cantrip scroll he had spent all his savings on. I can finally cast spells. Charlotte wept, overwhelmed. Behind him, the members of the Magic Coin Guild erupted in celebration. Chapter 80. Chapter 11. The Grieving Swashbuckler. As soon as Swashbuckler stepped into the most famous bar in Bartow City, Caroline's home, players began laughing at him. Some shouted, "Swashbuckler, you got killed again." Swashbuckler did not reply. He simply said to the bartender, "Warm 2 cups of beer and give me a grilled sausage." He handed over 9 copper coins. The food and drinks sold at Caroline's home were considered the best way to replenish energy by occupation strategy players. The shouting got louder. You must have stolen someone's stuff again. Swashbuckler widened his eyes. How can you slander someone's innocence without proof? What innocence? I saw you myself. You used mage's hand to steal a magic ring from the Royal Guild in a mine 2 days ago. You got blocked at the respawn point and killed 7 or 8 times. Swashbuckler's face turned red. The veins on his forehead bulged. Stealing equipment cannot be considered stealing equipment. Can the actions of a wanderer be considered theft? He went on to say incomprehensible words like mage hand sleight, trickster thief profession, thieves tools proficiency, causing everyone to burst into laughter. The air inside and outside the bar was filled with joy. Suddenly, Mantu, dressed in a security officer's uniform, swaggered into the bar with a long sword carved with intricate emblems in his hand, which made many players envious. Swashbuckler got excited but did not know how to respond, so he just said, Mantu, you are here." During the 18 days Mantu worked as a laborer, Swashbuckler had many encounters with him while sneaking around the mine. He had a lot to say about the mine, the great goblin, the ogre, blocking the door, and moving bricks, but he always felt like something was holding him back, swirling in his mind and unable to come out. He thought that now Manta had made it big, maybe he could get some gold coins or something by hanging out with him. "Yo, is not this Brother Lang? How have you been recently?" Mantu was very happy to see him, took off his helmet, and greeted him warmly. Swashbuckler shook his head in sorrow and sighed. "Not so good. The Royal Guild is really too much. All the things I worked hard for with my own hands were stolen by them." Manta patted his chest heroically. "What did they steal from you? I will get it back for you. Robbery is a serious crime. It is the sheriff's duty to punish all criminals, whether it is robbery or theft." When he said the word theft, Mantu's tone was intentionally heavier. Swashbuckler shivered immediately. He knew a sad, thick wall had formed between them. Nothing, nothing. I already got it back. Swashbuckler mumbled. Manta grabbed him and said heartily, "It is all right, Brother Lang. If you feel wrong, just tell me. Mantu will stand up for you." As a fragile trickster thief, Swashbuckler could not resist against Mantu, a warrior. Swashbuckler almost cried. "You do not need to intervene, Mantu. These things are not worth mentioning." Someone nearby who enjoyed the drama shouted, "Swashbuckler has stolen something again and got chased all over." Exactly, exactly. Even stealing from Royal, TSK. Swashbuckler should be killed more often. Swashbuckler barely managed to break free and once again widened his eyes, loudly arguing, "How can you always slander someone's innocence without any proof? There is even a video on the forum. Go check it yourself." That came from a player who had been stolen from by Swashbuckler, gritting his teeth. "Is what they say true? And was it you who stole that healing potion in the mine back then?" A hint of a malicious smile appeared on Mantu's face. Suddenly, Swashbuckler recalled the days working in the mine when he secretly took Mantu's potion. He never expected the guy to remember it for so long. Swashbuckler sensed danger and was ready to escape. "No. Mantu, what are you going to do?" "Brother Lang, sorry. But I am just doing my job," Manta said with a heavy tone, but his hands never stopped moving. He pulled Swashbuckler back and skillfully snapped a carefully prepared silver bracelet onto his wrist. "Citizen, you are suspected of theft. I am ordered to arrest you." A reward notification popped up on Mantu's screen. "You have captured a criminal, earning an additional faction contribution, 150 points." That was easy. Mantu smiled with joy. Swashbuckler was stunned, his face showing a mix of joy and sorrow, his lips trembling but saying nothing. His face finally turned indignant as he shouted clearly, "Mantu, you son of..." But his mouth was immediately stuffed with a towel. "Citizen, please do not try to provoke a security officer," Manta said calmly. The bar was again filled with joyous air. That night, Swashbuckler leaned against the cold wall of the Bartow City prison, bored, scrolling through the player forum. He still had 3 days of imprisonment before he could get out. Then he found a hotly discussed post. Mantu's justice arrest of Swashbuckler video. The comments below were filled with joy. First time liking Manta this much. Support Mantu. There are still good Mantus in the world. No laughing, just arrest him straight away. As Swashbuckler scrolled through the comments, his face gradually turned red and he gnashed his teeth. Humph, damn Mantu. Suddenly, Swashbuckler stumbled upon Singo's strategy post introducing the homeland of the Tieflings, the city full of blood and sin, Northwind Castle. I, Swashbuckler, am a cunning hero in chaotic times. How could I be confined in this small Bartow city? He looked at the cold, hard prison bars and suddenly made up his mind. The next day, the prison guards found the cell door pried open, and it was empty inside, leaving only a small line of writing. A golden fish is not meant for a small pond. It turns into a dragon when it meets the storm. The handwriting was messy, but bold. However, the guards did not understand it, just thinking it was a stain and wiped it off. Meanwhile, a new hot post appeared on the player forum. How could a small Bartow city confine me, Swashbuckler? Brother Lang's Northwind Castle adventure. Damn, Swashbuckler left the main city. Awesome, Brother Lang. Don't worry, with Swashbuckler's nature, he'll get himself killed and respawn back soon. Good news, after Swashbuckler left, Bartow City's crime rate significantly dropped. Everyone disperse, let's block him at the respawn point later. While the players were heatedly discussing, Swashbuckler was running madly on the edge of Stormy Ridge, with several ugly hill giants chasing after him. What the hell is this? Swashbuckler wailed, activating his rogue sprint, his legs almost blurring. Note from the author, not an ensemble cast. Not an ensemble cast. The author had a brain freeze when writing on launch and got carried away. Too many players in the beginning, but it will focus on the protagonist later. Chapter 81. Chapter 12 Arcane Priory, Part 1. The players are already starting to expand their territories. Not only in Dragon Valley and Northwind Castle, but also in southern cities like Cathy City and Cribbard, players' traces have been appearing. That's impressive. Cassius browsed the player forums and Ramp's magic mirror, silently marveling. Yes, besides the swashbuckler, some players had already left Bartow City and ventured into unknown regions. This was no easy feat. They had to break through the heavy obstruction of monsters at Stormy Ridge's periphery. Besides Ashen Nest, there were also frost giants, hill giants, scattered orc resistance tribes. Although pressured to the edge of the ridge, these forces still retained some strength. Moreover, these traveling players couldn't die easily. Once dead, they would be sent back to Bartow City, nullifying all their efforts. Huh, what's that sound? Cassius's frilled, active dragon ears twitched and rotated, tracking the sound. Red Dragon hearing was far sharper than a human's, able to discern critical sounds and filter out background noise, focusing on noteworthy sounds. Ding. A sound came from a corner of the cave. The arcane priory metal was emitting a magical aura, a magic image appearing. The Anzita branch cordially invites you to join. Gathering time 3 days later. Location, Stratholme Fortress. Teleport coordinates 1345.8375.527. The Arcane Priory, a famed wizard organization in later years, was founded by the renowned legendary Archmage Trafalgar. Members gathered regularly to share spell knowledge, exchange research findings, and sometimes seek help to eradicate evil. This seemed to be the Anzita branch's first meeting. Quite a few notable figures from Anzita would attend this branch meeting. I must join in the fun. With this thought, Cassius summoned the magic mirror. Ramp, come here immediately. Ramp's ugly face appeared on the image, seemingly engrossed in counting his gold coins, showing the profound impact of Red Dragon Bloodline's greed on him. 101, 102, 103. The coins clinked crisply as they fell. Only when Cassius called him impatiently for the second time did he wait, panicking. Sorry, Master, I'll be right there. In no time, Ramp lumbered down from the sky, landing heavily before Cassius. The ogre mage muttered, Master, these Starfallen you brought are so easy to deceive. I sell magic scrolls at 3 to 4 times the market price, yet they still rush to buy from me. Too bad these guys are dirt poor, their pockets hardly jingling. If everyone were this foolish, I wouldn't need to rob adventurers. Master, should I raise the prices a bit to earn you more gold coins? Cassius snorted out a puff of white smoke. Ramp, you must understand the concept of long-term gains. Don't fish with a dry pond. The price of our goods should vary with their spending capacity. Have someone regularly check their assets. Always set the price so that they barely have any money left but aren't desperate enough to not survive. Isn't that the way? Ramp pondered momentarily, clapping with approval. Master, your wisdom is admirable. I'll have my subordinates prepare. Content, Cassius nodded. This Ramp was getting the hang of squeezing the players dry. Truly commendable. But this time, I called you over not for the Starfallen matter. Come, take a look at this. Ramp looked toward the corner of the cave, spotting the semi-transparent magical image. The Arcane Priory. That's right. Interested in witnessing it? Cassius asked with a smile. Ramp's hideous, grotesque face immediately showed a trace of reminiscence and gratitude. Of course, Master. Previously ignorant and not knowing what happened, he now realized he had mysteriously grown smarter. As the butler of Ashen Nest, Ramp had long occupied a high position and extensively researched spells. He had his mage tower and understood what happened back then. He even managed to further modify the Ring of Wisdom study. Everything seemed orchestrated by the god of fate. If that youthful, energetic mage apprentice hadn't gone wandering, and if Ramp hadn't knocked him out and eaten him, Ramp might still be an ordinary muddle-headed ogre. Like all ogres, only thinking about eating and sleeping. He would have no qualification to be part of the great plan of the Red Dragon. But this experience changed his life. Or rather, his ogre life. Shape-shifting spell. The enormous Red Dragon transformed into a black-haired, golden-eyed noble young aristocrat. This time without any draconic features. Still feels a bit restrained. Feeling his immense strength constrained by a human form, Cassius flexed his wrists. He observed Ramp's massive frame, his brow slightly furrowing. The Arcane Priory should be a good alignment gathering. This form of yours might not be suitable. Yes, Master. Ramp quickly waved his magic wand, constructing a spell prototype through the magic web, transforming into a human. Shape-shifting spell. But the human form was over 2 meters tall, fat, and stout, with bloated features, looking utterly horrendous. He resembled an ogre in human skin, which was actually the truth. Master, is this acceptable? Cassius looked at Ramp with some speechlessness. Can't you modify it a bit? This shape is far from being a normal human. It might even be better to take an ogre along. But Cassius forgot that an ogre couldn't cast spells like a magician artist by intuition and consciousness. He needed the meticulous construction of a mage. Ramp scratched his head, embarrassed. Sorry, Master. My spell prototype parameters weren't adjusted well. It might take 7 to 8 days to perfect it. 7 to 8 days? The Arcane Priory meeting will be over by then. This won't do. Cassius thought for a moment. Transform into a steel golem. At least it will look relatively normal. A noble spellcaster with a constructed creature guardian should be quite normal. Yes, Master. Ramp cast the shape-shifting spell again, this time successfully transforming into a 3-meter-tall, fully metallic giant statue smoothly. Though still ugly, at least no one would suspect him of being any sort of chaotic evil creature. Give me a cloak. Ramp retrieved a long cloak imbued with anti-spying magic from his collection and draped it over Cassius. Cassius toyed with a mithril necklace in his hand, stroking the pendant shaped like a door. Dimension door. With the coordinates confirmed, space gradually distorted, and a rift opened before Cassius. Chapter 82. Chapter 13. Arcane Priory Part 2. Boss Duchy. Stratholme Fortress. A door suddenly appeared in the corner of the city wall, invisible to the eyes of ordinary people. This was the Trafalgar Deluxe Mansion spell, a marvelously intricate 7th-tier spell, leading to a luxurious mansion in an other-dimensional space that existed for the duration of the spell. Organizers of the Arcane Priory from various regions, if authorized by this legendary mage, could receive the Ring of the Sage, allowing them to periodically cast this spell to organize the Arcane Priory. Is it here? Soon, a man appeared, wearing a robe with a medal on his chest. With the magical aura of the medal flickering slightly, he entered directly through the non-existent door and vanished. After him, more people entered one after another. They were both male and female, mostly dressed in luxurious robes, sparkling with magical auras, identifying them as spellcasters. Inside, on a luxurious red carpet, constructed beings looking like human women but moving very mechanically were asking questions and taking notes. Please provide a name as your identity code within the Arcane Priory. The tall noblewoman contemplated for a moment before saying, Call me Tulip. Welcome to the Arcane Priory, Lord Tulip. Seeker. Welcome to the Arcane Priory, Lord Seeker. Gray hair. Blue eyes. Elf song. In just a moment, over 30 people had gathered here. Mostly human nobles, with some elves and half-elves, and even some individuals with elemental bloodlines. So many spellcasters in Anzita. Unbelievable. A legendary mage indeed. This deluxe mansion spell is simply a work of art. Incredible. Where is the organizer of this Arcane Priory meeting? No idea. I am also. It should be here. A dimension door appeared by the city wall. Cassius and Ramp, disguised as a steel golem, entered one after the other. As Cassius entered, his striking black hair and golden eyes, combined with his extraordinary charisma, drew much attention, particularly from the women. The noblewoman with the alias Tulip couldn't help but remark to her companion, What a charming fellow. Perhaps only someone like him deserves me, not those buffoons. And he comes from a nobler bloodline. Pleasure to meet you. She approached to chat, lifting her skirt in a curtsy. Cassius responded with a polite smile. Good day, beautiful lady. A mage behind them couldn't help but grumble. Another one of those magicians, using their extraordinary charm to deceive the magic web. Spellcasters among barbarians. Yes, they will never understand spells, never grasp the workings of the magic web, merely bending and playing with it like children. Some others were curious about Ramp behind Cassius. What is that follower of his? It appears to be a steel golem. A steel golem? I heard that the Southern Fadlon Empire's palace has such constructs, crafted from heavy metals and fused with rare tinctures and mixtures, making them indestructible. A golem of this size must be very expensive. Tieske. What an enviable fellow. Tulip listened to their gossip, feeling slightly displeased. She deliberately said, I trust with your status, you wouldn't mind such envious remarks. Cassius merely smiled and said, getting used to others' envy is a required lesson for every talented one. Wouldn't you agree, Tulip? He easily discerned that the noblewoman was also a magician, though of low strength, barely at level 2, likely knowing only simple tricks. Of course. The noblewoman smiled sweetly, clearly pleased. Considering Anzita's remote and impoverished location in the north, Cassius glanced around and saw no high-level professionals, mostly noble offspring with some magic knowledge. The strongest among them was a man with the alias Black Hawk, whose mage occupational level showed as level 8 on the panel, roughly equivalent to the current ramp. You haven't registered an alias yet. I'll take you there. All right, thank you. The noblewoman led Cassius to the front of the hall. The human-like constructed being followed its usual process by asking, please provide a name, as your identity code within the arcane priory. Cassius pondered briefly. Call me Remnant Flame. Lord Remnant Flame, welcome to the arcane priory. The construct's voice was cold. It was said to be a small toy made by Trafalgar in his youth, named Steel Beauty for its human female-like appearance and stiff, mechanical movements. There was room for improvement, but the legendary Archmage had become accustomed to it and finalized the design. Although created casually, it was equipped with devices capable of casting 4th-tier spells, making it a rare artifact. In the spacious, luxuriously decorated hall was a large round table, and the attendees sat around it. The exquisite dome above depicted many great arcane miracles and frescoes, leaving everyone in awe. As everyone is here, let the meeting begin. I am the organizer of this arcane priory meeting. You may call me Venus, a clear voice echoed. Everyone turned to the source of the voice, a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Her slender dress outlined her graceful figure, with the robe's surface glittering like stardust. Long silver hair cascaded down her shoulders, with long slightly curled eyelashes below, which were clear and bright blue-gray eyes, containing both goodwill and a hint of pride. While everyone marveled at her appearance, Cassius fell into thought. It's her. Silver Star Olivia, a young silver dragon mage. I didn't expect her to be one of the organizers of the arcane priory. She was a renowned figure, with her Silver Dragon clan Melwood being a significant force in Anzita's fight against the Demon Scourge in later years. It was said that an ancient dragon stage Silver Dragon Elder existed within it, though in deep slumber and indifferent to worldly affairs. Silver Star Olivia in human form. Occupational level 11 mage. An 11th level mage. This level didn't seem high, but already marked a kingdom-level master capable of casting 6th-tier spells, which was the upper limit for most players. In a magic-poor area like Anzita, an 11th level mage could even be respectfully called an archmage. Chapter 83, Chapter 14 Arcane Priory Part 3, with the seating of Venus, the gathering began. The Seeker spoke first. Everyone, I believe you all have a considerable understanding of the magic web's operation. Spellcasters need to connect to the primordial magic through specific bridges, but these primordial energies. Immediately, someone countered. No, it is not like that at all. What about the priest, then? Didn't your mentor teach you arcane magic and divine magic are different systems? I graduated from the Fadlon Court Magic Academy. How could I not understand these things? Humph, it's laughable. This group of mages, none of whom had even reached the 10th level, discussed everything from the operation of spell prototypes to the essence of the magic web, even touching upon deities, until the debate transformed into a contest of backgrounds and experiences. They argued fiercely, seemingly eager to showcase their knowledge and wisdom to gain the others' recognition at this gathering. Ms. Tulip, sitting next to Cassius, didn't understand and merely sneered. Shelves. However, Ramp, standing behind, couldn't resist quietly using the text transmission spell to say, full of errors. These humans are truly like a half-full bottle, wobbling around. He even used a proverb Cassius had once taught him. If his identity couldn't be exposed, he would have joined the chaotic debate long ago. It seems competition among mages is quite fierce. Cassius observed the red-faced mages and mused to himself. Ms. Venus also continually expressed her views, though she remained much calmer, and her opinions were more profound yet less frequent. Quite interesting. As a magician, Cassius relied more on his will and perception to cast spells and wasn't deeply knowledgeable about complex theoretical knowledge. He could only listen quietly, trying to glean some useful information. Despite the presence of much pretentious boasting, he still felt he had gained a lot. However, these individuals were not truly profound scholars. After only a morning of debate, they had little left to say and had to move on to the next segment, item exchange. When this part arrived, Cassius's eyes lit up instantly. He was not a player type who worked tirelessly day and night only to end up poor. Instead, he was the lord of the entire Stormy Ridge. Every day, kobolds and goblins brought gold from underground mining into his spacious cavern in a steady stream, while players willingly handed over their scarce gold coins to him in exchange for so-called divine gear. A mage codenamed Gold Digger first placed a matte black pearl on the table. Mana Regeneration Pearl, enabling the holder to cast one additional 5th-tier spell or lower daily, starting at 200 gold coins. 210 gold coins. The mage known as Greyhawk responded with a voice that was indifferent and calm. After checking the panel to confirm it was a genuine rare item with all descriptions accurate, Cassius declared straightforwardly, 300 gold coins. Greyhawk glanced at him, but remained silent. A person who had been silent all along and codenamed Heart Whisperer pulled a thick, pungent-smelling book from his black robe and placed it on the table, suddenly capturing everyone's attention. This book is an heirloom from my ancestors. I don't have the capability to use it, so I don't know its effects. I hope to sell it for a good price here. Cassius, watching the book, narrowed his eyes slightly. He could even feel that Ramp, connected to his bloodline, had a somewhat faster heartbeat. Alchemy Principle. Quality rare. This faded, hefty book with a pungent smell is a treasured heirloom passed down through the Turfa family for centuries. The metallic fittings on the book are made from a solid intermediary substance capable of transmuting between copper, iron, lead, silver, and gold. When discovered, this book contained the following spells: Acceleration Spell, Projection Spell, Petrification Spell, Gaseous Form, Magic-Infused Weapon, and Miraculous Craftsmanship. It could be used both as a spell book and as a magic artifact. Good stuff, buy it. Preparing for a lavish purchase, though the Red Dragon's greedy nature still pained him a bit, he shouted the price, 500 gold coins. For minor nobles, this amount of money was quite substantial, yet for heirs of major families, it was merely a slight discomfort, still easily affordable. The seeker also unhesitatingly raised the bid. 700 gold coins. 800 gold coins. Greyhawk joined in as well. 850 gold coins. However, Cassius did not hesitate and continued to bid. 1,000 gold coins. Heart Whisperer hadn't expected that something dug out from his family's tomb could be worth so much. This nearly equaled an annual income of a baronial territory, with which he could already indulge in lavish pleasures in the prosperous south. This made him visibly excited. "He's yours, sir." Seeing the well-resourced and mysterious Cassius offering strong support, the Greyhawk's expression immediately brightened. He completely forgot his earlier displeasure and stepped forward to flatter. "Lord Remnant Fire, to be willing to fight for justice against a giant dragon, I truly respect you." Cassius waved his hand and responded, "It's nothing. We are all on the path of pursuing justice. This is what we should do." Precisely so. Applause echoed around them. The two shook hands warmly. Their smiles were friendly, yet each harbored secret motives. Both viewed the other as a fool, though Cassius clearly had the upper hand with more information. Chapter 85. Chapter 16. Arcane Priory, Part 5. The meeting concluded with the support of Cassius, representing the Knights of Justice. Lord Remnant Flame and Greyhawk had a cordial and friendly conversation, during which both sides exchanged opinions and enhanced mutual understanding. Lord Remnant Flame expressed serious concern for the safety of the people of Northwind Castle and promised to provide as much humanitarian aid as possible. They agreed to engage in further related activities during the Second Arcane Priory in a few months. The spellcasters began leaving one by one. Some used teleportation tools, others walked, and some had already arranged unique transportation, such as floating horses. Although the floating horseshoes had not yet been sold. Stratholme Fortress, one of the most prosperous cities in Anzita and the capital of the Boss Duchy, buzzed with life. The streets teemed with people, and occasionally even non-human races could be spotted. Spellcasters blended into the crowd easily, vanishing into the city. After leaving the area near the Trafalgar Deluxe Mansion spell, Cassius didn't leave immediately. Instead, he waited quietly in a narrow alleyway. 3, 2, 1. He counted under his breath. The space in front of him distorted, and a spatial rift formed. A pair of long, slender legs appeared first, followed by a figure draped in a silver-white long dress. The high slit of the dress revealed magical tattoos etched into smooth, pale skin. Seeing the person he had been waiting for, Cassius smiled politely. "Long time no see, Miss Venus." Olivia blinked, puzzled. "But we just saw each other." Still smiling, Cassius smoothly slipped into his bar persona. "In my homeland, there's a saying. A day apart feels like 3 years. Your beauty makes me—" Her cheeks flushed slightly, but Olivia quickly composed herself and cut him off. "Lord Remnant Flame, don't try to distract me with flattery. I didn't come here for sweet talk. How did you discover my identity?" Cassius put on a puzzled expression. "Which identity are you talking about?" She frowned. "I'm referring to the silver dragon identity." Her tone was tense, barely masking her frustration. Cassius acted like he had just realized. You mean the silver dragon identity? That's quite simple. Who wouldn't know Olivia, the most outstanding youth of the Melwood clan's younger generation, nicknamed the Silver Star? She was casting the crown of stars at a young age and single-handedly stopped a dragon shaman cult scheme. His tone paused. Olivia's eyes widened. She had suspected a flaw in her shape-shifting spell, but didn't expect him to know this much: her name, her clan, even her accomplishments. Cassius continued. "Besides, your demeanor and the way you speak are too much like a young silver dragon who hasn't seen much of the world. You're not great at hiding your thoughts. Who are you really? How do you know all this?" Olivia pressed him for answers. Cassius stayed calm. "I'm under no obligation to answer that, Miss Olivia. All you need to know is that my code name is Remnant Flame." He added with a slight chuckle. "Also, forgive me for saying this, but while I may not match your spellcasting, my skills in disguise are leagues ahead of yours." Olivia clenched her jaw, biting her teeth gently. She knew he wasn't wrong. Members of the Arcane Priory weren't required to reveal their true selves. But being led around like this irritated her. Cassius gave a calm smile. "Miss Olivia, I'll see you at the next Arcane Priory." With that, he lightly tapped the pendant on his chest, opened a dimensional door, and stepped through it. The steel golem followed close behind. "Wait a minute." Olivia stomped her foot, her face slightly red with frustration, forced to watch as the spatial rift closed before her. But then she noticed a detail. Just before Lord Remnant Flame left, faint golden scales were visible on the back of his neck. She crossed her arms, whispering to herself with a smirk. "You're not so good at disguising after all. From my point of view, your shape-shifting spell is full of flaws, Remnant Flame. Or should I say, Lord Gold Dragon?" She recalled how he corrected Black Hawk when talking about gold and silver dragons, how he stood firm against evil, and now with a hint of golden scales, her mind made the connection. This silver dragon mage believed she had discovered his true identity, purebred gold dragon. She mumbled again. "Arrogant. Self-important. Tries too hard to act clever. I'll figure out your real name." She nodded with determination. "I'll ask Grandpa. There aren't many gold dragons in Anzita. They don't even like the environment here." In truth, this silver dragon mage had never had a good impression of gold dragons. To her, they were the strongest of the metal dragons, always looking down on others, acting as though they were born to lead, always trying to play judge and jury in the name of justice. Now Olivia's view had only worsened. To her list of criticisms, she added smug and flippant. But she didn't realize that what she saw was exactly what Cassius wanted her to see. Cassius stepped out of the dimensional door and returned to his warm cavern. He eagerly released his constraints, transforming back into his red dragon form. Ramp followed right behind, reverting to his large dragon vein ogre form. Cassius let out a deep breath of sulfur-scented hot air. That silver dragon was easy to fool. Looks like all her intelligence goes into spell studies. Let's see if we can trick her out of that crown of stars. Dealing with good-aligned folks really was easier. There might still be conflicting interests, but at least they didn't plot behind every word. Ramp, looking excited, pulled a book from the dimensional bag. Its title read, Alchemy Principle. "Master, this is great. That human didn't even know its value." We struck gold. This book wasn't just a spell book. It also functioned as a magical artifact that helped synchronize magic power. Cassius gave a nod. "Since we spent the gold, you'd better start learning." I'm especially interested in the acceleration spell. Show it to me as soon as possible. Ramp quickly responded. Yes, master. Magicians could learn spells, but not by blindly copying scrolls. They had to understand the internal mechanisms of each spell and then cast them based on instinct and insight. For players, this kind of learning had a very low success rate. But Cassius had already learned the firewall spell from watching Ramp demonstrate it multiple times. His natural affinity for fire-shaping spells made that much easier. Chapter 86. Chapter 17. Second Meeting. Singo, Mantu, Natural War Maniac, and Summer Night Autumn Rain gathered once again in the plaza. They had shed their nickname Black Slave Team and even caused resentment among some players. The security officer wasn't too bad. He only detained illegal and criminal activities, effectively preventing rookies from getting robbed blind by senior thieves while maintaining basic order in Bartow City. However, Singo the tax officer was a different story. During his tenure, Singo worked diligently, often offering suggestions for various taxes like property tax, income tax, and guild tax. Many of these were adopted. These recommendations significantly increased Bartow City's financial revenue, earning him a substantial share and the glamorous nickname Xin Poppy, particularly the guild tax, which required guilds to pay a higher proportion of taxes on their collective income, made each guild bitterly hate him. Some even waited to ambush him at the gates. Mantu, dressed in his security officer uniform, eyed Singo and said, "Damn, with all the trouble you've stirred up recently, you're brave enough to show up in the plaza. Aren't you afraid of getting assassinated?" Natural War Maniac rubbed his bald head and chuckled. "Didn't the guild leader of royalty threaten to paint you on the city walls?" Singo crossed his arms confidently. "No worries. I've already reached a non-expansion tax pact with them. I won't submit the new level 3 tax plan, and they won't bother me. As long as everyone pays their taxes, we can live in peace." His tone grew a bit excited. "How about you guys? Have you met the faction contribution requirements? I've got 31,000 now." Manta blinked. "How much?" Natural War Maniac echoed. 31,000? Singo acted nonchalant. Increasing Bartow City's tax revenue by 600% in a month, it's not excessive to have this level of contribution. Manta clicked his tongue in appreciation. "No wonder people want to ambush you. You're practically stealing food from their mouths." Summer Night Autumn Rain said, "I have 12,700 now. I'm leaning toward becoming a Dragon Vein sorcerer. However, I find the half-dragon template too ugly, so I've switched to becoming a level 3 sorcerer." Singo scoffed. "Aesthetics mean nothing compared to strength." Summer Night Autumn Rain furrowed her brows in anger. Natural War Maniac awkwardly admitted, "I'm a bit afraid of heights, so I'll just take the semi-dragon gift. I don't need a flying mount." Mantu was surprised. "Dude, you're afraid of heights?" Singo teased, "How come you weren't afraid of heights when you were smashing people's motherships with your battleship cleaver?" Natural War Maniac laughed. "That was in outer space. I couldn't see the ground when looking down. But when I fell into low Earth orbit and saw the planet's surface, it was quite scary." Manta fell silent for a moment. "My current contribution is 12,500. It should be enough to buy the red scaled token." Mantu's tone was quite excited. He had been waiting for this moment for too long. Singo took out the invitation he had prepared long ago. The handwriting still looked like blazing flames. "Now it's harvest time. Let's go." The group arrived in a secure secret chamber and used the mysterious invitation. It could be said that Singo had foresight. The price of this invitation in the black market had soared to nearly 100 gold coins and was mostly in the hands of wealthy guilds. It was almost impossible for ordinary scattered players to obtain it. Confirming the use of mysterious invitation, the familiar flame portal appeared again, along with a long, narrow, dark corridor. The four were already well practiced. "Got your lines ready?" "Yeah. I'm not going to be as reckless as you, wasting favorability points. That was your fault." As the lanterns lit up, the mysterious half-dragon, half-human sorcerer appeared at the end. Cassius, in a calm NPC tone, said, "I'm pleased to see you all again, warriors from the unknown realm. Have you completed the tasks I assigned you?" Singo stepped forward and answered calmly, "Yes, Lord Cassius. We have unveiled the dusty tears of the tieflings. I believe those hypocrites will get what they deserve. You've done well. Cassius nodded slightly. The crowd couldn't discern the meaning in his golden eyes, so they all agreed repeatedly. Mantu whispered, "Hurry in, buy stuff. This invitation likely has a time limit." Singo snorted. "Do you know nothing about maximizing benefits? Stick to the faction leader, and you can profit more in the next quest." Though he said this, he opened the store template anyway. "Lord Cassius, I'd like to purchase some equipment." Hunting longbow. Enhances attacks against beast-type creatures, and while aiming, it can mark enemies with a hunter's mark that increases precision and deals continuous extra damage. Priced at 80 gold coins. "I'll buy it." Singo showed a somewhat pained expression, but continued. Ring of Flames. Adds additional stackable flame damage to your weapon attacks. Priced at 40 gold coins. Bought. Singo clenched his teeth and continued. Trembling Scale Armor. Adds 3 additional armor points and grants a chance to apply Trembling Static to enemies when attacked. Priced at 100 gold coins. "I'll buy it." Singo handed over his bulging money pouch with both hands. The jingle from the bag made him wince in pain. Cassius accepted the gold coins and casually rummaged through his dimensional bag, pulling out the 3 pieces of equipment shimmering with magical aura. "They're yours now." Everyone held their breath. This wasn't just a magical aura. It was the glow of money. Mantu, hearing these numbers, was stunned. "Dam, Singo, did you rob a bank? Where did you get so much gold?" Singo, having obtained the equipment, patted his thin wallet and forced a smile. This wasn't that hard to get. Tax officers receive a commission on additional tax revenue they collect. "Here, for you as compensation for the gear I sold you last time, including the favorability points debt." With a crisp sound, he tossed the Ring of Flames across like flipping a coin. Manta scrambled to catch it, worried that the precious item might get damaged. Altogether, it's more than 200 gold coins. No wonder the guilds want to hunt you down. You're not just a tax officer, you're practically robbing people. Manta clicked his tongue in amazement. The Ring of Flames was practically divine gear for warriors in the early stages, adding brainless flame damage, usable in both close and long-range combat. But handling the ring glowing with fiery light carefully, Manta thought, though Singo has a stinky temper, loves to show off, and never saves face for anyone, he's barely pleasant to deal with. Chapter 87. Chapter 18. Red Scale Path Part 1. Scarlet Scale, 9,800 contribution points. After spending, I still have 20,000 left. Not bad. Mantu was a bit stunned. Wasn't it 10,780? Why is it cheaper for you by so much? Singo said casually, the price is linked to favorability. Every point decrease in favorability increases the price by 1%. So, Manta sighed. Singo said to Cassius, "Lord Cassius, I also want to purchase the Scarlet Scale." Manta quickly followed. "Me too." Cassius's golden eyes watched them, and he spoke slowly. "This is the sharp blade under my command. Becoming a Red Scale Conqueror means you will have no other choice but to fight for me. Are you really prepared for this?" Mantu's gaze was resolute. "I am ready." 18 days of being a black slave flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern, making his determination to become a Red Scale Conqueror even stronger. Cassius took out 2 scarlet-colored scales. "Then go and prove your capability to me. I hope you can last till then." As Cassius finished speaking, information refreshed on their panels. Advanced task. Red Scale Conqueror has been activated. Red Scale Conquerors are a special group of knights who swear allegiance to the master of the Ashen Nest, Red Dragon Cassius. They patrol the vast territory of the Red Dragon as ranger knights, scouting for enemies that may come at any time, whether it be the kingdom's army or adventurers attempting to slay the dragon. When war comes, they will also be terrifying conquerors. When the dragon's roar echoes from afar, the Red Scale Conquerors will ride giant, fierce dragon-veined creatures from the sky, bringing endless flames and complete death to the enemy. Task 1. Head to Dragon Mountain to find Red Scale Conqueror Instructor Alger. Aji? Another unknown NPC. And we have to go to Dragon Mountain. Have you read the post by Charlotte, the president of the Magic Coin? Yes. Let's go straight through the gate at the bottom of the city wall, unlike them who got wiped out. The 4 left the mysterious cave, temporarily going separate ways. Natural War Maniac and Summer Night Autumn Rain only needed to wait for the dragon's blood blessing to succeed, while Mantu and Singo needed to complete a series of advanced tasks. They both followed the road built by the retainers to the rock fortress. The great goblin guard stood on the city wall, crossbows in hand, aimed at them and questioned, "Who are you facing the aggressive inspection?" Singo remained calm and replied they were retainers from Barto City, here to see Instructor Alger. Upon hearing this, the great goblins opened the gate and let them in, though their expressions were somewhat mocking, chatting amongst themselves. "Do you think these two will succeed? Let's make a bet. I'll wager 100 copper coins, bet on nothing. Alger's Red Scale Legion has been going for years, and he is still the only one. Do you think I am foolish? The last hapless guy, who in a test directly fell to his death, and was even bitten by an ogre. No one has dared to go since then, let alone these two humans." Singo and Mantu encountered various monsters in the valley, lizard folk, great goblins, kobolds, and even half-goat people, asking for directions while walking, finally finding Alger's residence. However, for some reason, upon hearing they were looking for Alger, those monsters' faces all showed gloating expressions. "That is it, right?" Mantu pointed to the simple cave. "Something is not right. This professional instructor should at least be an important figure. Why is he living so poorly? Never mind. Let's go in and check it out first." The two recklessly barged into the cave. The warrior inside was sitting on a stone bench sharpening his sword, except he did not look human. The guy in front of them was about 2 meters tall, with solid and tough muscles all over, his skin covered with dense scarlet scales. His head was not human-like but vicious like a giant dragon's head, with striking golden reptilian slit eyes. Behind his head, a crown-like structure made of carachnous scales resembled a messy clump of hair. The hand holding the long sword was not purely human either, looking more like a dragon's claw, but more flexible. "Who are you?" He raised his head, his golden slit eyes fixing on the visitors, emitting a chillingly dangerous aura. "Red Scale, Conqueror Alger. Affiliation Ashen Nest. Basic ability unknown. Challenge level unknown." "This is the 4th unknown NPC," Mantu exclaimed in a low voice. Singo calmly took out his token, the Scarlet Scale. "We are here under the order of Lord Cassius to undertake the Red Scale Conqueror's advanced task." A fleeting moment of surprise flashed in Alger's golden eyes. He had thought it was another overconfident trialist, having seen many over the years, but this time they brought the token, likely the talented ones his master mentioned, which made him give a bit of respect. Alger also wanted to see what kind of talent could make them become a flying knight in such a short time. Nevertheless, after scrutinizing them, he found nothing exceptional, not even in strength compared to monsters. "Very well, I hope you can survive. Follow me." The two players obediently followed Alger. Manta whispered, "Why did he say he hopes we survive? Is this expensive advanced task dangerous?" Singo snorted, "Do not rush. You will soon find out." They ventured deeper into the valley, passing several forks. A loud roar echoed. Before they entered, chaotic, loud roars echoed ceaselessly within. Finally, they reached the valley filled with fire and heat. They saw its true face. High rocky walls were dotted with various sized niches, and numerous bipedal wyverns inhabited the valley, flapping their wings, whipping their long tails, opening their foul-smelling maw. Some wyverns rested perched in niches, some hovered in midair, and some tangled in fights, emitting loud roars. Alger crossed his arms and coldly said, "This is Wyvern Valley, where bipedal wyverns raise their young. You need to find your mount here." Seeing visitors, those glowing slit eyes in the shadows immediately focused on them. Alger's red dragon bloodline was far more noble than the wyverns, so they still respected him. But to Mantu and Singo, the bipedal wyverns were rude, some even drooling, wanting to take these two tender-skinned humans as dessert. Mantu stared up at the myriad wyverns, dumbfounded. Damn it. Chapter 88. Chapter 19, Red Scale, Path Part 2. Alger said to the two of them, "With me guarding here, they will not actively attack you, but if you accidentally fall to your death, then you will just become food for the wyverns. Good luck." This was the entry trial for the Red Scale Conqueror set by Cassius. Over the years, at least 100 retainers had participated in this challenge, yet none succeeded. They either fell to their deaths or fled in panic. Mantu was on the verge of tears. "Well, I really must thank you." The wyverns flapped their wings wildly in midair, screeching, roaring, and growling, gradually closing in. To them, as long as they knocked these humans to their deaths, they would have some snacks. This was quite easy for them. They were even somewhat familiar with this already, having devoured several great goblins and tieflings before. Singo looked at the approaching wyverns and said in a low voice, Mantu, have you chosen yet chosen? What Mantu was still in a daze. Singo pulled a few bundles of lassos from his backpack, throwing one to Mantu, along with a spray can filled with some unknown liquid. Of course, Yamount Hamantu was still shocked by the wyverns surrounding them, but he quickly understood the crazy move and was stunned by it. Singo ignored him and continued, I think that one on the cliff looks good. It is the largest and strongest one in this area, so do not you dare steal it from me. Watch closely. I will demonstrate only once. I have trained this move for a long time, previously tested it in a great escort with that. He swiftly threw the lasso, accurately looping it around the neck of a 4-meter-long large wyvern on the cliff, then tightened the rope. The bipedal wyvern was suddenly ensnared, momentarily panicked. It struggled violently, swinging its neck and letting out a series of screeches. It then frantically flapped its wings, attempting to throw the human off. But Singo held the rope tightly, winding the hemp rope around his hands several times. Then, using the wyvern's struggle and movements, he leapt onto the back of the bipedal wyvern. The wyvern went into a frenzy when the human, whom it viewed as weak and insignificant, sat on its back. Its neck twisted back and forth, wings wildly flapping, its large body accelerating, stopping abruptly, spinning, and even crashing its back into the cliff intentionally. But Singo's arms held on tightly around its neck, refusing to let go no matter how it struggled. He even managed to free one hand to take the spray can and sprayed it on the wyvern's head, not forgetting to educate in midair this can contains female wyvern hormones. It can calm their emotions and nerves, however. Contending with the wyvern drained Singo significantly. After several clashes, he eventually ran out of strength. He had to find an opportunity during the wyvern's low flight and dive, leap off, and roll several times on the ground to cushion the fall. The wyvern saw this and tried to seize the chance to attack, letting out a roar. But Singo quickly got up, drank a vitality potion, and continued to confront the wyvern head-on, looking for another chance to climb back onto its back. Still not there yet. I guess we'll be stuck here all day. Singo grinned excitedly, breathing heavily as he said this thing is really tough, but fortunately, every time I get back on, the system shows my proficiencies increasing. If we repeat this a few more times, we might max out our riding skill proficiencies. Mantu was speechless, only able to exclaim, you really are a beast. But then Manta thought about his dream of soaring in the sky, remembering his 18 days of hard work. He was just one step away from the goal. How could he retreat now? He gritted his teeth with determination. Looking at the wyverns, Mantu threw his lasso with all his might. By a stroke of luck, he hit the mark on the first try, snaring a 3-meter-long, aggressive bipedal wyvern. The wyvern struggled wildly and took off into the air. Manta didn't manage to mount its back and was instead dragged along, flailing in the sky. Oh, I'm going to die, Singo. Help me, his desperate cries echoed through the valley. Singo watched Manta being flung around, dizzy and disoriented, and mocked him pathetic. You need more practice. He drew his hunter's longbow and took aim. An arrow flew out, severing the lasso rope, causing Mantu to plummet to the ground and crash face down. Singo, is this how you save people? With his face in the dirt, Manta teared up and drank a healing potion in silence. Meanwhile, Singo caught up to the wyvern he had been fighting earlier and engaged in a second round of struggle. In Wyvern Valley, the two players fought fiercely with the bipedal wyverns. The creatures threw them off again and again, but they climbed back every time, growing increasingly skilled. Soon, they could even guide the wyvern's direction using only body movement, balancing with just their legs. Eventually, the wyvern had had enough. It flew 100 meters high, circling, trying to throw off the human. Singo remained calm, activating the featherfall technique scroll he had prepared. He gently floated to the ground, while the wyvern above let out a sputtering roar of frustration. Roar! The wyvern screamed helplessly. Your skill experience has reached the requirement. Your proficiency in the project riding skill has increased to +3. Singo landed lightly and looked at Mantu, who had just dismounted from his own wyvern. This round felt great. My riding skill proficiency is now +3. How about you? Mantu was hunched over, panting heavily. No, +2. The weightlessness is making me want to puke. I wonder if there's a vomiting mechanic here. Singo scoffed. That's just because you're lousy. How can someone who gets dragon sick become a knight? Mantu retorted. Do you think everyone is a beast like you? If War Maniac Bro was here, he'd probably puke everywhere. Alger stood nearby, watching them closely. The humans were improving their riding skills at a visible pace, and a rare trace of astonishment flickered in his golden eyes. These so-called talented ones might really become wyvern knights in a short time. Truly unbelievable. His years of experience training elites were being overturned. These wyverns were harder to tame than the great eagles. Even among the 300 people in the Northwind Eagle Guard, trained for 10 years, only a few could control creatures like this. But these two humans, their talent made Alger question his life a little. Chapter 89, Chapter 20, Red Scale Path, Part 3. The last rays of sunlight faded from the valley. Wyvern Valley was now shrouded in shadow, as the wyverns screeched loudly while flying in the dark. Mantu's actions grew more fluid, becoming almost automatic. He climbed the steep rock wall quickly and found the wyvern again. It was already close to collapse. Roar the wyvern saw the persistent human approaching again and let out a strained cry. It tried to flap its wings and flee, but it was too tired to take off properly. "You think you can still run?" He stopped struggling. "Just let me ride you." Already Mantu grinned as the lasso in his hand moved like it had a mind of its own, looping perfectly around the wyvern's neck. Roar this time, the wyvern barely resisted. It groaned as Mantu tightened the lasso and easily mounted its back. Without the protection of its scales, the lasso might have cut deep. Good. Another day of riding a wyvern. Mantu patted its neck and took out a spray bottle, misting its head generously. The wyvern tried to glide but failed. It crashed to the ground, wings spread helplessly. Roar used its last ounce of strength to lift its head and let out a long cry before collapsing fully, no longer resisting. The human on its back had broken it. For 3 whole days, Mantu had relentlessly tried to ride it, returning again and again no matter how many times he was thrown off. Even after falling from 100 meters and turning into a bloody mess, he had come back, full of energy. Now the wyvern was broken. It questioned its identity as a dragon. "Holy crap, I did it!" Mantu was filled with joy. The wyvern had bowed its head. He had finally succeeded. He gently pet its head, and this time it didn't screech or bite. It lay still, completely resigned. Maybe it had given up, maybe it had truly submitted. Mantu felt its scale texture, its pulse, and its breathing. A deep sense of triumph washed over him. He looked down at the wyvern and spoke. "Do I need to give you a name too, darling?" "No, that's a bit vulgar. And you seem to be male big dragon, too rough since I'm called Mantu. How about I call you Noodle? Your neck is long and thin like a noodle." He cheerfully patted its head again. "Noodle!" Roar the wyvern gave a weak cry. It seemed fed up and resigned. The two feelings weren't opposites. "Mantu, what kind of name is that?" Xian Dog landed nearby on his wyvern. He had tamed his mount by the second day, claiming he used draconic language he learned from kobolds. Mantu wasn't convinced. Mantu replied, "Noodle is a meaningful name. Look at the garbage you came up with." Xian Dog puffed up with pride. "My mount is called Wyvern, pure and simple. What's wrong with that? Look at Ash. He didn't name Pikachu something weird." Mantu cursed. "Don't make excuses for your bad naming sense." Xian Dog ignoring him. Xian Dog turned to Alger nearby. "Instructor Alger, we've completed the trial. Can we advance now?" Mantu placed a hand on his wyvern's neck and shouted with excitement. "Red Scale Conqueror activate." "Yes, you two are truly unexpected." Alger, usually stoic, couldn't hide his admiration. "Eagle," he called softly. A massive dragon-veined giant eagle with a 10-meter wingspan descended, casting a vast shadow. The two humans looked up in awe. Alger mounted it effortlessly. It spread its wings and soared into the sky. "Follow me. I will take you to meet the master and complete the advancement ceremony." Xian Dog followed closely on his wyvern. "Wyvern, let's go." The creature seemed excited and ready, lifting its head with a roar before taking off. Xian Dog had promised its strength and a noble bloodline gift if it became a Red Scale Conqueror. But at this crucial moment, Noodle hesitated. It only weakly raised its wings, too tired to fly. Mantu patted its neck, near tears. "Come on, Noodle. You need to get up. If you don't fly, we'll be left behind." Noodle seemed to grow annoyed by the shouting and let out a low roar. With great effort, it flapped its wings and finally lifted off the ground, flying unsteadily, causing Mantu to feel constantly jostled on its back. Meanwhile, the other two had already widened the distance. "Wait for me. Why don't you consider a newbie starting out?" Mantu, riding on the wobbling wyvern, shouted from afar. Their commotion caught the attention of many retainers, especially when they saw the human on the wyvern's back, which seemed incredible, like seeing a ghost. At Rock Fortress, a goblin guard patted his colleague's shoulder, pointing to the sky. "Look, what's that?" "It's just a wyvern, but wait, there's a human riding it." They really succeeded?" The goblin guard spread his palms towards his colleague. "I won 100 copper coins." The other goblin guard cursed. Were there bets being made? You just want my money, get lost. But then the guard watched the humans riding the wyverns with envy and muttered, these two humans are going to soar to great heights. Who could have guessed? Captain Dolores even sent 6 trusted men for the trial, and 4 died while 2 fled, getting mocked by Director Ramp for a long time. I never thought these raging beasts could be ridden. Yeah, I thought their heads were filled with slime. Alger led the 2 to the entrance of the giant's mouth cave. Singo elegantly landed astride his wyvern, while Manta lagged behind. This is it. I will take you to meet the master. They walked into the cavern, feeling the heat and noticing the scent of sulfur and floatstone all around, like an impending volcanic eruption. Manta shuddered. Is there another trial waiting for us? Singo remained calm. No, I guess this might be the residence of our faction leader, the Red Dragon. Did you notice the strange smell and unusual temperature? According to the information I have, dragons can even alter their surrounding environment. Manta clicked his tongue in admiration. If this becomes a boss, it'd definitely be a world boss, killing a whole lot of people. Manta had no idea that his guess was accurate. They continued along the narrow rock tunnel. Soon, the path ahead opened up, and the 2 saw the master of this place, the Red Dragon. A massive 16-meter-long body with burly, knotted muscles covering hard, dark red scales with a metallic sheen met their eyes. Gold vertical pupils on the fierce, massive head exuded power, gleaming with a lava-like glow. The 2 swept back thick. Bone-white horns on the head looked like a crown. The Red Dragon lay in the center of the cave, its enormous mountainous body rising and falling with each breath. White smoke occasionally rose from its body, and just looking at it made one feel its heat, like a volcano about to erupt. This was their first time seeing the true form of their faction leader. Manta couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy!" After a long pause, with his limited vocabulary, he could only add, "So damn big." The 2 half-grown wyverns beside them were so intimidated by the powerful bloodline pressure that they crouched low to the warm ground, making gurgling sounds from deep within their throats, unmoved by Mantu's attempts to get them to lift their heads. Seeing guests arrive, Cassius slowly stood up, his golden vertical pupils looking down at them from 7 or 8 meters high. "We meet again, Starfallen. Are you ready?" Alger knelt on one knee, head bowed, and reported, "Master, they have completed the trials you set for them." Cassius narrowed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. "Good, this is beyond my expectations." As he spoke, the 2 almost felt the sulfur-tinged heat blowing against their faces. The sheer presence of the giant creature in front of them made them a bit anxious. The Red Dragon continued, "The Red Scale Conquerors will be my sharp blades, and from now on, you will shed this weak, powerless human shell and become the most loyal claws and fangs of the Ashen Nest." Manta muttered under his breath, "What a pity for my handsome face to be ruined like this." Singo hissed quietly, "Do you want to lose favorability points? Just shut up if you don't." Cassius paid them no mind and simply said, "Alger, prepare to begin." The half-dragon knights stepped forward, reading the prepared oath aloud. "In the presence of the Lord of Ashes, the great red dragon Cassius, do you swear loyalty, dedicating your life to being the faithful claws and fangs of the Ashen Nest, regardless of good or evil, right or wrong, using your flames to conquer everything for your master? Do you swear to become Red Scale Conquerors?" The task information on the panel refreshed. "Do you accept the faction sub-occupation Red Scale Conqueror? If yes, please follow the ritual. Note, once you select the faction sub-occupation, you will be locked to the faction and cannot change it freely." A string of oaths appeared below the panel. "I, Mantu Singo, swear loyalty to my master Cassius Clawbow, Noricus, with unwavering devotion, to be the vanguard of the king, burning enemies to ashes, conquering all." The 2 players knelt on one knee, speaking in unison. "Very well, follow me." Alger blindfolded them with crimson cloth and led them and their bipedal wyverns deeper into the cave, arriving at a hidden grotto. "Bloodline gift, semi-dragon form." Cassius silently chanted, and several drops of scalding dragon blood floated in the air, then merged into the bodies of the 2 players. The dragon blood touched their fragile flesh, instantly making a sizzling sound, even emitting white smoke. "Oh!" The scalding blood entered his mouth, and Manta couldn't help but scream in pain, frantically rolling on the ground. What the hell, even with the pain threshold set to 5%, it still hurts this much. I need to turn off the pain. Singo also found his breathing quickening, his entire body turning red. White steam burst from his pores, spreading all around. Under their skin, the bones at their elbows, knees, and spine crazily extended, piercing through the skin and clothes, turning into sharp bone barbs. Red scales grew at a visible speed, spreading all over their bodies, chest, arms, and even faces, tearing through the skin. Their previously human-looking faces, created by scanning reality, were now altered by dragon-like bones and scales, showing only traces of their former selves, now resembling fierce dragon heads. Though the pain system shut down in time, Mantu was still frightened. His panel kept updating information. Acquiring data. You have obtained a special race template, Half-Red Dragon. Note, this race template is permanent and will be used upon revival. Your attributes have significantly increased, and you have gained natural armor, flame breath, and other half-red dragon abilities. Blindfolded and still undergoing transformation, Manta watched the information refresh on the panel, feeling an exhilarating sensation. If he could control his body to speak, he would have shouted. Bess. Beside him, his bipedal wyvern Noodle was also transforming, screeching and struggling. Its red scales grew harder, its slender body stronger, and its frame larger. In its flesh, new capillaries formed, and its blood emitted scorching elemental power. Furthermore, an even more unknown transformation was unfolding. Data conversion in progress. Data conversion complete. Verifying parameters. Parameters verified. Detected bipedal wyvern Noodle as your special subclass mount. It will be considered part of the player's occupation system. Therefore, when the mount dies, you can revive it through an ancient magic circle, but it will require equivalent value items. Mounts can be revived? Damn. This occupation is invincible. Mantu, browsing the panel information in the darkness, could not help but marvel inwardly. You have completed the advanced task Red Scale path. You have advanced to the Warrior's Ashen Nest faction subclass Red Scale Conqueror. When the dragon's roar is heard from afar, the Red Scale Conquerors will ride the fierce and vast dragon vein creatures from the sky, bringing endless flames and utter destruction to their enemies. You have gained traits. Born to ride, Dragon's Roar Charge. Mantu slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his body had become much stronger, and his senses like vision and hearing had become sharper. I am so damn strong. Manta looked down at his hands, covered in scales and tipped with sharp claws, and marveled to himself. Looking to his side, he saw a familiar-looking dragonfolk, whose head had fully transformed into a dragon shape, but hints of his former self could still be seen in his brow and eyes. Exian Dog, you look kind of ugly like this. Exian Dog, while shaking his new body and adapting to the change, snorted disdainfully and replied, "And you do not look like a freak yourself." He paused, raising his horned eyebrows slightly. By the way, I suggest you check your attribute panel. You might be in for a surprise. Manta responded in displeasure even in dragon form. Nothing can hide my soul's innate handsomeness. Though he said this, he obediently opened his panel. I'm going to eat Mantu. Strength 14. Agility 12. Constitution 13. Intelligence 12. Perception 10. Charisma 11. Initially, he looked at those significantly improved stats with pride, until he noticed the charisma column. Why has my charisma increased even though I look like this? Manta let out a heartfelt wail. He could not believe it. This ugly, scale-covered dragon face was rated higher by the system than his originally handsome and charming one. He could not accept it. Exian Dog cast a gloating glance at him before explaining, actually, charisma is not just about appearance. Do you really think those magicians cast spells with their looks? According to our intelligence group, charisma is more about things like aura and influence. The most charismatic individuals can even bend reality with their will. Manta breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was just my before he could finish. Exian Dog mercilessly continued in the ordinary human stage system scan. Looks probably play a big part. Manta froze in awkward silence. Exian Dog then struck another blow as an extra note. My initial charisma was 12, Autumn Rains was 14, and even War Maniac Bro had 11. You did not have less than 10, did you? No way, no way. Manta just wanted to calm down and not continue this topic. Noodle, although you cannot talk, at least you do not mock me. He patted Noodle on the neck, his expression sorrowful, seeking some solace. Since the ceremony, Manta had unlocked the born-to-ride trait, feeling a deep bond with this bipedal wyvern, who also felt a bloodline connection from this once-disliked human. The relationship between man and dragon had become much closer. This bipedal wyvern had grown to nearly 5 meters long. While its neck was still as slender as a noodle, its muscles had become much more robust, covered in tough scarlet scales, and it could even breathe fire, resembling a miniature red dragon. TSK. It is so cool, way better than any Ferrari or Lamborghini. Mantu marveled at the sensation of the scales. Noodle, excited by his newfound strength, could not help but swing his hefty tail, even breathing a spurt of fire. Boom. It seemed he could not control this power well yet. Mantu's dragon face was blackened by the flames. Though the red dragon bloodline made him immune to such fire, he fell into complete silence. Noodle slightly retracted his neck, lowered his body, and looked at Mantu with innocent eyes. Manta froze again in silence. Exion Dog could not help but say, "Stop wasting time here. Autumn Rain and War Maniac Bro are waiting for us to gather." Before he finished speaking, Exion Dog effortlessly mounted his wyvern and took off. The seamless coordination made it look like they had been fighting partners for years. Got it. Manto also mounted his wyvern and followed closely. Shrill cries of excitement resounded through the sky as the two wyvern knights headed for Bartos City. Bartos City Central Plaza. Two bipedal wyverns circled in the sky, slowly descending. Damn, you guys see that? It is just two bipedal wyverns. What is the big deal? You must be a newbie. I have seen a 10-meter-long wyvern before. No, look at their backs. Is that people? The two wyverns circled a few times, letting out a series of screeches, descending to 7 or 8 meters above the ground, then landing with a crash, dust rising in the plaza. Mantu and Exion Dog took a moment to strike a cool pose, one wyvern roaring at the sky and the other spreading its wings, and then they dismounted proudly. They have player names. Damn. It is Mantu and Exion Dog. They have advanced successfully. Red Scale Conquerors. Why do they look like Dragonkin? So cool. Damn, seeing their success hurts more than my own failure. Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Natural War Maniac had waited long and came up to congratulate them. Natural War Maniac chuckled, "You guys look so badass." Having bought the semi-dragon form boon with his contributions, he too had taken on a semi-dragon shape. Though his head was covered in scales, it still appeared smooth. However, touching his bald head often left scratches from his claws. Summer Night, Autumn Rain said with relief, "Good thing I did not choose semi-dragon form, or I would look just as ugly as you guys." She was satisfied with her result. As she advanced to the Dragon Vein Sorcerer subclass, she gained the magical powers of a red dragon. As a result, she only had faint scale marks on her cheeks, developed delicate little horns on her forehead, and her pupils turned into golden slits. Her refined features had not changed much, these alterations adding to her noble aura. Exion Dog said, "Seriously, let us tally up our gains. I will go back to refining the strategy, Mantu, make the video." The remaining 3 nodded, "Got it." That night, a guidepost titled "How to Become a Qualified Dragon Knight" sparked a hot discussion on the player forum. It specifically mentioned buying Exion Dog's exclusive Wyvern Lasso and sedative hormones as keys to success, though the price was a bit steep. The second issue of Elzagai Diary was also released smoothly. Fans eagerly clicked it. The first thing they saw was a fierce dragon face. First, the missing person returns. What is this? A monster. The dragon face's opening lines came from a familiar, humorous voice welcome to the second issue of Elzagai Diary. "I'm Mantu." Whoa, it is Mandu. How did he turn into a dragon folk? It has a kind of intense beauty. Manta looks more handsome now. Chapter 92. Chapter 23. Hill Giant, I will eat you all. A fervent roar echoed from the slope. The towering figure, over 5 meters tall with rough, brown skin, wielding a large tree as a weapon still smeared with soil, draped in crudely stitched animal furs, sweat dripping onto the putrid hide, emitting a strong stench, that was a hill giant. Hill giants were selfish and dull-witted savages, often residing in hills and valleys and gathering in woodland camps or shanties. They hunted, foraged, and pillaged everything in their path to gain more food, prone to hunt prey over hills and forests with all their might, bullying the weak. If not for their massive frames and unending strength, the lazy and slow-minded hill giants would have likely gone extinct long ago. But now it seemed food had delivered itself to their door. The hill giant licked its lips, foul-smelling saliva dripping from its mouth. Ever since that unusually large ogre led a pack of monsters to drive the hill giants out of the valley, they had been wandering the outskirts of Stormy Ridge, scavenging rotten food or devouring passing humans. This greedy hill giant had not had a full meal in a long time. Now clearly appeared to be a golden opportunity. Based on your capabilities, you can observe the following information. Greedy hill giant. Huge giant. Chaotic evil. Armor class 13. Hit points 105. Strength 21. Agility 8. Constitution 19. Intelligence 5. Perception 9. Charisma 6. Senses. Passive perception 12. Actions. Multi-attack. Great club attack. Throw rock bite. Challenge level 5, worth 1,800 experience points. Mantis sighed and said, "This creature seems strong. Can we really defeat it?" Singo scoffed and replied, "Afraid of what? With our setup, just basic attacks can crush it. We are here to level you up. If you were at 4th level, believe it or not, it would already be dead." Manta responded, "All right, just do not get us wiped out later." At the bottom of the hill stood the Dragon Vein Quartet. Their team's strength had significantly increased, leading them to take on the highest difficulty quest, defeat the hill giant wrecking the farm. The official recommended challenge level for this quest stood at level 5. It was worth noting that even professional gamers like Singo had barely reached 4th level, a result of relentless effort day and night. Most players were still stuck at levels 1 or 2. Watching the hill giant charge down the slope with a large tree in hand, Singo remained unfazed and said, "War Maniac, bro. You and Autumn Rain keep it busy here. Mantu and I will launch an aerial attack." Natural War Maniac nodded and said, "Got it." Then Singo and Mantu mounted their rides, steering their bipedal wyverns into the air. Natural War Maniac advanced to meet the enemy head-on. Facing this massive foe, he felt no fear. After all, he had once slain interstellar beasts. This giant was nothing in his eyes. He had chosen the barbarian's path of the berserker. For barbarians, frenzy was a way to reach the extreme, violence at its peak. The path of the berserker was a route chasing blood and unbridled rage. When players entered a berserker frenzy, they would shiver in the chaotic thrill of battle, abandoning any concern for their safety. He roared to the sky and activated his frenzy. Immediately, his eyes turned blood red, muscles bulged, veins popped out, and his entire body radiated an aura of bloodlust. In a frenzy, Natural War Maniac charged the hill giant, leapt into the air, and raised his great axe. Frenzied strike. The great axe sliced through the air with force, cleaving down. Given the giant's huge frame, the axe barely reached its chest. Even the hill giant was startled by the ferocity of this little one, but soon grew enraged. "I will smash you into pulp." The hill giant blocked with a large tree and swung it with power, knocking Natural War Maniac and his axe backward. He hit the ground hard, his axe buried in the earth beside him. Still, he did not retreat. In his blood-red eyes burned joy and madness at the chance to fight such a strong foe. He shouted again, then yanked the axe free and charged once more. "Wait for me." A crisp female voice called from behind, but Natural War Maniac did not respond. Summer Night Autumn Rain sighed, one hand on her forehead. The Berserker class was great for offense and defense, but once frenzied, they ignored everything else and only charged forward. Luckily, she caught up and cast a spell on him. Enlarge spell. Natural War Maniac's size rapidly increased from nearly 2 meters tall to almost 4 meters. His weapon and clothing expanded with him, making him nearly as large as the hill giant. From this new perspective, he laughed and leapt again, aiming for the giant's head this time. The hill giant, though unable to understand magic, realized the little one had grown and posed a real threat. It roared in anger and swung both arms to strike down. Chapter 93, Hill Giant Part 2. Bang. The great axe and large tree collided, the force shaking the ground. Natural War Maniac landed with a roar. But the hill giant held a clear strength advantage, pressing down on the axe and driving Natural War Maniac slowly to the ground. Agnes's fire-breathing technique. Summer Night Autumn Rain parted her lips and released a stream of fire. It struck the hill giant's massive body directly, scorching its right shoulder black. The giant wailed in pain, its grip loosening slightly. That was all natural war maniac needed. With one powerful strike, he knocked the tree from its hands and swung his massive axe at the scorched shoulder. Swish. The axe cleaved through and severed the arm completely. The massive limb hit the ground with a thud. Warm blood splattered across his face. Instead of disgust, he looked thrilled. I'm going to kill you. The giant howled in agony, enraged by the loss of its arm. It became frenzied, grabbed the axe still embedded in its flesh, and hurled it over 10 meters away. Then it lunged at Natural War Maniac with wild fury. The two giants wrestled and grappled with fists, knees, and teeth. From the sky, Dog looked down and said to Mantu, I told you, if you do not act soon, that hill giant will be beaten to death by War Maniac, bro. Once he is in frenzy, he will not stop. Manta replied with admiration, War Maniac, bro, is truly fierce. Dog snapped, stop talking, and get ready for the charge. Manto answered, got it. He guided his wyvern into a diving position. Roars echoed from the sky above. The hill giant ignored the noise and kept pounding Natural War Maniac into the ground. Even enlarged, he could not match the giant's strength, and now his frenzy had ended, leaving him exhausted. But this had always been part of the plan. Defeating the giant was not his only goal. Bruised and battered, Natural War Maniac looked up and saw the wyvern above. A grim smile crossed his face. Dog drew his bow mid-flight. A glowing purple rune appeared on the hill giant's arm, Hunter's Mark. Whoosh! A sharp arrow pierced the marked arm, exiting from the other side. Blood gushed from the wound, influenced by the magic. Who is it? The hill giant roared and turned its bloodshot eyes to the sky, locking onto the airborne enemy. It picked up a large stone and hurled it with immense strength. But Dog dodged with a skillful barrel roll. The stone arced across the sky and plummeted to the earth. Dog shouted, Mandu. That had only been a distraction. The true killing move was behind. Overexerted, the hill giant remained in the throwing stance. Then came the roar of a diving wyvern. Mantu descended at high speed from behind. The bipedal wyvern folded its wings tightly. Manta leaned forward, gripping a 6-meter-long lance. Wind howled past his ears, his heart pounding with excitement. Your life is mine. He activated Dragon's Roar Charge. The lance pierced the back of the hill giant's head, striking with tremendous force. Scarlet Dragon's spirit light enveloped the lance as the full momentum of the dive transferred to its tip. In an instant, blood splattered. The lance pierced through the hill giant's tough skin, its hard skull, and its filthy flesh, emerging from its gaping, ferocious mouth. The hill giant's roar ceased abruptly, its massive body collapsing to the ground. Bang. Manta gracefully let go of the lance. His bipedal wyvern, Noodle, suddenly spread its wings, slowing down and rapidly ascending with the air current again. The panel refreshed with information. You have slain the greedy hill giant, gaining 1,800 experience. Your occupational level has increased to the 4th level. Mantu's heart raced with excitement, and he declared, the wine is still warm, and I've already taken the enemy general's head. He circled a few times in the air before landing. Mantu arrogantly asked, Dog was not that cool. Dog poured cold water on him. If you weren't such a noob, still not at 4th level, I would have aimed for the head with that arrow, and War Maniac bro would have chopped at the neck. Mantu instantly felt crestfallen. Natural War Maniac climbed up, rubbing his bald head. That monster's strength is really immense. I think I couldn't take him one-on-one. Summer Night Autumn Rain, looking at the ravaged ground, nodded with lingering fear. Her constitution wasn't high, and a hit from a hill giant would mean death. But soon she questioned, Dog, what are you doing? They saw him embracing the hill giant's foul-smelling arm as if it were a treasure, even sniffing it with a longing to take a bite. Dog replied matter-of-factly, this is good stuff. Hill giant fingers can be made into hill giant spirit medicine to boost strength to 21 points. 21 points. That's amazing. Natural War Maniac became interested, joining Dog in examining the stinky giant corpse without any disgust. Even the wyvern hovering above curiously landed beside them, though not for research. Hey, wyvern, don't take a bite. It'll be wasted on you. Summer Night Autumn Rain said nothing. After they finished cleaning up, the ground was a mess, and Ixion Dog's backpack bulged with excitement. It seemed he had a fruitful hunt. However, the intense stench emanating from him, as if he hadn't showered in years, made Summer Night Autumn Rain quietly step back. Ixion Dog mysteriously said, "Do you know what the next main quest is?" Man to curse, can Dog stop talking nonsense and just say it? Ixion Dog slowly uttered two words, war. Summer Night Autumn Rain asked curiously, "How do you know?" Ixion Dog explained, "I stayed in the Dragon Valley of Ashen Nest for 3 days. Unlike Mantu, who only focuses on completing tasks like a noob, I noticed the situation in the valley." He paused, then continued, "Nearly every day, the Great Goblin and Lizardfolk troops were training. In a place with medieval-level productivity, daily troop drills are unusual." Manta quickly agreed, "I also heard those sounds." Natural War Maniac said, "So you mean our next main quest will be a war?" Ixion Dog nodded, "Yes, and it definitely won't be small in scale. As subordinates of the Red Scale Conqueror faction, Mintu and I will play significant roles." Chapter 94, Chapter 24, Main Quest War. However, it wasn't just Ixion Dog. Other guilds also noticed the anomaly in Dragon Valley. Royalty was now the most prestigious of the powerful families, boasting over 80 members with strict standards. Most of its members were professional gamers. They had even built a rudimentary castle within Bartow City to serve as their guild headquarters, naming it Royalty Hall. The guild leader was a well-known, wealthy professional gamer called Tyrant, towering and robust paladin conqueror. At this moment, the core members of the guild were gathered in the Royalty Hall. Tyrant sat in the main seat, asking, "So if the intel is accurate, we're facing a war?" The vice leader, Fengyan, responded, "Yes, according to our eyes in Northwind Castle, the enemy should be the allied forces of the northern countries. 3 prominent ducal families are participating, and it said they have assembled nearly 30,000 troops, gathering in the Stormy Ridge area." Bibbo Sword Rain asked, "Can we win? If we can't, can we defect to the other side?" Fengyun shook his head. "I don't recommend defection. Our guild's roots are already established in Bartow City. We monopolize the city's alcohol production and wall construction industries. Switching sides would mean starting over from scratch, placing us back on the same starting line as everyone else. The advantage we hold would be completely lost, and that is a price we cannot afford." Tyrant asked, "What's our strength assessment?" Fengyun pondered for a moment before replying, "It's hard to say. On paper, we should be evenly matched. Although we might be at a numerical disadvantage, these dragon vein monsters are likely far stronger than ordinary human soldiers." His tone paused. "But there are too many uncertain variables, such as their spellcasters and our faction leader." "You mean that red dragon?" "Yes. So far we've only seen his avatar and statues. The lair in Dragon Valley is off-limits to most, making it difficult to assess his role in the war. Tyrant made a decision, then we'll fight our best. If we win, we'll certainly gain contribution points. If we lose, no big deal. If the enemy breaks in, we'll switch sides as guides. After all, our race is human. Even if the northern country's forces occupied Bartow City, we could still run things locally." Fengyun agreed, "That's what I think too." Tyrant turned to the elite warrior player Big Blade, asking, "How many contribution points do you have? When can you get the Red Scale Conqueror?" Big Blade responded loudly, "I have 9,300 points already. I should be able to exchange it by tomorrow, though I still need to buy some items to tame the wyvern from Ixion Dog." Tyrant nodded, "Good. I'm planning to use the mysterious invitation tomorrow. Let's prepare the money and contribution points. We'll buy everything we need in one trip." The construction brother, Bucket Runner, weakly suggested, "Since we're going to war, shouldn't we get some special weapons?" "Indeed, we shall." Tyrant was about to reply when a loud roar came from the sky, distinctly different from the raspy cries of wyverns. This sound was deep and powerful, filled with majesty, compelling a desire to kneel in submission. Fengyun asked in confusion, "What's happening?" The guild members guarding the door rushed in, shouting, "Come quickly. The faction leader has descended." Tyrant immediately said, "Let's go see." All the Royalty Guild members followed Tyrant to the hillside area of Bartow City. Roar. Another long roar echoed. A large crowd of players had gathered in the hillside area. The Tiefling residents were also present, along with the Tiefling guards led by Mezulesh. In the sky, a massive shadow appeared, casting many into darkness. Next, The red figure descended thunderously, landing on the highest rock in the hillside area. Dust flew. Even the ground trembled slightly. Everyone looked up in shock. As the dust settled, they saw the visitor clearly. It was a terrifying red dragon. Its immense body was strong and muscular, covered in armor-like red scales. Backward swept horns resembled a crown. Cassius stood on the rock, spreading his wings tens of meters wide, casting a shadow over the people of Bartow City below. He looked down from his high perch, golden pupils flashing with authority. An invisible aura emanated instantly. The crowd felt a profound fear of this mighty creature, instinctively lowering their heads. This is what they felt as dragons might. Cassius then slowly spoke, his voice rumbling like thunder. "My subjects, war is upon us." His voice echoed throughout Bartow City. The allied forces of the northern countries are gathering. They march towards Stormy Ridge, intending to destroy my city, slaughter my retainers, and plunder my wealth. Yet my strength will show them this is a mere delusion. All they have will turn to ashes under the flame. Subjects, prepare yourselves. Prove your loyalty with blood and fire. The crucible of battle is about to begin, and we will undoubtedly crush the feeble forces of the northern countries. For Ashen Nest. For Bartow City. For the great red dragon. For revenge. Mesulash was the first to raise his sword and shout, followed by the tiefling guards raising their spears and cheering. Soon more joined, the shouts forming waves of fervent cries. The people of Bartow City yelled passionately, vowing to crush the invading forces. Players also joined the fervor, adding cries of "for Dragon Mother," for experience, for the succubus, and other personal tags. The tieflings, used to this, pretended not to hear. Tyrant looked up at the colossal red dragon, whose wings shadowed them all, and sighed, "What challenge level can this reach? With our whole guild, we wouldn't last a few minutes." Feng Yun murmured, "I don't know, but I know one thing. This war, we shouldn't lose." Player panels refreshed with information. Main mission. The beginning of war led by the flame-winged dragon Cassius. The expansion of Ashen Nest has alarmed the three northern duchies of Rakman, Bosk, and Nate. They have therefore formed an allied army of over 30,000, preparing to march on Stormy Ridge to eradicate this evil force. You can freely choose your faction in the war to strive for victory. For each enemy killed, you'll earn 150 faction contribution points. The mission will start in about 30 days, so make all necessary preparations for the upcoming war. Chapter 95. Chapter 25. The Baron's Banquet, Town. At the Baron's mansion, Todd Rackman clasped his hands together, looking deeply troubled. A close attendant patiently served him. It was Todd's new butler, named Charlotte, who had a knack for pleasing the Baron with his words. Todd couldn't help but ask the attendant, "What should I do?" "My father has already sent a message. The Allied forces might choose Town as their camp. Once they discover my collusion with the Ashen Nest, then..." Thinking of his father's crimson eyes made Todd's body shiver uncontrollably. The attendant simply said, "You must make a choice. You can choose to become a faithful servant of the evil dragons, or become the hero of your family." Todd clung to the suggestion like a lifeline and asked, "What should I do?" The attendant replied, "It's straightforward. The first step is to eliminate Hart and report the situation here to your family." Todd immediately said through clenched teeth, Yes, we need to get rid of Hart, that scourge, that traitor. He's the one who brought this red dragon here. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament. That damned lapdog." Perhaps alert to the sounds of war, Hart had recently become all-seeing over the Baron's activities, acting increasingly brazenly, paying no heed to Baron Todd. This made the Baron extremely displeased, growing ever more hateful toward Hart. How dare the former slave trader, once groveling at his feet, now rise above him? The attendant offered advice at the right moment. "My Lord Baron, maybe you need a banquet. Hart has become so arrogant that he completely disregards you. He's certain that out of concern for the Ashen Nest, you wouldn't dare act against him. So you could invite him to a banquet, using the opportunity to eliminate him completely." Baron Todd pondered for a moment, slowly lowering his clasped hands. "All right, let's do it. I'll make sure he knows who the real master here is." The Baron's pupils glowed with a bloody light. In the dim hall, candle flames flickered. The long table was laden with a feast, with several soldiers standing guard nearby. Hart and the Baron sat across from each other at the long table, while the attendant Charlotte stood by. Hart spoke first, laughing heartily. "My Lord Baron, did you call me over just to treat me to a sumptuous dinner? It seems that someone as proud as you has learned how to please others." Baron Todd's pale face showed a false smile. "You're right, Hart, my lord." He slowly rose, straightened his clothes, then walked to stand behind Hart. The attendant followed closely behind. Hart seemed unaware of the danger, leaning back in his chair, smugly saying, "What, my dear Baron, are you going to serve me dinner?" Baron Todd stood behind Hart, a crimson light appearing deep in his pupils. "Yes, of course, serve dinner." His tone turned somewhat sinister. In an instant, Baron Todd lunged forward, sharp fangs aiming for Hart's neck. Only by draining this insolent human's blood could Todd alleviate his hatred. He wanted Hart to witness his own life draining away. Crunch. There was no familiar sensation of flesh. Instead, Hart's neck, which should have been soft and vulnerable, was covered in hard, crimson scales that broke Todd's fangs. Baron Todd, face contorted, cried out in shock. How could this be? Hart, expecting this, laughed wildly. "You, a vermin of the shadows, how could you understand the power of a master? Look, this is the noble bloodline of the true dragon." Hart then slowly stood, turning around. His bulging muscles tore through his clothes. Not just his neck, scales also covered the side of his face, though hidden by his hair. Even his eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils, sharp claws growing from his hands. Baron Todd shouted, "Quick, guards, kill this monster for me." The soldiers standing guard immediately raised their spears, but instead of attacking Hart as Todd expected, they pointed their weapons at Baron Todd. A heavy cloud of darkness fell over Baron Todd's face, followed by uncontrollable anger. "Damn it, you betrayed me. These lowly humans truly can't be trusted." In his fury, he lost his mind, directly casting a spell at Hart. Mayov's strong acid arrow. An acid arrow flew towards Hart but was blocked by an invisible shield. Baron Todd tried to cast a teleportation spell to escape, but found the room surrounded by whispering flowers, a special material that suppresses magic, rendering him unable to pass through. Growing more infuriated, he thought there's another spellcaster. "This is a complete ambush, and I'm the prey." "No, it's Charlotte. You are the biggest traitor." Baron Todd angrily turned around, only to see the always humble attendant now showing a disdainful expression. Hypnotism. Charlotte's hand glowed with eerie magical light. Baron Todd immediately fell into a magical sleep, collapsing to the ground. Hart kicked the unconscious vampire variant on the ground, laughing heartily. "Well done, Charlotte. This vampire hiding in the darkness isn't very powerful, but has too many ways to escape. It wouldn't be good if he escaped back to Northwind Castle." He laughed. Poor Baron Todd, thinking he had set a trap for me, only to become the prey himself. Charlotte said, "Lord Hart, about the reward you promised." Hart waved his hand generously. "Don't worry. 500 gold coins, not a single coin less, and all the magic scrolls in the Baron's mansion. Plus positions in Skur Town will be reserved for you, as long as you do your job well." Hart was about to use a silver knife to kill the vampire, but Charlotte hurriedly stopped him. "Don't kill him. Lord Ramp specifically instructed that he needs to study the vampire variant." At the mention of Ramp's name, Hart shivered inside. TSK, TSK. This poor Baron won't even be able to wish for death. When it was all over, the guards revealed their true identities. They were all members of the Magic Coin Guild. The Vice President Bright Moon, Guild members Heavenly Fire, Mage of Love, Kabaliba, and many other renowned mage players were there. Even the maid serving the meal was disguised by the Sky-Flying Witch. These players mastered advanced techniques learned in the new era, flattering and serving Baron Todd, quickly becoming his trusted confidants within the mansion. Poor Baron Todd believed he had found allies free from the control of the Ashen Nest, not realizing they were all players eyeing his head. Charlotte laughed wildly, hands on hips. "Huh. Completing this set of tasks has filled our guild's coffers. From now on, Skur Town is the territory of the Magic Coin Guild." Chapter 96. Chapter 26. Mechanical God Cult Clang. Clang, clang. The saying goes, hoist the bellows with a whoosh, snatch the hammer with a clang. At this moment, a player with the ID Steel Torrent was frantically blacksmithing with brute force, and a pile of processed iron pipes had already accumulated beside him. Steel Torrent, entirely oblivious to the scorching heat blowing against his face and the sweat streaming down his forehead, looked incredibly excited, as if he had boundless energy to expend. This guy chose the barbarian occupation but had hardly fought, only to have more strength. That brute force was only used for one thing: blacksmithing. Yes, since entering the game, he had been tirelessly forging iron, and now he had become the youngest and strongest blacksmith in Daima Blacksmith Shop in Barto City. The tiefling old blacksmith Daima, watching from the side, blew his beard and glared. "You rascal, idling around all day and tinkering with this junk. What's the use?" He shook his head in regret, his face full of heartache. Such a waste of materials. With this much fine iron, I could have forged a set of the best armor in my younger days. Steel Torrent gave the old blacksmith a disdainful glance, his hands never stopping. "It's not like I haven't done my job properly. I've completed all the task targets. What I do on my own time is none of your business." He looked at the crooked steel pipes with an excited expression and a strangely enthusiastic tone. "Old Ahmad, just wait and see. The direction of the times is right under my hammer." Steel Torrent continued to blacksmith passionately, brimming with confidence. Daima paused silently. Fortunately, he had seen plenty of things like this lately. No matter what these so-called players said or did, old Daima was not surprised anymore. TSK, these guys. He was used to it. Just that. Daima drifted into memories. A few months ago, he was manning the blacksmith shop when two seemingly normal players came to buy equipment. One chatted with him while the other boldly started stealing right in the shop, causing a mess and even reaching into Daima's pockets. The one trying to distract him did not even blush or show guilt, continuing to chat. This left Daima deeply shocked. He had seen thieves before, but never so brazen, never so arrogant. Old Daima could not take it anymore. Veins bulging on his arm, he picked up a 10-pound hammer and knocked both of them out. When he called the sheriff to arrest them, the two players still struggled, faces full of disbelief, muttering nonsense like "I bypassed you, my stealth is very high." I clearly triggered dialogue that left Daima speechless. Incidents like these became more frequent. Old Daima grew numb, hitting thieves unconscious with his hammer expressionlessly, like a seasoned farmer harvesting wheat. But over time, he saw the good side of players too. Their tirelessness, their disregard for life and death. For example, he did not have to work anymore. All his tasks were now done by blacksmith apprentices. Got it. I did it." Steel Torrent's excited shout snapped old Daima out of his thoughts. Just as he was about to step forward, a dozen apprentice players swarmed ahead, completely ignoring the frail old Daima. "These rude brats." Old Daima muttered softly, but he could not be bothered to check what they were doing this time. He leaned back in his chair, squinted, covered his face with an old yellowing book, and enjoyed the peaceful time of not working. Got it. Steel Torrent shouted again, sounding mad with joy. Everyone gathered tightly around the blacksmith shop, staring at the still warm, rough iron gun barrel. They were all members of the same guild, Mechanical God Cult. This guild was made up of machinery enthusiasts, led by Steel Torrent, and their slogan was "Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension." Unfortunately, there were no mechanics-related occupations early in the game, but they discovered that the reactions of real-world physics could appear in magical form in Anzita, so the Mechanical God Cult players pioneered a new path: blacksmithing. Now, Daima Blacksmith Shop was filled with various items: iron pipes, crude springs, taps and dies, simple lathes, table drills, and vices, all made by these fanatics. Daima turned a blind eye. They worked for free, after all. A guild member and firearm enthusiast, Battlefield Wheelchair Man, shouted, "Bring me the best wood. The stock needs to be big." The Mechanical God Cult players were now busy and happy in the blacksmith shop. 1 part niter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. The equipment is not perfect, but we will use the old method to make black powder. Where are the triggers and hammers? Crap. Daima made them into rings. We will have to remake them. Where is the gunshot pellet? Let us use scrap iron and crush it. Bullets. Just pour some lead into small steel beads, wrap them in cloth, and shove it into the barrel. It will hold. Soon, after a flurry of work, perhaps the first firearm in Anzita was born. A primitive front-loading shotgun lay there. Its rough wrought iron barrel, simple hammer-firing mechanism, oversized wooden stock, and bullets wrapped in oiled cloth were all signs of its crude build. Some small steel beads even fell out, and the air was filled with the sharp scent of saltpeter. It looked like junk from an abandoned factory, but it represented the combined effort of many players. They created this with medieval-level tools, overcoming great difficulty. Is it a success? Quick, try it out. Steel Torrent carefully picked up the makeshift gun and stuffed the bullet in cloth wrapped with steel beads falling out. He raised it slowly and aimed at a straw dummy. Everyone held their breath. Bang. The shot echoed like thunder across the plains. Old Daimon, sleeping soundly, jolted awake, the book falling from his face. He yelled furiously, "What are you brats up to now?" Then he saw the players celebrating, dancing around a ragged iron tube. Beside them, the straw dummy was in pieces, black smoke rising, iron beads still warm on the ground. The air reeked of gunpowder. So they are tinkering with junk again. Old Daimon muttered, picked up his book, dusted it off, and covered his face again, falling back into sleep. Chapter 97, Chapter 27, Hidden Occupation, Mechanic Mage. Holy crap, we really did it. Heh. Battlefield Wheelchair Man stroked the gun stock like a lover. Steel Torrent slapped his hand away. Step aside, you creep. Nearby, Electromagnetic Blast suggested this is our first gun. A milestone. It deserves a name. Battlefield Wheelchair Man quickly proposed, how about SMG-0818 or Type 2 submachine gun? Those are my true loves. Steel Torrent scoffed, get lost with those lame wheelchair gun names. Besides, this is a shotgun. How about M30 composite gun? Battlefield Wheelchair Man offered again. Steel Torrent ignored him, paused for a moment, then said, since this gun can shoot steel pellets, let us call it Steel Shooter. Everyone went silent. Steel Torrent realized the name was rough. He scratched his head and said, I was just kidding. Let us think more. But before more debates could begin, a panel message appeared. Amid the smoky smell, a faint magical aura glowed from the barrel, sparked by the magical reaction of the fired shot. Creator naming successful. You have successfully created the magical weapon Steel Shooter quality. Special range. Within 50 meters depends on luck. Beyond 50 meters, it is up to fate. Introduction. This gun was forged with the simplest tools and the roughest materials, reflecting the effort of over a dozen blacksmiths. The hammer marks on the barrel show its origin. Though it takes tens of seconds to reload and fires only once per cycle, its power is overwhelming. Before the second shot, the steel pellets can turn a person into pulp. The direction of the arrow lies beneath my hammer. From the creator, Steel Torrent. Steel Torrent stood stunned. Battlefield Wheelchair Man patted him on the shoulder. Boss, it is fine. Even if the name is ugly, are we not making history? Or infamous history? In the future, when people talk about you, they will say, hey, that is the guy who made the first gun in a Rezer, the great jet warrior, Steel Torrent. By the end, he couldn't hold back his laughter. Steel Torrent glared at him, but their focus quickly turned to a new message on the panel. Steel Torrent muttered to himself, holy crap, you have created a new magical item. Unlocking the hidden occupation. Mechanic Mage in the multiverse. Mechanic Mages have created inventions and magical items for peace and war. Many lives have been saved by kind Mechanic Mages, but many more have been destroyed by brilliant, ruthless creations as masters of invention. Mechanic Mages use their originality and magic to unleash extraordinary abilities in objects. They view magic as a complex system to be decoded and utilized in their spells and inventions, using various tools to channel their arcane power. Detected that your current occupation is Barbarian. Do you wish to change occupations? Note, after changing occupations, you will receive an experience penalty. Your experience points will be 40% of the original. Please consider carefully. Steel Torrent was instantly overwhelmed with excitement and waved his hand vigorously. To hell with considering. I confirm the change. Your current occupation is Mechanic Mage level 1 to cast spells. Mechanic Mages might use alchemist supplies to create a potent miracle medicine, calligrapher supplies to inscribe a symbol of strength, or mending tools to create a temporary talisman. A Mechanic Mage's magic is closely tied to their tools and talent. Few other occupations can create items that utilize the multiverse's magic rules as effectively as a Mechanic Mage. Gain Mechanic Mage trait, Magic Craftsmanship. Magic Craftsmanship. You have learned the principles of magic and know how to channel magic into objects and awaken it. Therefore, you gain limited spellcasting ability. To onlookers, you don't seem to cast spells traditionally. You appear to create miracles through various items. You will learn to infuse ordinary items with a spark of magic. After reading the occupation description, Steel Torrent was thrilled the mechanical god Cult Spring has arrived in the future. Whether it's planes, cannons, aircraft carriers, or mechas, we can make them all. Steel Torrent clenched his fist tightly, raised his arm, and shouted, "Flesh is weak." Mechanical Ascension Cassius coiled in the giant's mouth cave, used a magical image to observe the cheering players in the blacksmith shop. His expression was slightly surprised. Mechanical God Cult, isn't this the guild that appeared after the server opened? How come it already has a prototype and even unlocked Mechanic Mage early? The Mechanical God Cult was one of the most powerful player guilds in later eras. In the early days of its establishment, Mechanical God Cult was just a small group of mechanical enthusiasts. Their leader, Steel Torrent, was merely an ordinary mechanical engineering college student. But as the player base in Erezur grew larger, this early start guild attracted top talents from around the world, including cutting-edge scientists in various fields, which made the later stage of Mechanical God Cult look like something out of science fiction. They even established a floating fortress in Mechanical Realm as their headquarters. I must recruit them. I need to bring this force under my control. Watching the image of the shotgun tearing the strawman apart, Cassius made up his mind. Thus, Ramp, the chief steward of the Ashen Nest and the giant sage, personally went to Bartow City. He found the members of the Mechanical God Cult and offered generous treatment, ample funding, and the most advanced spell resources, even proactively offering each member a rare dragon blood elixir. Under the allure of these offers, Steel Torrent, who had never seen the world, gave in easily, especially the ample funding, which deeply moved him after months of frugally forging iron. Without hesitation, Steel Torrent led his guild members to join, contentedly becoming the Red Dragon's lackey, a half-dragon. Now, not only did he forge iron with more vigor, but he could also breathe fire himself, saving the effort of fanning the flames to stoke the furnace. With the expedited work of the bugbears and ogres, in just 7 days, a brand-new, sizable building appeared in Bartow City. A huge iron plaque hung at the entrance, Storm Arsenal Chapter 98. Chapter 28 Dolores' New Army. You call these secret weapons just these broken iron rods. Dolores, the military leader of the Ashen Nest, a dragon-veined great goblin over 2 meters tall, looked down at the human in front of him. His golden eyes were filled with doubt. Chekhov, the player, hurried forward to explain, "This is the latest model of firearm we researched at the Storm Arsenal, the breaker of enemies. Although it's still a smoothbore gun, after modifying the barrel while the power has somewhat decreased, its accuracy and range have significantly improved." Dolores casually picked up a gun, weighed it in his hand, and said disdainfully, "What can you attack with this little short stick? In war, the most effective weapons are our spears, bows, and warhammers." He casually threw the so-called rifle aside. Seeing the gun about to hit the ground, Chekhov quickly stepped forward and caught it, fearing any damage. Though he was scornful of Dolores' lack of insight, Chekhov still took the initiative to say, "Lord Dolores, this thing is not used like that. Let me demonstrate it for you." Coincidentally, a goblin breeder nearby was leading an aurochs. Dolores, although dismissive of such a trifle, was also curious to see what would come of it, so he nodded slightly in approval. "Please step back." Chekhov expertly loaded the ammunition, held his breath, and aimed the gun. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out, and wisps of blue smoke rose from the muzzle. The enormous body of the aurochs collapsed with a thud, riddled with countless tiny holes. Steel balls were deeply embedded in its flesh, even its internal organs. The creature's body was turned into a sieve by the single shot. Dolores gasped in shock. Seeing this weapon kill an aurochs with a single shot, he quickly realized its significance in warfare. Moreover, its power wasn't even the scariest part. If you had to compare, a bow and arrow could achieve the same lethal power, albeit needing an excellent archer. This thing called a rifle was terrifying because it was almost without an entry threshold. Even the weakest, most inferior goblin could pick up a gun and pull the trigger. Just by doing this, he could be on par in a shootout with a skilled archer. Remember, archers were an absolute elite in the army, with high training costs, while goblins were the most abundant expendables, prolific in numbers. He became somewhat excited, grabbing the human's shoulders, his hot breath almost hitting Chekhov's face. "How many of these iron sticks can you produce?" Chekhov softly corrected him. "It's the breaker of enemies rifle." Dolores said, "I don't care what it's called. I just want to know how many you can make." After a moment's hesitation, Chekhov said, "Given that our storm arsenal was recently established and manpower is limited, if we expedite production, we should be able to make 300 rifles before the war starts. As for bullets, we can supply them freely since the resources in the Ashen Nest are relatively abundant." "Very good." Hearing this number, Dolores was not surprised. After all, expecting such battlefield weapons to be produced as easily as common swords was unrealistic. With just 300 rifles, if used well, they might sway the course of a war. Dolores was deeply aware of this. Chekhov returned to the arsenal to report the situation. Soon, the battlefield wheelchair man arrived at the Dragon Valley encampment with 100 guns and a cart full of bullets. He said to Dolores, "This is all our current stock." Dolores nodded, summoned several sturdy bugbears, and prepared to transport them back to the encampment. The battlefield wheelchair man approached and said to him, "Lord Dolores, our storm arsenal has also provided tactical training for this weapon. You should try it, oh." What kind of tactics? Dolores was intrigued. Great goblins were endlessly fascinated by war topics. The battlefield wheelchair man took out a crooked piece of parchment, on which simple little figures were drawn. An ancient, simple, yet effective tactic. We usually call it. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Firing squad. 3 days later, in Dragon Valley. It was another routine military drill. At this time, the Red Dragon would appear at the entrance of the Giant's Mouth Cave to inspect the troops from above, boosting morale and preparing for the coming war. But this time, there was a special unit in the ranks, equipped with new weapons. "Master, this drill will definitely satisfy you." Dolores waited respectfully on the side, his tone excited. Oh. Cassius was quite interested. He could guess that the players from the Mechanical God cult had played a significant role in this. The military drill began, and all the retainers wanted to show off in front of the Red Dragon, so they worked extra hard. For the Ashen Nest WAH, it was a familiar charging drill. The burly bugbears raised their giant hammers and charged forward like beasts, smashing the straw men in front of them. Hell, the smaller goblins followed, throwing short spears at the targets. For Lord Cassius, a well-equipped goblin corps, holding shields in their left hands and knives and spears in their right, advanced in a tight formation. "Not bad. I'm quite pleased," Cassius casually assessed. He didn't really care much about these troops. These monsters were not crucial to his standing. Even if they were all expended, he wouldn't feel a thing. Dolores said excitedly that it was not over yet. The sound of war drums echoed through the valley. Boom, boom, boom. At the end of the ranks, an elite goblin corps appeared, clad in plate armor. Their steps were uniform, moving to the rhythm of the war drums, and each held the newest breaker of enemy's rifle from the storm arsenal. Moreover, they had loaded their ammunition before entering the field. Cassius's interest was piqued. His golden pupils brightened slightly. The goblins formed a line, halting at about 50 meters from the straw targets, arranging themselves in a semicircle. The drumsticks stopped, and the training ground fell silent. Dolores stepped forward and yelled to the army below, "Ready!" The goblins raised their rifles according to their training, and a flurry of sounds followed. Fire! They pulled the triggers. Bang! A tremendous roar echoed through the valley. A row of blue smoke slowly rose from the muzzles. The scent of gunpowder filled the air. Sweat dripped from the goblins' foreheads, but they were also excited by the sight. The straw targets were instantly shredded by countless bullets, falling in rows to the ground. The power made even the Red Dragon marvel. Firing squad. Cassius recognized the familiar tactic and felt a bit amused. These guys had really brought this technique to Erezer. However, the Red Dragon still spread his wings and looked down at his retainers from atop the mountain, saying, "Excellent. I hope that in the future, you can smash the enemy on the battlefield just like this and prove your loyalty to me with their blood." Dolores raised his gun high and shouted spiritedly for the master. The Ashen Nest for the Ashen Nest, for the great will of the Red Dragon conquer everything. The troops below erupted. Their cheers rose like waves, unceasing for a long time. Chapter 99, Chapter 29. Elena's report. After watching the military exercise, Cassius returned to the cave, where the great goblin presented another secret report. He examined it carefully. The report was titled, "Notes on the Northern Tripartite Alliance in terms of direct military power comparison. The Boss Duchy is obviously far superior to the combined strengths of Rackman and Nate duchies. Bosk emerged victorious in the internal struggles of the Northern United Kingdom. It gained a special status in the Lionheart Alliance a century ago, and has since occupied the southern part of the Anzita wasteland as the nominal controllers of the United Kingdom. However, their relationship with other duchies has always been subtle and distant. The current Grand Duke of Bosk dreams of a unified federated kingdom, so he does not fully exert his strength to assist any particular country, but rather prefers to see his neighbor's power weakened. Of the so-called 30,000 allied forces, Less than 5,000 originated from the northern lion of the Bas Duchy. Even these were unimportant border guards. The Nate family of the double-headed eagle, though reliant on Rackman as a shield, was willing to help but could only muster 3,000 troops due to limited strength. As for the bulk of this so-called allied force, it was primarily made up of soldiers from the Rackman Duchy, as this matter concerned their survival. They dispatched virtually their entire military. This collection of notes aims to record the military status of the Rackman Duchy. The lowest and most common soldiers in the army are the conscripted laborers. Before the war, these men were likely farmers without any systematic military training. Equipped only with inferior weapons and almost no armor, their primary roles were feeding war horses and transporting supplies, or being used as cannon fodder before elite units engaged the enemy. In the Rackman Duchy, these men are typically tenants and serfs under the control of local gentry, lacking personal freedom and without the right to claim spoils of war. Any military achievements or spoils they gain are recorded under their owner's name. Slightly better are the second-tier soldiers, who are free men that join the military for conscription. They keep their spoils of war, and although their financial means are limited, they often fight with inherited weapons. In the duchy, these men are usually self-sufficient farmers who serve under their lords. Military service is their obligation to the lords. Theoretically, they are on par with the gentry, as the gentry are essentially farmers with more land who do not participate directly in production. The third-tier soldiers are closely associated with their lords and are true professional soldiers. Their eagerness to fight far surpasses that of conscripts. They are often the lord's attendants or local gentry. Whether through stipends from their lords or income from their own lands, they have enough wealth to procure superior weapons and armor and gain more benefits from war. There is another type of soldier between the second and third tiers, known as mercenaries. Although they do not possess as much property as the gentry, their constant battle experience compels them to convert their existing wealth into better weapons and armor to survive and achieve more in combat. Conscripted soldiers from farming backgrounds tend to spend their spoils on living expenses. While mercenaries do not receive structured military training like third-tier soldiers, their extensive combat experience serves as their training, provided they survive. The fourth and highest-tier soldiers not only have ample wealth to procure top-tier weapons and armor, but also receive enough military education to qualify for junior officer positions. Only this group can form sizable cavalry units. They often serve as knights or barons under lords. The representative of this group is the so-called Northwind Eagle Guards Knight Order. The final signature read your loyal servant, the humble pure-blood serpent folk. Delena Poisonstroke interesting Cassius stared at the text, thinking to himself, this is no mere military report. It is a comprehensive overview of the social structure of the northern countries. Or rather, it seems more like a show of credentials. Whatever Delena's motive, she had successfully piqued the Red Dragon's interest. After a moment of thought, Cassius ordered Dolores, bring the author of this report over. Dolores quickly said that the serpent folk had been waiting at the door for a long time. He had wanted to send her away. Let her in, yes, master. In a moment, Dolores brought her up. Cassius scrutinized the pure-blood serpent folk closely. She wore a heavy headscarf, and her purple robe accentuated her graceful figure. For now, there was little to distinguish her from a human. Under Cassius's scrutinizing gaze, Delena removed her headscarf and, without any hesitation, lifted her head to reveal a captivating smile. Her face was stunningly beautiful, but it emitted a hint of danger. The vertical pupils, sharp fangs, and forked tongue revealed her serpent folk heritage. Lord Cassius, I have long admired your name. I knew you would let me in. Her voice was enchanting, yet had a serpent's rasp. Cassius looked down at her from above. To write such text, you must be quite capable. You could earn a good position among humans. Why come to my secluded ashen nest? Delena instinctively flashed a flattering smile and tried to speak in a coquettish tone. Lord Cassius, however, she was interrupted before she could finish. Do not use your feeble charm person spell on a noble dragon. Cassius's tone was perilous, emitting a faint magical aura of dragon's might. She truly felt for the first time that she was facing a genuine and ferocious red dragon, not a bloated human lord. Under this pressure, Delena felt an instinctive fear. She trembled and bowed her head, kneeling on the ground. My identity in serpent folk society, I am the lowest scum, and in human society, my bloodline prevents me from showcasing my talents. So I came here. Cassius said indifferently. Now, Isn't it better when you speak plainly? I prefer directness. So tell me, what do you seek to gain in the ashen nest? After a moment's hesitation, Delena gritted her teeth and said power. Status with that, she knelt in silence. The air was nearly static as sweat rolled down her forehead. She awaited the final judgment. Cassius glanced at her, and a faint magical aura flashed in his golden eyes. Lie detector, the spell showed she was not lying. Cassius's calm voice sounded again. Good. You did not deceive me. Otherwise, you would now be a pile of ashes. Delena sighed in relief. Here at the Ashen Nest, we welcome capable individuals. I do not mind your ambitions. I encourage them as long as you prove useful to me. Do you understand? Delena quickly nodded in agreement. Go to the ugly tower and find my steward ramp. He will arrange a suitable position for you. Yes, master. Chapter 100. Chapter 30. Northwind Castle Log Part 1. The disheveled, tattered swashbuckler finally saw the towering city walls in the distance. Finally. Northwind Castle. Tears immediately streamed down his face. These past few months had been exceedingly tough for him, but somehow he had managed to stay alive every time. First, he was knocked out by a hill giant from the stormy ridge's outskirts with a club and taken as food stock. Just as he was about to be roasted, he used his wanderer's handy proficiencies to untie the ropes and escaped with the blur technique. But barely out of the frying pan, he found himself back in the fire. Half-orcs robbed him blind on the road, stripping him of all his equipment and dragging him away to be a slave. He toiled in the mines for over a month before he finally escaped and made his way to Northwind Castle. Thinking of these unbearable experiences, the swashbuckler gritted his teeth. This time, in Northwind Castle, I have to make a name for myself. At the city gate, dozens of guards were patrolling. The emblem on their chests featured a crossed eagle and sword, signifying the city defense army of Northwind Castle, the Rackman Duchy's guardians, the Eagle's shield. It was a time of war preparedness, and every entrant had to undergo inspection and questioning. Merchants driving carts and hurried travelers bustled by. The swashbuckler quickly pulled his hood down further and tried to blend into the crowd, hoping to slip through unnoticed. However, a spear was suddenly thrust in front of him. Halt 5 silver coins for entry. The swashbuckler froze. He had no money left. Everything he owned had been stripped by the half-orcs. Even this hooded robe was something he snagged from a merchant convoy. He was as broke as one could be. Thinking this, he put on a fawning smile. Sir, my money was stolen outside the city. I have to go back. The guard's face turned hostile. The spear tip pointed at his nose. How do we know you're a legitimate resident? Don't even think about sneaking in. The swashbuckler's smile faded, and he turned to leave reluctantly, only to be stopped again. Halt, sir. What now? Who said you could leave? What if you're a spy? The swashbuckler was on the verge of tears. Is there no justice? They wouldn't let him in nor out. What was he to do? He thought about taking a gamble by using the blur technique to escape. But then again, he had come so far. Using the blur technique would confirm him as a spy. If he got skewered by spears and returned to the respawn point, all his struggles would be for nothing. He might even face ridicule from those haters with jabs like Rogue Beast is back or welcome home, Rogue Beast already echoing in his mind. Thinking of this, the usually reckless swashbuckler gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I'll just stay here. Even if they throw me in prison, at least I'll be inside. He was really learning not to court death this time. The swashbuckler made small talk with the guard. Sir, the weather is nice today. Have you eaten? Your uniform looks mighty sharp, however. The guard remained indifferent, busy catching other refugees and beggars trying to slip through. The number of people gathered around the swashbuckler kept growing. Soon, another squad of guards arrived. The refugees were handed over to this new squad, and finally, they were inside the gates of Northwind Castle. Inside the city, the streets were bustling and prosperous, but the refugees were escorted down a little-known alleyway. The swashbuckler felt puzzled and asked, Where are we going? Why don't you answer? The leading guard captain didn't even look back, treating him as if he were already dead. The deeper they went, the eerier the atmosphere became. Finally, the swashbuckler saw a large stone building adorned with a battered wooden sign that read Refugee Shelter. The area was surrounded by dense, dark forests. Besides the guard at the shelter entrance, it was just them. I hope this isn't another sweatshop. The swashbuckler shivered at the thought. He followed the refugees into this so-called shelter. The place was lined with rusty iron cages, often stained with dried black blood and traces of uncleaned urine and feces. The air was thick with the stench of blood and metal. The swashbuckler was escorted deeper underground and thrown into a cage. "Where is this place? Damn it!" In the darkness, the torchlight flickered. As he looked around, he saw that the cages were filled with frail, pale humans. They were all in rags, their emaciated bodies covered in filth, either curled up or lying down in the cages. Some cages held more than 10 people, emitting a faint rustling sound. They no longer looked human, more like animals awaiting slaughter. Or perhaps that's exactly what they were. The swashbuckler hesitated for a moment before softly asking, "Hey, do you know where this is? Do you know how to get out?" As expected, there was no useful response. Those emaciated humans all turned to look at him, their pupils glowing red in the dark, eyes hungry like they were eyeing a meal. "Damn it, if you don't want to answer, just say so." No need for this. The swashbuckler was startled. "Food, blood, I want to drain you dry." Clang, 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 those humans grasped the iron bars of the cages, shaking them. Their faces were pressed tightly against the bars, leaving red marks. But they didn't care. Their gaunt, sunken faces twisted and crazed, expressions like travelers dying of thirst in the desert finding water, filled with primal greed and desire. The swashbuckler furrowed his brow at those ravenous gazes. "Are these vampires? I didn't expect to find such creatures here." "Does that mean—" Tap, 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 rhythmic footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor, gradually drawing closer. All the blood slaves immediately fell silent, trembling as if faced with a natural enemy. What disgusting creatures! A cold female voice sounded. A noble woman in an elaborate gown walked slowly towards them. Her face was pale, and her exquisite features showed undisguised disdain for the beasts around her. "Lady Alexia, it is him." The attending guard indicated the swashbuckler, speaking respectfully.